It can have something to do with the amount of space. Yeah. How are you going to confine gas to a particular amount of space if it's not with a physical enclosure? I'd really, really like to know.
All right, so listen. So density equals mass plus volume. I'll put the equation for you in chat. Hold on.
Oh yeah. So how are you going to confine how are you going to confine gas?
You said citation needed, right? This is basic.
How are you going to confine some gas to a volume that is an amount of space, if not with a physical enclosure?
1 minute. Let me put this equation for you in chat. Because obviously, again, this is basic physics, by the way. Like you learned.
Yeah, you're gonna post. Yeah. So you're gonna post an equation with V in it, a volume.
Well, no, I'm gonna write it out for you. I'm not gonna put D equals M divided by V.
Oh yeah, so a volume. So again, back to this question. Where are you going to get the space for the gas to occupy without a physical enclosure?
So can I already explained what the physical.
That's a volume, right? That's a volume. The space that something occupies, right? And we know that gas fills the limitations of its volume and space, right? So how are you going to provide that space for a gas without physical containment? Still wondering.
So did you not listen to the way I explained it before?
So it doesn't sound like you listened to what I said, or you're trying to evade the question, because that doesn't sound like an answer. Want to try again?
Would you like
want to try again? Do you want to try again?
Right, so as I was saying, right, the Earth's atmosphere exerts pressure because gravity pulls atmospheric gases towards the Earth.
Gravity does. Okay, so gravity. Can you demonstrate that?
So that's a claim.
No, not yet. Not yet, because you made a claim. We're still awaiting the demonstration.
I haven't even finished the claim.
Yeah, no, you made the claim. You made the claim.
How it doesn't do that?
No, that would be a burden reversal. That's irrelevant. So demonstrate gravity-containing gas, please.
1 minute. Hold on.
Yeah.
Because I didn't even get to finish my claim there, but let me.
No, we already know your claim. We don't need you to continue monologuing the fucking claim we've been talking about for 8 or whatever many years here.
No, but you don't know my claim.
Show us the demonstration to support it. That's the one thing we're waiting for still. We don't need you to stall on the demonstration by continuing to lecture on about your claim we all already know. Yeah, gravity. Could you even start by defining gravity? Gravity contains gas. You think you're going to demonstrate that? No, you're just going to claim it, and you're going to chase your tail looking for a citation that supports the claim endlessly till you realize you'll never find a demonstration.
Every day, though? Like, I'm kind of missing that.
I provided a citation, by the way, so I'll continue with what I was saying.
No, you provided a link. There's no citation because there's no quotation to support it.
So can you read what I was saying?
Over what now?
So what I was saying was the atmosphere exerts pressure because gravity pulls atmospheric gases towards the Earth's surface, right? I got past that bit. Right, so while atmosphere is indeed composed of gases, the force of gravity causes these gases to get attracted.
Hey, listen, Mr. Google Scholar there. Do you realize what you've done? You've Googled a source that repeated the claim that you made. So this is just a repetition of the claim. They didn't actually provide any evidence or demonstration to support it. They just made the same claim that you did. So this is just somebody else saying the thing that you said. We're still awaiting the demonstration. Try again.
Maybe we should get off this roundabout.
YouTube video? Should I find a YouTube video for you? Alright, let me do that.
Nah. Fuck it. Tell us what gravity is. Tell us all about it. We've asked you like 5 times, what's gravity? What's that then? What's gravity?
You're asking what gravity is? It's just the force of nature that attracts objects with mass towards each other.
Force of nature? With mass? Does gas have mass?
What are you talking about? Listen to my definition.
Does gas have mass? Does gas have mass? Fuck me. Well upset, aren't you? Does gas have mass? Does gas have mass?
What do you think?
Does gas have
mass? It's matter, so of course it has mass.
Asking you. I'm asking. Okay, so does gas attract gas then?
What are you? Did I say gas attracts mass?
What you said that mass attracts mass. The gravity is a force. Mass attracts mass. Gas has mass. So does gas attract gas?
That's actually not what I said. I said that gravity, like, is the attraction of objects to
Is
mass,
force.
right? Attraction of objects to mass.
To mass. So
You didn't
It's
say
gas mass.
objects. Why do you have to lie so much?
Of course I did, man. Oh my
No,
god, I'm literally
it's
reading
recorded.
it.
Stop lying.
So this guy has his own special definition of gravity: attraction of objects. Wow, didn't hear
No,
that one
that's
from
not.
Einstein or Newton. It's a new one from Alekhine's, whatever the fuck his face is, on Discord.
Yeah,
That's
it's a force
fine.
of
He's
nature in
repeating
which
himself.
in
That's
which it
fine.
attracts objects to mass.
Fine. That's fine. You've repeated your statement. You've made yourself clear.
I'm
I've now
so
adjusted
glad
my
that I'm able to
statement.
listen to this conversation, and I'm not disagreeing with anybody at all.
Good. You've now made your point very clear, and I will now readjust my question to fit what you've just said. Does gas attract gas?
Thermal exchange is gas attracting.
Well, no, that's thermal exchange. Does gas attract gas? It's got mass, right? Hello?
Bricked.
No, I'm just
Gravity's
getting
a
ahead.
force.
I haven't even been able to finish one point.
Gravity's
in
a
this
force. You
conversation.
said mass. Does gas attract gas? Do you not want to answer the question?
It's an idiotic question. I'm not answering stupid basic
Does
physics
gas
questions.
attract gas then? I mean, it's an idiotic. Then humour me. Does gas attract gas? Humour me.
Why the fuck would I humour you? You haven't even let me finish a point since I've been.
Mass attracts mass, apparently, according to you. Gravity's a force, apparently, according to you, and hasn't been since 1915. But I digress. Mass attracts
What do you mean it
mass,
hasn't been since 1915?
Since Einstein came along, general and special theories of relativity, bending and warping of space-time. Not mass attracting mass.
But telling me my definition of gravity was wrong.
What, you said it was a force. That's been out of date since 1950.
It was a force in nature that attracts objects with mass towards each other.
Yes, you said it was a force. Yes.
Right.
So what is it then? Is it mass attracting mass, or is the gas bending and warping space-time? Which one is it?
I've already given the definition. It should be within the definition.
So it is mass attracting mass then. So it is mass attracting mass then.
I said objects being attracted to mass. It's a force.
So mass attracting mass then. Objects have mass, don't they? According to you.
You would be suggesting a dimensional difference, wouldn't you then? If you're saying objects and mass are different, you're suggesting a dimensional difference, which means you're changing. That's why he's correcting you on that. Why you keep saying objects and mass if they're not the same, which they should be. Why do you keep differentiating?
I'm on here?
Yeah. Why do you keep differentiating? Yes. Because
why is he trying to definitionally claim what I'm saying? Or to change what I'm saying?
Well, anyway, you've already fucked yourself because you've said you've said objects attracting one another, so you've excluded gas from the scenario. Right. Your gravity claim, even though your entire claim is gravity causing air pressure attracting, gas is being attracted. Gas isn't an object, so, I mean, this is just a jumble of things that you've said that just don't amount to anything.
No, you just don't understand, which is perfectly fine.
Oh, you just don't understand. Yeah, you've personally redefined gravity into objects attracting one another. Gas is not an object, so that would exclude gas. Yeah, that's what you said. You said objects attracting. You tried to disclude all masses and just make it about objects, so that would exclude gas, which is the thing that you claimed.
No, I claimed it all. That's completely strong, man. But fine.
Does mass attract objects?
Right, that's my question. Yeah, does it, Ed?
Like you see how all the planets in the solar system are attracted to the sun.
Objects. Could you tell us?
Right, so you see how all the planets in the solar system are attracted to the sun. You see that?
What solar system? No, I don't see that. I don't even see the planets at the same time as I see the sun. So what are you talking about? See things in the sky attracted to the sun?
Right, so I wasn't actually saying you see with your naked eye. I was saying, oh my god, I was saying you see in models, for example.
Not mass attracting mass then. You're not going to be talking about Einstein when you start going about orbits and space and shit. Because you've got a problem. It's called a three-body one. You can only apply Newton's mass attracting mass to two bodies in orbit. You can't add any more. So we won't be talking about
you keep referencing Einstein. Do you think Einstein believed that the Earth was flat?
It's got fuck all to do with the Earth being flat, and your claim about what gravity is.
So I'm asking you, do you think Einstein
Couldn't
believes
give
the
a
Earth is
flying
flat?
fuck about what they thought the Earth was.
So you're
We're talking
referencing
about what
you're
they
referencing
said
Einstein.
about.
You're
Yeah,
referencing
we're talking
Einstein
about what
incorrectly,
they
and he
said
doesn't
about
even agree
gravity.
with
So
the
I
point
will
you're making.
reference Einstein and Newton and everybody's postulated gravity when referencing gravity. Yes, I will
Right, but
speak
none of them
about
agree
all.
with you.
Couldn't give a flying fuck.
So
They're,
you're a
they're
retard
talking
then.
about agreeing with
Just
you.
repurposing their beliefs, and you're not even
It's
doing it
you
correctly.
that they should
No,
be
Alec
agreeing
Haynes,
with.
you're just reaffirming the end of your argument for some reason when they're just asking physics questions. It's kind of strange. Like, I'm just an observer here, and you're saying, oh, so Einstein thought the Earth was flat. It's like, no, they've just asked you kind of consistent question. Like, I'm not taking a side on this issue, but you're
No,
the
I know,
one
but
that
they're
is, you're elevating,
repurposing terms.
let me put it this way. You're telescoping in and then zooming way out selectively. They are not. They are consistently remaining in the play field that you've laid out with your terminology, your lexicon. So you keep changing like your answer to what you believe. I mean, I think kindergarten hit it on the nose. You're excluding gases from objects. I mean, and that's why I said you're suggesting a dimensional shift or something. Then, right? I mean, you must have.
I mean, excluding gases, it undermines his entire point, which is gases being contained by gravity. The thing he's excluding gas from. What the fuck is wrong with this guy?
Is that what I said?
Yeah, it is. You said objects. You qualified it as objects, not mass. Mass is too broad. It needs to be objects. That's what you did. Now you're going to try to weasel out of it because you're a fucking
Right, 'cause
idiot.
mass
You
and
got
objects are
nothing
the same
to
thing.
show for your little religious belief.
I'm not religious. I'm atheist.
Yeah, you are. You have a blind belief
He's
that you're
calling your
trying
belief.
really hard.
He's calling your
Go
belief
ahead.
religious because it's blind. According to your lack of knowledge or demonstrable lexical wherewithal. I'm not going to say you don't know. You may know and not be able to articulate. So I won't even do that to you. You're arguing with them, but they're saying you're religious because it seems you're blindly echoing this thing. It doesn't seem like you know why you know what you know.
I've tried to articulate my points on multiple occasions, and I keep getting interrupted. So I haven't even made my overall point here. You guys have just asked me the definitions, and I've given
They're
the
doing the
definition
exact
correctly.
same thing to him.
No, I'm not.
No,
I'm not.
you. No, not you. I'm saying they're doing it to you.
Okay, explain.
What do you mean? You want to
explain.
imprint your beliefs of how these things are structured onto him without explaining how they are.
Really? Give a,
Right?
give a specific example.
Explain your part.
No, give a specific example of how we've. No, you won't. Okay, well, you'll just go on mute then. Yeah, you're wasting our time. Yeah, no. If you want to give a specific example to support what you just said, then you're welcome to speak. I'll take you off mute and give you a chance to do that. But if not, then we're not going to talk to you. Go ahead.
Okay, is it we're you? Now, you're talking about gases, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so how are gases contained?
With a container, physical container.
Made out of what?
Anything. Solid barriers,
anything?
whatever you can use. A solid physical enclosure.
How do you make that?
Good question.
How
What do
is
you
this
mean?
created? What created this container?
Oh,
Yeah,
the
my
container that encloses the earth. You mean?
How was it created?
Yeah, by the creator, by God.
Yeah, I don't know. See,
you go.
it was already here when I got here. So the whole point is that the antecedent for gas pressure is a container. It will be required if you want to contain and enclose gas, stop it from dispersing into a broader area. You're going to require a container for that every single time. Yes?
I mean, if you think that would work from whatever, sure, but like, how was it created?
Well, listen.
My question.
Maybe
Listen,
it was
man.
created by a Big Bang, dude.
You're going to contain the gas pressure in your car tire with gravity, or are you just going to use a solid enclosure? Which one is it going to be?
The antecedent for
I'm
gas
genuinely
pressure
just
doesn't
asking how it
necessarily
was
have to be a
created, and you can't
physical
even answer
container.
that simple
Why
question.
don't you explain to me how oceans were created?
According to Copernicus, God did it. And he put a firmament right outside of Saturn, a glass firmament where all the stars were attached. So if you think that's a dumb idea and you've debunked that, would you just cut the legs out from under your model? The first
What are you
16
talking
models.
about? Shut the fuck up,
Sorry,
bro.
you're
Stop
making a God
talking.
argument, is what I'm hearing.
Copernicus made the God argument that it's
Okay.
too perfect.
It's we could talk about God and it can go either way, right?
No,
Okay,
but you're
well,
asking who created something.
Listen, yeah, but what we're talking about is the natural behavior of gas. It's going to fill the limitations of its volume, and that volume for gas is going to require a physical container every single time. There's no way to confine gas to a space by any other means. You can't use gravity. This guy can't even define gravity. It's the bending and warping of space-time within his paradigm of the globe going around the sun. The bending and warping of space-time is not something that anybody can manipulate and demonstrate it actually confining gas to an area. It's never going to happen. It's just something that exists in the imaginations of globe trolls, religious zealots, like this guy. I just told you. It went over your head. You should already know.
Globe trolls.
I mean, honestly though, if what you're saying is true, wouldn't you want people to or like actual like funding and research into how this was created so we could better understand how everything around us?
I don't know, dude. I'm just talking about the physics of gas. That's all.
Yeah, but like, how do you know that though?
Because that's what's required every single time you want to contain gas and close it to a volume. It's going to require a physical container to do it. Obviously.
But how do we know that's up there though without the proper research?
Because it's the only way you can contain gas. There has to be something enclosing it. It has to be a physical barrier. Must be. It could be the extent of reality itself. Perhaps that's a possibility. But what you can't have is a vacuum out there with no barrier separating us from it and the gas pressure being here still, because it would fill that volume, period, because that's what gas does.
Okay,
Which is actually usually, by the way, this is the reason, Oppo, this is actually the point that flat earthers usually make. It's not just this flat earth, cookie-shaped earth argument. It's that vacuum is a lie. And it's not too far out to say that some physicists could be wrong about vacuum being a lie.
Jesus Christ. Every physicist would have to be wrong for this model to be correct. But anyway,
They're not physicists, dude.
No, vacuum. No. Us believing that vacuum exists and writing about models where we incorporate it that happen to comport, which is the case, which is how we come about our conclusions, because the models work and we say they fit. That could be, yes, and is in the history of science a perceptive issue. Sometimes you have to turn your view of something, kind of like the cover of the Pink Floyd album. You have to look at it from a different angle to see the depth of what you're looking at. And that's happened in science many times. This isn't unheard of. This is why I don't shit all over flat earthers, because some of what they say could very well be true. How do you know there's an infinite vacuum out there? It does sound improbable, doesn't it?
Listen, I'm okay.
Does that sound improbable to you?
I'm okay with it if they can support the claim with physical demonstration, but we asked for that, and you see what happens is this conversation here that's been going around and around, and he hasn't provided anything.
Infinite vacuum. Does that sound feasible?
Do you want
that sounds kind of
insane
to me.
Research involving space and time and gas and gravity, because like he can easily go on Google and bring you all these sources, right? But you know what you're gonna do when he does that? Oh, it's all bullshit. This is what you're doing.
Jedi just went on Google. Yeah, go ahead, Jedi.
No worries. If you want to come back and bring us Einstein, that's fine. What we'll do is we'll point out that this is in its entirety a reification fallacy. Given space.
Oh man.
No, it isn't.
Yeah,
Do you know what reification fallacy is?
Yes, taking non-physical things. Taking non-physical things and giving them physical attributes, also known as the fallacy of non-concretism.
Right. So how is using gravity?
Excuse me. I'll ask you this: is 3 dimensions, height, width, length, physical?
Are the 3 dimensions? Yeah, physical.
Height, width, length.
Yes.
3 dimensions. Is it physical?
I'm just taking a shot in the dark for your sake. Yes.
I'm speaking to this English guy.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, yeah.
No problem. Yeah.
Yes.
3 dimensions, height, width, length is not physical. Right? That's just 3-dimensional space or coordinate systems where physical things reside. My table, for example, will be the physical object in the 3-dimensional space coordinate system. So I'll ask you again, is a 3-dimensional coordinate system physical?
Yes.
Okay, can I bend a 3-dimensional coordinate system?
Yeah. That's not what
Can
I'm referring to when I say physical. I mean, like in the
you brought up Einstein, dude. You brought up
in
Einstein.
the context of
This is gonna
physical
be-
space,
this
they
is-
are indeed
my
physical.
friend. Oh my goodness me! So you brought up Einstein. You said that it proved gravity, probably with some kind of science behind it. Awesome.
Einstein didn't prove gravity.
In natural science, all things must be physical, correct?
In natural science, what do you mean by all things must be physical?
In natural science, the study of the physical natural world that will abide by the scientific method, a hypothesis construction, a prediction of cause and effect relationship that you demonstrate with a physical experiment where you vary and manipulate your presupposition of cause. In physics, natural science, all things must be physical. Yes?
Physicalism, so yeah.
Yes, good. So when we understand space, a three-dimensional coordinate system, an aspect, not actual physicality, we understand that that three-dimensional coordinate system isn't physical. Next question, is time physical?
Why are you asserting that though?
I didn't even get to respond to what you said.
Is time physical?
Well, we don't know. I'm agnostic about that.
Is time physical? Don't tell
I don't
me
know.
we
I've no
don't know.
clue.
Is
I don't know.
it? But okay, let's put it like this. Can you give me some time so I can paint it red and set fire to it?
This isn't relevant.
It is.
It's not. I'm agnostic about it. I don't know.
Is time physical? Is time
Listen,
physical?
I don't know. What do you want from me? I don't know if time's physical.
Cool. Problem. No worries. I've tried to explain it to you. You didn't get it with me not being able to burn time demonstrating to you that it wasn't physical. Okay, not a problem. I'll tell you. Time is not physical. This is why this is a reification fallacy. Taking non-physical things, giving them physical attributes, like a four-dimensional. Excuse me.
Reification is when you take an abstract concept and you use it to make a concrete argument.
There you go.
Right. So time isn't an abstract concept.
The fallacy of non-concretism. Taking non-physical things and giving them physical attributes, like love or hate. So a concept, three-dimensional space and time, making a four-dimensional coordinate system that's bent with mass because your mathematics says so. That's all that Einstein did. There's no science here. It's a reification fallacy.
It's not reification, but fine.
Yes, it is.
Absolutely not. I don't think you know what an abstract concept actually means.
Yeah. Abstract concept, like time that's not physical?
Right, that's not an abstract concept.
Is time physical?
And we don't even know whether time is physical or not. We don't even know.
Time's not physical.
Who ever said in history that time is physical? Did Einstein say that?
Can you give me can you give me time so I can paint it red and impart energy into it, maybe catch fire?
Okay, well, like who's making
the argument
that time's physical?
I don't know. We can't then. Otherwise we would know. And we could or we couldn't. We have or we haven't.
Great. I think that's a spectacular
I'm just very
argument.
confused. I mean, who's making that argument right now? Like,
yeah, no one said that.
At the moment we're trying to figure out if time and space are actual physical things that can be bent by mass in a reification of fabric.
I don't think time can be physical just because of time dilation. So, like, I mean, it's a whole different thing. Time has nothing to do with physical. Like
a computer.
Space is another thing where, like, as far as like whether it's physical or not, is like
a four-dimensional space-time coordinate system isn't going to stop the entropy of gases increasing into space.
How's that relevant? Was that my argument?
Gravity?
I mean, it's different everywhere, though. Like, if you want to talk about, like, in our solar system, sure. But, like, if you go talk about around a black hole, it's a whole different argument, right? Like, it's completely different. Space could be different.
Neither of those exist. Solar system doesn't exist. Black hole. There's no direct physical evidence for that either. There's no solar system. By the way. Vacuum of space can exist based on everything we're talking about, with gas pressure needing physical containment. Some kind. The bending and warping in space-time can't contain gas. You can't have an open system of gas pressure like that next to a vacuum. Plus, the Earth doesn't move unless anybody wants to provide a measurement of the motion of the Earth. Without it moving, there's no way it can go around the sun.
So do you
All
believe
right,
in
you guys be
supernovas or
safe.
no?
I'm out.
Like, do you believe our sun can explode?
Who cares?
It's relevant to whether or not the
I'm
Earth
just
moves,
asking
which
you.
it
It's a yes
doesn't.
or no
Therefore, there can't be a. Hey, do you think that there can be a solar system if the Earth doesn't move?
I mean, there are other planets in our vicinity.
Give me a break, dude.
I'm not giving you a break. There are other planets
No,
in our vicinity.
no, we're not. Listen, I guess I'll rephrase it like this: can the Earth be going around the sun if it doesn't move?
Let me try something with this guy. I feel like you want to Google stuff and just present a lot of Google it. I invite you to use the sharpest tool you have. Is it your noodle or is it your Google? Because right now you just feel like you can just fall back to whatever Google says, and somehow you don't have any cause, any dog in the fight. There's nothing going on upstairs.
You're talking to me?
Yeah, the lights are out.
Okay. All right.
So how I invite you to think this out. Just put down your Google.
Yeah, I could think.
And
I've
use your
been thinking.
noodle.
I don't have Google
Okay.
pulled up. Like I've learned about this over my time in education, academia, and like I just know like what I know, right? I don't even have to Google anything. So what's your
I don't
question?
think anyone learns in education that the Earth is flat or fine.
No, I'm not a flat
Shush.
earther. I wouldn't believe that, but
I know,
Right.
that's what I'm saying in general. Like, we don't learn this at school because it's complete bullshit.
you're talking about the Earth moving, right? Because you want to talk
Doesn't
about,
move.
I'm asking
There
about-
can't be a solar system, right? Because the solar system is a system with the sun at the center, with the Earth going around it, and the other so-called planets, right?
Okay, so where's the sun located?
In the sky.
Yeah.
I'm trying to learn, man. If you want to educate me and swing me to your side, you have to educate me and you have to convince me, correct? And
You
have yet
don't
to
know
do
where the
that.
sun is?
Well, I'm trying to.
Well,
I'm trying to help you.
right?
You invoked the motion of the Earth around the sun when you said solar system, so I am trying to help you with that education. So bear with it.
I mean, I never even brought up rotation. You did. I asked you about supernovas, talking about the sun specifically, and you dodged the question. You started talking about the Earth.
Supernovas, dude. An exploding sun, a star. That's just conjecture. It's fucking philosophy and just fantasy, dude. Forget about that.
So what's keeping our sun powered?
My
Oh,
dick.
Who knows?
Who knows?
My dick.
Okay.
Well
I
done,
just
mate.
can't learn anything
No.
from you guys because you guys don't have the answers, right? You don't know how anything works. Like,
Well,
so
you
it's
don't
like-
have answers either. That's why you've got the questions.
Depends what the question is, though. We might have an answer. When you say supernova, that's something within your paradigm, though. This outer space cosmology, you know, the planets going around the sun and this Big Bang universe and all these solar systems, trillions and trillions of them, or whatever they're supposed to be. That's your paradigm. So,
You think
I
it's
mean,
all bullshit?
yeah,
We're begging the question.
yeah, we don't think that paradigm actually exists in the real world.
the
So
way
I mean, why
we-
would I be going into the minutia of it, answering questions about supernovas and so forth? Like,
So
So-
do you know
so
how
just to be
solar
clear,
power
you
works,
think-
or how we extract energy from the sun? Do you understand the concept of that?
solar energy.
The type of radiation and solar flares that our sun produces, right? You understand that
Or-
exists.
What's
Yeah,
the sun?
great.
What's the sun?
Because essentially, the sun is one giant nuclear reactor. If you think about
How do you
it.
know that?
Chemical. Well, I mean, it's just how the amount of radiation.
You know the chemical
produces,
composition of the sun. How do you know that? How do you even know it has a chemical composition? How do you know it's not some kind of effect?
We know it gives off radiation, so that's one.
Okay, but you don't know its chemical composition
Okay,
based
okay,
on
but
that.
It gives off radiation, right? You agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
What is the sun?
It is
It's a
one big
star.
gas ball producing constant
Ba-
energy.
back to the claim again.
Right. That's what the sun
Oh,
is.
that's interesting.
The very,
So
very
you
simple
want-
answer to
Okay.
a very complex entity
I
in
know.
the
It's
sky.
a very, very simple way of looking
Yeah,
at things.
just like how you
You
guys
under-
describe stuff, right? So
You understand
next
that,
question.
okay. So you understand that according to quite a lot of Nobel laureates, that sun can't be a gas in the vacuum of space. That will be Max Planck, Neil Bohr, Professor Marie Robertal, lots of PhDs, Dr. Odzucker, all demonstrate
It's-
that with the spectral, that all demonstrate with the spectral lines that the sun gives off, which is a continuous spectral line, then that can't be given by a gas. So that thing in the sky, according to the spectral lines number 2 of the solar spectrum. It can't be a gas. Would you like the citations and references
Okay,
for that?
so
It's not
you
just the
don't think
gas.
that nuclear fusion's going on up there?
No, you said it was a gas. I just want you to understand that it can't be a gas according to Nobel laureates and well-known physicists. That's just the standard model of the sun, which has been challenged. It'll probably change in 5 years' time.
What would you classify the chemical composition of a nuclear like fission, like whether it's like atoms or anything? What do you classify this fusion as? Then, if you don't want to call it a gas, what are you going to call it?
I don't know. I don't know what the sun is. I just know what it can't be.
Can I explain what the sun is, or?
I mean, if you want to, but if you want to say it's a gas, then I'll hold contention with that.
Well, it's not really a single state of matter, really. It's just like for example, in the core, that's like, as he explained before, that's where nuclear fusion occurs. So it's primarily plasma, right?
Okay. So according to the spectral lines given off by the sun cannot be a gas or plasma. Has to be a physical body like solid matter or
hydrogen and helium as well, which are gases.
Has to be a liquid or a solid. Can't be a gas or a plasma. Would you like me to show you the spectral lines?
Go on.
Yeah.
I mean, even if like the claim of it not having gas inside of it is false, which I highly doubt, it doesn't dispute the fact that there's a nuclear fission going on up there, and we can extract energy from it, and it could explode. So
Really, you're gonna have nuclear fission without the gas, eh? Without fusing those molecules together, you're gonna have that still.
well, yeah, that's why it's hydrogen and helium and a bunch of other shit, right?
Yeah. So without that atomic structure, you're still gonna have the fission. You're saying?
Well, that's according to you. You guys are denying this. Like,
No, I said that perhaps the sun is some kind of effect. Maybe it's not even an object with a chemical composition like you're describing. Maybe. How do you know?
Okay, well, I think you and Jedi are arguing two different things then.
Okay.
Because he says that there's no gas, so.
I don't think there is, because your claim is that it's a ball of gas in a vacuum. And again, we're still awaiting the demonstration of gas being contained by something other than a physical enclosure.
Well,
to you, that would be the bending and warping of space-time. I just would love to see it.
Okay, so based on how we can extract energy from our sun, because like I said, it's like a giant nuclear reactor up there, right?
Yeah. Okay.
You
keep repeating your claim. It gives energy. That doesn't mean that it's a nuclear reactor.
Gas up there, right?
No, because it gives energy doesn't mean that it's a nuclear reactor with gas molecules fusing and whatnot. It's a leap in logic, because something gives off energy. It's a nuclear reactor, dude. Give me a break.
Specifically about the sun. Specifically.
Yeah, well, my teapot gives off energy. Is it a nuclear reactor?
This isn't about anything technically related, technical knowledge. This is about how you've come to knowledge. So you keep making these logical assertions that are fallacious.
Based off of what? What's fallacious about it?
You're presuming that there's a nuclear reaction taking place. You have to establish that in the first instance. Well, it's not my claim.
Well, I'm saying, all right, so they're presuming that there isn't, but yet they're not refuting. They are saying, oh, I don't know, maybe something.
No, I want proof that there is. It's a positive claim.
Yeah, it's a positive claim, and now what you're doing is a burden reversal. You're just making the claim, you expect it to stand as is without supporting it at all, and then you want to put it on to us to prove something to the contrary.
What was the first thing I asked you, Kindergarten?
I have no clue.
How is this container holding everything in? How is this container created? Right? You have yet
How was it I don't know. I don't know. The antecedent for gas pressure was a container before I got here, dude.
You're asserting it's there.
How was it created? I don't know. Crick gave you the answer of a creator. I don't fucking know.
Yeah.
I was here when you got here.
Look, this is the same thing, right? You are asserting it's there, right?
Yeah. It's the nature of
an assertion. And you're asking us about the attributes of a thing instead of the thing itself.
It's the nature of gas, though. Hey, listen. Gas fills the limitations of its volume, yeah?
Yeah, Paul, according to who, when, where, why did they say the sun is there?
Dude, I'm not going to go
You
down
learn-
this meme
No,
rabbit
you
hole. 'cause I
learned.
wanna
No,
hear
you
King
learned
News,
it.
right?
Okay, you
I
got
wanna hear King
knowledge,
News,
right? Who told you this? Who told you the story? The sun is there because of a Big Bang, right?
No.
Okay, why is the sun there? See, you're asking
okay.
questions that you think you've got
Let's-
answers to. You're already in some sort of
I
weird
mean, you can go
meaning.
against the scientific theory of how a star is created.
Okay,
right? We
how
can
is
go
that?
over that?
Go ahead.
Let's go look at the exact way a star is created.
See, now
I'm
you're
going to quote
Googling
Google.
again.
Yes, because this is the common.
Okay, remember? Okay, hold on. I invited you earlier
Do I
to
wanna call
put down your Google and use your noodle, and you're not going to do it.
So
You're
you
just
want me
simply
to,
not.
You want me to just like
Think it through. Yeah, think it out.
gases slamming against each other with the help of gravity, right?
That's okay.
Generates a star.
Can you show that?
Can I
you
show
demonst-
that?
Yeah, demonstrate gas
Okay,
attracted
so do you
gas.
want me to turn on my camera and fly up to space right now, like I'm Omni-Man?
I don't know who that is.
This
so
is based.
No.
This is based off scientific theory over the last how many hundreds of years, right? They've come to the conclusion that stars are created with gas. Okay.
Validated by
Validated by who?
observation or experiment or a person. Where do you get this from?
I mean, you could talk about observation and experiment now in recent history, sure. I can't speak to hundreds of years ago, but in recent history, yes, we can go to or to actual experimentation because we could see the solar flares, we could see the type of radiation the sun's giving off, and we have stuff in high orbit that can see more nowadays compared to hundreds of years ago.
And you're using this we, so that's something you did?
I'm speaking like we as in humanity.
So all of humanity's in on it.
No, dude, not all of humanity. Right?
Okay,
Right.
who?
Scientists, engineers, astronauts, whatever you want to call them.
Okay, I got something for you here. Let me find it real quick.
Gases aren't formed. Sorry, stars aren't formed like gases. What are you talking about?
Based off of what?
Based off of the 3 citations and videos that I've put in from a PhD spectroscoper. They're in the side chat if you want to watch. Interesting titles. Spectroscopy lines and the solar atmosphere. That's not a gas or a plasma according to the spectroscopy lines. Nuclear reactions inside the sun, when you were talking about your fusion just a moment ago. That's not a plasma or a gas, the sun. Does gravitational collapse occur? Or we're talking about nebula contracting upon itself and formulating a
That's an
star.
interesting channel.
Yeah, it does. Everything you're
So
saying,
what
he's
does
going
he
to
call the
disappear.
sun? Like, what does he think the sun's comprised of? What does he say?
He says it's some kind of. He says it's a condensed matter. So a liquid. Because the spectroscopy lines demonstrate it can't be a plasma or a gas. Shows a continuous spectrum. Gases and plasmas don't display continuous spectrums.
It is your opinion, bro.
No, that's not my opinion. That's the opinion that I cited in the chat room.
Here you go.
Dr. Pierre Ratelli.
Here you go, Apo. Here's NASA spokesperson William Shatner, an astronaut, demonstrating why they failed to explain to you the proper way to articulate these ideas.
Well, listen, spectroscopy and it's just a matter of opinion.
I mean,
Spectroscopic lines are just a matter of opinion.
Look, all this is a matter of opinion, right? Like, you can believe whatever you want to believe
No.
because there's always been a division in the scientific community when it comes to things, whether it's like Planet X, whether it's like all these things in recent years specifically of like our understanding of our own solar system. So like it's actively changing. But my issue with your guys' arguments is how, what do you call it? There isn't going to be a single astronaut, aerospace engineer, scientist, physicist, astrophysicist that will say that the Earth is flat.
Appeal to popularity.
Yeah, but you're wrong about that, though.
No, you're not gonna do this 4chan meme, bro.
You're actually wrong about that, Appa. First of all, it's an appeal to popularity. Hey, hold on a second. You've said something that we can rebut. Why do you want to keep going past it?
It's a 4chan meme, your rebuttal. So
what are you talking about? It's not. You don't know what it is. Why would you say that? Why would you prejudge it before we've even had the chance to show it to you? So first of all, we can show you astronauts who have said to the contrary. Second of all, we don't really even need to rebut it because it's fallacious in the first place and that it's an appeal to popularity.
Your entire argument isn't fallacious in any form or way at all. It's perfectly coherent and not a misbelief.
Say what? You're just asking. Okay, so you're just asking me if my argument is fallacious or not. I don't know. Call it the fallacy if it is. But what I'm saying is what you just said was fallacious.
How's it a misbelief?
It's an appeal to popularity. Plus, we can also show you that it's wrong.
Popularity. All right. What is this popularity based off of?
Every scientist, every astronaut, every this, every that. You're appealing to popularity, appealing to consensus.
Come to the same opinion.
Is it based on evidence that they do?
Okay. If there are thousands of people, millions actually, that study.
Okay. He's just going to do it again. Yeah, he's just going to do it again. Is there evidence that opinion of millions of people is based on?
Why is Dodge, man?
Is there evidence? What, evidence is a dodge? No, I think you'd be dodging by saying that. No, I asked you, is there evidence that these millions of people you suppose have based their opinions on?
Evidence, what scientific data actually being up there? Like, what
nice dodge, man. Nice dodge. You don't know what evidence is all of a sudden. All you can do is vaguely appeal to the opinions of millions of people that you've never met and know nothing about. You can't actually support this belief of millions of people with the evidence that belief would be based on, can you?
I mean, dude, I could bring up not even just about space. I could talk about our own in-atmosphere things that it's not millions.
Okay, I'll make it. I'll streamline it for you. Can you provide any evidence of the Earth's curvature?
Yes. I'm gonna do one very simple thing for you.
Great.
Yeah. Are you familiar with how radar works?
How familiar do I need to be for your proof?
Okay, so I'm an aerospace engineer, right?
Okay.
Bullshit. Oh, really? Okay. Add me on Discord. The way radar works, whether it's ground-based or air-based, it essentially sends out waves and hoping to get back signals.
I got that much. Yeah, go on.
That much, right? Now, in military applications specifically, the reason why, if you hop on a plane, you quote unquote can't see the curvature of the Earth. You believe that, right?
Of course. There is no curvature to see.
Do you know why you can't see it that well?
Because it's not there.
Because of the height you are at 30 to 35,000 feet, right? If you speak to, and there's some in this Discord, military aviators that fly fighters, there are a few in the server, right? I hope you can meet one. They fly at double that ceiling. Right.
Yeah.
And now you have these thousands of pilots like that actually fly at that height. That suggests, that shit is more curvy than your mom's butt. You know?
Really?
Yeah.
You'd be at odds with
people saying that in the military alone.
You'd be at odds with the geometry of your claim with that.
Now, with the whole radar.
Yeah, just whistle past what I just said, right?
Now, with the whole radar argument.
Yeah, just whistle past what I just said, right?
I'm trying to finish my thing and then I'll.
Yeah, but you just made the claim that I'm going to see more curvature than my mama's butt at twice the altitude of a commercial aircraft, when at 128,000 feet, we still have a perfectly flat horizontal horizon. According to Neil deGrasse Tyson and the Felix Baumgartner Red Bull jump, according to Paul Larson, director of the planetarium, even from the ISS's altitude, 250 miles. That's the claim. 250
I mean,
miles
dude,
altitude, you'd still have a flat horizontal horizon. So what are you talking about? More curvature than your mom's
spy
butt?
plane at 85,000 feet took a picture of the Chinese spy balloon. And we saw the curve of the Earth. So, like, I don't know what you're talking
Really?
about. Yeah.
So then how come we have planetarium directors telling us that mathematically we would not expect to see any kind of curved horizon from even 250 goddamn miles altitude?
Dude. Cite it, okay? And you're probably misunderstood.
Sure thing.
Like how this
Can
guy
do.
misunderstood this guy's physics YouTube channel.
So, okay, who are we going to go with? We've got you on Discord making an unbacked claim. We've never had anybody show us any sort of physical evidence of curvature from 80,000 feet altitude, but we've got Neil deGrasse Tyson, top astrophysicist, science communicator, telling us that at 128,000 feet, that stuff is flat because the ball is too big to notice any kind of discernible curvature at that altitude. So who do we go with? Do we throw Neil under the bus or you? Which one?
I mean, Neil never said that the Earth was flat, so try again.
No, he didn't, but he said that even with it being the same ball that you think it is, that even from a higher altitude than you're talking about, it's still going to look like it's flat. So who do we throw under the bus, you or him?
Yeah, so I just posted a picture in the side chat. This was taken in February this year at 85,000 feet.
It doesn't really look very curved.
Do you not see the angle?
Tell you what.
Hello?
I'll post you an image from the Chinese space station if you want. Shall I do that?
Doesn't really look
which will
curved.
be higher. That'll
Sorry,
be higher
Joe,
than your
you go.
aeroplane. But that'll be higher than your aeroplane, won't it? Chinese space station. So when we observe the horizon from the Chinese space station, that horizon's very flat, horizontal in nature. Don't see any curved horizon there from the Chinese space station, because maybe the Chinese can do math
Wait, can you
better
link
than
that
you.
video, please?
Yeah, I've just posted the shot in
link
the
the
live
video.
stream. You do understand math, don't you?
Jed, I have a question. I waited like 40 minutes for us to get to the space object, and I posted like a Red Bull video in chat. I think you've all seen it before. But it's about a guy who basically travels all the way up to the atmosphere, and then he jumps off free fall with a parachute, and he lands, right? It was a whole like worldwide event, and it's YouTubed as well. We have multiple sources filming this, right? And in the video, when he goes up, you see the curvature of Earth.
Okay.
So
just a couple of questions on that. One, did you listen to a goddamn word Heretic said no less than 2 minutes ago?
yeah, and I don't
And
take for a
two,
good word what Neil deGrasse.
if you were to complete that circle that you are shown, how big do you think the Earth would be?
I have no idea how big it would be.
Probably we could maybe call it planet New Mexico.
New Mexico looks way bigger than that.
Yeah. Well, it's not very big, is it?
Yes, it is. Looks like it.
Not really. Not really.
Yes, really.
If we were to complete that circle, we would have a radius just slightly bigger than the moon.
Not really, no.
Yeah, if we were to
Which one are
complete
you
the
talking
circle,
about? The video or the screenshot I posted from another video?
Felix Baumgartner jump.
Right. So I posted like a full-length video, right? I jumped from space, world record, supersonic free fall, Red Bull.
Okay. You didn't listen to what Heretic said then. You didn't listen to the mathematics. Paul Larson, you didn't listen
did.
to that.
I didn't agree
so
on it, though.
according to the mathematics, we're not high enough above the surface of the Earth at 120,000 feet to perceive the left to right curvature, according to the math.
Well, the math must be wrong then. Otherwise, this is another
So,
height.
yeah, 'cause
Yeah.
I guess the Earth's got to be a fucking ball then. The math must be wrong, but the Earth is definitely a ball. Okay? Even though the math that's associated
you haven't
with
like really
radius
responded to
equal
the video.
3,000
You've just been
couldn't really give a shit at this point, mate.
Well, this is proof
decided-
against your whole guy's
No, it's
position
not.
and room, and you don't want to
No.
engage with it.
How many cameras were there on the gondola?
Hold on.
How many cameras were there on the gondola? How many cameras?
Oh, did he leave? Damn.
At least one, but probably multiple.
Yeah, so there was one inside the capsule. If you were to watch the entirety of the video, you will notice that you can actually see the video in the capsule whilst you're looking at the horizon with the camera that you're looking through at exactly the same time. Now, in the capsule, the horizon's horizontal. Through the camera that you're looking through, the horizon is curved. Which one's true?
What timestamp?
Oh, mate, it's a long time ago since I've seen this video, dude.
Well, I mean, if I'm gonna like look at it, I've seen the whole video.
Okay.
So the one that I
Cool.
posted.
Okay, so if you've seen the whole video, then you must be able to understand the point that I'm referencing.
Well, it sounds like you're trying to appeal to some form of perspective illusion, but
No,
I
I'm
don't see
appealing
how
to
it
the other
holds
camera
any
angle.
weight here in
I'm
this
appealing-
conversation.
I'm appealing to the other camera angle where the camera angle shows a horizontal horizon. That's what I'm appealing to.
So I think I need a timestamp for you to like.
It's not on your video, son. I watched the Felix Baumgartner jump years ago. It's not something that I've looked at for a while. But
No
within
offense,
the footage,
but it would be fair to
Okay.
say that your memory might be, playing tricks on you then, right?
Yeah, I'm probably getting old, and the Earth must be.
No, but like,
no,
who can remember details
you
3 years
don't want to
ago?
go. You don't want to go through the math. You don't want to go through the observation. You just want to go the Earth is a ball. That's
No, I want to
fine.
go
No
through
problem.
the evidence, video evidence.
Okay, so
right?
how far above the surface of the Earth would we have to be to perceive Earth curvature on the horizon from left to right?
No idea, but in this video we can see it.
No
So
idea. So you don't even have a standard to hold. Can I
no,
ask
I
you
don't.
another
Why would I
question?
make myself an expert on these things?
Okay.
I'm not
Do you
gonna do that.
understand what barrel distortion? Do you understand what barrel distortion is?
I have a rough understanding. Yeah.
Cool. So straight lines can be bent because of barrel distortion, correct?
They can appear as such, I'd say, yeah.
Good. They're awesome stuff. Brilliant.
So the image of the U-2 spy plane that was capturing the Chinese spy balloon was actually almost 20,000 feet higher than the Red Bull jump, by the way.
That's lovely. And the Chinese space station is higher than that, and that's a flat horizon.
I'm still waiting for that video, by the way.
That's the edge of space, is it?
That's not the
I'll
edge of
just
space.
give you the screenshot.
So I'm confused. You
Anyways,
guys are
when I was bringing
often
up, I was
saying
talking about radar, right? Why is it that you have airborne platforms like AWACS planes and stuff that go?
Okay, this is another question that you also claim you're an expert in. You know how I know you're not an expert? Is you're asking me about your expertise. Dude, you sunk your battleship.
I don't know why you're muting me. I was talking about radar before.
You sunk your own battleship here. See, if you're an expert in a topic, you don't need to tell anyone. It's painfully obvious you're an expert because you would have the knowledge. You wouldn't be asking a bunch of lay people to explain your expertise to you.
Well, I mean, yeah. I
So
was gonna
cut the
explain-
shit. All right, cut the shit. Your LARP failed. Your Reddit Andy
I'm
kind of like
trying to explain to you how it works.
no one asked you, and you asked, and no one cares.
Also, you're making an
Why are
argument
you
about a
doing that, though? I'm so
curvature that you
confused.
haven't evidenced yet. You're saying we observe curvature or don't observe curvature from these altitudes, but you haven't presented any measurement of this claimed curvature to begin with.
So am I
Who's
allowed
that
to talk
addressed
about
to?
radar, or am I going to get muted again for talking about radar?
Any of the guys who are claiming the globe, the question of, well, who's measured that curvature that you're assuming can be addressed to you.
I mean, I can't even speak about it because if I bring up radar, I'm going to get muted. So
Well, why
No,
don't you bring up
okay,
how
so
radar
how you measure
determines
the Earth,
elevation instead?
This
So
is the
honestly,
problem,
I
April.
think there is a difference between
AT, hold on a
proving.
second.
Okay.
AT, hold on.
Yeah.
Like April, the problem is no one asked you. You asked the question, try to divert the topic to something you want to talk about that no one else cares about. Not even you. You really don't care about it. Because I invited you earlier to use your own expertise, not to Google it, to think it out. And you just won't do it. No matter how many times people request that you stay with the conversation, follow along, you just think you're some kind of expert in the room that wants to stop what they're doing and listen to you. No, fuck that. Fuck that noise. Just stay on mute until you got something to say. All right, go ahead, AT.
Yeah, I was just addressing the other guy. So I think you're correct. There is like a difference between giving like an exact number of the size and then just giving a rough estimate of an approximate, right? That we can look at, but perhaps not calculate. Now I'm not a mathematician, right? I'm a computer guy. So this is outside of my field of expertise. But what I can say is, well, when I look at the evidence, we have pretty clear-cut evidence that we have been able to send people at least as high as 120,000 plus feet, and maybe
Great.
even more than that, right?
And that stuff
this
is
is all documented on video.
flat. And that stuff is flat, documented on
doesn't look
video
flat if you watch
at
the video.
120,000 feet. Okay, then, AT, who's going under the bus? Okay, AT, who's going under the bus? You or Neil deGrasse Tyson? Which one is it? One of them's got to
this
go.
is an appeal to.
I'm just
Evo's
wondering
fallacy.
which one's got to go. Is it going to be you or him?
Well, you can't really appeal to authority.
Well, you're
Remember,
wrong,
you
or
just
he's
said
wrong.
you just said you're a computer guy, whereas Neil deGrasse Tyson, he specializes in the globe fantasy, right? So he would know
Astrophysics.
better
Yeah, I
than
know
you.
who he is, but
Yeah.
but you should know that.
So his opinion is
appeal to
probably more
authority
qualified
fallacy.
than yours.
Not be
though, right?
TikTok, please.
So AT is wrong, or the astrophysicist is wrong. Which one's it going to be, AT? It's got to be one.
But I'm not making a claim. I'm making an observation.
You just made the claim.
No, I'm making.
Yeah,
an
you said, "Oh shit, we're gonna see some curve. It's gonna be curvy up there."
You claim there's curvature present. Do you know how much of Earth's surface is visible from 132,000 feet?
132,000 feet. What are you talking
Yeah, I've got the answer. I just want to see. I mean, you said you aren't a math guy, but I'll give you the answer. It's 0.32% of Earth's surface is visible from 132,000 feet, and you tell us that curvature is visible from 132,000 feet. That's fantastic.
So
that's
my
a
problem
good, that's
with
a
this
good chunk of that
approach, right, is-
circumference there that you're seeing. Yeah,
You're
totally.
0.32% of the total circumference.
You're trying to refute an observation with mathematics that
I got
you
it.
haven't even proven to be right.
You know
in
what
the
I can
first
do,
place.
AT?
It's flow
You know what?
mathematics, not mine.
I can settle right now which one of you is going under the bus. I got a way to do it. So if you've seen Earth curvature, even though it's what he said, 0.32% of the circumference, yeah, it's nonsense on its face. But even if you did see the curvature of this circumference from that altitude, that would mean then that the Earth would have a geometric horizon at 1.2 miles times the square root of the observer height in feet. That's the horizon distance that we're going to have as a result of that rate of curvature. Do you think the Earth has that?
And now you want me to display curvature over water or something like that?
Well, it all goes hand in hand. The curve that you say that you saw or that people see from that altitude will result in a geometric horizon distance of 1.2 miles times the square root of the observer height in feet. It's the same thing that you said that you saw. You think the Earth has that?
So again, right? I'm not going to default to the I see flat, therefore flat, prove the
Okay,
curve.
so do you think that the Earth has that? Was the question. It seems like you're
I'm not going to
squeamish to
take any
answer.
position on
It
any
seems like you're a
specific
little bit
metric,
squeamish to
because I'm
answer,
not-
so maybe you're trapped here, huh?
I'm not really trapped. I have an
I think you
observation.
are.
You guys aren't really.
Yeah,
refuting
okay,
the
so I'm
observation.
rebutting your observation right now, and you're squirming right now to get out of it. So
How is
you
that
said that
squirming?
you've seen
I'm
the
perfectly
you've
calm.
seen the circumference at 24,901 mile circumference. You've seen the curvature of that, which you wouldn't from that altitude anyway. But let's just humor you. If that's the case that you actually did, then that circumference would result in a 1.2 mile times square root of observer height
Please
in
prove that.
feet. Yeah, you just go over to any Earth curve calculator on the internet, Google Walter
So you
Bislam's
can't
Earth
prove
curve
that.
calculator. Yeah,
I
we
could provide at least 2 university citations. One from the University of Washington.
Yeah, are they
No,
okay?
no.
Do you think that they know
Oh,
their
you don't
math
want a
well enough?
citation? Okay, then shut the hell up.
Ooh, look
I
at
do
him
want a
squirming
citation.
and
You should
just
listen.
squirming to get out of it.
So
I've
Heretic,
heard
do
you
you want
speak.
to answer my question from earlier?
Okay, well, anyway, you're obviously done for. You're in the corner. You're trapped. You know it. You're trying really desperately to get out. You're looking for any exit possible. It's pathetic, bro. What do you have to say for yourself?
Can we talk about the radar now or no?
Okay, because he's done for. AT doesn't have anything. Because I mean.
So you
'cause
guys had nothing against it. Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna talk to the other guy because you knew that you were done for when it came down to the geometric horizon consequent of your curvature claim, and you had to squirm to get out of it. You're a fucking weasel.
So
Piece
the
of
whole
shit.
reason
Let's talk to this
why
other guy.
I wanted to bring up radar was because, like I said, I'm in aerospace and like I'm working on like that type of technology is what I'm going into, right?
All right, good. I got one question that cuts to the chase. How does radar determine elevation height?
Okay. Now, can I please say my thing first, and I'll answer your question? Please.
Oh, okay. I just want to know how radar determines
I'll get
elevation
to
height.
it. You have ground-based radars that have a limited range, right? According to people that make the radars, whether it's Raytheon, right, or whatever company, it's because of the Earth's curvature. There's a reason why it's limited, right? Compared to why we have several E2 Hawkeye, AWACS platforms, whether it's the Navy or the Air Force, they put radar domes on planes at a higher altitude to have double or almost triple the range because of the lack of curvature. Or like when it's
How
higher.
do you know path loss is due to curvature and not terrain, not other things, especially wavelength?
Because the radar is pointed upwards, not flat. That's why terrain has something to do with it.
What about horizontally mounted dipoles inside of like F-16s?
When you're talking about the ASA radars, those are different. It's airborne.
Okay.
Yeah, it's airborne. I'm talking ground compared to airborne with the range differences. This is the big thing here. Especially when it comes to hypersonic missiles, I posted this very nice graph here, right? The reason why our military is so scared of them is because of how low they fly and how they can avoid our radar systems, right?
All right, so
They
tell
use
us,
the
how do they
Earth's
determine
curvature-
elevation height around a ball?
They use the Earth's curvature to dodge radar. This is why they're such a threat, and they are real.
All right, how do they determine elevation height with radar?
Elevation height of an aircraft?
Yeah.
Is what you're saying? Because it bounces back.
How do they determine the height of it? I mean, you know, if I was in an airplane, let's say, with a radar, not on the ground, shooting straight out, and there's another airplane, and I don't know how far away it is, how do I determine the height around a ball?
Electronically scanned array.
Because if it's at my eye level, perfect center of vision, it's going to be at way higher altitude from me, isn't it?
It depends
Earth
on the
is a
type of
ball.
radar and the type of plane. You need to look at it, or you need to be on a different frequency to detect stealth aircraft, right? For example.
Okay, this has nothing to do with the question at hand. We're talking about how radar determines elevation height. Because you got to have that, right?
What's in the air is what you're saying, like a plane?
Well, yeah, I just gave one example.
Okay, so you're bringing up a plane.
Hey, where do they put radar in a normal civil aircraft? In a normal commercial aircraft, where do they put the radar dome? Where is the radar
It's
dome?
not a dome. There's no dome. They're little like.
Oh, it's not a radar dome. So the radar that's under the radar dome in front of the nose of the aircraft is not called a dome. It's literally you can dude. I'm gonna
Does that
post a
even matter?
picture.
Yeah, this isn't going anywhere.
Oh, it doesn't matter what it's called. I'm just saying, listen. I'm just saying the radar is in front of the nose of the aircraft and it's pointing mostly in a downward direction. Second of all, when you look at the same aircraft, when you look at the same aircraft of the Airbus A320, you look at where the VOR antenna is, which is a ground-based navigation system. It is on the highest tail of the aircraft. So your whole premise is
And
just
with
going.
the F-35, it's pointed up. So
there's a reason why I asked about radar elevation, guys.
And it doesn't mean anything.
This has nothing to do with anything.
It means
We
nothing.
talk to radar technicians
It means
and
nothing.
engineers all day long. We have some on our panel. The reason why I brought up elevation is because it cuts right to the heart of the matter. We've had similar discussions and storytelling from other people before. We just want to know how elevation height is determined with radar on a ball.
Oh, so you're talking about how it detects how high it is.
Yeah, that's what I've been asking.
Okay. For a civilian airliner, right? I don't think it even uses a radar to detect height, by the way. I
Yeah,
don't
it's a
think any
radar
aircraft
for
does.
weather. It's a radar for weather and a
let's hear
radar
about
for
your
other
ground-based-
aircrafts. And 1 second, and the VOR antenna that is on the highest tail of the A320 is literally a ground-based navigation system that I just posted there with my last
These are
picture.
different applications. I was talking military.
Okay.
If you
How
want to
about ground-based radar,
yeah,
upward
now it's a
looking?
different application.
I
You
mean,
have
I
no
was
clue,
talking about
bro.
AWACS platforms and airborne radars. Like actual
All right, so
radars.
you wanted to talk about.
Hold on.
You wanted to talk about ground-based radar. Let's stick with that. Tell us how ground-based radar determines elevation height on a ball.
Okay. It would send out the frequencies and the radio waves, right? Hit it and then bounce back. Very simple. Very simple fucking concept, right?
Yeah,
You
but how
agree
does
with
it
that?
determine height? You design this stuff, right?
Okay, I don't design radars.
By
I'm
the
saying I'm going
time.
into it. Look, dude.
I thought you were the
if it's
expert.
Running out. If you're lobbing a signal wave up there, right? Trying to get a read on something. How does it get the information back? It detects it and it bounces back.
Sure, I could be in freaking space and there's no height above
But it
anything.
bounces back. Okay.
So how do I determine height?
It would ping where it is specifically. This is like how radar works. How do you think they shoot stuff down, my guy?
Well, how do they determine its height above the surface? That's all I want to know.
With fire control, with computer systems on the radar, like what the fuck are you talking about?
Bro,
Like,
the
how do you think
radar.
they shoot stuff down? How do you think the Navy just shot down Houthi missiles, my guy? Like, come on.
Sorry. Excuse me.
What-
How does the radar know the altitude of the thing that's been targeted?
This guy's so clueless.
Because of how it gets pinged, where it gets pinged, the moment it gets pinged, it gets pinged. Do you understand that?
Okay, so the time it takes to come back is going to tell me the elevation of this thing above the surface of the Earth.
Yes, because technology has progressed really far.
No,
Yes.
no, that would
Oh,
just give me a
gosh.
distance.
You've got a
Wait,
magical
Not
black box
exactly
called a
this way.
computer attached to your radar that you do not understand, do you, boy?
Okay. So when an F-35 gets a lock on a target at 90 miles away with its radar, right? How does it lob a missile?
You were
and
talking
execute
about,
it?
dude.
No.
you were talking about
Answer the
brain-
fucking question.
You were talking,
Jedi.
dude.
Don't
you were
dodge it.
talking
Answer the
about a
question.
ground.
How does it get
You
a
were
fire
talking
solution
about
on it?
a ground-based system. You were talking
I'm
about
talking
a ground-based
radar in
system.
general, dude. This all
No, you were
applies.
talking. You
It's the same stuff.
specifically brought up, my friend. You specifically brought up a ground-based system that, because of altitude, was encumbered by the curvature of the Earth. The question is really simple, right? We understand that the time that it takes for the signal to return to the receiver is going to give us an approximate distance, right? Now, how do we determine the elevation of the object?
How do we determine the elevation?
Yes.
How did the
10th time, I think
Soviets
the question's
launch
been asked. to
missiles
you.
at the SR-71 at 80,000 feet, wherever how high it went? How did they do it? They did it by tracking it on radar, getting a return on it at that elevation, right, and trying to.
How do you
lob a
determine
missile.
that elevation, dude?
Oh my god! It sends the fucking signals out and it bounces back to the radar. What's so hard to
All
understand
right,
about
so
this?
do you
It's a
determine
very
Earth
simple
is
thing.
okay? Do you assume Earth is flat for
No,
ease of simplicity?
My issue with this is radar. It can go up. It can't go horizontal. You understand? There's
Oh,
a
it does.
bubble.
It experiences
There's a
path
bubble.
loss when it does.
Then why isn't radar infinite?
Well, because of absorption and scattering, especially of the atmosphere.
Why isn't radar?
Yeah, and you can change the wavelength of radar and get different.
So you're
So
telling
you can
me-
change
wait,
what's
wait,
called
wait,
K
hold on,
factor,
hold on.
right? You know all about K factor,
So
bolt
you're telling me
factor.
we can detect these.
Do you want to talk
low
about
flying
radar
missiles,
refraction,
right?
microwave?
Dude.
4/3 R?
You're telling me we can track these low flying hypersonic missiles by your logic, by the way, right? If this were true, that means we could track hypersonic missiles at that low.
On flat Earth, yeah.
But we can't. So
Well, when they go hypersonic, they can't because they're wrapped in a plasma sheath, which is a black body and doesn't return a
hypersonic
radar
is
signal.
4,000, 5,000 miles per hour, my guy. It's
It's surrounded in a plasma sheet.
no, it's not. Plasma sheets.
I've got university articles. I've got mainstream articles in freaking Forbes about this.
The Kinzel, the DF-21, the DF-17, they do not travel more than 5,000 miles per hour or create plasma.
Yeah, they do. What, do you want a
Only stuff
Wikipedia
that
article on
creates
plasma
plasma
sheath and
are,
stealth
like,
technology with hypersonic missiles?
Yeah, but those, dude, oh my god.
At the moment, we've got radars that are situated on fucking airplanes, which is most definitely not showing or demonstrating curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, and they are mostly based on the
it's not about
cone of the
curvature.
aircraft, in front of the aircraft, and the nose cone. Even
Okay,
with
wait,
military aircraft, they're in the nose cone.
Hold on one second. I think I completely missed something for you guys. I could talk about these radars, but I'm talking about these planes. Compared to ground-based, I was more talking about those specifically with the triple the range
Oh.
of anything, right? There's a reason why they're put up there.
Yes,
Early
this
warning.
is
Exact.
yes.
Airborne early.
What
warning
these
system,
aircrafts
right?
do is they can enhance a signal when there is a low coverage area.
No.
That's it. That's basically a huge satellite with 4 engines. What you're seeing there.
It's a massive radar dome that has double or triple the range of any ground-based radar, and it can move, which makes it even better. Right? That's why we use them. Back to the whole.
Yeah,
what was
they
that
in
stand for?
range. They make when there is an area that is not covered well enough. They use these aircrafts.
Okay. The reason why it's not covered is because of the curvature of the Earth. It being
Oh.
higher negates that.
Yeah,
It negates
exactly.
that.
Heavy
Really?
fantasies.
Yes. This is why they're.
So what's the distance to the radar horizon?
It depends on the system. You want to talk Russian S-400, 300 to 400 miles, Patriot, 200. It depends on the exact
wait a
system.
minute.
And I'm
It'll
talking
be
about, like,
based on your height. So what do you mean 300 to 400 miles?
I'm talking about the range of the radar. Like,
Sorry to interrupt. 1 minute past the hour. I'd like a concession about plasma, please.
Excuse me.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I was talking about you.
What's the radius
So
value?
there
Then you
are-
can continue.
Hold on. There are several hypersonic weapon systems that are in development by several countries. This is a very, very good article, or not, it's just a publication on it, discussing the different weapons. Now, the thing with plasma is there are a few missile concepts, right? Like, people doubt like the DF-21 can travel at that speed because of the plasma, because the onboard radar would not be able to turn on or see anything, and it would need to be like guided with some like AI type of camera, which it doesn't have, which is why people
Yeah,
don't believe it.
it
goes
can't
that
see it
fast.
because it's a black body or near black body at that point. That is my entire
this is why
point.
people
And this has
don't
nothing to
believe
do with
that it can go
determining
that fast,
elevation height with the radar.
But look, this is the thing. A hypersonic missile going that fast, you're talking 13, 14, 15,000 miles per hour. There's no missile in service that's a hypersonic missile that can do that yet. Like, it's impractical because of the plasma. But what they have now, the low-flying hypersonic boost glide vehicles, don't create plasma because they're not traveling as fast. They're going 6,000 miles per hour, which will not.
Yeah,
create
I said
plasma.
you can detect them earlier, and you told me no.
You can't because they fly.
And then I said they're not going fast enough, and then you told me no, and now you're confirming exactly what I told you. I'd still like a concession, please.
Okay, dude. It's flying low. This is why it can't be detected.
Path
So look way
loss.
later.
You've got a very low, you've got a very oblique angle between the surface and the radar angle height, don't you?
Look what I just posted in the side chat. This is a perfect
Yep,
example.
and you've also got frequency consideration.
Take a look at it. Seriously, like, this is why it doesn't work. Even in airborne radar platforms, you can't see it because it's
Okay, I know that's the claim. I see bendy crap on the ground all the time in diagrams. I also see diagrams if it's straight. I want you to tell me how they determine elevation height with the radar. We haven't gotten to that yet in this entire time. You told me how they determine distance with pings.
I feel like, all right, elevation.
I know what I'm
does this
talking
have
about, and
any
that's your
relation to
problem.
this? I'm so confused. Like, what does it have anything to do with it? It's such a small.
Yeah, you
part
are
of it.
confused. You're
Well,
very
I'm confused on his claim. Like, why is he bringing up elevation height?
Well, this is what
what's the
happens when you claim to be an expert in something and you don't
but,
really
like,
know.
Why are you claiming that? Like, why are you bringing up elevation height?
Reasons?
Well, I mean,
Why?
this is a flat Earth channel, isn't it?
Why are you bringing it up? What does this have anything to do with?
Because radars work on flat Earth.
Because you claim there is a curve. A
Prove it.
curve 360
And,
degrees in every direction.
and I claim what you think is K factor or Earth bulge is really radar absorption and scattering due to wavelength and path loss from terrain,
Why do cruise missiles exist?
as well as a medium that the wavelength is traveling
Why do
through.
they travel so?
Why would?
Look at the last graphic he posted. It's like, look at the text on it is like the same color as Discord background.
Yeah,
It's literally.
I always notice, like, once they're trapped, they start flailing and they get all squeamish and they want to like jump off to like 10 other topics. Like,
Maybe
Yeah.
because
Yeah, and
elevation.
so
why not?
an honest
Maybe
answer would be I don't know how radar determines elevation height. You could have said that.
Yeah,
Maybe
why do you
because
have to try to
elevation
run away from the
yeah.
topic once you've failed? Like, why can't you just be like, oh, okay, maybe I learned something here. Maybe I didn't know as well as I thought I did. Like, why this need to like hide from reality like that?
I don't know why I'm being muted for no reason, but okay.
Can I ask
asked him
you?
a
Can I
question.
ask you a
Why
question
is
about
elevation
radar? Can I
relevant?
ask you a
Yeah,
question
hold on,
about radar?
Sasha.
In
Yeah,
this
hold on.
argument,
We're
why
gonna
is
see the
why is
address the
elevation
first thing
relevant?
first.
Okay.
I'm not dodging his question. I'm asking him why he's asking it. Can I get an answer, please?
Oh, so you're asking why I'm asking
Yeah,
about
why are you
elevation
asking?
height?
Yes.
Because you'd have to have a means to determine elevation height if you're going to claim that there's a ball. Because if your elevation height and the position of your target is going to be determined by the surface that you're standing on, and if the surface is flat, it's going to have one elevation height. If it's a ball, it's going to have a different elevation height than you'd expect if it was flat. Am I correct?
Well, yeah, radars are created to determine what's up there and seeing everything, right? That's why
no
they're
way
made.
to
This
determine
is why
elevation
planes don't
height.
crash into each other. So, again, why? Are you
Yeah,
bringing up
that's my
elevation?
greater point.
There's another way to determine it.
I'm just saying, like, why is he bringing up elevation? It has no context to this fucking
Well,
conversation.
it's because Earth supposedly curves at 8 inches per mile squared on, is a very short metric over at least 1,000 miles to some, pretty good degree of accuracy.
Okay.
Okay, so if it's curving away from your feet, if it's curving below down away from your feet, then any object that is horizontally out from you in any distance could be at some unknown height.
So
And the further it is, the higher it is, even though it's straight ahead.
So civilian radar things, like whether it's airports to traffic planes and stuff, there are a shit ton of them, right? It doesn't even take into the account the Earth's curvature because there's so many of them and there's thousands of
Yeah,
them
we
at
know.
once.
Radar doesn't determine
This
Earth
is why
curvature.
I'm
It can't
bringing up
detect
military
it.
platforms. This is why I'm talking about military platforms, because these are different things. These coherently go side and side with the Earth's curvature because of how our military operates, right?
Different lengths of radar
why
see
cruise
further
missiles
than
exist.
other different wavelengths of radar.
Yes, and some wavelengths see stealth, some don't. Yes.
Yeah,
is a very large ruler to determine elevation.
Because you're talking about systems that are designed to track things in a fast-paced, right? Like, like the F-35 one that I posted. It could track 15 different objects in less than 2 seconds. ASA, right? It's insane. Okay? This technology's there, right? It exists. And there's a reason why we develop the technologies the way we do. Whether it's countering our adversaries or not. Right? This is why I'm bringing up military platforms, is because they're more relevant to the Earth's curvature, because we have to strike targets across the planet. Okay? I don't know
Well,
why
I can prove for that curvature, man. And radar isn't going to give it to us.
the Tomahawk missile exists, the Caliber missile exists. Like, you could talk about all
Dude,
these
just
missiles that fly
because
low to
missiles
dodge
exist,
radars.
it has
Yes, this is
nothing.
what they're
It's
created
not
for, man.
proving your curve, bro.
This
Yeah,
is
tell
why
us
they
how
fly
those
low.
missiles
Why do
determine their
cruise
own
missiles fly
elevation
low?
height.
They fly
These
slow
things
and
have
they can
telemetry
shoot low.
systems, right?
Why?
They have automated telemetry systems. How does a Tomahawk missile know how high it is?
GPS, actually. It could determine it.
Okay.
Like, it's a lot of stuff here, man. Like, it's
All right,
it's a
cool.
very
So
interesting
GPS
question.
uses Cartesian coordinates, like east, north up, or east, north down, based off of an ECEF reference
The reason
frame.
why cruise missiles fly low is to avoid radar tracks because of the curvature of the Earth. This is why they were made, bro. There's no
Ugh.
argument in this. There's no argument at all. All right.
Yeah, they'd have to nose down
If
pretty
the Earth
quickly
was
at their
flat, we would
speeds,
have
right?
completely different weapon systems in place, my guy.
Yeah,
It's
I mean,
just
think
factual.
about a hypersonic missile. How fast it has to nose down over the curvature of the globe Earth, going 15,000 miles per hour.
Those don't exist. Those are
Do you want to
nuclear.
show that curvature, that geometric horizon that cruise missiles hide behind? Would you be able to go ahead and do that?
It's the low altitude.
Because, hey, your radar can't detect it because it's hiding behind the geometric horizon. So I would hope that my eyeballs or a camera wouldn't be able to detect
no,
it
it's
either.
because
So
the radar doesn't go around the curvature. It goes up. It goes up. It doesn't go
course.
around. Right? If the
Yeah.
Earth was
Well, it's
flat,
line
it would
of
just go
sight, right?
straight, and they would see the cruise missiles.
it doesn't
That's
go
the issue
around.
there.
All right. So are you able to show me that curvature, that geometric horizon that the cruise missile hides behind?
It doesn't hide behind any horizon. It just flies low.
You know, it's funny.
Right.
Microwave is so line of sight that they have to pretend that Earth is about 33% bigger in radius because it can see so far.
I'm sorry, did you repeat that?
Yeah, so microwave radar sees so far, like Earth is so flat, that people basically say, to account for this, Earth's radius must be about 33% bigger. The radar horizon for microwave is calculated as 4/3 times R.
One second.
4/3 times R. That's bigger than what they say the visual horizon is, which would be 7/6R.
Right. So as the wavelength increases, you've got a flatter Earth bulge, and eventually you get to like lower frequencies, and it's like 20/3R. It's effectively flat.
So your radar horizon, yeah, all right, that's a little bit bigger than the visual horizon, so it's going to be a little bit further out. We see way, way, way further than either of those metrics claim, so I think you're pretty much fucked.
I mean, you're looking at 373 miles. Okay, if you want to talk about the most advanced radar system on the planet, or air defense, I want to say, you're looking at the Russian S-500. Okay, it's a Russian system.
You're still clinging on,
It
eh?
goes
You want to just show us? You want to just show us the horizon that cruise missiles hide behind? How about just doing that?
They fly low to avoid radar waves.
Yeah. So they're hiding behind the curvature, right? So why don't you just show us the
posted a
curvature?
picture in
that they're
chat.
hiding
Yeah,
behind?
they're just flying low. I mean,
Yeah, so they're hiding behind a curve, right? Okay, so they're not hiding behind a curve.
No, they're just flying low to avoid.
Okay, so the entire thing was completely irrelevant to the whole
Well,
discussion
I mean,
we're
why do
trying
you
to
think
have.
the radar waves don't detect them at low altitude?
Oh, okay, so it is because they're hiding behind a curve?
If you want to interpret it that way, you can.
Okay,
I'm just
well,
saying
I
it
don't
flies
want
low
to.
avoid radar
I don't want to. So you're not saying that you're not saying that they necessarily. Okay, so you're not saying that they necessarily.
Flat, the radar would
Hey.
detect the tomahawks. You fucking retard.
Oh well, how do you know that? Can you show me the curve that the tomahawks are hiding
And
behind?
tomahawks
then?
wouldn't even exist if they're.
Hey, listen, little boy, don't spiral out
Little
now.
boy.
Can you just show us the curvature that the tomahawks hide behind?
I posted in chat. There's a
Yeah,
picture in chat of that.
This is what happens every single time I talk to one of you morons. Is you,
You just
wig
don't know
the
what you're
fuck
talking
out.
about, my guy. You're not college educated. You're unemployed, and you're on Discord.
Yeah, okay, so now a bunch of ad homs don't make you sound like you know what you're talking about. They make you sound like you're a triggered, spastic little boy.
Look at
who
you. You called me boy 4 times, man.
Yeah, wow, he's really mad, eh? I got this guy
I called you
really
boy
upset
first.
in a hurry.
Anything, man. Like,
I got this guy really upset in a hurry. All
Well,
I
if
wanted
you-
to do was see the curve that these tomahawks are hiding behind, and you went, well, they don't hide behind a curve. Well, if you want to say they do, they do. Okay, yeah, well, what the fuck do you think they're hiding behind? Then you started to
fly
melt
low.
down.
Why do tomahawks fly low?
Yeah, why do they? Your claim was that they fly low because they're hidden by a curve, correct?
I gave you an answer. Why do they fly low?
Because they're hidden by a curve, right?
No. Why do they fly low? I'm asking you. You know the
Because,
fucking answer more than me.
according to you, they're hidden by a
According to you,
curve.
why do they fly low?
Because there's a geometric radar horizon that does that obscures them from radar.
That makes no sense.
Correct? Oh, so your claim makes no
what
sense.
you're
I
saying
agree
makes
with
no
you.
sense, dude.
Yeah, I agree with you. Your claim makes no fucking sense.
Oh, so now you're wait. Hold on. You just
How are these missiles guided? How are these missiles guided?
This guy said that his own claim makes no sense. He's retarded. Just dismiss him.
Yeah,
heretic.
He said that his life has no sense.
Well, I already figured that when he had no clue about aviation red domes and so forth.
He heard his own claim. He heard his own claim put back to him, and he said that makes no sense. He's a retard.
What's
Might
it
as well
called?
just be done with
GPS
him.
inertial navigation? Is that what you want the answer to? I'm so
with
confused.
on good faith and ask for you guys to educate me on this flat Earth?
Well,
like genuinely, man.
There's no geometric horizon. There's no curvature of the surface of the Earth. This guy just tried to prove it with cruise missiles. He said that they fly low to avoid detection. So there's supposed to be this thing called a geometric horizon, a radar horizon, etc. So radar can't detect these cruise missiles that are flying low because they're obscured by the curve. Apo got really confused at that point. He didn't know whether or not.
Actually, you're not answering my questions. You're
Yeah, he didn't know whether or not the cruise missiles should be or should not be obscured by this curve that he was trying to prove. He's very not bright, and this is where we're at now.
I mean, they fly low. I don't know why you're trying to you're not refuting
Why
anything.
do they?
Why
Sorry,
do they fly
why
low?
do they fly? Why do they fly?
Okay, they fly low, and that doesn't prove
To
anything. They
avoid
fly low.
radar
That's all.
contact. This is why they fly low.
To avoid radar contact, what under the
Yes.
radar?
And then you
Why
have
do-
the LRAS, long range anti-ship missile, that's stealthier, like a Tomahawk but stealthier, to get even more closer and fly through these radar waves.
That's
Okay.
awesome. That's
Yeah,
awesome
it is
stuff.
awesome, right?
So
They
at any
exist.
point,
Why do they
at any point, my friend, at any point is the radar signal interrupted by the curvature of the Earth.
Yes.
Good. So that would be at 1.225 times the square root of the radar antenna in feet.
It depends on the type of platform.
It depends on the altitude of the platform.
Altitude. What does altitude have anything to do with it?
Well, because that's going to show where the geometric horizon's going to be, isn't it?
Let's be consistent here. I want to talk
Okay,
about the Russian S-500.
Why?
Are you familiar with
Dude,
the platform? Wait.
You don't know anything about your claim, Apo. You're obviously, listen, you're very confused and you're trying to squirm out of it now. Jedi asked you some really pertinent questions to your claim and you were instantly bewildered by them. You have no fucking clue what you're talking about or how to go about proving it, and all you do is expose your ass every time you try to.
I too can read Jane's Defense Weekly.
Jedi. Like I said, let's talk about this one specific radar platform to be consistent. Let's not talk about civilian. Let's talk about one thing so that we're not bouncing all over the place, right? Like how he says we are. Your question about, let's say, this S-500. It has a horizontal range of 373 miles and an altitude of up to 124 miles. Okay? This is the range on this missile defense system for the Russian military.
Sorry,
Okay?
I don't mean to interrupt. I do apologise, but did you say how much horizontal?
Oh, wait, hold on.
300 and what?
1 second, let me get the article Want to read up on it?
300.
1 second.
A lot for the flatness.
Reaching out
Yeah,
to
real
up
quick.
100 kilometers. Here's a copy and paste.
And so
Um,
horizontal, yeah? That's a
let's
horizontal range. Did you
Yeah,
say it has a
horizontal range.
horizontal range? Awesome. We don't need to listen anymore.
373 miles. This is
Awesome.
one missile
Horizontal
defense.
range.
Yeah.
Horizontal range.
Yeah, so ask yourself, how much Earth curve is there in those 374 miles?
Of horizontal range.
Obviously, not enough.
Obviously not enough.
That's why it's able to detect in that bubble specifically, right?
Let's see how much.
Because guess
I mean, I
what?
reckon
We
it's
are
going to be well
standing
over
on
100
flat
miles
ground,
of drop.
okay? We are
Well, I
standing on
kind of
flat ground,
agree. I
but
mean,
there is a
0 is not enough. I would agree with you.
Like seriously, like why aren't these things like infinite? Because they do go over terrain. This is bullshit. That claim that doesn't go over terrain.
Sorry, is horizontal referred to as 0 rate of change of slope?
Like if you want to argue when does the curve begin, that's a whole different thing. Right?
Well, no, we want to figure out when this radar is interrupted by the curvature of the Earth.
Which is around 373 miles.
What's the altitude of the radar station?
Like 10 feet off the ground, I want to say.
10 foot. So the geometric horizon for a 10-foot platform, is that 10 foot above sea level?
It depends where they put it. It's mobile. It's not
Well,
stationary.
yeah, so above sea level. We're going to have the altitude above sea level because that's going to give us our geometric horizon limitation.
Like in St. Petersburg and Crimea, they try to put them on higher like
What's the square root
altitudes to
of
get more
10?
range.
Do you know what the square root of 10 is?
Sorry, Jedi, what is the distance also only?
On the S500, 373 miles.
Okay, thank you.
Depending on
horizontal
altitude,
range.
if it's higher, it can be more because
Oh,
of
yes.
like
Because of
altitude. This is why when you put these radars
not
on
curvature,
planes and they fly higher,
not
you get more
curvature of
range.
the Earth then. So not curvature of the Earth then.
Okay.
Not curvature of the Earth.
Hold on.
We like seriously, Sunshine. We're really,
That's an 18-mile drop from the observation point.
We're waiting for the cowbell of curvature of the Earth. Where's that then?
Give you a very simple.
Yeah, 18 miles of drop over that curvature.
It's 9,000 feet. 9,000 feet of drop.
1 second.
Yeah, about 92,000 feet.
1 second, dude. On this graph.
92,000 feet of hidden height behind that radar horizon.
Well, I mean, he did say there's not enough curvature really to obscure it, which I agree with, because 0 wouldn't be enough.
Yeah, that's a good point.
This is graph. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to use a civilian application here. Oh, here we go. See the graph right here.
Observer height 10 feet, you said.
Okay, so here's a. Okay.
Yeah.
So if you put a radar, or if you drive this S500 radar truck up a hill, right, and you activate the radar again, it's going to have a little bit more range because of the height.
Okay, but from 10 foot, from 10 foot above sea level, what's the range?
I'm just gonna take it at face value at this article, which it could even be more. I don't know. It's a Russian system. It's classified. Like I said, around 350 to 400 miles.
Going somewhere.
If we're gonna be consistent, we can go
Yeah.
on those numbers. 350 to 400 miles to be safe.
Okay, cool. And it's not interrupted by the curvature of the Earth.
I mean, yeah, Dan, I could talk about the E5 or
Well,
the E2 Hawkeye
if
or
it-
other planes as well, but
Would you require physical obstruction of the curvature of the Earth to interrupt the radar? Yeah, that would impede the radar because the curve of the Earth is in the way, right?
it depends because like
It
if it's
depends?
a cruise missile, yes. If there's a cruise missile coming at you, yes. But if it's
Talking
airplane,
about the radar. Talking about the radar.
yeah, I'm talking about the radar. It
Okay,
depends
cool.
on what it's looking for and the
Okay,
altitude
cool.
of the object.
Okay, so the physical geometric horizon for the 10-foot radar station is 3.8 miles away.
Yep.
You said 3.8 miles away. Would you say? I'm sorry. Repeat it.
3.8.
Repeat what you just said.
3.8. Yeah, the physical geometric horizon for the radar station at 10 foot above sea level, using the calculation 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, draw a tangent line from the radar station to the apex of that curve would start and be observed at 3.8 miles away before it would interrupt any signal that would go beyond it. You've said that the radar station has a limitation of 350 miles horizontal. Okay.
Well, maybe horizontal is not the right term for this type of radar.
Maybe it's curving
now that I'm
better,
thinking about
Bert.
it. Hold on, 1 second.
Does radar curving 8 inch per mile square?
Because you understand that if you've got a distance to something that's 350 miles away, and the curvature of the Earth, I think, was quoted just a moment ago, is about 3 miles of descent, then you understand that that's a two-way signal propagation from sender to receiver, ping, then back again, twice over a curved surface.
I think it's more of a, like, how would you put it? It's more worried about looking up than horizontally.
It's more worried about.
Which is why it's a mobile platform a few feet off the ground.
Right, and this is why you brought up the radar return being incongruent with your claim.
Incongruent.
Well,
Yeah,
up would
because
be
it
the
has to go
wrong-
back the way it came.
Up would be the wrong direction. We're talking about the surface of the Earth, not away from it, so better start over. You got nowhere. It's been over an hour of this obfuscation. You got absolutely nowhere. Do you think that you came anywhere near proving the curvature of the surface of the Earth? Really? On a scale of 1 to 10,
To
how
be
close do you
honest
think
with
you got?
bro, like I don't really think any of our technology would work if it wasn't. So like,
Yeah, but you haven't given absolutely any justification for that claim. You just keep repeating it,
but
and that's as far as you got.
I brought up different systems. I brought
You
up
don't
different
think?
radars.
Sorry, I've got to address that. Sorry, you
If
don't
if
think?
you want to go learn more on it, you can go read up on
Sorry,
those systems.
you
More than welcome
don't
to,
think
but
that
stay ignorant,
this
man.
technology wouldn't work if the surface was flat? I'd put it to you that it would be a much simpler operation to use this radar on a flat surface than a fucking curved one.
Oh, well, I mean, yeah, I think a
Yeah.
radar would be way more effective if it was flat.
Yes,
but
yes.
at the
And
same
this
time,
radar-
I was more talking about like the Tomahawks or these other cruise missiles we were talking about. They would not exist.
Definitely not.
Can I ask you now, Jedi?
You can't even be sure if they hide behind a curve or not, man. You don't even
They
have your
fly
claim
low
figured
to
out.
avoid radar rapes.
Yeah, what? What are they avoiding them behind? Are
Radar
they
waves,
hiding
so that they
behind
will
a
get
curve?
intercepted and they hit their target.
Right.
with
So
accuracy.
what? So what is the curve blocking the radar?
Nothing's blocking the radar. The radar is
Yeah.
just not
Okay.
going that way.
Yeah. Whatever. No shit. Gotcha.
Nothing's blocking the radar. Brilliant.
Yeah. So you got absolutely
No,
nowhere.
because
The
it
whole
goes right
point
off of
was
the
the curvature of the surface of
keeps
the
going
Earth.
up. It goes
That
up,
would have
doesn't
been the
go
thing
horizontal.
that would have been blocking the radar, and you tell us nothing's blocking it. So why did we even have this discussion?
Dude, holy shit. Did you not see the graph I just posted? At 9:19. That's the
Apo,
exact
do you
image
know
of
that
it.
people?
That's the exact
Apo,
image
do you
of
know?
it.
Apo, do you know that people here using the radars?
Curve is hiding it.
Dude.
So curve is
Apo,
hiding
You're
it.
interpreting
Why are you so
it the way you
confused,
want.
dude?
You're
Your own
interpreting it
graph.
any way you want, bro. Like go
Your own
interpret it the way
graph
you want.
makes your claim for you, but you're not
If
sure
that's what
what
that
to
means,
say.
that's what it means. I don't know what the fuck you're speaking at this
Okay, well, that curvature that you're showing in your graph blocking the Tomahawk doesn't
That's a fighter
exist.
aircraft. That's why 4th gen fighters fly lower.
Doesn't
It's the
exist
radar.
because the geometric radar horizon is 4/3R. That's an equivalent in the visual spectrum to 7/6R. That would be a 1.3 mile
Depends on the
distant
radar
horizon.
platform.
Okay, yeah, cut me off. You don't want to hear this, I know.
Depends on the radar platform
You don't want to hear this, I know.
and the range.
You really shouldn't have told us to look at your picture that you gave us.
Why?
But
Well,
I'm
look
also
at it, man.
quite
That's
glad.
the factual image.
I'm also
you know?
quite glad.
Something you're not
I'm
really
also
used
quite. I'm also quite glad that you did, because this further demonstrates that the physical geometric horizon would be the tangent line. You see your little radar installation on the left-hand side. You see the horizontal line that intersects the curved line at a tangent. Yeah, that's at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So the airplane's hiding behind that physical geometric curve that you've demonstrated would be happening with your little picture, thanks. But
Yeah,
you've
and if
got
the Earth was flat, that radar would see that plane.
would go 350 mark. No, that's because of Why do missiles and airplanes fly close to the surface of the Earth, and why do radars try to avoid the surface of the Earth? Why is that?
They fly low to remain
Because-
undetected for a longer period of time.
Because the
Because
radar
if they fly
isn't.
higher, the radar will see it.
Because the radar is pointing. Wants to
Okay.
avoid the turbulence that it's going to have interacting with the radar signals as they bounce off the surface of the Earth now, isn't it?
Have you ever heard of an A280?
Or at least tell us that things disappear bottom up with radar. That was a joke.
Here, look. This is another decent image to understand a little bit more.
Oh no, I love this one.
Oh yeah, you should, bro.
Yeah,
How old are you, by the way?
48.
Yeah, explains it. Take a look at
Explains
this
what?
image.
Sorry, explains what?
This is what a radar bubble is.
Explains what?
Yeah, okay, we gotta stop. That's a claim right there. Explains what? This,
Explains the ignorance, dude. Ignorance
how?
comes with age.
Okay, let's go. How's that explained?
Projection, bro. You're
Oh, it's
such a
projection,
projector.
bro. Yes, bro. Yes, bro. It's projection, bro.
Yeah, he's
Yeah,
mad
you're such
again.
a
He's
projector.
getting upset again. He's starting to throw the insults because he keeps getting crushed here. Poor guy. Yeah, your
See,
own
that's what-
diagram refuted. You didn't even know what your diagram was demonstrating because over the last hour I've been asking you, they hide behind a curve. That's what your diagram shows, but you didn't even know the fucking answer. So if anybody doesn't know what's going on here and is an ignorant asshole, it's you.
Yeah, this ageism stuff ain't gonna fly either. You can test this, right? You think you're a scientific and minded person. Just go up to all the other channels and start making fun of people's age and what they should do and what they shouldn't do. And see how that works out for you.
Seems to be people younger than me always asking what my age is.
Now he's showing a radar bubble over what looks to be a flat Earth. How stupid is this guy? I mean, that's the
very.
better question at this point. Like, on a scale of 1 to 10, like, where do we place you on the stupidity spectrum? That's what I'm more interested in this point.
All right,
I don't think he knows what elevation heights are.
If you want to be adults, how about we stop muting?
No,
Can we do that?
how about you stop
do that?
flinging insults at people every single time
I
you
never
say
saw- I
something
never started the
stupid and
insults
get
here, man.
clowned over it? Yeah, you did. You just
You did
insulted a
earlier.
guy over his age, right? What the fuck does that have to do with anything?
All I said was explain it. So how about we stop muting? Right?
No, I'll stop muting you when you stop being a little
No, we
prick.
just should. Right?
No,
Be
no, no, fuck yourself. You're not going to set any terms here. When you stop being a little prick, you'll stop getting muted. So why don't you respond to the conversation, actually deal with the subject matter, stop whining about being muted because you're a crybaby little melt, getting mad about not knowing what you're talking about and then having to throw insults at people's age and shit.
Hey man, you're still muting.
Yeah,
Talk
I
now?
am.
Can I talk now?
I don't know. Can you stop being a whiny little bitch?
Heretic, what was the first thing I asked you when I joined this call?
I don't fucking know. I don't track
Explain
with you
how
like
that
that.
container was made and you couldn't do it, right?
Why?
So don't bring me this shit.
Did I
It's
ever have any
disingenuous.
claim? Yeah, okay, you piece of shit. Did I ever have any claim? Did I ever have any claim about how a container was
done here,
made?
bro. Goodbye, dude.
Yeah, we are done because you're spiraling, fucking idiot.
Why is he giving us a picture of a flat Earth?
It's retarded. So Dan, you're up now. You've been whining and spiraling in the chat, just like your sidekick there was in the VC.
Oh no, sorry. I've been because I was coming in with questions, right? And I'm not here to argue. I'm here to inquire. I was just confused because I'm not trying to analyze everything but the flat Earth right now. Sorry. So like I apologize for that. But yeah, I come as an open mind and just wanted to learn. This isn't some LARP, by the way. I legitimately don't really do math that well, and I don't understand the shapes that come next. But I had gotten 14 hours with, and then Professor Q said ICBMs have never flown from continent to continent. And then I just gave up because, well, that was the dumbest thing I've ever heard. So it was.
Sure, you verified this, right?
Sorry?
So you know for a fact that ICBMs go from continent to continent?
Well, yes, they have to,
Called
right? That's
intercontinental.
But the thing that stumped me about it was I actually was about. He could have convinced me that the world was flat for like a day maybe, but then they all thought I was like some NASA 007, which was hilarious because like I don't know. I think that's funny. And then that's just who I am. I cried. I like they didn't believe me on a lot of stuff I said. I was like, all right. And then it just took a long time. And this guy said the most retarded thing. I was like, oh my god.
Have you ever
All right,
seen
can
an
we stop the
ICBM?
LARP?
Stop
How about
what LARP? Dude?
Start the LARP.
What LARP? Of what?
Yeah, if someone's behavior causes you to somehow not understand flat as flat, that's bricked. Okay, that's literally bricked.
Well, here is how I'm actually, you know, persuasion is a powerful tool no matter what you believe, right? And so, I think it's fun to have people try to persuade me. I'm like, really, I have no.
Okay, you're in the
preconceived
wrong
notion.
forum.
Oh, really? I'm trying to learn about the flat Earth, and then you don't want to teach about it. What?
No one's trying to persuade you. Yeah, no one's trying to persuade you. Okay.
I'm not even persuaded. I'm curious. I'm curious.
The only person who should be trying to persuade you of you is you, if you.
Yeah, this is not about who makes the best mating call.
Yeah, no, I know. Like, what the fuck's up with this dude? Like, we're over here giving like caca, and Dan's like looking around for the best, you know, speed dating internet thing. Dude, you're super cringe. That's probably what happened. Okay,
Yeah,
you
man.
probably misread the situation. Okay, you came in, you wanted to get convinced or wanted someone to swoon you. They're like, wow, dude, this dude's fucking cringe, and they muted and kicked you out, and suddenly now you don't know what the word flat means. You're bricked, dude.
Yeah. We don't give a shit what you think, man.
I agree with him, actually.
If you want to be deluded about the world, you
If
can
what he
go right
says is
ahead.
true, then I agree with everything.
I don't give a shit what y'all think. I was curious. If you want to be sassy, then that's one thing for sure.
Dan,
But,
I like this.
holy
Dan.
moly.
Dan,
It's not the
Dan,
end of the world that you guys don't
Dan,
want to.
Dan,
try to
are you
persuade-
open minded? Dan, are you
Yes.
open minded?
Yes,
Good. Now
legitimately.
the next thing. Okay, good. I will help you. The next thing will be this. You came here inside. Now your curious thing will be this. Why?
Well, yeah. Whenever
Why?
there's people here a lot, right? I thought maybe they
Okay,
would be
good.
somebody
Good.
to.
If you don't have any kind of assumption, or if you want to listen, somebody will tell you.
Hey, Ian, well, I just thought of a question. So how about? Can I ask it? Is that okay?
Okay, what will be your first question?
Okay, first off, my first question would be for you to speak in a proper English accent, so I
That's
can.
not a question.
Oh no.
Is the
Oh
second one.
Jesus Christ! What?
The second one would
I'm
be.
man. Sorry, I want to tell you something.
Shut up.
My
Shut up.
language is. Why
Let's
are
get
you
a
telling
rule.
me shut up? I wanted to speak nicely with you.
Well, I muted him, so we can talk to someone else.
Jesus Christ! He came like I'm open-minded, and now I wanted to speak with him, and he said, "Can you change your language? Can you be English? Why you Croatian? Why
Yeah,
what?"
Crit caught the LARP. Crit gets it. He snatched that wig right off.
I will give you another guy,
try,
Michael
Dan.
Jedi, or somebody will tell you why they think that Earth is not a globe. If you're interested in that, if you're not interested in that's another thing.
What's the best reason to think the Earth is not a globe?
Water
lack
is
of
level
Earth's
up on the
curvature.
surface.
Exactly. Water is by far the simplest thing. Even an infant can understand it.
But water makes sense on the real model as well. So
Model.
Level
Yeah.
water makes sense on a spinning, wobbling, tilted space ball flying from an ever-expanding void of darkness, where 78% of it is covered in water. Level water on a globe. That makes sense.
are you reading something or?
No, I'm not reading something. I'm asking you a question.
sounds
Golly,
like-
man, these people are so bricked.
Are you
I don't know,
interested
sounds
why
like
these
a bring of a
people?
script. honestly.
Why did
Are
you
you-
even
are you-
ask that question there? Like, what?
Because
Are
if you
you
were
inter-
reading something, then you could have just sent that to me instead. That's why I'm asking.
Are you interested why these people think that Earth is not a globe?
Man, you don't always have to assume the worst of people. Come on.
Are you
Are you
interested?
able to answer my
You know.
question? How does it make sense to have sea level water on a spherical surface that flies from ever expanding void of darkness? Okay, I simplified it a little bit.
Because that depends on your position, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of obvious when you actually look at the real model.
It depends on my position. It's kind
Yeah,
of
if you're in
obvious.
Australia and you look down, you're gonna look towards the center of the Earth, just the same as on the other side of the globe.
Now
And the sea level is always
we look down the center
the
of
gravity.
the Earth.
You see the center of the Earth?
He was going to say that
What
sea
is
level's
going
curved
on?
because of gravity and it isn't level. Okay.
But if you look down, you see the center of the Earth. Is that correct?
Golly.
Well, if you draw lines, oh my god! So you guys are
Where?
just like
If you draw
pointing out
lines
semantic
where? In
issues, like is
Australia
that
or
what it is?
if you draw the line in
Semantic
Australia or
issues.
Clay, can I ask him a
Like,
question? You
I
draw a
don't
line
know.
in
I'm just
Australia down
asking
in
a
the
simple
ground.
question. You're throwing all
No,
of this at
simple
me, and then
question
you're
is
like,
if you draw a
are you
line,
stupid or something? I was, never mind. Forget
The
about it.
water is level when laid out and when it adheres to its containment.
Mhm.
What is not simple about this? I already said an
No,
infant
it's okay. I ask a simple.
be able
I
to
actually asked
understand
this to
this.
see how you would react. That's the only reason.
Wow.
So you're not actually
Social
sincere. You
experiment.
want to learn anything. You're just here to project.
I wanted to see what your
your,
position is. Yeah, when
to
you attacked
project
me.
your
and what is our
project your
position? Can you
intellect
explain?
that is not really there onto us. That's interesting.
Did you find out our position?
No, instead I got attacked.
Okay.
No, you
Do you want to
didn't
know our
get
position?
attacked.
Clay, can I ask him? Do you want to know our position?
I mean, I am kind of curious, yeah, but not in this kind of format. No thanks.
Ah, okay.
Am I allowed to
Then
play
bye-bye.
Minecraft in here?
Okay. If you're not interested, why you're here?
Maybe somebody else has something interesting to say. That's why.
Okay, if you want, some Clay can tell you. Clay know why he doesn't believe that Earth is a globe. Do you want to listen?
Yeah. You know why I don't believe the Earth is spinning, wobbling tilted space, both flying from ever expanding void of darkness? Because there's literally no evidence for it. Everything I can observe in reality, so that means everything the Earth is representing itself to be when explored and observed within the realms and framework of our reality, I can obviously see and acknowledge that the Earth is not curving 360 degrees in every direction. And to easily understand this without doing any, work of measuring the surface, you can look at water, understand what the physics behind water is, and then you can draw your conclusions, right? It's not just a magical Narnia land where large bodies of water at some extent start to curve around a ball. That's just stupidity by its purest form. Whoever wants to believe this is okay. I'm not here to convince you. You can believe in a Narnia world where water bends around it while it's spinning and wobbling and tilted, flying from ever expanding void of darkness. That's your fault if you want to believe in that without any evidence that backs it up. That's okay.
Thanks for sharing your position.
Yep.
Yeah, no problem. What's your position? Have you ever actually analyzed and critically discerned what you have accepted since childhood about this Earth?
Well, that would fall under the category of Narnia land for you, right? Science. Like that would when you analyze something, you would have to use science for that, and you would rather take the look at it and see this is the simplest explanation. That's what it is.
Dig deeper, man. Shovel your own grave. You're doing good so far.
Science would most definitely not.
I didn't make a statement. I just wonder what your position is. Now you ask me what mine is. I tell you what my position is, and you say, "Go ahead, dig your own grave." Like, what kind of conversation is this even?
Your position is I'm going to use a word and I call it science. That's your position so far. Anyways,
you think that science, natural science, I'd hope you'd be referring to, would be Narnia land for us? Why'd you say that? Was that another social experiment? See how we'd react.
Did he already dip?
Probably.
You talking to me?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, I was answering, but then you interrupted and muted yourself, so I was even more confused.
No, I didn't mute you.
No, not you did. Never mind.
Okay, good.
Yeah, that was me. I
So
muted
why
you
would
for
you
being
say that?
weird.
Yeah, so I think if you're asking me, have I analyzed it or anything like that, does that answer even matter to you since you don't believe in the science and analysis?
See, this
Call
is
it
the thing.
Narnia.
This is the thing again. Why do you say that we don't believe in science? Again, I hope you're referring to natural science.
Well, I'm asking
Why?
him that because he referred to it as Narnia Land.
Pseudoscience would be Narnia Land, wouldn't it?
Well, when he
If you
described
would
what
have
what is,
actually
you know,
wanna
the
listen-
gravity and the Earth spinning, he
yeah,
described
if
it
you
as
would-
Narnia
yeah.
Land, right?
If you would have actually listened, you would have figured that I call the specific belief in large bodies of water starting to bend around a 360-degree bendy surface. I call that Narnia Land belief because I said there is no sufficient scientific evidence naturally be found in the world in order to support that claim that large bodies of water at some scale start to be bending around the ball. That's what I call Narnia. Please, next time, listen carefully when you have a conversation with someone.
So that is though backed by science, right? This straw man that you're drawing from
Sorry.
what science actually says. This is backed by science, and this is why you
Straw
call it
man is
Narnia.
backed by science? What are you even saying?
Yeah, he.
Yeah.
Okay.
Doesn't speak.
What does science say?
Well, science doesn't say anything, right? I'm just trying to use simple words because it's easier.
No, that's fine. So obviously science doesn't say anything. So how does science prove the shape of the Earth then?
Well, there are
Well,
early.
so it all comes down to gravity. Then, do you guys believe in gravity?
Okay, so would there be a scientific experiment, a hypothesis that I can test to demonstrate gravity?
Well,
Whatever
there is
that-
an experiment, yeah.
Okay, what's that then?
Wait, let me look.
More than an experiment, but I'll get to it.
Just a moment. Cavendish experiment.
Hold on, what's the time?
Have you
It's a
heard
little
of
bit
it?
late. It's 2:45 in the afternoon for me, so it's the first time we've had Cavendish today, but I knew we were going to roll around at some point. Hello.
Excuse me?
Cavendish, mass attraction.
Cavendish.
Yeah, right.
Awesome stuff. So pre-1915, before Einstein. You're going to go with mass attracts mass. Does mass attract mass deal with?
So you asked me if wait, you asked me if there's an experiment if it demonstrates gravity. Okay, well, if we say that this doesn't demonstrate gravity, it just proves that mass attracts mass. I guess we can
Does
say.
Cavendish work?
Okay,
But that
we
is
can do
gravity.
This isn't a scientific experiment.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Let's put it like this. So it's going to fall apart on all 4 steps of the scientific method. We're going to start
Well,
at
I
step
posted a whole mess of gravity experiments in chat.
That's lovely. Every single one of them, if they're going to be experiments, will follow the scientific method, I would hope. A hypothesis that can be tested. So what's the dependent variable in Cavendish, please?
Man, you use a word I don't understand. I'm sorry.
Scientific method. We need the phenomena that's observed in the physical and natural world. The dependent variable.
All right.
So the phenomenon is that mass is attracted by mass, right?
Okay, what's mass?
So mass is. I guess there's different theories about it, like what actually is mass, right? I don't know how it's made, but it's basically what gives particles their weight.
Okay. So what gives particles their weight? So only a direction downwards. So gas doesn't have weight. Sorry, gas doesn't have mass because it goes in all directions then? What do you mean?
So I don't think it depends on the position, no.
No, weight's a vector downwards, isn't it?
Well, I guess I used the wrong word then. I don't know how to explain it then.
Okay. Mass attracts mass isn't a dependent variable unless you can point to me in the physical natural world where that's happening. Where's that happening?
A soccer ball goes down, not up.
soccer ball goes down, not up. Yeah, you're right. But I'm still not understanding. I'm sorry. Maybe it's just a language
Okay.
barrier.
No worries then.
There are early warning aircraft that operate in high enough altitudes with capable enough radar they can tell there is curvature to the Earth, and not only that, they have to do these types of exercises and operations frequently, where they're having to identify targets, and the curvature of the Earth is involved. I mean, like,
Can I see the evidence, please? Maybe like a flight log and some calculations.
He should have been around about 15 minutes ago. We were talking
all these
about this.
operators on these early warning aircraft,
That's awesome.
This basic science is dependent on them acknowledging this
Great.
basic
Lots
science.
of claims. Now back it up. Let's
Yeah.
see the citation that actually shows that any of this takes place.
Can I see the science, the flight log, and the experiments they did, and how they actually accounted for the curve? That would be nice, please.
Where's that little diagram that we had earlier? Is the aeroplanes and stuff being
It's
hidden by
enough radar. The radar has enough range that.
Can I see this radar that can
Not
show
only
you
that, I'm
curved
pretty
lines?
just go fly. Like, you guys could take a flight and you'd be like, oh, okay.
My flight usually goes straight. I don't know about yours.
You sound like a pussy, bro. You probably don't even smoke weed, bro.
That's cool, man.
You probably
Y'all are the ones who still go back to science because you don't want to get into the nitty gritty of the whole theory.
Bro, you said planes accounted for curvature. I don't want to hear nitty gritty.
Well, you know what? Yeah, we just asked for evidence. We asked for citations. Listen, you're just going to get muted because we asked for evidence. We asked for citations. And instead of giving us either, you're just bullshitting in the chat about how we don't want to get into the nitty gritty. You're a fucking idiot, dude. Shut
You
up.
don't want to get into the implications.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to do. We want to substantiate your fucking claim first with the evidence.
I know you're like weirdo occult liars.
Listen, I don't
We want, another one of these retards now just fucking spiraling. Another one spiraling. Dude, you made a claim. Provide the goddamn evidence. That's the nitty gritty that we're asking for.
The evidence is that there would be an entire network for you to investigate if any of this were true.
Okay, so go ahead and provide the evidence for the claim that you made. That's the nitty gritty. We want to get into it, so put up or shut up.
What I just said is the nitty gritty.
No, it's not. It's just the claim, you fucking idiot. The nitty gritty would be the substantiation for it.
It's not just a claim. The
Yes, it
entire
is.
theory, it's the implication.
My entire theory, I haven't stated any
it's
theory.
still
You've come in
standing.
here and made a bunch of claims that are not standing because you can't back them up.
No, dude, there's obvious. You refuse to go after anyone.
Repeat your claim again.
You guys aren't professionals. That's the bottom line.
Can you repeat your claim again?
Shut up. Just an idiot.
You took things too quickly with the guy. He was just being a bit slow.
Fucking retard. I should probably sign off. I've had enough of these guys.
Ah, fuck it. Stick around, man. It's funny.
Enough's enough.
Don't allow this fucking guy who has an accent to speak more. Only that.
Let's go with Donald. I'm sure he's got another round around the carousel. Dance clown.
So yeah, I just checked my physics toolbox thing again. Yeah, it's like 18 and a half. It's like 18 to 19 degrees per hour.
Can I ask you something, Donald, about something that you said yesterday? You said that you see a cluster of stars in the sky that you're inside of.
Yeah.
What?
So that cluster of stars would include the sun, right?
Yeah.
Okay, you see the sun being clustered together with these stars in the sky?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you do? Can you show that?
Yeah, it's in my PTR, or it's in my little avatar photo right there.
Oh, that's a cartoon.
That's an artist rendition of our galaxy that we live in.
Artist rendition, yeah. Would you be able to show it in reality?
Well, there was a picture posted yesterday that showed it very well. You want me to post it?
Showed the sun, a photograph from reality that showed the sun clustered together with stars in the sky.
Wait, how big do you think our galaxy is?
So I'm going to take that as a no.
No. How big do you think our galaxy is?
It doesn't
Your
really
claim.
matter as
It
to whether or
matters
not
a
you can
lot.
show. It doesn't
matters
really
a lot.
matter as to
It
whether
does
you
matter. It matters a lot.
as to whether
Your
you can
claim.
show the sun clustered together with stars in the sky. Doesn't really matter.
Yes, it does because clustered is relevant. It's relative. Sorry, it's relative. So
Okay.
four and a half light years is really far away unless you're in the middle of. Unless you're. Jesus,
take this
dude,
as
can I
a-
finish? Would it be okay if I finished?
I'm
Would that be
gonna
alright
take-
if I finished
okay.
a sentence? One sentence. One sentence. One sentence. One
I'm going to
sentence.
take this as a qualified no. Okay, go ahead. Give your
This is not a This is not a no at all. This is you interrupting my answer.
No, it's a
being
no.
rude. You're
It's a
being
no.
rude. You're being rude.
It's
You're
a
being
no.
really,
I
really
cannot
rude.
show the sun clustered together because of the scale. That's what it is. But okay, carry on.
It would have been easier if you just. I could have been finished already.
I finished for you.
You didn't. You misrepresented my position because you didn't allow me to finish. So allow me to finish.
Yeah,
so
sure thing.
4.5 light years seems like a really far distance until you realize that our galaxy is 100 million light years across.
Meaning you cannot show the sun being clustered together with these stars in the sky.
No, I can. You just won't accept it as clustered because you don't understand scale.
Can you show it?
I'm about to. Yes.
Okay.
Oh. I still want to know if one sentence is actually by itself one sentence.
What did you say?
The phrase one sentence. Is the phrase one sentence by itself?
I have no idea. I'm not a grammar expert.
Okay. Be interesting because you said it like 5 times.
Well, that was 2 words of a larger sentence. You're misrepresenting me again. You're taking what I said out of context. Don't do that, please.
No, I'm just very lightly trolling you. Just very lightly.
Okay, well,
Go and get
that's
the shit.
fine.
Do you know how galaxy? Donald, do you know how big is galaxy?
How big is the galaxy? I think the Milky Way is 100 million light years across.
Ooh.
I think it's 373 million miles across.
Okay, well, it's early. I haven't had my coffee yet. But here, let me.
Where did you get 100? I think. No, where did you go 100?
Hang on, guys. I can only do one thing at a time. Okay, here is a picture. Here's a
why are you
picture.
using these wrong numbers? The real,
Jesus
real
Christ.
numbers is 373 million light years. Why are you using 100? Why are you using wrong numbers?
You may have misremembered. Oh my God, it's early.
Which measurement you take? I take from the John Smith 1978.
Years. I got it right. The Milky Way is about 100 million light years across. I got it right.
No,
don't tell me I was wrong if I'm right.
You're wrong with that. John Smith 78, man.
The Milky Way is 100 million light years across.
Are you sure?
The sun does not lie near the center of the galaxy. It lies about 8 kiloparsecs from the center on what is known as the Orion arm of the Milky Way. So, yes, I was right. Don't tell me I'm wrong when I'm right.
No, you're wrong, man.
Except I'm right. The Milky Way is 100 million light years across.
This is like the same. It's the same like a Neil deGrasse Tyson. You know the Neil deGrasse Tyson said you cannot see the curvature from the. You drove the bus.
What does it have to do with the size of the Milky Way?
Better.
You're changing the subject. Why are you changing the subject? 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 Why are you changing the subject?
No, it's not changing.
Why are you changing the subject?
No, man.
How am I wrong about the size of the Milky Way if the Milky Way is what I said it is?
A real number. Who measures that? Who measures that in your case?
Astronomers measure that.
How did they do that?
Who? Which one?
All of them.
How did they do that?
All of them.
Well, we do it through parallax.
Well, Voyager 1 and 2 are a good thing. I mean...
Voyager 1 and 2 left our solar system. Isn't that cool? We have man-made vehicles outside of our solar system. Isn't that cool?
That's amazing, friend.
I think so too.
Yeah, man.
There's no solar system.
We have telemetry.
There's no solar system, so that's impossible.
Well, that's the claim. How do you demonstrate there's no solar system?
Well, the Earth isn't moving, and for there to be a solar system, the Earth would have to be in motion around the sun.
I am actively measuring the movement of the Earth right now.
How?
Are you? How you
With
doing
my
that?
cell phone.
Oh my fucking goodness. Are you?
Yeah, right here.
Which direction are we going? How fast?
Well, I see movement in actually 3 axes. All 3 axes are moving right now. And then there's an acceleration due to gravity that equals about 1g.
Is there?
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. I'm measuring it, actively measuring it right now.
No, you're not.
Which direction are we going?
We're moving in many directions all at the same time. All three axes on Earth, on the surface of Earth, are moving at the same time.
What's your method for measuring any of those motions?
I use the accelerometer on my cell phone.
How's it detecting any of those motions?
The Earth
It's
is
an accelerometer. It measures acceleration.
a globe. It's a globe.
So how is it measuring that?
Okay, so there's a little membrane on the inside that is very, very sensitive to movement. And it works the same way as like your motion activated controllers on video games. So if something moves in a particular direction, then the membranes on the inside touch one particular side of the detector or the other or another.
So it's detecting the motion of what precisely?
The thing that it's sitting on, the surface of the planet.
You put it on. Okay. Well, why don't you just show us what you're talking about? Take a video or something and just provide it to us, because Einstein didn't think that there was any terrestrial experiment possible to actually demonstrate the motions of the Earth. No, he said optical and terrestrial. I'm sorry.
No,
You're
okay.
wrong.
Cite your source. Cite your source.
There's 2 quotes. So
how do I turn on my camera?
You don't.
All right. Well, how am I supposed to show you a video of my phone if I can't turn on my camera?
Post it in chat.
It's on my phone. How am I supposed to post my phone in chat?
You're on your phone.
Well, I was going to show you a picture of my phone measuring the stuff, but I can't turn on my camera. You could just look at my phone on the camera.
Make a video. Come tomorrow.
What?
Make a video. Come tomorrow. Use another phone.
How many phones do you think I have?
Ask some friend to record that fucking shit.
Or you could just use your cell phone. Your cell phone has an accelerometer. You can do it yourself.
I don't need, man, because I don't need phones for.
So you want someone else to do your homework for you? What happened to do your own research? You've got the thing in your hand.
No,
if you have a cell phone, you can make this measurement yourself. Do your own homework.
I go to the beach. Of course, I go to the beach. I go for the curvature. There is no curvature in any distance.
We're not talking about curvature. Why are you changing the subject? Why are you changing the subject? Why? Why are you changing the subject? We're talking about rotation, not curvature. Rotation. We're talking about you measuring rotation on your own cell phone. I'm trying to tell you. I'm trying to tell you.
Sphere
I'm
of
trying
view.
What
is rotating? What is rotating? Which object is rotating?
The planet Earth is what we're talking about rotating right now. Everything is rotating everywhere.
And which shape is that planet? And which shape is that planet?
Well, it's a sphere. It's an oblate spheroid.
Okay, Donald, hey, try to focus, okay? Your job right now is to say which model phone and what's the app's called.
It's an LG. The app is called Physics Toolbox. It's an LG K20.
I'm gonna see if I can download that.
Yeah, go to if you have an Android, go to Google Play, and you should be able to type in Physics Toolbox Suite, I think, and download it for free. And you can measure the rotation of the planet on your own cell phone. It's not even hard.
What's its mechanism for doing that?
An accelerometer. I've already said that.
Okay, it's detecting the acceleration of the Earth.
It's detecting. Okay, so what accelerometers do is detect linear motion, and on the surface of the planet.
What the fuck, dude? Linear motion.
Linear motion.
Okay, so it's not even claimed to be linear motion. It's angular motion, you idiot.
Just a couple words left, man.
Angular motion you're trying to be showing.
Just a couple words left, and you would understand.
You already fucked yourself. It's supposed to be angular motion.
Because you haven't let me finish. If you let me finish, it'll all be very clear. It'll all be very clear. It'll all be very clear if you just let me finish. So, on the surface, you can measure rotation as linear velocity.
And how do you do that?
Because you're moving in a tangent. You're moving in a tangent. It can be represented as a tangent that you're moving.
But you're really not moving in a tangent, right?
Well, it can be measured as linear velocity is what I'm saying. The rotation of the planet can be measured as linear velocity.
How many vectors?
Right now, I'm measuring 3 vectors plus 3 axes plus gravity.
You got to be kidding me.
No.
Yeah, I need to know the mechanism for this.
Yeah, you can look at the YouTube video. It shows it varies widely. It is all over. There's no constant like G-force.
No, I'm looking at it right now. It's a straight line. When I don't move my cell phone, it's a straight line. Yep, straight line. Straight line, which means it's constant. When I move my cell phone, it jumps around, but when I let it be there, it just has the 18 to 19 degrees. Then it's got like a 6 to 7 degree motion. Then it's got a 1 degree motion. Then it's got a 1 G-force.
It's not even the right numbers.
No.
It is the right numbers.
No, it's way off, Donald.
Not way off.
You need just over 15. You need like 15.04.
Clipcord posted the equation in chat just a few minutes ago. Check out Clipcord's.
All right, I got a really good question about this. On which axes are measuring which degrees of rotation?
Well, it depends on how you have your cell phone oriented. I've got the back of the phone facing the center of gravity,
Well, no,
and
'cause
on the
how many axes is a gyro? 'Cause you're gonna have-
what is wrong with you? Ask me a question. In the middle of me answering the question, you interrupt me. Why are you talking when I'm trying to answer? Why are you talking when I'm trying to answer? Why are you talking when Why are you talking when I'm trying to answer the question you asked? Let me answer the question you
I'm
asked.
still providing clarification.
I don't need any more clarification. I was answering the question.
How many axes are you measuring of rotation, and provide the values on each axis?
I was trying, but you kept talking. So, start
with the x-axis.
On the x-axis, I am reading between 18 and 19 degrees, and on the y-axis, it's 14 to 15 degrees, and on the z-axis, it's 1.
Earth is flat, niggas. Earth is flat.
Fuck you.
So you're measuring like 18 degrees on one axis and 19 degrees on another axis?
Well, hang on, I don't have my glasses on.
Are you on planet Earth, bro?
Will you give me 1 second? Will you give me 1 fucking second? Jesus. Okay.
I mean, you've already said that you can measure angular velocity as linear velocity.
No,
You're
I
talking
said
about straight
rotational.
lines.
I said rotation. I never said
Yeah,
anything
what the
about angular
fuck?
velocity.
You said linear. Angular is rotation, you fucking idiot. You don't know what's going on here.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said. You're saying what I said. Say what I said, not something I didn't say.
Well, I mean,
That's what I
rotation
said.
is
What I
angular
said.
velocity, Donald. You might want to learn that
Let me tell you what I said. Let me tell you what I said.
Yeah, I know you
said that on the surface.
I know you didn't say. I know you didn't say angular because you don't even know that that's the sort of motion that you're trying to show. You keep saying linear.
No, what I said was, my God,
Your angular,
can you shut the fuck up for 30 seconds?
If you're in the vicinity of 45 degrees north latitude, you're going to have about 7.5 degrees rotation on each of 2 axes.
Can you shut your face? So, what I said was, on the surface, rotation can be measured as linear velocity. That's what I said. Everything else that y'all said, I said I did not say.
Okay, so you're actually just measuring some sort of linear velocity.
No, I said that on the surface, rotation can be measured as linear velocity.
It's not linear velocity. What the fuck are you talking about?
It's how we calculate.
It's not. You're not trying to measure linear velocity, you idiot. You're trying to measure angular velocity.
No, I'm trying to measure rotation.
That is angular velocity.
It's not velocity because it's not changing speed.
Yes, it's changing direction. That's why it's angular velocity. So it is acceleration. What the fuck are you talking about? You said an accelerometer. Now you're just describing a constant velocity, which is an acceleration. Donald, you're just an idiot.
No, you misunderstand how laws of physics work. That's all.
Yeah, good one.
And because you guys won't let me finish an entire thought, I can't actually explain this shit to you because
you don't have a coherent thought to fucking finish anyway. You don't even know what you're talking about.
You can't shut your face for 30 seconds.
You don't even know what you're talking about.
He's cute, but he's angry, isn't he?
Could you shout some more? That's really funny when you do that.
I mean, holy crap, like 18 degrees of rotation on each axis? Are you freaking kidding me? Do you even know what you're looking at, kid?
Wait a minute. He said degrees. Would that not be angular? An angular measurement?
I was about to go there too. Are you measuring in degrees and calling it not an angular measurement in a linear?
Yeah. You're measuring angles, but then saying it's measured linear. What the fuck? I wish he was still here.
Yeah, imagine trying to measure linear velocity using angles only. Like, that's all you got is you're measuring angular speed.
I'm measuring these angles linearly, not angular. It's not
It's so hard to pretend to be a Baltard, isn't it?
I don't even know what he's even thinking.
Freaking Baltard logic is hard to untangle sometimes. Eastberg's out the best of anyone, though. I mean, that's for sure. That was great.
Yeah, it was funny.
Is he gone?
I like
It's over.
I hope he comes back for viewership. That was awesome.
He said he saw the sun clustered together with the stars.
He sounded like the type of guy
Did you see what he posted as evidence for the claim that the sun was in the cluster with the galaxy? He just posted a picture of the galaxy. Brilliant.
He charges for his class. People pay money to learn about that.
He sounded like the Glober that would have like Lego models and other models of rockets behind him, and some other.
Are you serious? He's like some kind of online tutor?
What?
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but somebody was saying he's like some kind of online science tutor.
No, he's not.
That's Brandon. Disregard Brandon.
He definitely sounded like a space fan that got very hurt.
What a
about
joker.
the fact that Why is it actually that we always know their things better than they do? Is it maybe because they're still Globers?
Yeah. Or that's how they're still Globers, perhaps.
Yep. Because if they would know the same thing we would know, there wouldn't be Globers anymore.
I wish I saw his picture of the Milky Way. I would have asked him to just point out the sun in that.
That's funny. I was going to ask him how he calibrates his accelerometer in the inertial reference frame.
His cell phone, you mean? He downloaded an app and measured the Earth's rotation. In angles, but he was measuring linear velocity.
Yeah, it's all jacked up.
At least he got clipped this time. You know, the bot was recording.
He spazzed.
I was having so much fun, I found myself trying to talk over everybody, trying to get a word in. It was so crazy and hilarious. Hey, Donald Boo Boo, why don't you come on back?
Is he back?
I wish.
I actually went by him. I could text him. What should I tell? Tell him that you miss him to come back.
Are you serious?
I'm serious. Hold on, I'll get him.
Just came in here to be entertained by his antics.
This is great. I love it.
Is she getting Donald back?
Baby, so she says. Back.
Like, that made one of the best screams I heard for a long time.
The other one where they had him where he's like, Earth's not a planet. He just starts cackling like uncontrollably.
https://discord.gg/flat-earth. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel. Be sure to go to VC Chi Check and 1 to get your VC verification tags to get involved in the conversation about our Earth. Be sure to bring your verifiable Earth curvature evidence, though.
Enemy spotted.
AI enters the V.
Einstein's theory of energy is Earth equals mass cubed squared. Let's actually test for that. Because hell's beneath us. Okay, that's why we couldn't go any further. Everything melted, that's true, and of course it was a large amount of water. They ran into a large amount of water. And then of course the reason why they hide the North Pole is because it's actually warm up there. I've seen the abyss, and Enoch's right. It's always a terrible place. So they hide that. And of course, if everybody knew about the abyss up there, they wouldn't care about the governments because it's a scary place. And so I didn't want to say anything. Of course, we know about the ice wall. And
No, you're cool, man. I'm just when I say that, I'm talking about like mainstream knowledge. I'm not saying you're wrong, but if I make that claim and then they ask me to prove it, I won't be able to, and then I'll look like someone that just makes baseless claims. So, sure, some people may know things, but if we can't validate it, then there's no point putting it up against one that's trying to have a technical debate.
Yeah, it's my understanding with Yahushua and Yahuwah, and they're going to say, "Well, I'm not religious." I'm going to understand that point.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I'm not religious. I don't discount. I don't say, "Oh, their religions are wrong, their claims are wrong," or anything like that. It could be true for all I know, but I can't prove it. So I'm not to keep it out of this type of conversation, unless the person actually wants to talk about that kind of thing.
That's true.
But you get these atheists that think religion's completely retarded, and then you try to use a religious point of view in a debate about something, and they'll just see that as an instant loss, basically.
And that's why I'm going to talk about it here. And but I have seen the abyss, which is up north, so I've seen that part. So, but they're going to say, "Well, I haven't seen it." Well, then that's why I get them by the globe. So it works both ways. So
Amen. Do you have any other questions, old timer?
No, not right now.
Not you. I wasn't calling you old timer.
So I misheard that one. Sorry, I misheard that one. So
no, that's okay. I just didn't want you to think I was calling you old timer. There's a guy called old timer down there.
That's right. No, I don't have any more questions. Yes. I was just like, it's a very huge pill to swallow that the Earth should be flat. It's
big time.
It's very strange. Hello, everybody.
Yeah. Hi there.
I mean, why are the other planets around?
Yeah, so when we all look up, we see the same things in the sky, and we've all been fed from a young age what we're looking at, right? That they're these big, giant gas planets, and they're this big, and they're this distance away, and outer space is a big vacuum, and blah, blah, blah. That's all part of the heliocentric model, right? The globe model. But what we all see when we look up at the sky is a bunch of lights that move in pattern, right? And they're reoccurring patterns, and we can't validate exactly what we're looking at. We're going to be honest about it. We would have to have faith in NASA, right, and faith in the globe model if we're going to make claims about, okay, this is Mars, it's this big, it's this far away, blah, blah, blah. But at the end of the day, that Earth side says you cannot have, right, you can't have gas pressure adjacent to a vacuum without a container. Or you can't even have gas pressure in the first place without a container. We have gas pressure here that we're all breathing right now. Measurable gas pressure.
So what do you think about the Europa Clipper?
The Europe what, sorry?
Europa Clipper, there. satellite they sent for Europa.
What's it called? A Europa Clipper?
Europa Clipper mission, I think. It's to take photos of close-ups of Europa, and then crash
Okay,
into Ganymede.
Yeah, I mean, when I look at the images, you know, to try to see a photo of it or something like that, it's just a bunch of cartoons posted in the side chat. Outer space goes against natural laws, right? It goes against entropy, second law of thermodynamics, right? So, because it also goes against countless gas laws. It goes against the very definitions of gas pressure, gas particle movement. Nobody can demonstrate that you can actually have such a place as outer space. And when you start looking into these space agencies like NASA, you see a hell of a lot of fakery.
Yeah, you said
a hell of a
entropy,
lot of
right?
things going on. Entropy, yeah, right. So the high pressure.
Yeah, I know what it is, entropy. But why do you think it that it's not entropy in space?
Well, space is claimed to be a powerful vacuum chamber, basically. Into the -17 torr vacuum, deep space. We have 14.7
Yeah, but there's a lot
PSI.
of disorder, or let's say stones and planets and debris and stuff. So there's a lot of chaos, like entropy.
Right, but how do you know any of that?
I've been there.
Been to space?
Many times. No, I'm just.
Yeah,
I'm
exactly,
just,
man. It has to get to that point now. It's something. Sure, if you want to believe them, believe NASA, believe their stories, blindly believe the globe model, then sure. If you want to do that, then that's fine. It's no problem. I'm not trying to convince you of anything. But the main thing is, if the Earth, all of that, yeah, all of that requires the Earth to be a globe, right? And all of the distances they tell us, the entire heliocentric model is based around the radius value, the R value, which is in all of their math, right? And then when we go and test in reality for the radius value, we can't find a geometric horizon. We can't find any curvature. We can't find any evidence of the Earth being a ball. Oblate spheroid or whatever.
So this moon landing was also like a Hollywood production, right?
Yeah, I mean, it seems like they.
I mean, it would be easy to construct. So can't.
Yeah, I mean, if you have a look at the lunar module, it looks like a tweaker shelter. Basically, it looks like a old foil, some duct tape, some curtain rods, and then if you look at the actual like clips from the moon landing and all that sort of stuff, it looks like like the pictures of the lunar module floating around the moon, orbiting around the moon and stuff like that. It just looks like a low quality, small models, little studio. And they actually have all of these models. Like there's photos of them recreating like moons and things like that. The mache style, but really high quality. Like I just posted in the chat there. Type of thing.
Yeah. Also,
yeah,
by the way, Mars.
Mm-hmm.
Don't we have samples from Mars, right? From the surface, from the soil on Earth?
Well, I'm not sure, man. Like they want to claim that, but they claim they brought moon rocks back from the moon and they gifted them to other countries. And then the other countries went and got the moon rocks tested, and they turned out to be petrified wood. So, I mean, if you want to believe that the tests that they did on the Mars soil or whatever is real. I mean, once again, you're just having to trust people that I would consider known liars. You can see in the side chat uploading video, right? And this is supposed to be the lunar lander, the lunar module taking off from the moon. Looks ridiculous in my opinion. All of these sparkles coming out, looks like freaking some weird special effects they've tried to do. It just, the whole thing looks unnatural. Somehow they were able to pan up in real time the camera that they left on the robotic arm of the rover or something like that they apparently left on the moon. Right, they were able to remote control it to pan up perfectly all the way from Earth and pan up and watch all the guys taking off from the moon.
Yeah, and that effect that you see, that's the old particle effect that they used, and you can see it when you get to the video where you can pause. You pause when that little explosion happened, and those the particles appears. You will see them with that normal color that they use in those softwares or technology that they use at that time. Red, blue, and green. There is no particles during an explosion that will happen, just showing you red particles, green particles, and blue particles like you see in that one.
You know why they're using that color too.
You're able to see it, anti-globalist, isn't it? When that little explosion happened, when that lander is trying to lift up, you'll see those colors, the red dots, blue dots, and green dots.
Yeah, they're telling you who controls what they control. Red, green, and blue.
I mean, even in that next one that I posted underneath that old time, you can have a look at it. Like, what are they?
Pictures? What is that? That's the lunar module, right?
Yeah, it's meant to be orbiting around the moon. I'm not sure exactly what's filming it, but I'm sure they have
what's filming it. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure they have some explanation for what's up there, also orbiting around the moon, filming it. But just look at the way it's moving, right?
Yeah, exactly.
It's just nothing natural about that. How does it just stop like that?
Correct. That sudden break in space. In space, you have a sudden break, like you are hitting something, and that can't happen in space. If you are in a lander like that, you will use, even if I give them that they will have an ability to make thrust against nothing, so they can't push against nothing. But it will just slow its rotation till it will stop, but not a sudden stop like a break.
It's got an overlay on it. It looks like it's an overlay. You see like a little film on it.
I want to know who took that picture.
Yeah, me too. But I'm sure some NASA geek will tell you, oh, it was some type of probe. This was the name of it. Blah, blah, blah.
It was Hank, the cameraman.
It's Hank, yeah, the same guy that they left on the moon that was panning up. That's a Hank.
I was Googling if you could see like remnants from that landing with a telescope, because you can see a lot on the moon with a telescope.
They claim it's not possible. They claim it's not possible to see anything on the moon left with a telescope. The telescope would have to have an aperture or something of 100 miles or something like that. So they even have those giant telescopes that are the size of buildings. But they can't even zoom in on the stuff left on the moon. All these other countries say they've gone to the moon, but they just happen to land in different parts of the moon. Like Japan landed a little rover thing there, India, China always circling around the moon with probes and stuff like that. Apparently, none of them have managed to snapshot any of the stuff that America left on the moon somehow. But they're able to give us these photos from Hubble telescope and stuff that are showing these galaxies that are incomprehensible distances away.
Yeah.
Like it's just
Beginning of time. They can look at Big
Yeah.
Bang.
yeah. And they claim to have rover helicopters on Mars, but they say that they can't go back to the moon because they destroyed that technology and that it would be a painful process to build it back. And they went to the moon with the computing power of a Game Boy.
Yeah, listen to my Commodore 64.
Yeah.
4 kilobytes. Is that what it had?
Yeah.
It was big back then, bro.
Oh,
And then you look at more recent stuff like bloopers from the ISS. They've been caught using harnesses, green screens, special effects, all types of different zero-G flights, all sorts of different ways that they make that.
Yeah, engine sound and some in some videos and no sounds in the other videos because they are doing just some of them in the zero G plane and the others are just here on the Earth in the studio. So some of the video you will hear that engine from the zero G plane.
And you've got the ridiculous footage when Elon Musk said that he sent a Tesla to space.
yeah.
And that incredible, incomprehensible sentence that he said. You can tell it's real because it looks so fake. What the heck is that? If something looks so fake, can you tell that it is real? You can tell it is real because it looks so fake. Even the sentence have no sense.
I mean, imagine if it's a hoax, all this stuff of space, with Elon Musk and NASA, and they are all signing on papers not to say anything. Would have been. It's pretty crazy if that's the case.
Yeah, I mean, it's NASA.gov. It's basically like another branch of the military. Look at the agreements they have to sign in regards to military operations and things like that. You know, they can never talk about it again for the rest of their life.
Do you know about
they have-
Seabers?
No, I'm not sure about that myself.
No,
What is it?
No, but what?
It's like a satellite laser system that sees ICBMs before they're launched.
Yeah. I know who's working on it.
Here, space-based infrared system. There it is. I don't know why I mentioned it, but it's out there somehow.
Yeah, I mean, I'm seeing a bunch of cartoons once again.
You might want to look at that old timer.
Yeah, what I mean is like if it's all a hoax, if we are not out in space as much as we are saying we are, then this nuclear war might not even be happening, because that is the reason why mutual assured destruction happens. That is this laser system.
I said you might want to look at the MiGs being used at NASA. It says used, but they sold some of their 2000s. So even if you don't believe they use it, because it's 1999, this is 24 years later, 25 years later. The point is they used it from 1986 to 1999, at least by that video. So what gives? So they rendered your globe at least during those times. And they did use them. They still do. So what gives? So you got to go from that point at least. There's 13 years that they're wandering your globe and making all this space stuff. Okay, on the Amiga. So what gives? He even says we're transferring information from one point to another point using the Amigas. You know, he's telling you what he can't tell you. So it should give you some opportunity. They're not using satellites. Okay, this is how Greenlee he's since passed on. So he can't make a new one. Obviously, he can't make a new video, but he's letting you know. So in certain ways. So this is obviously. And then there was a picture on Pop Mechanics where the Columbia astronaut who supposedly died in 2003 actually released his computer in 2007, him signing out of his Amiga 2000 in 2007. I knew the guy, so why would they take a picture of it? Because I knew the guy, and they took a picture of his computer signing out in 2007. So that was not mere coincidence. Nothing's mere coincidence. My point is they still used in 2007, even with this picture being this video to 1999, I think is what it was. So the point is they used them. So there's my proof right there. At least I can provide proof of the Amiga. You never heard of them. That's my point. It's above is below. The Mac and the PC are supposedly different. No, they're the exact same thing. Tech's been hindered. This is a vastly superior system. So you can look at that video.
I remember my stepfather had an Amiga.
Okay, what was it? A 2000 OCS system or 3000?
I don't remember anything about it. It's just he mentioned it sometimes years later that he had one. They were very, very expensive stuff.
Well, they weren't as expensive as a PC, but yet they were pretty expensive. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a big thing, and it stood there in his room. I don't know anything about it. I just remember that he had one.
Okay, you know what I'm talking about.
Now I have a RTX 4090, and it's a whole different story.
Now, I'll admit, not everybody has one, obviously. They still use them in Hollywood. So, yeah, it's pretty good. There's the satellite. Oh, no, you found it.
Yeah, I found some satellites. These guys found some satellites here. But yeah, they always seem to have balloons attached to them.
Oh, you get found out. Oh, that's one. Well, you get to see it say Google.
Yeah, apparently NASA's the world's largest consumer of helium. They have a massive Satelloon program. Balloons.
They just like to
So
get
sure,
high.
there's. Yeah, they like to get high on helium at NASA and dye their hair blue.
That's good. I like that.
Overdose on soy products.
I think Alfred comes in here because he wants to know some more information.
Can you guys hear? Am I coming through at all? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Is the mic pretty crappy though?
It's been better. I mean, it's a bit low, the volume, but the quality's not a problem.
You've done some spooky sounds in Discord.
Yeah, yeah. It's good that someone else confirmed that. I thought it was just on.
Yeah, I thought it was going nuts before. Something was strange.
Yeah.
But now I understand what it is. It's Discord. I thought it was something else.
Even when I'm not in a chat or anything like that, it still makes random sounds.
Yeah.
And Old Timer, can you see the observation I just posted in the side chat?
That looks like an oil rig or something.
Yep. Right. So these are some of the observations that people can go and do themselves. So basically, if the Earth is a globe, it has to have a geometric horizon at a specific distance, depending on the height of the observer. So this observer height is 8 foot of the surface of the water, and according to the globe, the horizon should be at 3.46 miles away. The good thing about this observation is we have the oil platforms, and they are verifiable distance from the shoreline. And that second oil platform's 10 miles away, 10.1 miles.
Yeah, that's some compression going on there.
If the oil platforms weren't there, you wouldn't know how far away that horizon was, right? But we can clearly see the horizon is behind the oil platform. But on a globe, the horizon has to be at 3.46 because it's a geometric horizon, right?
Also, why does it like the equator? It's colder. It's colder and more. It's colder north and warmer in the equator. How come that is the case?
Sorry, how come it's warmer at the equator?
Yeah.
Why would that be exclusive to a globe?
I guess.
I mean, the sun seems to travel between the tropics. The sun never really moves that far away, the equator, for it to get very cold.
I think that like
But
if
it's
that,
a lot more
should be
complex
warm
than that.
all everywhere, shouldn't it?
No, because the sun goes in cycles, right? So at the moment, it's freezing cold here in Poland, but it's summer in Australia. Like it's hot. It's getting hot in Australia because the sun is circling over Australia, right? So it's not. It was hot here a few months ago, and it was cold in Australia, right? Because the sun was circling right closer to the north, right? It was making circles closer to the. So it moves between the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn every 6 months. What we observe. That's what creates the seasons. Why the sun is appearing lower in the sky now, here in the north, and higher in the sky in Australia. 6 months ago,
Where in the north are
it was
you?
the opposite. I'm in Poland at the moment.
Okay, Poland. Okay.
But I'm from Australia, so I spent most of my life there.
Yeah, why
in
are you
Australia,
in Poland?
like-
Is that, are you studying or something?
No. I'm half Polish, and I
Oh,
live
okay. All right.
in country now.
Yeah, I've been to Poland twice with boats. They have good people there. There's like
It's an
this hospitality is
nice
good.
place. Yeah, definitely. Very polite.
And they don't let you go before you've eaten something or get a present or something like that.
Definitely very generous people.
Yeah.
But you'll see, when it's the middle of summer here, you'll look up at midday and the sun will be like pretty much directly above your head. 6 months later, it's winter here. You
Yeah,
see
where
the
I am,
sun,
it's
like,
starting
low in
getting
the sky.
dark at 3 or 4 now.
Oh,
It starts
really?
getting dark.
Yep,
Sucks.
definitely. We have this same sort of thing here in Poland. We just lost our daylight saving time, and now it's 3 p.m. here now, and it's starting to get a bit dark. Not dark, but darker.
Not dark yet. It's gonna be dark about an hour or two. Oh no, it's not. Oh, what am I talking about? It's 8:58. I get my hours mixed up.
But yeah, during summer here, it gets light really early, like 3:30, 4 in the morning, and then it gets dark really late at night, like and
Just for a moment. And then it gets light again.
Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah, it's like that where I'm from as well. I'm from Sweden, so here there's a lot of cold and a lot of darkness. Winter's coming.
But yeah, we have countless amounts of these observations where we can see way too far for the Earth to be a globe. And then the globe's only response to it is they say the word refraction, and they claim that basically there really is a horizon at 3.4 miles, but it's invisible, you can't tell it's there. Everything behind it is just not really there where you see it. It's just magically refracting up perfectly and just making it look like the what we see in the video. It's crazy. They use that exact same excuse for every single observation. We see too far. It doesn't matter if we see 20 miles too far, 5 miles too far. I'll just say, oh, that's refraction. It's atmospheric refraction. Just refracting everything perfectly up to make it like it's flat. It's the best any of them have. We have professors come in here, mathematicians, and
I have to admit though, if the Earth would be flat, it would look a lot cooler.
Well, I
It
mean,
looked like a science fiction movie.
Well, we've only ever seen it as flat and stationary. You don't see it curving.
So you believe in the photos taken from space?
Oh, the only photos taken from space is they claim that the 1972 one photo. That's all NASA's claiming, is to have one photo of the Earth from space. All the other ones, they say that they just take a bunch of low altitude images and they stitch them together and they wrap them around a ball in computer software, and they add in the clouds and stuff later. Like that's but you see like copy pasted clouds and all sorts of problems with them. But that's, most people aren't aware of it, but that's even now how NASA it's that they make.
You know about the pale blue dot picture?
What?
Pale blue dot. It's a picture taken from Voyager. A famous picture that shows the Earth in like a speck of pixel.
Can you guys hear me still?
Okay.
You can Google it. Pale blue dot. It's a very famous picture.
Yeah, I can see it. I'm looking at pictures of it now. Yeah, cool. I mean, if you want to believe that, then that's fine. I mean, it would
That's
take
not
me,
to go.
what,
That's
10
not a lot to go for, though. It's just a little, just a little dot.
Yeah, I mean, I could take them 10, 15 seconds to make that. But yeah, we can't validate that, can we? But yeah, you can see in the image above that, you can clearly see the clouds are copy pasted, just like NASA admits they do it.
Oh shit, that's crazy. Wait.
And under it, you've got the look, the 2007 Blue Marble versus the 2002 Blue Marble, they've used the exact same clouds.
Global warning. Let's see.
Yeah, that one's off. That one's directly off the coast of 2000 or 4000.
Yeah. And this isn't even them lying. This is just them like not telling you how they do it. You have to actually look into how they made these images, and then you'll see that NASA's not actually lying. But most people think that these are photos of the Earth from space, and we have to explain to them that no, not even NASA, that they're photos of Earth. That's why they don't use the word photo in any of the. They use the word image or picture strategically, because these are just composites. They admit that they use the same cloud data for both of these. And then if you have a look at the actual images they use to stitch together to wrap around the ball, none of them show any curvature at all.
What is this link? Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's just more stuff from NASA that you choose, whether you want to believe NASA or not. But first you should look at all of the deception that they've been caught showing us over the years. And then choose if you want to believe a known liar or not. But even in this gallery that Manufactotum posted, I mean, you can see a mixture of, clear CGI and some other stuff that looks like it could be some kind of photos, but it's also inconsistent.
I take things with a grain of salt all the time, but I really do like philosophy, and in my standards, anything can be real, anything can be not real at the same time. We might not even exist.
Yeah, who knows, man? But at the end of the day, we can go test water. Water's not going to lie to us. And if the Earth's a globe, it has to curve. But it doesn't.
Do you know who can lie for you? Your brain can lie.
Or who can Yeah, but I mean, your brain could lie, but yeah, but then you get a whole bunch of brains, and then you test. You do multiple versions of the same experiment in different locations and different observations. Yeah, sure, your brain could be lying to you, but is everyone's brain lying to them? Is there really curvature, but nobody can find it?
Did you listen to what Carl Sagan had said about Blue Marble 2.0?
Yeah.
Pale blue dot.
That's us. His famous speech. Is that the one you mean?
Yeah, where he says that, you're all interconnected. It's just one story, like one people. Like every fanatical leader, every poet, every brave person, every coward, all of human existence is contained in that pale blue dot.
Yeah. Lived out their lives on this pale blue dot.
Yeah, and you're not good. Yeah, which is interesting because right there is a baked in explanation on how to handle disagreement. The globalist should be able to use the pale blue dot to fully explain why some people think the Earth is flat. But they can't. They can't do it. Somehow they're just not able to fully grasp what Earth as a ball in space would mean. And then on the backswing, they tell you that you're like some sort of science denialist. And I'm like, well, how? How am I the one denying it when you denied it first? You can't even give your model a fair shake. Like, show me on Pale Blue Dot where you can't handle any disagreement. And they won't be able to. So they go into this logical contradiction where they've got a model that explains all of humanity. And they can't explain anything at all. This is why Carl Sagan got really pissed at the atheist and started saying, hey, the definition of atheism is just stupid. Like, you look up stupid in the dictionary, like, there it is, definition 5, atheism. It is the definition of stupidity. Because he just got sick with this idea of this hive mind sort of mentality where they're just completely in denial. I mean, stick around. You'll see it. Just a parade of clowns, all claiming atheism, all completely belligerent, toxic, anti-flat earthers.
Yeah. The thing is with this, like, if you're a hive mind or whatever, is that I think death is like an example of breaking free from that. And I think that there's something after death. So, of course, I believe it's some sort of God, or some sort of high power.
Does my mic sound better now, too, than earlier?
The mic's perfect, man.
Okay. I was playing around with settings. I was trying to get it a little bit better, but then I wasn't sure. And, like, it seems like I can get the quality, but then it sounds quiet.
Yeah, it
Just
sounds
leave it
good.
how
It's
you've
no
got it.
problem.
There was this anti-flat earther dude. This is how bricked they are, too. So we're on another server, on Flatman server. We're talking about Pale Blue Dot and what it would mean. What does it mean? What does Blue Marble 1.0? What does Blue Marble 2.0? What does it mean? What is the truth there? And we're going
I
on
think
about this
that
sort
what
of...
he meant with the blue marble is the insignificance of our struggles in
No,
the big
quite the
scheme of things.
opposite. Quite the opposite. The monumental importance behind everything that happens on Earth. Despite it being so small, it is literally the full universe when you talk about humanity. It doesn't get any more important than Earth. Every single action you take, every single thing you do, echoes throughout all of time and creation. This is where you get, that's why he was pissed at atheism, because you got like Bill Nye, this sort of cosmic nihilism. Well, in real, like in his worldview, Earth is completely insignificant. It's just one grain of sand on all the beaches. Like, you take all the beaches all around the world, Earth would be just one grain of sand in all the sand. It could just disappear tomorrow and not a lick of difference. And this is why George or Carl Sagan was like, that is the most stupidest thing he ever heard. It is completely opposite of that. Like, you couldn't be, the atheists couldn't be any more wrong if they tried. They said, here, check it out. I'm going to be the most incorrect, wrong take they can think. They couldn't even get there. And it's really hard. That's what I was saying. The story I was going to tell you about being on another server is we were talking about this topic, like going back and forth. And this, this atheist was like, And he's from Australia too, which is like hilarious. Because I linked this article about how the Australian space program, it wants to develop a VR system that gives you the sensation of floating around Earth, like orbiting Earth. And they said this is going to be very important because if you do this,
Sounds awesome.
Yeah, that you get this overview effect. This idea of like, hey, that is all you got. There are no boundaries. There's no borders. There's no difference between, like your neighbor. They kind of level up the biblical idea of, in the Bible, Jesus said, what does the Ten Commandments mean? What, like his disciples ask him, like, sum it up for us. What does this mean? What should we do? How should we live our life? He said it all sums up into one phrase: treat your neighbor like you want to be treated. And then fast forward 2,000 years, you got these people in the space program, Carl Sagan and whatnot, level it up. They said, it's more than that. The way you treat your neighbor is exactly how you're treating yourself. Whatever you do to another person, you're doing to you because you're connected. If you harm another person, you've harmed all of humanity. You disrespect people, you've disrespected all of humanity, including yourself.
Wait, what did you mean there? And when you drink a lot, it doesn't really have any effect at all. What do you mean? What do you mean?
Yeah, so then while I was talking about this old boy was like, no, that's not what it means at all. And he just kind of like tried to keep derailing the topic. And you're like, if you're not following along, you can't tell me what it means. Then why are you even here? Why are you part of the conversation? If the Earth from space is completely vacuous, it looks like nothing to you. No meaning, no form. You can't tell me. You can't tell me what it is. You can't tell me what it does. You can't give any definition to it. A completely vacuous, void idea. Then why are you here talking? And he said something like, because flat earthers are stupid, or something along those lines. So I muted the guy, and then he's like, mob abuse. You're mob abusing. I go, you said you've got nothing to say other than you think that this group of people are talking about something that you don't understand to begin with. You won't be able to understand it because you put all these barriers up, all these walls. Hey, that group of people over there who have nothing to do with you, who you're connected to with a shared experience, you put this massive wall up. They're stupid. I don't want to listen to them. Okay, so why should I listen to you? You give a reason, an argument. If you're not listening to me, why would I listen to you? Because your model dictates whatever you do to other people, you're doing to yourself. And just basic common sense. Why would anyone just want to listen to some dude ramble on about his, what flavor ice cream he likes or doesn't like?
Mm-hmm.
And they'll never understand it because this is beyond the comprehension of the atheist. The atheist can only understand their own physical boundaries. As soon as outside of their own, shell, their mortal physical body, everything past that is completely unrecognizable. This is why, like, religious ideas in philosophy connect people together. They're able to share with logic, reason, and science certain ideas in philosophy, ways of life. And they
Do I have to say
always
something
fall back to
for
that.
you
Yeah, real quick.
about
They
atheists?
can always fall back to that as a baseline for peaceful communication.
Atheists might not in all cases just be stupid people, probably, because there are some atheists that turn atheists because they are like being betrayed, if you know what I mean. If they lose some shit in their life and they can't accept it, and they're choosing not to believe that there isn't a God at all.
Well, I've
because
noticed
of what
quite
happened
the
to him.
opposite, that they kind of people realize that God will test you. Like all the challenges you faced in life are kind of like there to show you how strong you are and how strong you can become. Like anything that life throws at you, you can overcome it. You can beat it. You're strong enough if you try, if you rise to the challenge. But the atheist, this like sort of like modern day third wave atheist, they see themselves as the highest form of evolution, both societal and biological. Like they are the superior being who ever walked the earth. And they are basically white dudes, upper middle class white guys, born with a silver spoon in their mouth. They live in absolute luxury and they've never been challenged. The hardest thing they'll have to go through is like the coupon they wanted to use at Burger King had expired, and now they don't get the special Whopper deal. Like tragic, like they just break down, like the Karen just screaming their head off because like they want to talk to the manager. That's the hardest thing they'll ever have to face in their life. So when they see that and they see religious people rising to the challenge and conquering some very difficult things, they realize that, hey, God hasn't challenged them because God realizes they are the lowest rung of society. They're not going to ever really accomplish anything or do anything. At best, they serve as a grim reminder to not be like that.
I'm sorry for interrupting, but am I allowed to talk or should I stay quiet? Am I allowed to talk or should I stay quiet?
No, you can talk, dude. It's open forum.
Oh, all right. Because I saw everyone muted, so I thought it was like a. What were we talking about? Like the flat Earth something? I don't know.
Yeah, that's exactly 24/7
Flat,
flat Earth.
who here believes that the Earth is flat? Because I think that's outrageous.
Well, yeah, but belief system is just outrageous. Yeah, exactly. Just
No,
believing things.
I believe
Hold
that
on a second, Jay.
Yeah.
We all thought flat Earth was ridiculous too, man. It's not until you actually look into it that you'll see it's actually not ridiculous, and it's actually the globe side that is the more ridiculous.
I can see why people think the Earth is flat because no one really goes to space, and we never know if the pictures of the Earth is like fake or real. But I can see why because but one thing I want to say is people thinking that the Earth is flat. That's just outrageous because every holy book, every like book, all of them say that the Earth is a circle or a sphere. Because I would personally believe God, and I wouldn't believe the people that say the Earth is flat. So that's just what I think.
Yeah, that's a good epistemology. That's the same thing that NASA uses. When you walk into the JPL, the Jet Propulsion Laboratory,
yeah,
they're a huge sign on the wall. Massive. So big you can't miss it. Just blaring red letters. It says, "In God we trust." Everybody else bring your data.
Yeah.
So yeah,
But
I
think
understand. That's why flat earthers, we stay away from the sort of theological debate, the theological talking point. Because as soon as a flat earther goes into that framework, the guy could, like, people like you can just drop the bomb. NASA, Lunar Bible, Communion on the Moon, God Bless America, the firmament, all kinds of crazy shit that there's really no way of talking about, because this is a full belief system that's contained inside this would be a massive global conspiracy theory. Because if there's not a God, how many people would have to be in on it for there not to be a God?
But you saying if there isn't a God, that's impossible. Because look around you, man. Like you're proof that God exists. So So
Well,
if that's
just
the
from
case,
think
then
about from a conspiracy theory point of view. If there isn't a
Yeah.
God, there isn't a creator.
yeah,
How many people would have to be in on it for that to be true?
yeah, I feel you. But
Like
where'd he go?
all of the Catholic Church, all the world religions, NASA, the U.S. government, virtually everyone other than North Korea would have to be in on it. All
They
the
are in
people-
on it. They are in on it. You
Yeah,
understand?
it's
All
not
these governments are in
possible.
it.
It's not possible for that many. Not one whistleblower came forward. There hasn't been like one pope, one cardinal, one bishop, one priest, one scientist, one NASA employee. None of them have come forward and said, "Check it out. There isn't a God."
Yeah. I think because it's funny how atheists, they rely on the scientists, even though the scientists are literally, they are relying on God, like the holy books, or not even like an atheist scientist. They will think
Well, that's a
about the Big Bang.
contradiction. Because
Yeah,
atheism deals
yeah.
with the supernatural, science deals with the natural. So that would
Yeah.
be like a a direct contradiction where you try to square the two. It would be
Yeah, it's like a
peaceful warrior.
It's like a square circle. It's like a square circle.
Yeah, it
When
doesn't
does the
match.
religion though say that the Earth is in any shape?
Yeah, it
say that
definitely
again?
doesn't, man.
I don't. I
Circle
can't.
definitely. Let me jump in for a second because I did want to address what he said. Yeah, like the religions definitely do not describe the Earth system in any way, shape, or form like the
No.
heliocentric
Yeah,
model.
you can continue. Yeah, but I'll get to that.
Yeah,
in a
yeah.
second.
So it might say circle, like the circle of Earth in the Bible. That the circle has nothing to do with a spherical, like a sphere. A circle can be a coin is a circle. Like not talking about a globe, but they're direct refutations to the Earth being as they describe in the heliocentric model. Like it clearly said in the Bible that the Earth cannot be moved. Right? It says it multiple times in the Bible. The entire Genesis story goes completely against the heliocentric model. The ancient, the Hebrew depiction, the ancient, even the Muslim depictions of the Earth system shows a flat Earth in a contained system.
What does Hindus? What does the Hindus say about it? The first religion.
We have some Hindus that are flat earthers, and it depends how you depict things, right? But the ancient Hindu culture, all the ancient cultures in the world, knew that the Earth was a flat contained system, right? A flat Earth with a container.
That was before the technology and stuff, because people wouldn't like say, "Oh, look at the Earth," and say, "Oh, this is a circle." They would think because it's a flat surface, they would automatically think that it's a flat surface. So, and what you said about the Muslim belief and the Christian belief, I personally, I used to be a Christian, but I'm gonna switch this up a bit because I came here for this. Who here is a Christian? Like
me.
Like all of you is a Christian. Okay. I used to be
I'm not a Christian. I'm not religious.
Oh, yeah. I used to be a Orthodox, and I read the Quran, and I was like surprised. I was mind blown because I was watching some videos and I saw like the contradictions in the Bible, and it was scary because there was so much of it, and I believe that the Quran is the word of God because, first of all, it's like the most numerical book on earth, and it talks about every scientific fact. Before, like 1400 years ago, no one knew that the human and the embryo and how the human formed. That was said in the Quran 1400 years ago, and we have the oldest Quran, which is date back to the Prophet Muhammad, and it literally states how the pulsar star, it makes like a knocking sound. So how could a man in the desert that herding sheep, how could he know that the pulsar star, it made like a knocking sound when we just found this out like 2 centuries ago? That's just my point.
I have an answer for it.
Yeah.
What you're saying.
There are over 21
I'm not saying
of the
that.
Quran. If you want me to post them, I'll post them. So no, we won't get in an argument in here about the Quran and
Yeah,
And
so
we're
generally,
not
just
really
before you continue, like, feel free to talk about it for a little bit more, but we try to keep
Yeah.
religion out of this topic.
Yeah, I
in
just want,
this
I
room
just want, I just want, I want to ask questions and you guys can answer it. Well, I'll just tell you them. So that's what I said there. That's what made me like a Muslim because I didn't read the whole Bible. I read the King James version, and I read it, and there was no scientific miracles, nothing. It was just like the stories of Moses, the story of Abraham. That's all said in the Quran. But what I found more fascinating, because I love space, and the Quran it talks about space like 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 a
Yeah,
lot.
I
It
know.
talks, yeah, and the Bible not talking about it because you guys might say, oh, the Torah and the Bible came 600 years before the Quran, and yeah, I agree. But what you guys have to know is Jesus he spoke Aramaic, and the oldest Bible we have is Greek. So it's
No,
obvious
wrong,
that
wrong,
Can I say
wrong, wrong.
something? The thing with
Hebrew
you
was
with this,
first. He spoke Paleo Hebrew, and he spoke Hebrew first. And therefore, they all
no.
speak Hebrew. Yes, he did.
I object. I object
Well, it
because
doesn't
if
matter.
you
I studied this. That's previous.
yeah
They spoke
no
Hebrew,
every
and they wrote Hebrew first. Paleo Hebrew.
no
So
he spoke Aramaic. He spoke Aramaic. You can go search it up. I think Google isn't like the most authentic source, but you can go search up any other source. It will say he was Aramaic.
if you look at all the
there is a
99%
debate,
of
by the
Christians.
way,
if you look
on these
at all
facts.
the
Right,
Sea
we're
Scroll,
we're gonna
it's
get back
Hebrew.
on topic, guys. Let's
Okay,
these
okay.
religious
Wait.
talks.
Let me get to
If
him.
you want to go in a different, hold on a second, Jay. Hold on a second, man. So these religious talks are great and all, but there are other rooms for that, and they always end in arguments, right? So we're just not
Yeah,
going to go
I'm
there.
not the type to argue, but yeah, I feel you. If you guys want to switch back to the flat Earth, I'm fine. I just wanted to bring it up.
I just want to end with the line that I wanted to say before. It was that,
Yeah.
and the facts from the Quran. There is a debate on this if it has been altered, and it can't be proven. So it's yeah, there is a chance that it has been altered.
What, the Quran?
Yes, this
And
is
Jay
a
will
debate
the
that has been
Quran,
going
the
on.
Quran.
and then someone else. Let's not go there.
That
No,
these facts have been added.
No.
This
You
was
saying the Quran has been? You saying?
No, I'm not saying
Listen,
it has. I'm not saying it has. I'm just
okay,
saying there is
yeah,
a debate online about it.
yeah, but the people that say that it's impossible. It's impossible that the Quran got altered because first, the Quran it was given to Prophet Muhammad in Arabic, and the oldest Quran we have is Arabic, and it's memorized in Arabic. The Quran isn't even a book; it's an oral tradition. Like millions of people have memorized it word by word. I finished the whole Quran and I memorized half of it on the top of my head. Now tell me one Christian or one Jew that has memorized the whole book and they can read it cover to cover, word for word.
Well, then
That's
you
the
should
difference
know that
between.
it says the Quran says the Bible is right.
No, yeah. I'll get to that. When the Quran says the Bible is right, we believe that Jesus got the gospel of Jesus. He got it as a revelation. And what did people do? People like Mark, Matthew, they wrote it. The five gospels, they aren't even the authentic ones. The one gospel that Jesus got is being altered and changed and corrupted, because the oldest Christian scholars, the earliest, they never talked about a Trinity. They were like the Trinity came from Paul and the early churches. They corrupted it. And one thing, the Christmas tradition, it came from paganism when Christians conquered Europe. When the pagans and the Christians mixed, they also mixed their traditions, which gave Christmas and gave the Trinity. That's what I'm talking about. How the Christians is built off paganism,
Talks about the
because
Trinity. He says, "I am." When you see me, you
when he
see
says
him.
no,
So that's the Bible. It does say that.
All right, sorry guys. I just wanted
in
to
the
answer
Bible,
that thing. We can change subject now.
yeah. And one thing, okay, last thing I wanna speak about is the Torah and the Bible. 100% I agree on them, but I don't think that the Torah and the Bible that we have today is the same ones that were given to Moses and Jesus, peace be upon them. Those ones have been corrupted by humans, which is a proof because the Gospels that were made by Mark, Matthew, Luke, blah blah blah. The gospel.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it went way too deep.
Yeah, I'm sort of muted because every time he's trying to be redirected, he wants to add more and keeps going. So, on to the next.
Yeah, so Jay, like we can unmute you, but you got to keep it on the room topic. All right. If whoever muted Jay wants to unmute him, I'll leave it up to them. But yeah. Otherwise, old timer, if you have more questions about Earth, go ahead.
Not a direct question. So a statement.
Okay.
Would have been cool if they do a film portraying the Earth as flat, like a science fiction movie.
One thing I want to say about the flat Earth, all the pictures you see of the Earth, it's impossible for it to be flat because you would have seen it flat. But the circle, it shows a spherical shape, which flat Earthers they call it fake and stuff. That's
No, it's
just
round
what I
and
want
not
to add
spherical.
because scientists won't lie about that.
It's round, not spherical.
No,
It's
it's
a 2D
spherical. It's
picture.
scientifically proven. It's like an egg shape.
No, it's actually not. So NASA literally only claims to have one photo of Earth from space. All the rest, they admit, are just CGI posited images. That's why they have
Okay,
copy-pasted
okay, let's
clouds
talk about
all over them.
Yeah, the cloud one is fake because you cannot see the clouds from space. And one thing I want to say, the only real picture, it shows the same. It's the same thing as the CGI pictures, so it makes no difference. Those ones are just make it look better. The real picture is a
Yeah,
circle.
but they're just CGI, man. Like, and
Yeah,
also,
but it's CGI, but it's
if
built
you,
off the real picture, which is spherical.
which is the real picture.
I'll look it up now. Hold on.
I love Australian accent. It's such a good accent.
Yeah, we have a lot of Australians. Really.
In Poland?
No. In this channel, usually
yeah.
it's like 4 or 5 Australians.
noticed.
I guess it's
Oh,
nighttime there.
and
now.
do you guys believe the moon landing? If you guys believe in that, it clearly shows, like, you know how the astronauts that landed on the moon, they took a picture of Earth from there, and it clearly shows a circle. I just found the real picture, and it looks like a circle. I'll be honest. And okay, if you guys say it's a flat Earth, then you guys aren't Christian, you guys aren't Muslim, because repeatedly in the holy books it states that it is a circle or a circle-like shape. So that's just why.
Dude, a coin is a circle, right? A hula hoop is a circle.
I had a spider in my
No,
fucking ear.
the coin is a flat circle. Like it's like it's like me saying if you guys I don't know how to explain it.
Sphere, dude. Look, have you
No,
not
but
seen the
when have you
ancient
ever?
Hebrew depiction
When have
of
you?
Earth? It's not a circle.
So what is a globe a circle? Yeah, the globe. It's a globe.
No, a globe is a sphere, right?
Yes.
Sphere.
And a circle and a sphere is very similar, but it has like a dent from the front,
No.
and that's just
No, many
that's the
things
same.
can be circles. Many things can be circles. Only spheres can be spheres. Right?
Okay, so you're denying the Bible and the Quran and the other holy books,
I'm not
right?
religious. I'm not religious. I don't use
Oh.
religion in any of my debate talking points.
But you're a
I
flat
don't
earther,
discount
right?
your
You're a
religions.
flat earther.
Yes.
But they never
I
say
don't
that the
discount
Earth
your
is round.
religions, right? I grew up Christian. I don't discount your religions. I know a fair bit about Christianity, but I'm not using Christianity in any of
because that's why you're a Christian.
Because it's not
That's why
something.
you're a Christian flat.
It's not something we can validate. We can actually go out in the real world and validate the Earth isn't a sphere.
Yeah, there's no mentioning of a sphere, just a circle.
Right.
In the books.
What do you got? Approximately 10 tribes out there in Saudi Arabia. I talked to all those chiefs, and they know it's a flat plane. So no, don't give me your little. Your sheikhs. Your sheikhs know it's a flat plane. They know the sun rolls around underneath the dome. So no, you're wrong.
Can you repeat that? Because I didn't hear.
You got approximately like 10 tribes that I talked to. Your leader, your tribes, your chiefs, and they're out there in the nomad, and they know it's a flat plane. No, they know it's a flat plane, and your sheikhs know it's a flat plane. Yeah,
So if you guys No. So if you guys believe the Earth is flat, then you guys have to believe that every other planet, the Moon, is flat as well. And one thing, how do you think we get?
Hold
How
on
do
a
you think
second.
the
Hold on a second. Hold on, Jay. If you make a claim like that, that's a false claim. We don't think
No,
that.
it's not a
and you don't
claim.
know
It's
anything.
what you
Hold on a
believe.
second.
It's your logic.
No, don't tell us. Don't tell us what we believe, right? We need to explain these things to you because it's clear that you don't know anything about flat Earth or the claims behind it. Because we don't claim that the Earth is a flat disc in space, right? You're trying to incorporate the flat Earth
No, but
into the
what does
global
flat mean? It
model
means
of
like a
our
flat disc.
Flat?
There's no other. There's no other
okay.
definition
Look,
for it.
Jay, listen to me. Flat is the description of a surface. Flat is not a shape. Circle is not a sphere, right? A circle can be all sorts of things. There's no such shape as a flat. Right? You can have a flat square. You can have a flat coin. You can have a flat circular coin. Right? Flat is the description of a surface that isn't curving.
Like a
Wait, but-
flattened Oumuamua.
Okay. Can I ask a question? Because yeah, you're right. I don't really know much about the flat Earth conspiracy, but if you guys believe, so do you guys believe that every other planet is the same shape as the Earth, or just the Earth?
No, because we're not claiming Earth to be a shape, right? We're not claiming Earth
Okay,
to be an
but
object.
whatever you claim Earth to be, do you claim that every other planet is the same thing?
No, because by that logic, you would have to claim, okay, so you have some circular light bulbs on your ceiling, therefore your floor is also a light bulb, circular, right? It's just bad logic.
So you're saying every planet has a different is distinct from every. Is that what you're saying?
Okay, so we were all fed a story about what the planets are, what the lights in the sky are. It's all part of the heliocentric globe model that was created by the Jesuits, right? So they're telling you all of these things about other planets, that they're this big, this is a gas planet, it rains diamonds on Uranus, it rains diamonds on Neptune, an exoplanet where it rains sideways glass rain. They'll tell you all sorts of crazy shit, and people just lap it up because they say scientists confirmed it, right? But we can't actually validate any of that. So what we're trying to do is actually go out and test this outlandish heliocentric model that defies all common sense and see if it actually matches reality. And then when we go out and actually test it, it doesn't fit reality.
Okay. One thing. So the moon. If you're saying every planet is distinct, that would mean the moon is actually a circle. Because how do you think we get tides like the oceans? How do you think the moon is a part of that? And the moon has to be a circle for it to have a what's it called? I don't know the name of it, but how do you think we get like the oceans? They start getting tsunamis and natural disasters. That's because the moon is a circle. If it was any other shape, if it was distinct from the Earth, that would mean that it couldn't do that. That means we wouldn't have the ocean tides, or we wouldn't have because the moon has
the moon.
What do you say?
The moon
This has
looks
to do with
spherical
mass,
to
not
us.
the shape of it.
We can't necessarily validate exactly what the moon is, right? Because
No, we
all
can
only
because
see-
it looks
Hold on a
whatever
second, let me
it
finish.
shows.
Let me, Jay, just let me finish, man, and then you. So we can't
Go on.
validate exactly what it is because we all see the same face of the moon. You don't see a full sphere, right? You only see the same face. In Australia, I see the same face as what they see in Alaska, just from a different angle. It's like if you had like a 6 on your roof, right? Stuck to your roof, and then stand on one side of the room, you've got a 6. Go over to the other side of the room, you've got a 9. So we only see one face of the moon. It doesn't necessarily mean the Earth is a globe, though, right? We just see the moon move overhead in cycles. That's what we see. And
okay,
even if it is a
deny the
hold on,
flat Earth theory. Actually, it's completely impossible.
Yeah, last thing. No, it's not completely impossible, right? What's impossible is the way they describe it on the globe, right? Where we've got 2 tides a day, right? And you've got tides happening on opposite sides of the Earth, where the moon isn't even, right? And then you've got places in the Caribbean that have no tides. You've got other places not that far away that have huge, big, giant tides. The globe model doesn't describe tidal nodes and things like that. An extremely
I think you
complex
misheard what
system.
I said. I meant that it's impossible to deny the flat Earth theory. You can't say you can't prove against it at the moment.
Okay, so
Correct.
I want to add something.
Yeah, go
So
for it,
what?
Jay.
Like,
Thanks for listening.
okay. So what proof do you like? What proof is there that the Earth is not a globe? Because by you saying that, that means you're denying every single scientist that has ever lived, every single theory,
Bro.
every single. Even no. Even the Big Bang. The Big Bang was a circle. It was a circle thing that was really dense. So for it to be a circle, that means everything that came out of it was a circle as well, because it can't come out flat. That's like me saying
Okay. All right, let me
yeah,
respond to
yeah.
that. Don't jump onto another topic. All right. So look, firstly, right, the Big Bang theory goes directly against your religions, right?
Yeah, but
Christianity
I'm
and
saying using your
okay,
logic
but
because you believe
I
in the
don't
Big
want to
Bang.
talk about that. Okay. So no, I definitely do not believe in the Big Bang. When did I ever
What do
suggest
you
that?
believe in then? Because you don't believe in religion, you don't believe in the Big Bang. What do you believe in then?
This is what it, belief. Okay, so if you have to believe something, it's because you don't know. I try to stick to things that I can validate. So if I don't know something, I say I don't know, right? And that's the honest answer because I can't prove it to you. I can't go back and test how the Earth was created, right? So I have to say I don't know because I'm honest about that. Okay, so what do I know? I know that when we go out and we test large bodies of water, it has to curve if it's a globe. Okay. And then I know that we can't detect any curvature over distances, huge distances, that there has to be curvature if the Earth's a globe. So I know that the Earth isn't a globe, and I can show you the evidence
What? That the Earth is a globe?
that the Earth
What do you
is not
say?
a globe because there's no curvature, right? The
So
Earth can't be a
if you
globe.
had
So
evidence,
you
if you
can
had
test this.
evidence,
Huh?
if you had evidence, that would mean NASA finished. That would mean every scientist finished. Because if you had evidence, that means NASA is all built off lies. It's all because where do we get our information from space? It's from NASA. It's from SpaceX. It's from every space company. So you saying that you have evidence that basically proves that you're basically
We
saying that
also
every single.
okay, we also have countless evidence that NASA is faking things, use green screens, models,
Oh yeah,
harnesses, all
no,
types of
100%,
things.
100%, 100%. I believe in
Okay,
that
so
too. But
we don't.
the
Let's not trust known liars.
So, are
but
you,
where do we get?
I want to ask you: are you really saying you believe that, or are you just playing around?
Wait, are you talking to me?
Yeah, I'm talking to you. You say you believe the green screens and the rendering?
No, I believe that they do green screen stuff, but I don't believe that like the belief of the Earth being globe for them, because they built this multi-billion company off of lies. I don't believe that, but I do believe that they do try to green screen stuff to make it look like more beautiful or more like space, make it look like more like of what it is. But I do believe the belief of the Earth being a globe because them green screening stuff doesn't contradict the Earth being a globe. It's just them green screening stuff into colors, and that doesn't contradict
You are
the Earth
correct, Jay.
being a globe.
Jay, you're correct, man. NASA faking stuff doesn't prove the Earth isn't a globe. It just proves that NASA is questionable, right? When it comes to believing what they're
Questionable
telling you.
to a certain thing. Questionable to a certain thing, but it isn't questionable.
Right, but hold on a second. Hold on a second. When it comes to NASA, we're talking about a space agency, right? So we can't actually go and validate any of their stuff. But what we can validate is things here on Earth. So if the Earth's a globe, they tell us exactly how big it is. They say it has a radius of 3,959 miles. That is the radius value, the R value they use in all their mathematics to calculate how to get to space, the distances, the sizes of all the planets. Everything is based off that fundamental R radius value. When we go out and test Earth for the radius value, we can't find any evidence that it exists, right? And then when we look for who actually validated the radius value from the globe side, we just get calculations and things like that. There's no actual experiments where people are going out and actually measuring the Earth because the Earth
So
measures.
what are the people in the I forgot the name of it, but what is the space station, the International Space Station? What do people do there?
Okay, so we have countless evidence that they're faking footage from the International Space Station using hairspray, green screens, cables, zero-G flights. You know what zero-G flights are?
No, I don't. Oh, yeah. The when they float
it's like
in the
like a vomit comet. Yeah, they have like
Yeah,
a
yeah,
vomit
yeah.
comet that has like a mock-up like interior of the ISS. We have proof of that they're using the. So they do it in a bunch of different ways. We have proof of them using green screens, cables, and augmented reality technology, right? So where they can look like they're manipulating things that aren't really there, like floating objects. We have like 6-hour compilations of them being caught faking things, right? The women, they'll say, oh, they'll be doing an interview and they'll have their hair is all spiked up like a freaking troll doll, right? And
Yeah,
it
like
looks
the
all hard, they got
Yeah.
hairspray, and then the reporter will say, "Oh, how do we know you're really in space, man?" And she'll be like, "Well, look at my hair. This is space hair." You know, and then you look at that hair compared to what hair actually looks like in a zero-G flight. It's like flowing and waving all over the place. Like they
Wait, so you're
blatantly
saying
use
the space station
hairspray.
is fake? So you're saying the space station is fake and it's just zero-G flights?
What we can confirm
Is that what
is
you're
that
saying?
a lot of the footage that they show us from the space station is very clearly faked. Why are they doing?
Yeah, the ISS, they're not on a zero-G plane. They're hanging upside down.
Yeah, they've got a bunch of different ways that they do it. Definitely.
So, that would mean okay. Are you familiar with the theories of Einstein? The theory of relativity. I forgot the name. I can't pronounce it. But that would mean so for gravity to exist, we would have to have circles because they have an impact on other different planets. For them not being a circle, that wouldn't affect. So the sun. Do you believe that we revolve around the sun? Right. Just wanna confirm.
Absolutely not. The Earth is stationary. It doesn't move. Just like we all experience.
So
The sun. Yeah. The sun
let me
moves.
ask
Okay,
you.
so hold on a second, Jay. Let me just explain it quickly. You've never seen the curvature of the Earth. You've never felt the Earth move. You see the sun moving across
That's
the sky.
because of gravity. Because
That's
we're stationary.
No.
Because we're stationary. The Earth.
Hold on. Just let me finish, man. Okay, so exactly what we're claiming is what we experience. You're claiming the opposite because you were taught it as from a young age, right? But what we're saying isn't crazy. It's not something to laugh at. What we're claiming is exactly what we experience and test.
Wait. So you believe that the Earth is station? Okay, so you believe that the sun is in the middle, right? And you believe that you believe the picture of the solar system that you taught when you were kids that it's next to each other and it's not in a circle. Is that what you believe?
You're thinking of like a globe geocentric thing like that.
Yeah.
We're not claiming
No,
that.
I don't believe that, but I'm asking if you believe that.
No, man. We're just talking about what we can test and experience in reality. Try not to incorporate the globe Earth model into what we're talking about. It's not
Okay,
compatible.
Wait. I'll be back. Just hold on.
Did you see the thing I posted on the Kiki Stockenheim where she's being a newswoman?
Oh yeah. What's that about?
Yeah, that's your actual globe that you posted the second time. 2000 has one that looks like one of the other globes. 2000 demo. It's actually revolving, so I tried to get the best clip out of it when it was on the demo. The actual video toaster has several different globe models, which is what NASA uses. So it's actually kind of pre-rendered. They use ImageFX or Wildfire, one of the simple softwares.
Imagine now we have AI mixing things together and even more.
Man, old timer, it was so much easier explaining all of these basics about flat Earth to you than it has been this J guy.
It gets to the point you want to know. It gets to the point where it's denied. That's why I call them full cards, because they want to deny everything and you give it to them in layman's terms, and then they just want to keep on denying it. It's just denial.
Yeah. Okay, I'm
Welcome
back.
back, Jay.
Thank you. I forgot what you said, but I just wanna add something. So you saying that we're stationary, that would mean that the moon would be stationary too. But if the moon was stationary, then we wouldn't have tides. Then we
No, no,
wouldn't
no, no.
have the influence
moon
that the
isn't
moon gives.
stationary.
Okay, wait. So you're saying the Earth is stationary, but the moon revolves around it. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, the celestial bodies, the sun, moon, right, and planets, which they used to call wandering stars, they all rotate around the North Star, which is Polaris, and they all circle around and reset back into
But
the same position.
that's a conspiracy though. That's just a myth.
No, that's the fact of all the stars rotate in circles around Polaris, right? And so
That's just the sun. That's just the sun, and the Earth. So the sun revolves around that star, but we revolve around our star. That's the system.
no
That's the solar
evidence.
system.
You're talking about the globe model.
No, because you saying this, you're just denying. You're just denying about 6 billion people on Earth, and you're denying a multi-billion company.
Hold on a second. Most of those 6 billion people that you just mentioned, right? They don't know anything about the globe model. They've never tested it. They just blindly believe it since they were young children, right? So do they really count? And when you're talking about scientists, most of them, they're not lying to you, right? They're just memorizing and regurgitating the heliocentric globe model that they were taught from a young age. They're not going out and actually testing the Earth. Even Einstein said there's no way to test that the Earth is revolving around the sun. He said,
so how would he?
He said that's what relativity is, man. We don't know. He said, even Einstein says we don't know whether it's the sky that's moving or whether it's us that's moving. Because we can't tell, right? But what we do experience is that we don't feel like we're moving, and we see the lights in the sky, right, moving east to west over our heads.
We have proof though. We have the okay. If the scientists aren't proof, then we have the holy books that are proof. And
we don't need to go into holy books, because the holy books, right, they go directly against the heliocentric model, right? The thing that's taught in
that's probably the Bible. That's
no, man. In the mainstream education system, they removed religion basically, and they replaced it with evolution and the Big Bang theory.
Because that's the atheist. Because 89% of scientists are basically atheists. Because that's their job
exactly.
to
Why are you
disprove
having
religion.
faith in atheists? Why are you having
no,
faith
but
in
I'm because I'm not believing in the stuff that they say about the religion. I'm believing the stuff that they what's it called? That they tested. Because I believe what they say, but I don't believe what they say about religion.
Look, exactly, man. You can't pick and choose like that, okay? So you need to look at most of this mainstream space science is textbook definition pseudoscience. What they've done is they've actually basically molested actual real science and replaced it with this ridiculous version of science where they don't actually have to use the scientific method.
Replaced it with the religion. Replaced science with religion. Is that what you think?
Yeah, they've replaced religion with basically the heliocentric model. So most people just have this crazy faith.
They're both different.
They defend the globe model. Most people defend the globe model emotionally, just the same way as people get when they're defending their religion, because the heliocentric model is kind of like a religion, man. That's why you're defending it so hard, right? You've never experienced that the Earth is a globe. But you're defending the globe model like crazy.
Yeah, but science and religion is different, because what came first, the first religion or science? Science is built off the religion. It's built off religion. It's not built off. It's not replaced by. It didn't get replaced. Religion didn't get replaced by science. It's actually built off religion.
Hey, we're just talking about natural science, which is just studying the natural world, right? And we have the scientific method. Okay, so science is just about. Hold on a second. Science is just about testing a hypothesis, right? It's you go through the scientific method and you're testing a hypothesis, right? That's all we're talking about here. Pseudoscience is anything that doesn't follow the scientific method. right? A collection of beliefs or practices mistakenly being regarded as based on the scientific method. That's the definition of pseudoscience. A lot of this space science is just pseudoscience. It's based on calculations and assumptions. About.
Did I miss something? Man, we got loud. I can hear him in the room.
Oh, I think something happened. I don't know, background noise, and then he dropped out. It's funny. He seems to love his religion so much, and he complains that all the scientists are atheists, but trusts that their science is.
Well, then on top of that, he admits that they render this stuff, but it's like in a core law. If you'll find a fallacy in something, you'll lose, or the other team loses. I mean, it's just ridiculous. Anyhow, that demo, there's an Amiga 2000 demo, and it starts off with Copernicus, and then it shows the glob. And then the other 4000 toaster demo shows that with Kiki, and so that's why I showed that, and it's pretty good. Is that what's that look code? Oh, code's called you code. That's true. No, man, you need some hard liquor. Get some Irish whiskey.
That's a way better idea, Constantine. You know what? I'm gonna go buy a couple of beers. Back soon.
That's what I was trying to point out. And green screens, that's what I was trying to get them. I'm glad you took that in.
£50, 5 minutes. I'm gonna go well after that.
I've been wanting to talk to him a while about his whole God thing too. Like you need to prove God exists to him. And there's a book that one of the astronauts wrote about finding Jesus in space. I'm like, so what do you think? Do you think this guy's did he find Jesus in space or is he delusional?
I wonder about this kind of thing when I drive past churches during the summertime and they're offering like vacation Bible school. They incorporate space and dinosaurs with it all the time.
Yeah, it's really quite interesting how they got this like these concepts of the young Earth creationist, and they get all mad. Like the atheists get all mad at the young Earth creationist, and then the young Earth creationist is like, and that's why God made space for us to explore. And then they start clapping, like. I'm like, which one is it, dude? Okay, are you mad at the young Earth creationist, or you accept the young Earth creationist worldview? Because right now it seems like you just can't seem to grasp like which one you want to listen to.
What do you guys think of Santos Bonacci?
Oh, I missed it. Say it again.
Do you guys listen to Santos Bonacci?
No, I never heard of him.
Oh, he's a big flat Earth guy. David Weiss. Who do you listen to? Daniel Fallenbeck. Flat Earth Sub Genius. These are my guys. Look them up or tell me who to watch.
Is he the University of Truth School?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I'll definitely check it out.
Yeah. Well, we're going back to the moon. What do you guys think about that?
No, they kicked it.
For real?
Yeah. All last year they were talking about all these problems that kept coming up. Heat shield problem. Then there was like a landing gear problem. Then there was like a parachute problem. Then they had no spacesuit. The spacesuit was not up to snuff. And the whole year I kept posting an article one after on a different server that they're really into space travel. They play this Kerbal Space Program and all this other crap. So like all last year, just one article after another. Hey, you guys need to look what's going on here. They're dropping the ball. And they go, oh, they're not dropping the ball. By this time next year, there won't be any flat earthers. And I'm like, okay, yeah, whatever. Okay, just look at what's going on here. Till eventually, at some point, they showed like, hey, there's this article. It says lunar mission in jeopardy, heat shield failure. And I posted the article, and they got really mad at that one. Said like, you're trying to tell me it can't get fixed, and all this other stuff. And so then finally, just at the beginning of the year, they said, yeah, it's completely kicked. It's 2017, maybe longer than that. And then now people are doing podcasts. We look at some of these like really big space podcasts. The question is, does America have the political will to have a return of manned spaceflight? They're saying so. Pretty much now, it's like, hey, if it gets canceled again, this is it. They are out of money and they are out of time. See, it's really interesting. You look up like past articles on forums, like dating back to 2015. Talking about by now and like in 10 years or 2014, 2015, they talk about like a gateway station on the moon. They talk about all these amazing things that will be happening, like taking trips to Mars and shit. They don't even have a heat shield or a parachute. Yeah, here it is. NASA's return mission to the moon is in peril due to politics. Okay, let's factor the politics out. Take out NASA, privatize it, sell it off to the highest bidder. Now you've got rid of the top-down federal bureaucracy. It should work. Because if your claim is it's not working because of government, just take the government out. What happens then? Oh, it doesn't work either. Okay, so now what? Here's a good Science Direct. America is experiencing space nationalism, some sort of space chauvinism about how space is for everybody, but America wants to go to the moon alone. It's not going to happen. Don't worry about that. Here, there's another article, just July 1st, on why we haven't gone back to the moon. We don't have the political will. What? Like, Trump gave you like $19 billion, just wrote a blank check and said, how much money do you need? NASA's like, all of it. Like, what federal spending program? I mean, like, FBI gets like $5 billion a year, and they can do all these amazing things, research crimes and whatnot. NASA got a lump sum on top of what they get already, the $26 billion a year. They got another $19 billion, and they say, yeah, the problem is political will, definitely. I mean, how much of political will does $19 billion get you? How much is that go for? Here's Scientific America, dated 9 July 2019. President Trump has, basically spent that money, but it's unclear as how the space agency will respond. This is a formidable technical, political, and financial endeavor. See, my take is that no one's going to sell you a ticket to Mars or Moon or wherever. It's not like you need money to make that happen. There's zero money involved here. All it is people pooling their time, resources, and expertise together to make something happen. If everyone's looking for a cut of the action, then you're going to run out of money. It's just that simple. Here, the City Journal. Does America still have the right stuff, in quotation marks, to have American astronauts leave low orbit? It has been over half a century. If they don't have the right stuff anymore, why are you putting $19 billion, $26 billion into this program if it doesn't have it? A year ago, 9 January 2023. There's a lot more space to explore, but can we do it? The United States has completely reversed course. Ouch. Look at this meth-fueled symposium, Northeastern College. We need space diplomats. Why the fuck do you need that? Do Americans
Going to negotiate with the asteroids.
Yeah, I know. Like with here's a good one: the American Enterprise Institute. Do Americans even care about space? Not really. What time's the Kardashians on? That's what they care about.
So these globe trolls, these zealots, they're a minority. 'Cause people don't really care about this shit. Just a few weirdos.
If people like
Myself included, of course.
Oh yeah, I know. I'm gonna say it's like what Copernicus had said. It's like if you use space to make an Earth-based claim, you're going to exit that process a greater fool than you entered. Because they think that all this other space shit proves is their intellectual firepower for nihilism. It's just I like Bill Nye. I suck. Like he comes out with this idea that because space is so large and he's so small, he's completely irrelevant. But yet this guy has the ego of a planet, like he could be a Marvel villain for fuck's sake, Apparently now, according to Georgetown Journal, there's a second space race going on, and America is losing.
They're losing the race to nowhere?
The bridge to nowhere, yeah. Like,
how do you lose a race to go nowhere? How do you win it? Whoever pretends to go there first wins, is that it? I mean...
Look at that. This is probably the best article yet. Science Direct. The relationship between the public opinion and NASA is, it's basically dividing. That now 68% of Americans believe that it should be defunded or canceled. Oh no, the other way around. Yeah. 68% still like it. Here, check this out. People are losing faith in the bullshit. 68%.
Yeah, no shit.
Oh,
look at us. No, go ahead. That's all I had to say. Keep going.
Okay. Yeah, here's what their introduction. Do you agree with this statement? I approve of America's current space program. 68% said they agree. Then they asked you, is NASA doing a good job? 60% agree.
Is that down?
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's like down from like 90%.
Wow. It's over. It's not like they're going to get it back to 90. At this point, with these conversations going on the internet, no. It's never coming back. This is it. This is as good as it gets, and it's only going to get worse from here. Enjoy it.
Yeah, flat earthers, they ask, what are you going to do next? Like, what's your goal? Nothing. I just got to sit back and watch the fall. The house of cards is coming down. This level of spending isn't mathematically possible. Math will fix this. Math alone will fix this.
Watching it come down is seeing people like Donald spiral in here. It's absolutely hilarious. It's hard to look away from. It's a problem. It's too entertaining.
Here, the conclusion here is fucking hilarious. That NASA needs to do more to spread awareness. Basically, I'm just paraphrasing. The public interest has faded in the space program. And NASA needs to do more to inspire public.
NASA so what? Jack up public awareness of space. Yeah, totally.
So they start printing buttons or pins that say "not flat." We checked. That'll fix it.
You know, they're always trying to push space on people, though. through all sorts of ways. It's always in TV, media, movies, entertainment, constantly. And this is the best they can do. They're failing to keep people interested, even though they're doing absolutely everything they can to keep them focused on it. And if it wasn't constantly pushed at us, the outer space theme, nobody would ever have thought of it at all. Just wouldn't be part of the conversation. Wouldn't be a thought that people had if it weren't inserted.
There's a cited article in here, Public Opinion in Space Travel. They compare it to, paraphrasing again here, they're comparing it to like how NCIS or CIS has made people give a false interpretation of how criminal investigations go. Like people think it's all science, it's all forensic data collection. There's no real investigation or interrogations going on. It's all the science proves who did the crime. They're saying here in this article that people are confused by space opera type crap, like Star Trek, Star Wars, Star Commander, Star Universe of Tomorrow, or whatever. That is what they're thinking space is like. And then when they see, Starlink, they're like, what the fuck? Like, why is garbage in orbit? It doesn't match their concepts of, like sci-fi, fantasy sci-fi, and what's really going on. This is always hilarious too when they say NASA only gets about almost 1% of the federal budget. Like they have to get a cut, an exact cut of the federal budget, or they can't. That's it. They're done. So another war starts, another entitlement program, something more fun. So a direct increase in federal spending has to be a direct increase in NASA spending, or they just fucking belly flop. What does that matter? Like if federal spending goes up or federal spending goes down. Like right now, if they just slash half the federal budget, and then by their logic, NASA spending doubled, but yet they still can't do what they said they can do. So it's not about a percentage. It's not about somehow NASA isn't getting a big enough slice of the pie. It's like a red herring. It has nothing to do with. They're getting the amount of money they say they need and they want, but yet they can't get it because they said, well, I know you're given a huge portion of federal spending for an executive branch agency, but it's not a big enough slice of the pie. It's almost like diminishing returns. Like as you increase NASA spending, the federal budget also increases, but they're getting a less portion of it. Here, this is pretty good. They have a citation from Neil deGrasse Tyson about the third age of American discovery. But I would say, yeah, the third age abruptly ends in 1972, and we get the fourth age, the information age, which is marked by disinformation. Here, Dr. Vonhan, the challenge of spaceflight is not technological. It's cultural. Get the fuck out of here. NASA gets okay. In terms of space programs, there's NASA and about 7 others that almost equal one more NASA in terms of spending. It's not cultural. Get the fuck out of here.
Everybody behaving today?
Oh, you missed Donald. And an astroastronomer or astrophysics aerospace engineer who had no fucking clue how radar works.
Been fun times, mate. Fun times.
You had another guy who said that mass attracts mass, and mass is stuff or things or objects, but gas is not an object.
So what did Donald do?
Showered a lot.
Oh, this is so lame. Okay, here, check this one out. Elon Musk, they have a press release today. So what happened in November 18th when the Starship blew up? He said it was a propellant setback. Okay, whatever. So this mega rocket will have a scheduled flight for February, which was canceled. And his next performance test will be the 20th of April. God, he thinks he's fooling anybody, you know? Like, seriously,
Hey,
dude.
why not the 1st of April?
No, because 20 April is kind of like that drug use day. Like,
Yeah, 420. That's why they're doing it. It's just to slap everybody around. Say, we can do whatever the fuck we want. You guys don't even catch on.
It's crazy.
oh, geez, whatever. If it had a payload, it would have been to orbit. Elon Musk reveals why Starship exploded. So it worked because it didn't work. You could tell how successful the launch was because it wasn't successful.
They just have writers writing this shit.
And someone's going to believe that too. Like someone will actually believe that. Oh yeah, if it had a payload, it would have been balanced differently, and it would have worked out. Just yeah. But since it didn't have the correct payload, Here, look at this quote. Okay, we got to sort out version 2. It will be more reliable, better performance, even better endurance. But we've got version 3 will be designed as a sketch. It'll be even taller. Probably end up being, I don't know, 140, 150 meters from end to length. Dude, your sketch is off by 30 feet.
So let me ask a question. Since the first one blew up, we're going to be pretty confident the other ones aren't going to blow up, so we'll be safe to travel on those, right?
Yeah, pretty much. All you need to do is add a payload and it'll be okay.
That's good. Because if I go on it, it's going to blow up. It's a guaranteed 100%. So don't go on it if I'm there.
Before 20, man. Apparently, there's 2 Navy SEALs missing in action.
Don't sign up for that kind of work.
Bud Light, Anheuser-Busch are going on strike. They voted to strike in March. Looks like Donald ain't coming back.
from the Hubble Space Telescope. So they're utilizing images from the Hubble Space Telescope and of the supernova Refstar discovered in 2014. How can you verify that the images made by the Hubble Space Telescope are actually legit to be used as a reference?
Are you questioning the validity of the picture?
Yeah, 100%.
Well, you can't really.
Well, can you prove that they are invalid then?
Yes,
You can't really prove if a picture is real or not, right? Like,
Well, if you
unless you were there to understand it.
If you take the latest Hubble image and you put it through a forensic test for photography, then you can see that it has been manipulated in Photoshop. I mean, a normal human eye can also realize that it's obviously a rendition, an artist. It's not silly, it is an artist rendition. If you think that these are real images, then I'm not sure if I can help you. Anyways, the technique is based on analyzing time delays between multiple images of supernova Refstar, which was gravitationally lensed by a galaxy cluster. So literally just looking at pictures. Allows for measurement of the Hubble constant, a crucial factor in determining the universe's age. The study results lean towards the value indicated by the cosmic microwave background, though not entirely dismiss the supernova value. It contributes to the... Okay, so for you, the Earth is a spinning wobbly until its space will fly through an ever-expanding void of darkness because of some people using Hubble telescope pictures and looking at differences in the pictures. That's amazing. You're laughing, man, but actually you should realize how ridiculous that is.
You're being a little silly now.
No,
Are you
I'm not
arguing
silly.
that? Are you arguing that we can't measure the end of like time?
Am I arguing if we can't measure the end of time?
Time
What
as
are you
in
even
space.
saying?
Time
I'm
and
saying
space. Time
I'm
and
saying
space
what
are
you-
correlated.
Yeah. I'm saying that the observations that these people are doing is they look at pictures of the Hubble telescope.
Yeah.
And that's it. They're analyzing time delays between multiple images of supernova Refstar made by the Hubble telescope.
Yeah,
So
they
again,
probably.
how can I verify?
but there-
How can I
there's-
verify if these images are real at all? Like
Well, I don't know about
NASA
the.
officially.
I don't know about
NASA
the images,
officially-
but the numbers are probably real. No.
Bro, everybody can make numbers about something. I can draw two pictures of Superman and make numbers of how he's flying, man. Yeah, you're laughing, but that's the truth. There's nothing verifiable about this stuff. And on the other hand, it's just based on the sky. How about you actually look at if there's any measurable curvature to first of all understand?
So you don't
if
believe in the
Earth is a
expansion in
ball.
the universe?
Bro, I don't just accept pictures of a Hubble telescope.
So that's what. So
tell me
just
anything
say
about the
you don't.
universe.
You don't believe in the expansion of the universe. Is that
Why
what you're
should I
saying?
believe in that? Dude, I don't believe stuff. Believing is boring. When I can be certain of something, that is way more interesting. So
You're
what I
so
can be certain of...
scientifically dishonest.
No, I am not.
Yes.
I'm actually not... for me, it's not a requirement of pseudoscience that I believe in order to make my...
If you're
my
saying the
worldview.
expansion of Earth is questionable, that's just crazy talk. Because we know the Big Bang and what
Okay,
did that
how,
do?
how is it?
You-
How is it questionable?
It's crazy talk because you're the consequence of that theory. So what's your theory?
How is
did
it
this-
questionable?
What was the event that made the universe? What's that according to you?
Where's the proof for a universe in the first place?
How can you be the consequence of a theory? For fuck's sake. How can you be the consequence of a theory? A person.
What? I don't get
He's
what you're
asking
saying.
how you can be a consequence of a theory, the
You
Big
said-
Bang theory.
to Clay, you
Well,
are the
it's called
consequence
the
of
Big
that
Bang
theory.
Theory, but it's mostly taken as fact. It's just a name because some
Fuck's
people
sake.
said
So
fake
far, what you
God.
provided as fact
But
are images of
it's called the
Hubble.
Big Bang Theory, but it's a fact.
Just because images of Hubble that can 100% be computer
Are
manipulated.
you arguing against a fact here, like a scientifically proven
Bro, you
fact?
haven't established any fact, man. Are you gonna tell me this is? You're gonna tell me this
You're-
right here, for example?
Bro, you're not
made
a
by Hubble
scientist. Bro,
by
you're not a
the James
scientist.
Webb Telescope, for example. Is this? Do you think this is a real picture?
But we're not
And you
even
can
talking
literally-
about like that
you
one
can
is
literally
correct.
see
yeah.
how things are copy and pasted, bro. Same with the yeah, you're laughing, but literally, if
Yeah,
I look
'cause
at
you're
the
being ridiculous.
what
You're
is
being
ridiculous about
ridiculous.
that?
Everything.
Dude, you think that these images are real, man? While NASA also claims that all the images of Earth are composites. They
I know.
themselves say
I
that.
know. You're saying they lied to us. Yes, I believe they also that they lied to us in some ways. But like this, like when you're talking about the Big Bang, like I can't. That's something I.
Bro, what
definitely
is your
can't
proof
say
for
you're
a
wrong.
Big Bang, man? Nothing exploded suddenly. How do you know that?
Well, what's your proof of oxygen?
Don't change the subject. Answer that question because that's important.
Well,
The
it's
background
the same-
radiation.
it's a comeback because he's asking a similar type of question. It's dumb.
No, it's not. It's absolutely
No,
not
actually,
similar.
you are asking a silly question because we can see the background radiation. Radiation, yes.
Yeah, like.
How do you know
Remain
that
from
nothing
the Big Bang.
exploded? Can
Bro,
you
this-
can you give an example of how nothing can explode?
If you don't believe in anything that you haven't seen, that makes you a retard.
Bro, I don't want to believe, man. You're stuck in a religion, not me. I'm arguing with a religious
I'm not
person right
religious.
now.
I'm not
Yeah,
religious.
you just
at all.
you just say if you don't believe this, if you don't believe my cultish thinking,
No, I'm
then,
just
then
talking
you're
about
not
history
secular.
in general, for example.
Bro, you're just
History.
talking about your
Oh,
beliefs, bro.
who-
I don't care about your
who's
beliefs.
got-
I'm challenging your beliefs right now. So how do you
Who's-
know that nothing
Who's
can
gonna
explode?
verify
How
this
do
picture
you?
wasn't AI? Who's gonna verify that this picture wasn't made up? Like, obviously, we're not gonna get anywhere. if we
How
use
do
that.
you know? I'm not gonna adhere to your beliefs.
And
once again. So
Mr.
I'm
Clay
challenging your
under
beliefs.
seal, may I ask you something?
I'm not talking to
Yeah.
you. Not
It's
talking
just
to you.
semantics
Again,
at
the
this point.
question is how do you know that nothing can suddenly explode? And how can it be nothing if it can explode?
Look, you can question it. Well, there is scientific theories, right, seen as fact these days because we have measured it in so many ways. If you're
No,
gonna
you
deny
faith-
that,
the miracles and coincidences that your faith is requiring is so insane. I could never have the faith that you have, man. That's why I'm such a simple man. I believe in one book and I believe in one creator.
listen,
And for
this
me,
is
it
what
all
you
lines
do.
up. Where
did that creator come from?
You
What?
believe nothing. You
I don't
believe
know,
nothing.
man. I
You
can say
believe in
I don't know.
nothing.
He can't say that. He can't say that. He can't
I
be
believe
intellectually
s-
honest and just say
I
I don't
believe
know.
something,
He
you
can't be.
believe nothing.
I see. That's the
I
difference.
believe
That's the
something,
difference
you believe
between
nothing.
two believers right here, right? This is the difference between two believers, right? Even though I don't want to invoke it at all, but I give it as an example.
The exception is that we have the evidence for our beliefs and you don't.
You don't have any evidence. You need to
Yes, we do.
exactly
Sure,
like
we do.
me. Okay, how does
We have
nothing
evidence
explode?
for the Big Bang.
How does nothing explode?
We
How does
believe in
nothing
the Big
explode?
Bang. You
How
don't
does
have a
nothing
theory
explode?
for it.
How does
You
nothing
have-
explode? How does nothing explode?
You don't have the answer
How does
to that
nothing
either,
explode?
right? You don't
How
have
does
the
nothing?
answer.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know. I don't know.
We
I
believe
don't
in-
know where the creator comes
Shut up.
from. I can be
We believe in
intellectually honest.
something,
I
you
can
believe
say
in
I
nothing,
don't know. I don't know where the
We
creator
believe in
comes from. So
something, you
how does
believe in
nothing
nothing.
explode? How does nothing explode?
You believe in nothing, so you should answer.
How does nothing explode?
You believe in nothing, so you
How
should
does nothing
answer.
explode?
Actually, you do believe that our world. Listen. You believe that God created our world from nothing, right?
Yeah, he was before creation, so he was already established.
You do believe that God created our world from nothing.
He didn't
Yeah, I
create
believe
this
that.
world. He created the world with a flat planet.
So you have no problem with our world coming from nothing, but you have problem if there is no God.
Even your religion detests what you're preaching.
Yeah.
even your religion, like, probably has some correlation with
I
the
already
round Earth.
told you, I can be intellectually honest. I can say I don't know where the creator comes from, right? I can say
Yeah,
that.
okay, sure, fair.
Okay, if you would be intellectually honest, you would say, if I ask you, how does nothing explode? You would say, I don't know. And then I would be happy. But because you're so arrogant and ignorant within your own belief system, and not even acknowledging that it's a belief system, you cannot be intellectually honest. Therefore, I can literally dismiss any conversation with you guys
one day
because you
we will
cannot
find
be
out about it.
acknowledging your religion.
Listen, one day we will find out about this. Perhaps we cannot. All right, right now.
One day you will find out. One day you will find out if God's
Bro,
word
only
is
the
true
fact
or
that you can walk
your
around the
300-year-old
Earth and be in the
science.
same place is literally proof. Like literally the
Yeah,
fact
yeah.
that
One day you will find out if God's word is true or
that's one we will never find out. No. That's one we will never find out.
You will find out. Trust me.
I was trying to de-illusion you. I'm not trying to. But medicine tastes bad.
You need to take it in turns, guys.
One day we used to not
listen.
know.
No, shush. Listen, Kian, give each other some basic respect and not turn it into a shit show. Wait till the person's finished speaking. Go ahead.
One day we didn't know if what was the sun. Now we do. One day we didn't know that the Earth is not flat. Now we know. One day we will find out what happened that resulted in the Big Bang. Right now we don't. But this God thing, you will never find out.
You can believe that, man. If you want to put your faith and trust into that belief, that's okay. If you want to not believe in a creator, but believe that nothing exploded, that's okay. If that's going to give you peace when you die, that's okay. I want to be at peace. I want to be at peace with the one who put me here. I want to be at peace with the one who put me here. And I think it's self-evident that someone put us here, and that he gave us a very unique spirit, and that we're not just created from a primordial soup. If you want to believe something else, right? This is based on my beliefs. If you want to believe that it's not this way and it's a complete other belief, you can believe that. If you can die in peace upon that belief that nothing exploded and you're just a speck of dust in an ever-expanding universe, that's okay. I just can't. I could never accept such a belief because it requires so much faith and miracles and coincidences that that would be insane for me to believe in. I don't have the faith to do that.
Okay, this Big Bang one is like the most difficult question, right? But do you believe in evolution or not?
No, 100% not.
Okay, that one is why not? I mean, for that one we have
because
evidence.
I don't believe in it, man. You believe in it. I don't believe in it.
Because there's no evidence that one species can transform into another species. The only evidence we have, the only evidence that you have is epigenetic gene expression. That's it. There is no natural selection.
What do you call it in English? Like a fossil? The remains of the creatures.
Yeah.
What you gonna quote
dinosaurs? Have you ever asked yourself, well, every fossil that was found is always a perfectly round up being with all the function that it needed to survive?
No.
So if evolution exists and your body, your heart will not function without a brain, without a lung,
they didn't survive. Most of them didn't survive.
Listen. One organ will not function without the other. Your brain will not function without a heart, without lungs, without a bloodstream, and so many other things, without the nervous system. So what was first? Every fossil we have found so far throughout history always shows a perfectly finished creature. So again,
not exactly. Back in the day, some creatures didn't have that.
Give me one proof of a fossil that shows a half-finished creature.
You mean like bacteria and stuff like that?
Like a creature
bacteria does not have a heart.
That doesn't have a heart, for example, because
bacteria doesn't have a heart. That's one example. Bacteria, for example, does not have a heart. We can.
But bacteria actually have a rotary system.
It has like mitochondria. It has a mitochondria, but it does not have a heart.
Listen, even the bacteria is so complex that if one part is missing, the whole thing wouldn't work. There's another problem you have. It's already a perfectly working symbiosis of many functions within that bacteria. So again, the question is, when was this bacteria developed where one part was missing? Can you give any proof of that?
Well, I mean, even bacteria comes from simpler creatures. You know that, right?
Bro, golly.
I mean, you can simplify it and go back further back, until, and you end up with the self-replicating RNA, basically.
No, you end up in the belief system.
Yeah, giant bones being found in the ground doesn't prove evolution. You can't connect those to the human being, my friend. Yes, there were giant bones, but that doesn't prove evolution or natural selection. Just an assumption.
I disagree with you.
You can disagree, but it's still not proof. You don't have any proof of evolution or natural selection. And the only proof in science is epigenetic gene expression, which is not natural selection. One species cannot change into another species. Prove me wrong.
Actually, listen, how can you, you do realize that we have like genes in our bodies, and I don't mean just humans, animals too. We have basically useless genes in our bodies that come from, back in the day, but they are useless. For example, chickens, they have the gene for the teeth, they can grow a tooth, and if one gene switches on, they can grow a tooth, literally, and that they would die.
Yeah, you could have grew a pussy, mate. You could have grew a pussy when you were born, but you grew a dick. So what? That's not evolution.
No, I mean, we can find chickens who die because this genome turns on in their body.
Do you realize that the modern chickens are hybridized animals that have been genetically changed from their original? Do you know that?
Yeah, but they didn't breed. They didn't breed out the teeth genome.
You can't breed things out. It's just gene expression adapting to environments and whatever's happening.
Why do chickens have this gene that for the teeth? Why do they have it? Explain this.
Well, I haven't looked into that individually, but why do many animals have genetic compatibility for things that they don't produce? This doesn't mean it's evolution, my friend. This means that the genome is way more complicated and way more sensitive to environment with capabilities that you're not giving the correct attention to. At the end of the day, it doesn't prove that natural selection, one species can turn into another.
But it's an evidence for it. I mean, this one, and if you add this one and the fossils and other things, these are many evidences for it.
No, there are pre-assumptions based on a story that you've bought into. Yes, there are giant bones, and yes, there are animals that have genetic information. I mean, we share a lot of genetic information with trees. Does that mean we were a tree? No.
No, but we share the same ancestor as the trees did, as the trees
my friend, we have no evidence.
If you go back perhaps billions of years, we share the same ancestor, basically.
That's just a belief, when in reality we cannot replicate or observe natural selection, evolution, but what we can see is epigenetic gene expression, and that's what is being funded at the moment in science.
We can do that, because if you take a couple of if you take a mouse, and you breed it, we can end up with a mouse that has a shorter tail or a longer tail. You can literally change its evolutionary direction.
Yeah, you can change a lot with changing the environment, but you can have the same rat with the exact same genes look completely different. Anyway, I was just chiming in just to make sure that you don't claim evolution, natural selection is evidenced in science, because it's not.
It definitely is. I mean, you didn't disprove anything. Of course it is. What do you mean that it is not?
We have no evidence that one species can transform into another species. We don't have any of these
Yeah, I just
transitional
posted it
animals.
inside chat. We do.
No, we don't.
You're just lying. Yes. Have you ever heard of ring species? Have you ever heard of the phenomenon ring species?
Ring species? No.
Yeah. Yeah. Will you? Okay. Well then, I'll not be too harsh on you. You should read into it. Basically, what it is we have observed ourselves, and in the past seen species that, because of a geographical barrier, end up diverting to two branches. One going around one side of the barrier, the other one around the other side. That's why it's called ring species, because it makes a circle. And what ends up happening is, because the genetical distance due to mutation and natural selection becomes so different from each other that when they get together again on the other side of the barrier, they cannot interbreed. They in fact are incapable of interbreeding. Why it's called ring species. This is an active case of speciation, and we have multiple cases of this.
I'll look into it, but it sounds like bottlenecking.
You may call it what you want to, but the thing is that it originates from one species. It causes, it goes down a path where geographical barrier is on the way, and they end up diverting to two paths, the same species. Once they reach the other side of the barrier, where they get together again, and both
And we have a bunch of robots tonight, joined by a lovely panel of folks here. Go ahead, Bear, Pelagic Coffee.
Safeway. I guess they're Wi-Fi.
Thank you,
I don't
thank
know.
you,
We're
thank
about-
you, robot. Thank you, robot coffee man.
W-Bots in the chat. We're live on YouTube as well, guys. Twice. 2 YouTube channels and Rumble. Links are all in the bot description.
We ruined most of the Globers. You just don't do it anymore. Ruined Jesse on the other server the other day. Completely just, he was done. He was done when I found out the spec to his. It was theodolite that someone gave me his specs. Peter did, and 3 miles is max. You're gonna get, and you shouldn't even use that distance, really.
I find it funny that they're using tools incorrectly. Like, I don't really see the flat earthers doing that.
Well, he's just obsessed with theodolites because it thinks it adds an air of credibility to anything he presents, you know. Oh, it's a theodolite. Must be some super advanced machine beyond our understanding, you know.
So whenever you see him, you just put the skunk bait close-up refraction one on, and just say, your pictures are now null and void, and all your numbers. That's all you have to say to him, and he has to shut up. One's a time lapse, one's a still picture. So what was the air doing when he took those pictures? So that's all. He lost after that.
That's a big issue with pretty much anything Globers show is they never repeat it the next day, or they never repeat it multiple times in the same day. It's always just a few still images, and that's where they start and stop.
They do repeat it, and then they go, well, something must have been wrong on this one, so I'm not going to use that. I'll try another one.
Yeah, they cherry pick.
That
yeah,
doesn't match. That doesn't match. So they just go with whatever. If it equals 180 degrees, then it's not correct. So whatever is wacky time, then those are the correct ones. That's how they work.
It'll line up eventually.
I'm gonna post a link in the chat and go over to the same things that they do. So this is Pablo's dog. I don't know. He goes to the same parking spot at University of California, Davis. Sets up his camera in the exact same spot, in the exact same parking lot, the exact same place, and has video after video after video after video. It's probably like 50 or something, going back like a couple of years now. Horizon's always in a different place. But I actually noticed this past the horizon, there's like mountains, and they even look different every single time. So, yeah, at least we go to the effort to actually repeat observations, opposed to just like cherry picking.
You're still live. Take a look at the chat here. Pablo's dog. Invest in Chewy, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, that's a really big thing that a lot of new people coming to this topic don't understand. Is like really driving down on the motives of the advocates of the globe. Any of the guys going out and doing any kind of observation is that they have no intention of falsifying their globe. You know, that's not an outcome for them. So anything they ever bring back to present is all they'll always find some way to skew it into being some demonstration of a globe.
That's why, in some level, when you detect that they're doing that, right, you have to be like, just ask them, is there any observation that could be made that would falsify the globe? And just get them to admit that there's nothing that they could be presented with that they would say it's not a globe. Literally nothing. They're locked in, man.
Yeah. You know, we show them the Black Swan, the laser test. We show them Kanagu. You know, hundreds of miles observations, right? And then they just move the goalposts. Like, no, I want to see an observation at 1,000 miles. And we fucking show them Jay Tolan. No, I want to see 2,000 miles. Just on and on.
Yeah, whatever it is. I've heard people say, well, I want 100 miles. Okay, here you go. Oh, no, that's so far up. I need 300. Okay, here you go. Oh, I need 800. Here you go. Right? It's like, I need 10,000. Okay, here you go. Right? And then still.
I need to see my ass. You need to go right round the fucking earth, show me my ass, That's what we'll do.
Hey, how do you know looking out into space and seeing a black hole isn't seeing your own ass?
See,
I'm sure it is
solve the
somewhere.
riddle, man. Well, according to that astrophysicist guy, the famous one, the center of the galaxy black hole is a Fata Morgana.
Guys, that checks out. But I'd like to thank NASA for inventing the impact wrench. Without them, I couldn't change my tire while it's suspended. So, I mean, they're good for something.
Is that really true?
Yeah, man, you don't know the story, bro? So, if you take a drill, like a torque-powered drill, and you spin a fastener with it, and the fastener catches before you release the drill, and it doesn't have any type of advanced clutch, it's going to put torque into your wrist. And if you were quote-unquote in space, you would zip around and then just fling off like someone threw a sling. Follow me?
Okay.
Because you're just floating in space. You turn on the drill, and then you just spin 360 degrees around. It goes zinging out into the void.
Yeah.
So they had to invent a tool. Go ahead.
It's part of one of the Wallace and Gromit movies, the original ones. Gromit does exactly what you described with that drill.
Yep. So they had to invent a way to spin one end without actually applying a torsion to the handle, right? And so they created essentially it's a hammer on a spring, and it slaps like a wedge, and that causes it to advance one turn. So it's never actually applying torsion back to the handle. So you could be in space, allegedly, and just keep spinning the front end while the back end doesn't spin. Now, that's not to be diminished by Velcro or Tang, because Velcro and Tang are also awesome.
What about that pen that supposedly works in space?
Oh, hell yeah, I had one of those when I was a kid. I had 2 of them. They were awesome.
There's a great story my dad told me about that. They spent, I'm not sure if it was thousands or millions of dollars, but I think it was millions of dollars to develop that pen. And then he said to me, you want to know what the Russians use? A pencil.
Or like underwater. Underwater guys use a pencil as well. It's like a wax-based pencil.
Wow, that's cool. I didn't know that. Shout out the
Yeah,
pencils.
so the only thing cool about the space pen is like supposedly it has like a micro textured ball rather than a smooth ball, so it can grip better. And then it has a gas cartridge in the ink. So like it pushes the ink out by force rather than letting it drip out. That's really all the magic.
Oh, nice. Like gravity defying. Very nice.
But technically, when you think about it, if the ink itself it just has regular standard pressure, and you depress the ball, then the vacuum of space should just suck the ink right out anyway. Right? Why do you need a secondary gas cartridge?
I think they were talking about using them in the capsule.
Gas pressurized ink pen, therefore Earth's a globe.
Yeah, I hear you on the capsule, but you see, I was thinking big because what you just said sounds boring as crap, and so I was messed up because I'm thinking NASA, big, bad, exploring everywhere.
Something else weird my dad told me, like along those lines, was that before they went into space, that they weren't sure if people would be able to swallow in space or not. Someone food and water while hanging upside down, and then when they were able to demonstrate that you can eat food and drink water while hanging upside down, they thought it's safe to eat food and drink water in zero gravity. What a funny story that is.
I feel like they continually come up with stories. It's like any scientist can just come up with some idea like that. Well, we need to check and see if it's possible to swallow, like, and write some paper on that or whatever. That's what's the lore is so open ended. I mean, a good example of this was that lady that came out. Well, I guess it was a gentleman who came out and said, "Well, technically, the oceans are not flat; they're curved, even inwards and stuff like that." Right? I'll see if I can grab that clip. But that's just another guy adding lore onto the video game for anyone to download. So it's an open end world, I guess.
It's funny to point out. It's funny to point out though that they claimed that they tested it. They tested that thing, but they didn't. They didn't test the spacesuits. Like they didn't test the spacesuits in a vacuum though. Like test all this other stuff, but not the spacesuits in a vacuum.
Yeah. Speaking of spacesuits, there was something actually I saw somewhere in some news feed about SpaceX and their spacesuits, and it said, "Yeah, we had to test them for zero gravity." And then you look at their spacesuits; they're all soft spacesuits, just like the other ones.
How are they going to move
Even
around?
softer, you know.
Especially if you're going to be in a studio hanging by wires. You gotta be able to move around, or you're going to really look like a puppet.
I mean, wouldn't they need to be like reinforced so they like wouldn't like blow up or something? So like, there's no reinforcement; they're just soft cloth suits. Like what?
Said there's two zippers, so that should be enough to keep out into the negative 17 tour.
Yeah, last time. When was the last time you saw air-proof or pressure-proof zippers? Right?
They should put zippers on basketballs and footballs.
Yeah, but didn't somebody do a test of a glove in a vacuum chamber? And what essentially happened is his pressurized glove expanded, causing the glove to be tense and no longer have any ability to move. I remember that.
Yeah, that's correct. That's what would happen in a vacuum chamber. Joints that are sealed by like O-rings and such will swell up and you won't be able to move them. If you do, you're going to break something.
Yeah. So let's see them actually test these suits in a a vacuum system. Let's see that. That's what I want to see.
I want to see him swing a golf club in a vacuum chamber with the suit on.
All right.
I think it's worth pointing out. I think someone did, but it wasn't an ordinary NASA spacesuit. It was like the CEO of Google at the time or something, and he was doing this like high altitude, kind of like a Felix Baumgartner like thing, where he was just taking a balloon really high up. But he made this like custom made, homemade spacesuit like thing, to keep the pressure in. But the thing is, they tested this with him inside of it in a vacuum chamber, and it didn't work, and he got sick. Like you see, that's the difference between him and NASA. See, he was planning to actually do what he was talking about. He was actually planning to go where he was talking about going.
He believed in space up until that point, too.
That's hilarious about there being a little dip in the bottom of the ocean. So there's going to be a dip in the top of the water, or like a mountain underneath on the ocean floor, and there's going to be ever so slightly rise. What a bunch of horse shit! That's hilarious. When did they measure that? Ask them that part.
Hey, Mark Sargent got a standing offer to be the guinea pig to go in with a official NASA spacesuit into a vacuum chamber and see what happens.
I understand. Why would he volunteer for that? Wouldn't it make more sense to get a Glober to volunteer for that?
Well, because he's willing to put his money where his mouth is,
I don't know. It just seems like an unnecessary risk.
What?
Hey, but I don't care. Like, I mean, take whatever risk you want.
I think for a Glober, it's a necessary risk, and they ought to be taking it.
Well, let me tell you, if he does that, won't he be the most famous flat earther of all time?
So there is a doco, or it's I don't know if it's YouTube or if it was published on TV, but there's this guy. He approached the U.S. Air Force to like put him through the basic pre-training, and one of the things was he had to be stuck in one of their suits that that experience low pressure environments. And they put him in there and they started sucking the air out of the room. They had him in the suit and everything. They had to monitor him, like monitor his vitals constantly, and in case something went wrong. And he said he was experiencing like things. So you get the pressure changes and that. So like even in a low pressure environment, as at the altitudes that Air Force pilots go, there's effects on the human body in their suits. So like it's a fair challenge. It's a fair challenge that Mark Sargent puts up.
What's his challenge? I didn't even hear about it.
Wants to be stuck inside one of their spacesuits that they use on their spacewalks and put into a vacuum chamber.
Oh yeah,
and have the air sucked out.
They're not going to allow that. That equipment's too old. We don't have the technology to make that shit anymore. Couldn't remake it if you tried. That's the excuse.
Yeah, heart rate changes, blood flow, like it's a pretty it's dangerous.
Well, NASA does some amazing things, so that's all you have to know. They must have been doing all that monitoring on the spacesuits then when they were walking around on the moon. Must have been monitoring it on Earth, right? Got radio repeaters up there. They got all kinds of shit going on that moon.
A little bit of a dig for that video I was talking about. I'll see if I can find it.
And we are still live, ladies and gentlemen. Creed K has joined us. Ethergris is here. High up level, no rolls. High up level, welcome to the panel. Thanks for joining.
You got more rolls in a bakery shop.
High up level, we hear you breathing, so go ahead and chime in.
Nothing, just how did you hear me? I put you on mute.
So welcome. How did you find yourself here?
I've been here for a while. Just checking in. Nah, been a pretty. Been doing this for a while.
W. For a while, couple years, couple months.
2 years.
2 years.
2 years.
So your
break.
Breaks are good. W breaks. Are you so safe to assume you're a flat earther?
Yeah.
Very nice. Awesome. Well, why don't you just hit us with maybe hit us with a couple proofs?
Well, you guys will have to wait because so I'm gonna go on mute real quick.
Sorry, I didn't catch that. What do you say, guys? He's gonna give us some proofs. I'm ready, bro. Just hit us when you're ready. I'm also gonna upgrade his roles to VC. Oh, he is VC verified. Perfect. Cool. Also, we have Grisp. I just recently learned about that name. That's cool. And yeah, guys, look around. This is the panel.
If you watch that video, that guy was boiled alive in that spacesuit.
Sounds like a fun time.
You only do that once.
Still roboting, or am I out of the freaking robot zone?
10-4.
You're down back to
We're
your
onto
normal
something.
robot self.
We're on to something, friends.
Um,
So can we boil lobster? That is that method?
That's a negative.
Why not?
Not how heat
Can't
works.
cook a lobster.
PETA, I've got PETA on the
Have you
line. Yes, PETA,
slowly-
I've got some lobster murderers here in the chat.
If you,
But you probably
if you slowly,
dehydrate
you
it.
slowly raised. If you slowly raise the vacuum pressure with an extra container inside the vacuum container, you might be able to. As it evaporates, you might be able to cook it a little bit. I don't know though. Probably not.
Is that what freeze drying
Might end
is?
up being terrible.
Yeah.
Freeze dried lobster. Dude,
So
is that like astronaut ice cream that I got at the science center when I was in like 3rd grade? That would have been like 1975.
That's the closest thing. Hey, I gotta go on. That's the closest thing that NASA has ever come to a vacuum is their ice cream. It's the closest thing they've ever had that's been to a vacuum.
Ice cream, yeah, absolutely, dude. Like, dude, and everybody was drinking Tang. Yeah, got my space ice cream. The only thing that was cool for the Science Center was that you could buy one of those gyroscope. I don't know what they were called. I think they called them gyroscopes. The thing you would wind up a string and then you'd spin it and then you could like hold the string out and like it would ride along, or you could hang it.
Yeah, we
they're
call that
giving
thing
you all the
gyroscope.
clues. They're giving you all the clues that you don't live on a ball. Right there in the gift shop, you can buy all the flat Earth devices. I live by NASA, so and the Science Center of the city, but NASA has a gift shop. You can go in there and buy all the flat Earth proof you want.
I wonder if the Baltimore Science Center is even still there. I'm driving, so I can't Google it. It used to be right in the harbor, like right by the harbor, near Harbor Place. The one building you could go up to the top and observe. It had an observatory. It was like the International World Trade Building or some crap. Right over top of the freaking Constellation that was supposed to be a Revolutionary War boat, but looked completely sus. You know, it was all like, oh, it's all just they fixed it up. You know, they made it like new. But dude, you could tell it was just a recreation because it just looked too good. There's no way that shit was in the Revolutionary War.
27 people. Let's fucking get it, man.
Yeah, they're probably working on that chip all the time. No doubt.
So it's like, why is all 27 people quiet?
Everybody talk at the same time. He wants to hear us all talk at the same time. Can everybody unmute, please? Let's just start the yapping.
Yeah, dude, what's wrong with you?
What's wrong with me?
Yeah, what you expect to just walk like a noisy room and everyone have their mic on?
We're
voice
messing with you.
activated?
Yo, there's 27 people in here. Where the fuck is the debates?
Look at
Debates.
It's a
There's no
speculation
debate,
Sunday.
man. It's just a discussion on
How about I pose
how
as a global-
hilarious gravity is.
How about I pose as
And
a
that
how, can somebody
oh
be
gosh.
Uber?
Hey, homie, give us a speculation. It's speculation Sunday. You want to hear some talking? Pose a
Wait a
speculation.
minute. Are you gonna be a real Glober or like a funny one?
Listen, man,
Like a sarcastic Glober.
I'm a Glober, right? And my thing with you flat earthers is y'all can see significant evidence, right? I can literally show a picture of curve right now from an airplane, and you guys will
Stop
still
the cap.
stay up.
Not true. That's not true at all. You don't even know how planes are built.
Where do you get that rubbish about seeing curvature from an airplane? Where'd you get that from?
Because I
YouTube.
I flew when I was little. Yeah,
No.
I saw it.
Somebody told me look out the window, you can see the curve, and you went, "Yeah, you're right," and that was it.
You see what I mean? No.
Let me ask you a question about this. Let's say you and I both go up in an airplane, the airplane you're talking about. We both look out the same window, and you say, I see the curvature of the Earth. And then I say, I see a flat Earth. How are we going to know which one of us is telling the truth?
Take a picture.
Yeah, but we could take a picture, and then I could say, I see a picture of a flat Earth, and you say, I see a picture of a curved Earth. What next?
Well, then you ask, well, was the horizon straight, or are you thinking that what the straight line is actually the edge, and you're calling that the curve? That's what you have to get into.
Curvature. Unless you're on navigation, debunks flat Earth.
That's a good one.
Yeah. Flat Earth measurement.
Rayleigh
On flat
criterion. We'll get to him in a second. I saw a video where they spun a wheel and it floated in the air. Is this possible? Did I see a video like that?
Yeah, that science lady. The science lady.
Not her.
It
stayed in the air without anybody holding it. Not her. That goofy
damn
crazy
it.
lady.
I love her. Her Russian accent makes me believe it. I was almost like believing gravity that day.
If you see flat Earth comments, that's probably my account. So when you see those shorts come up, that's me commenting. She says dumb shit. And I say, yeah, well, gravity didn't hold water down or anything like that. I'll just start saying dumb shit in there.
At least you know it's dumb. Flat Earth don't have no real arguments, bro.
Oh, bro. Is water held down by gravity?
Oh, crap.
It is, bro.
It's in clouds, so how is that happening? Damn it.
Which water? Just certain water or all water?
No, certain dude.
You mean certain
It's
water?
very, very picky water. Picky water.
Is it picky water or
Salt
picky
water.
gravity? Or is it picky gravity? No. Can't be.
Dude. And
So,
the
now,
moon
dude.
picks and chooses
Yeah,
which
so I'm
water
gonna
it pulls.
talk to this guy real quick and find out what he's all about.
Gravity isn't picky. You guys just don't know what physics are, man.
Oh, explain to me how gravity is being held down on the ground in a can, just a can of water, just a little bit of water on the bottom, enough to cover the bottom, and then it lays flat inside that cylinder. How come?
Because
it's awesome.
Gravity, man.
Gravity makes things flat.
The one-word explanation, gravity, magic words.
Hold on.
And you know how you guys say,
Does gravity make things flat?
I'm about to answer your question right now. You know how you guys say,
Well, that's a yes or no. Actually, it's not a let's give a speech beforehand kind of thing. It's not one of those days.
You don't need a dissertation.
yes, it does.
Gravity makes things flat. But
Yeah.
gravity makes the ball. So you don't even hear it yourself.
Yeah, gravity makes things flat, and we measure it to be flat, so I guess it measures it flat.
Where's the measurement?
No, it makes it flat on a micro level, but if it gets really big, it's curved.
See what I mean?
You guys,
claims
you're
you-
just not looking at it big enough.
So, where's the measurements of a flat Earth?
Okay, hold on.
So we're gonna finish this water being flat from gravity. Okay. So now I'm gonna put a lid on top of that cylinder that's connected to my vacuum pump, and I'm gonna suck all the air out of that. Now it's a vacuum chamber. How come the water boiled away after I let it run for an hour? My vacuum chamber is completely dry. How come the gravity didn't hold it down anymore? It just seems like air pressure was doing that. When I removed the air pressure, there went the water.
Is that a question or a statement?
It's a statement and a question. You can't explain why gravity failed for that experiment.
That is an oxymoron, bro. Statement and a question, bro. Shut your dumb ass up, boy.
It was two separate sentences.
Listen, man. Gravity answers all questions.
So gravity's your god? What?
So you asked for flat measurements. I posted them in the live stream voice text.
You see this? Because you guys always say, "Oh, Earth's measured flat."
He's his mama.
Yeah,
and his daddy. Without gravity, he wouldn't be born right now, would he? When gravity loves itself and gets together and
Starts at 51 minutes after the hour for you.
Right here, flat Earth core.
The problem is that you don't.
No, it's not. It's not flat Earth core. It's Field Engineers core.
Field engineer.
No, which like link am I clicking? The YouTube video of the
FE cores.
They're both.
engineer.
They're both the same thing. It depends on whether you want to read or whether you want to watch a video of the experiment.
I want to read.
Okay. So
yeah, slow mo.
The PDF, dude.
The real problem is that you don't have any measurement that proves your globe.
We don't have you know.
Yeah, measurements of curb and water, funny boy.
Yeah, where's that curved measurement of curved water? Because the
He
globe
said-
is the globe. Wait a minute, the globe has the is the default. You have the burden of proof.
He said gravity makes things flat. He said it. Yes, that's what happened. So he's
Yeah,
already
so-
done. But
so-
we'll continue with his measurements.
He said
Talk
gravity
about-
explains all things. That's what he said. I want to. How does it explain quantum tunneling?
Dog, you're strawmanning my statement, right? You know I didn't
No,
mean.
you literally said gravity explains all things. That is
Yeah.
an exact freaking quote.
Yeah, you said that. There's 2 bots running with it streaming that can be rewound in a second. That's exactly what you said.
Yeah, he said it explains it's horizontal, but he saw it curve and explains everything.
Explain why my favorite color is purple.
I was saying everything in terms of
Gravity is why.
It explains everything in terms of what? Say that again.
I was saying it explains everything in terms of like keeping things in the ground, water, et cetera, man. You guys are just dumbasses.
Yeah, that's not an actual argument.
So the gravity proves that water lies flat and level everywhere we look. Yeah, okay, got it.
Level means curves, idiot. Try again.
Okay, so if we want to, okay, hey, so we want to make a flat floor. What tool do we use?
Say that again.
If we want to make something flat, we want to pour concrete and make a big piece of flat concrete. What tool do we use to make that flat?
Tell me you're the king of flatness.
Yeah, so what tool do we use to make that flat? A level, right? Do we use a level?
You must have all.
Are you going to argue that we use a level to make the floor curved? You really going to make that argument?
Seems like
Go for it.
Bro, like, look up the definition of level, bro. Like, what's wrong with y'all?
Yeah, a device.
It's a device to make things level.
Yeah.
Elevation not being higher or lower than itself. A horizontal line.
Here's
no
where he
point being higher or lower than itself. Do you understand that, slow kid?
Now here's where he gets. Here's where he's screwed, because he's saying that level means curved. Well, show us all the curved floors then. Where are those?
That won't work in construction, really, because your shit will just fall apart. But on a large scale, everything's curved. On a small scale, everything's flat. On a local scale to Globers, everything is now flat. He said gravity makes water flat. So we got him saying flat. It's just he just needs to be pushed over. Pushed over. Go on, you guys. Get him over the edge.
You guys won't let me talk, man. It's okay, man.
You said gravity makes things flat.
The more you talk, the more you contradict yourself.
And
Why
the more
would we
you
stop
talk-
you from talking?
Fucking man. Damn it, man. You guys are fucking idiots, man. You know it.
That's such a great argument. It really supports your position. You're dumb.
Are y'all gonna
That's
let me
why I'm right.
say my
Look, we could be dumb, but that still wouldn't make you right.
Right.
Hey, how about this? I'll give anybody. Listen, so let's get back to celestial navigation, right? I'll give anybody $500 to do a 3-star fix on a flat Earth. Why is everyone quiet?
No.
You mean elevation angles from a horizontal plane? Okay, got it.
Define 3-star fix.
I don't have to.
What do you mean you don't have to? You're just parroting a McTune.
I know what celestial navigation is, man.
Yeah, so what's a 3-star fix?
Man, you guys are morons, man. You know it.
So what's a 3-star fix? You should easily be able to tell us what it is. Well, how are you going to judge whether we did it or not if you don't know what it is?
Basically, you don't know what celestial navigation is.
Yeah, I know what celestial navigation is. I want to know what a subset of celestial navigation is. A 3-star fix. What is that?
That's your claim. So tell us.
I want $500. What's a 3-star fix? I want to know, how can I get the $300? $500.
You don't know what a 3-star fix is.
Yeah, I want you to tell me. I want to know. Like, I don't want you to be able to weasel out of it, right? So I want you to tell me what a 3-star fix is, so that I can perform it.
If you know
what collect the money.
If you know what it is, I'm not telling you, bro.
You're the one.
You need to know what it is.
How? But I'm not the one doing the quiz. You morons are.
You're the one that claimed it, moron.
What do you mean you're not? You are doing the quiz. You asked us for something.
No, y'all are doing the quiz.
You're the one that made the claim of a 3-star
That ain't
fix.
gonna work, kiddo.
Yeah, this is typical dumb Glober bullshit.
No, I said I would give anyone $500 to do
For you to not know how to trace the curve out? For you to be too fucking dumb to make a sidewalk?
To do something you don't know how to do.
Yeah, to do something he can't even describe it.
Exactly.
You won't pay because you don't understand what you're talking about.
No, he read McCune's website.
He wants a smart flat earther to
Ain't that
tell
right,
him how
Mr.
the globe
Cosman? You
curve
read
would look.
McCune's website and looked at his challenge.
No, I
and that's
actually.
you just parroting it.
that's
You don't
right.
even know what the challenge is.
I actually read Prototads.
You should read water, not curving.
Yeah, so not So not actual celestial navigation, something on CAD.
Hey, who just said water doesn't curve? You guys are idiots.
Why do we need a second-rate parrot like you in here, though? Why can't Protostat himself just speak to us?
Yeah, bring that sissy goofball in here.
That's really funny. We got lots of audio of Protostad getting his guts ripped out.
Let's see.
Dozens of times.
That's a claim. Let's see. That's a claim.
Oh shit, bro. That I'll be your Huckleberry.
You can't even justify your own freaking claim, you Glober.
He's a horizontal curve, guys, because he knows it's a horizontal curve.
Said that.
Mr. Cosmic, what's a 3-star fix?
You guys are morons, man.
He doesn't even know what his own
answer
claim
this
is.
question so we can make sure that we know what the fuck we're doing, right?
Oh, you don't know what you're doing. Thanks for admitting it, moron.
No, you need to specify exactly what you mean so we know we're doing it correctly, you dummy.
If you know what a 3-star fix is, you should be good.
No, you need to know what it is.
Why do I need to know what it is?
Because you're going to be the one that judges whether we get the $500.
Yeah,
so
and
in order to meet the criteria, we didn't know what the criteria is.
Yeah, and you made the claim.
Y'all don't even have a model. Y'all morons.
You made the claim of a 3-star fix. You are the one that said 3-star fix. So tell us what it is. You don't even know what it is.
I'm not gonna be able to 3-star fix anyway. Y'all don't have a model.
Yeah, you don't even fucking know what your own claim is. You're just like a typical Glober.
A model of what? We need a model of.
You own a basketball or something of that size, soccer ball?
Yeah, so video of Protostad getting cooked.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I posted it in the chat. I posted in the chat the video, the audio that was captured in here.
And
Desperate, going for the nuclear option now. Everything else failed, so y'all don't have a model.
Yeah, he went right to the end. Y'all don't have a model.
Cause I don't, do y'all? No.
A model of what exactly?
That's how the globe has a model.
Let me ask this one.
Does.
Let me ask
Can
this
you-
quick
hey,
question.
hey,
Go on.
no, hold on. He said the globe has a model. Can you post the globe model in the chat?
Yeah,
Okay.
post that right now.
Post the globe model in the chat. Awesome.
Can't define what a 3-star fix is because it doesn't exist. There's no such thing as a 3-star fix.
What? You're a moron. He's actually a moron.
You're a one-trick pony.
moron.
That's literally your reputation.
Prove it.
Everything. You're dumb.
Yeah, it's getting old. At least call us idiots.
How about this? While I'm posting the globe model, post the flat Earth model.
Yeah, as soon as you post the globe model, I'll post the flat Earth model.
Yeah, why
Because
do
you're
we
not going
need
to
a
post
model?
it. You're not going to post the globe model because there is no globe model.
You're not going to post the model.
Well,
You're not
because
gonna
it's a non sequitur.
How about this? Look right there. That's literally a globe model.
You're claiming that we don't have model. You don't even fucking have one yourself, you bozo.
So how can I use this? So how can I use this to predict sunset times?
Does a model have to do that?
Yeah, that's what a model is.
Show me that definition.
Well, how else? Well, how else will you going to test the model for its accuracy?
Show me
Unless
that.
you can make a prediction
Model.
and then test the prediction.
They already tested it. That's why it's a model. Oh, girl.
Yeah. So how do I use this model that you just posted? Earth 3D map. That's
Yeah.
not a model.
Yeah, show
I wanna-
us the test of your model that are predictable, where there's predictable outcomes.
I want to know the sunset time in New York on July 15th. How do I use this to get that?
Where's your
So
model?
what is it model exactly? What is this model?
Glober doesn't have a model.
So that's not a model. That's what you guys are telling me.
You don't even know what a model is. You don't even know what this guy doesn't even know what a model is.
Like, you know how you got like He-Man action figures? He-Man action figures are a model of a cartoon character, right? They don't actually exist in the real world, just
Listen,
like
let's-
this doesn't exist in the real world.
Let's get back to it, right?
Yeah, let's
Okay.
get back to it. The fact that you don't have a model, yeah, let's get back to that.
Yeah, you just want it to be a globe so bad. You're just like cling to anything that pops up on your internet.
You guys said that we never measure curve, correct?
Correct.
Jesse Lee Path of Light did.
Oh,
I
dude, you're
already
dumber than I
debunked
thought.
An hour ago. Yeah, he was debunked in here already.
Let's just count the ways that this guy is dumb. He claims
Rewind
that
it
three.
to about an hour ago, dude, and you'll hear
Let's just count. Let's just count the ways this guy's dumb. Just real quick, he claims a three-star fix. He doesn't even know what it is. He claims a model. He supposedly posts a model. He doesn't know what a model is. Shall I go on?
Now we're gonna go with Jesse Path, the light proof Earth curve. What units?
Yep.
And what device did he measure Earth curve with?
Theodolite.
And what were the units that he used? The units of measure. Feet, inches. What would he use?
I gotta look back inside the drive. What? I'm looking back inside the drive. So
Yeah, fucking Google Earther. We know all about you. We know exactly where you're getting information from.
I'm getting
we know all about it.
Look,
yeah, you don't know anything yourself other than what you look up some other stupid glober that has no information, just like you. You don't have any information either. You're just making shit up as you go.
The people you're parroting can't prevail. You have zero chance, bro.
You guys said that you debunked Jesse. Let me see.
Hundreds of times. Do you want me to get one right out of the chat that I did?
Yes.
Okay, hold on.
Because he specifically measured drop. A huge drop.
A drop. Measured in what unit?
Hold on, I'm looking.
So he doesn't know, so he has to go look. But he claims he knows.
No, I said he measured drop. What are you talking
Yeah,
about?
You claimed that you knew, and now you have to go look it up, proving you didn't know.
No, I'm looking for the unit. I knew the unit, so
yeah, you didn't fucking know, did you?
Mr. Cosmic, while they're getting you that info at 5 minutes after the hour, that's a time lapse of a few hours. What time did he take the picture? What did the air look like when he took the picture? Because he didn't do a time lapse. He's debunked.
What?
Yeah, you don't understand anything now.
Was that really your argument? Like, I thought you were trolling.
No, so here's something that Jesse puts out where he says he measured drop. So this is my reply. This happened way back on 3/11/2023. So if you look at the numbers that he generated,
okay,
right, and then look at what I said. 6 miles the drop is 24 feet. The max distance is 16.97 miles, and the drop is 192 feet. That means the difference between the closest and farthest height measurement should be 168 feet. According to your data, it's 51 feet. It's 3 orders of magnitude. That's a multiple of 3 difference. The prediction versus the observation. The drop, 37 feet above sea level, eye level, of 58 feet to minus 14 feet above eye level was your data. So tell me, what did Jesse measure? He didn't actually measure these drops in feet. He measured angles, right? So he leveled the instrument and then measured an angle.
That's
what he did.
It's still a drop, bro. What are you talking about?
No, it's an angle measurement that's different than what he thinks horizontal is, and that's only valid at the point. And he's using. You know why he's getting these results? It's because he's using the instrument, the theodolite, beyond its specification. Right? That means he's using it beyond the technical limit for which it's accurate. According to the manual in the theodolite he's using, it says, don't use past this distance.
That's another claim. Show me the manual.
Right, when you got that?
Right.
I looked for it the other day. Let me see if I can find it.
Hold on. I mean, you can look at any theodolite manual, particularly says 1,500 meters.
You guys say a lot of claims and don't
listen. Oh, that's funny.
The globe,
dude.
I look at my clipboard or my
The
screen
globe
capture.
makes all the claims. What the hell?
Why would I have to prove anything? Shouldn't you be the one providing evidence to your claim that he measured drop, that he measured curve?
Plus, they teach that in all the schools all over the earth. So you have the burden of proof. So show your proof of your claim of globe Earth.
An optical drop is not curve measurements, dude. Measuring a difference in angle is not necessitate a curve.
Wait, hold on. You idiots do know that he has a video of him doing the entire experiment, right?
Yeah, we're well aware. We know Jesse way better than you.
Yeah.
You
But
also
the
don't
funny
know what.
thing is that you're duped by his bullshit. That's the funny thing.
Yeah, there's another one to check off the list. He doesn't know what an experiment is, Mr. Cosmic.
So
You
another
found
one
out
that
about
Jesse did was he lined up theodolite and then said, "Look, this is even at like 48 inches." But then when you look at the what do you call it? The tape measure isn't centered in the frame, which means if it's not centered, it's not on the optical axis, which is not an actual measurement. It's not level. So he does a lot of shit like this, where he just, even though he's doing something and he's saying in the video that it matches what he's doing, if you actually watch the video, the readouts of what it says on like the theodolite doesn't match the words coming out of his face. Another example of that is when he used the what was it? The gyro compass. He's like, "Oh, look, this matches 15 degrees per hour." But then if you actually watch the video and watch what it's doing, it's not matching 15 degrees per hour. He's just saying it in the video. And dupes like you listen to his words and don't actually watch the video. You're a useful idiot.
Yeah, lazy Glober.
So listen, you guys are.
But where's your fucking globe proof, bro? Yeah, like this stupid shit that this person did that you're claiming to be globe proof. They've disallowed like perspective completely, all kinds of other variables. Like you don't know what you're talking about.
Here, look in the chat. That's me wrecking Jesse for like, I don't know, how long is this video? I think it's like 3 hours maybe. 3 hours of him taking fucking L after L after L.
Bro, same thing with your flat Earth measurements, bro. Y'all didn't account for refraction, man. Fuck off.
We did account for refraction.
Yeah, you gave up your freaking your geometric globe Earth horizon by claiming refraction.
It doesn't say it in the document that y'all accounted for refraction.
Yeah, you just gave up your geometric horizon, which you are required to have if it's a globe Earth, and you don't have it. So what is Earth growing and shrinking, breathing in and out?
Irrelevant to what I just said.
Hey, can you answer a question for me though? How do you account for refraction, and what do you need to do? Is there a model of refraction we should actually use to quote unquote account for it, which would mean quantify it?
Man.
Well, if that model doesn't exist, how would we account for it? Will we just make up a number?
Yeah, why don't you help us out by defining what you mean by what is refraction, Mr. Cosmic?
You guys,
what made you think that you could come in here with this bullshit and anything would happen? Like, really?
I mean, you guys are completely denying refraction, which I just
When did I say I denied refraction? I asked you for something. This is a gimmick you guys use. If I ask for evidence, you guys say I'm denying it. Asking for evidence is not a denial. I'm asking for evidence supporting your claims.
What do you mean, how do we account for refraction?
Yeah, how do you account for it? You said you guys didn't account for refraction. Okay, how would we do that? Because the data's still there, right? I can just retroactively do the accounting, right? And see if it matches the globe. I can just do it retroactively. So how do we account for it to make you happy?
Okay, if you don't know, just say you don't know.
No, nobody knows.
I posted an example for you just now again, and you tell me in that how we can predict things.
What do you mean predict things?
Yeah, how do we account for refraction in this Skunk Bay GIF?
Bro.
Do we use a formula? Do we need like meteorological measurements? Like, what do we need? What do we need to do?
Yeah, we're waiting.
Bro, you guys are really asking me how do you account for refraction?
You're the one that
Yeah, we really are.
You made the
really
claim,
are.
bro. You made the claim.
You said we didn't do it, right? So tell us how to do it, genius.
And then after you tell us how to do it, why don't you actually give us a description or a definition of your refraction? So tell us how to account for it first.
Hey, I have a better idea. Why don't you take that PDF and correct it?
You guys are like so.
Yeah, yeah. Go correct it. Account for refraction. Hey, so listen, they use meteorological stations, so you have the weather conditions, so you should be able to quote unquote account for refraction simply from the PDF. So why don't you correct it?
This is going to kill you right here. Watch this.
Yeah, I'm sure it will.
And
wait,
just let me
exist.
hold on before you go on, brother. I want to give you the answer since I'm your friend. Okay, so the proper way to account for refraction is like this: 1 refraction. Oh, ha ha ha. 2 refraction. Ha ha.
Yeah. Dude, CB, you're fucking up, man. It's supposed to be a lightning bolt sound, man.
Wait, can you guys hear me? Oh yeah. Wait. So I just want to hear a yes or no. Does refraction exist?
You tell
us.
I posted an image for you of atmospheric refraction across Skunk Bay. It's a time lapse over a few hours. I'm not sure how many hours, but you can see it happening right there. Do you think that exists?
And why don't you tell us which type of refraction we're supposed to be accounting for? Can you tell us that?
Yeah. Give us a definition of what refraction is.
Wait,
Which
so
one?
Oh, he has no clue.
Which one?
Indio just said that refraction exists. He's already debunked.
Which one, Mr. Cosmic?
No,
Which one?
refraction.
Which type?
So there's a general phenomenon of refraction, right? Snell's law. We make eyeglasses, all sorts of lenses. We use this principle called refraction. Refraction is just the speed of light changing when it passes from one medium to another. That's all refraction is. Yes, that exists as a general phenomenon. Whether it exists in this case or in the case of the laser experiment, that is another question, because it is not the general condition of reality.
Oh yeah, and I just wanted to tell you, idiots, the videos.
Oh yeah, great argument again. Same old.
With an argument. The video, the high altitude video with the stars. That video that y'all listed in y'all resources, it shows curve in the video, morons.
Which video is that?
The one with the stars where he was like, I seen something interesting that the sun something was doing to the stars. In the video, at specifically 2 hours, 8 seconds, and something. I don't know, but it showed curve. You guys
Is it
are
like something? Is it a hot air balloon or something?
I think it is.
Yeah, hot air balloons don't go high enough to see Earth curve, dude. Not even in your model.
How did it show curve?
Yeah, because it's the lens, dude.
Oh, that was. Guys are boring.
No.
Learn how cameras work.
So, yeah, learn how cameras work. So, one thing you can do is you can look up something called aerial photogrammetry, right? So, it's taking pictures from airplanes. They have designed specialized lenses because the temperature and pressure changes the way the relative refractive index works versus at sea level. And they're just using regular retail cameras, and they're just throwing them on a freaking hot air balloon.
Evidence.
Yeah, do you want a citation? Because I got that. It's called Design Steps for High Altitude Aerial Photography. So it's about designing cameras for that purpose, so that they actually preserve geometry.
Bro, where's the evidence? Give me a citation, something.
You're not looking at what I've already posted.
You never looked at the core stuff. You said you were going to read it. There's no way you read 100 pages.
What, you talking about the flat Earth measurement? Oh, he didn't account for refraction, bro. I don't know what you guys.
How do you know that? Did you even read it?
What was the temperature that day in that document since you read it?
You guys tell me, y'all king of flat Earths, right?
Oh, see, he doesn't even read it. He's not doing shit.
Look, I'll count for refraction in it right now. It's 25 miles, 10 feet to 4 feet. If you do the standard refraction calculation, it moves down how high the laser would be from 127 meters to 122 meters. Well, you got to wonder why they picked up the laser at 1.5 meters. So even with standard refraction, you still have to make up 118 meters.
Why do we observe 20?
Yeah, so I just accounted for refraction. Now what?
Yeah, now it's not going to be flat, fucking moron.
Yeah, well, they still picked up the laser 25 miles away, even though with refraction they shouldn't. See, this is what you don't get. They did an experiment that's 2 orders of magnitude different than the globe prediction. Refraction doesn't fix that because it's so different. You would need.
Oh, so they didn't.
Pardon me?
Oh, it.
Let me guess. I'm a moron. I'm an idiot. Which one?
You just like you're basically admitting that they didn't account for refraction.
No. Did you read it?
Yes.
Okay. What was the farthest distance?
I forgot it real quick. Let me look.
Yeah. So, in order for refraction to deflect the laser that much, it would have to be a refraction that's 20 times the normal condition, and not just once. They repeated the test 2 weeks later. So it had to happen twice, and it had to happen in such a way that they didn't pick it up on the 2 meteorological stations that they brought with them to test the weather. Yeah. You got zilch, dude.
Laser.
Yeah, talk about us then. If that's all you
It's
got.
all about the flat earthers, you guys.
Man, listen, this is all I'm going.
Mr. Costa, this is what you don't understand. See, this laser test, this was the 4th try because every time they did it, the Globers like you would make some complaint. So the next year, they took the complaints and they compensated for them. And then the Globers said, it's still not good enough. So they went the next year and compensated for them.
So this is
and then the next year, they kept improving the experiment to address the complaints of Globers. So now they did a distance where they did it in a way that you can't complain. There's no complaints. Refraction doesn't help you because refraction only moves it down 5 meters, and you have to move it down 127 meters.
Citation, please.
It's in the PDF
of the flat Earth experiment.
It's not a flat Earth experiment. Well, I mean, it's a flat Earth result.
Were they flat earthers?
Who cares? Does that make the laser do something different?
Yeah, they could have added man. Why do we observe a 24-hour sun in Antarctica?
Holy shit!
Who is we?
All over the place. What? He's all over the place.
Who is we, dude?
What do you mean?
Throw that shit, mate. Throw that shit at the wall.
We?
Stop doing semantics, bro. Answer my question.
No. Why don't you substantiate your question? That's why I said, who is we? Because I want to know if you're in the we. But since it isn't you, then that means it's somebody else. And I want you to substantiate what they saw.
Human beings.
Which ones?
People in Antarctica, bro.
Yeah, okay. So when I post the video of somebody that was in Antarctica for 18 months and never saw the 24-hour sun, what are you going to say about that?
Show me.
Here we go again. How come I have to substantiate my claims that you don't have to substantiate anything?
What do you mean, bro?
What have you posted? What have you substantiated? What evidence have you fucking shown for anything you've said?
Just don't understand what I'm unable to articulate in the
access to image. Can I get access to images? I'm gonna post a data right now.
No, yeah, we're not gish galloping, dude.
You just said I'm about to show you evidence if I can.
Okay, so yeah, India went ahead and posted for you the 18 months. There you go.
Girl. Nathan Oakley. You guys are fucking morons.
No, Nathan Oakley wasn't there for 18 months. This guy was. He shows pictures. He shows all the shit. He brings all the deets. He brings the receipts on that, proving that he was there. And if you look him up independent of the show, and that proves he was there.
How do we know that, number one, this dude isn't Nathan Oakley's friend?
Could be. What would that matter? Would that make him lying if he's Nathan Oakley's friend?
Yes, because he could just be lying, say, bro.
He could. But that's why I told you can look up independent of Nathan Oakley's show. Because he did it with a university. So you can go on the university's website and see that he's there. And there's pictures. So either the university's in on it with Nathan Oakley and this guy, or he was actually there. See the mental contortions you have to do?
First of all, number one. So
Twist yourself into a pretzel, bro.
So you're saying right now, during the final experiment, we're not going to witness a 24-hour sun.
No, you're not.
Right.
Look,
You might.
you're right.
Yes or no?
The answer is no. You're not, because the final experiment's never going to happen.
Well, that's not going to happen.
That's correct.
It's never going to happen
that's
because
what
it was never intended to happen. It's a big freaking game, and you don't
correct.
realize it yet.
So if it happens, then what?
It's not going to happen.
dude.
And they're going to blame it on flat earthers. We know the game. Don't you? Have you even been on the website? Did you know the guy, Mr. Cosmic, that's running that has 3 pending fraud cases? Did you know that?
He's going to take any donation.
You can go on Broker Check. So he was a securities broker. You can go on Broker Check. He has 3 pending fraud cases, and he has 2 other ones which he settled. And now he's a pastor at a church because now he's a good person.
You guys are morons, man.
Yeah, that's
Now
an
we're
actual
morons.
argument. This
We're
is who you're
morons.
investing in. This is who
Yeah,
you're
we're
investing in. A
morons.
proven liar. So a guy investigating fraud, a proven liar, said he didn't know MC Toon, even though there's pictures of MC Toon at his church, photographs, proving he did know him. He went and he said, "Did you get an email from someone?" "Oh, I don't know who that person is who's running the final experiment. I just heard about it." A complete lie, which he confessed he lied, and then lied during the confession of him lying.
What?
Man, yeah, you don't know anything that's going on, do you? You're just a fucking dupe. You're a useful idiot, dude.
How about this? Right?
Yeah, how about what? Pull your head out of your ass. How about that?
He wants to negotiate with you now.
We can't even say, right? We can't even bring up satellite pictures because you guys just go, "Oh, fake, you fucking morons."
There's no way to test their authenticity.
You got a chain of custody for those photographs?
Literally have a website where you can track the data, where you can see the satellite is going to come near you. You can just take a picture. It's been done multiple times. You guys are just fucking morons.
I want to do it tonight.
Do it tonight.
Yeah,
You have
what's a chain of custody?
You have a telescope.
I got a
Why
P900.
do I need a telescope? It's so easy. We're just morons.
And I got a great tripod where I can pivot in any orientation.
You said it's so easy, man. We could just do it. We'd just take a picture tonight with your iPhone.
It wouldn't matter anyway, because you'd have no way to prove it's not a model of just when a light will appear in the sky relative to the rest of the Earth. So what's the point?
You're a moron. You're just denying like basic science, right? Like,
What science? You haven't mentioned any science, dude. You're so far away from science, it ain't funny. Your science is trust me, bro. Fucking an hour of trust me, bro.
Do they have satellite courses in school? Do they teach the globe in school? Dude, is there university they teach?
You have
that has
satellite
globe-
courses.
globe
Satellite
classes?
101, dude. Dude, Satellite 101, Raglan.
No, they do have satellite courses. You could take satellite courses. They're called when you're in a building that's not on the main campus.
Oh, yeah, that's right. And not courses.
Oh, I satellite work then.
oh, you see, man, you guys are listen. So this is all I'm gonna say.
You
right?
guys. That's all you got to say is you guys.
Yeah,
Make baseless claim gets
strong.
refuted. Talk
Keep
about
strong.
us.
Keep
Rinse
strong.
and repeat.
So listen,
dude.
This is number one, right? So, celestial navigation, right? Let's get back to that.
You don't understand that thing?
You made a bet on that you don't even understand what you were making a bet on.
What's the 3-point fix?
Are you guys gonna let me talk or what? What's going on?
Yeah, no, not really, because you're an NPC, and we must have left the village and came back to the village, and all the scripts reset. Because right now you just reset to the beginning of your losing argument.
Keep strawmanning, bro.
I'm not. You tried to start with celestial navigation. You got fucking cooked, and now you just went right back there like that never happened.
Hey, Indio, go ahead, Mr. Cosmic. State your argument again.
First of all, number one, I didn't get cooked on celestial navigation. I'm sitting here laughing.
Make your bet again, or shut the fuck up. Make your bet again, so we can all hear it. I'll bet you 500.
I'm not gonna be able to say it if you don't let me talk, right? But
$500 that you cannot do blank. Go ahead, fill in the blank.
Listen, I'm sitting here laughing because you guys still didn't do the 3-star fix quiz, man. Like I gave y'all.
Yeah, because we need to know what that is.
You don't know what it is, but this is why you're a moron, bro.
No,
No.
we're not morons. You are, because you're making bets when you don't know what it is. See, typically when you have a contest, you have to have terms and conditions for which people win the contest. So that's what we're trying to figure out. What are the terms and conditions to win the $500? That means you have to clearly define what a 3-star fix is, so that when we meet that definition, we can collect the fucking money. Okay? So you can't fucking weasel out of it and say, you didn't do a 3-star fix. So, what's a 3-star fix so we can get paid?
Gotcha, bitch.
You ain't got $500.
I know what you. I'll take. Hey, listen. I'll take $2.50 in food stamps as a negotiation.
Send me a pack of Pokemon cards. I got kids collecting them now.
You're fucking poor.
I love to buy food stamps for 50 cents on the dollar. It's my favorite thing.
So that's it then.
50 cents on a dollar. You're paying way too much, dude.
So number 1 is celestial navigation. He doesn't know anything about, so he made that clear now. What's number 2?
Dude,
Airplane
that newspaper's
height.
funny, dude. I'm stealing that shit, CV.
His number 2 was from an airplane. You can see the curve.
I just made this. I just cooked it up on Instagram. I hope you enjoy
Dude, that
it.
shit.
Reddit.
Did you put it on Twitter? Because if you didn't, I am right now.
Yeah, do it.
Dude, I'm tagging the final experiment dude too.
That's perfect. Now you guys are gonna make me join that shit.
Do it. 24/7 on X. Let's go.
I already have an account, but I have to make sure. Make sure it's not connected in any way to where I work.
You guys didn't do the 3-star fix yet. Like I just went on mute to
How's
give you guys.
3-star fix my?
I gave you guys time to do it.
You got time to do what is it? You haven't told us what it is.
It's 3-star.
Yeah, what is it?
Yeah,
What are
those
the
are a bunch
rules
of
for
words. What
it,
is
dude?
it? What does the output look like? 3-star fix, and then I output what, and then give that to you, and then what?
What will be the end
And I just,
result?
like-
What will be
Yeah,
the end result when this is complete? Okay, answer that.
And I just pound on the keys and make random numbers and characters and say, look, there's a 3-star fix.
If you know what a 3-star fix is, you should be good.
Yes, but we need you to determine what it is. Doesn't matter what I know. It's what you think it is.
Why doesn't it matter what you know?
No, because you're the judge of whether I have met the burden of providing a 3-star fix. So I need to know what you require.
And I know what it is, so I'll tell you if you did it.
Yeah, so I just have to guess what your definition is in your head.
No, you think
Dude, you have to say it. You just have to say it on here on YouTube, dude, so that you can win the $500 from
so fucking
India.
embarrassing
There's
for you,
no
bro.
way. There's no way to backtrack what you meant by 3-star fix unless you say it on here, so Indio can pay you the $500 that he's about to lose.
Indio thinks I'm changing the definition of 3-star. Fuck is this?
No, you haven't given a definition to change. We're still at square one, dude.
Hey, Cosmic, I'm asking for a friend. What's a 3-star fix?
I asked them the same thing. A friend.
Yeah, asking for a friend.
You guys don't even know what fuck GP means either, don't you?
Yeah, I'm asking for a friend. What does that mean?
What does celestial navigation mean, bro? Like what?
No, a 3-star fix.
Yeah, bro, that's some celestial navigation. Retard. That's how I know you guys aren't ready for this fucking conversation.
So what was a 3-star fix? I'm sorry.
A method that involves taking sites of 3 stars to determine a position.
Yeah. What do you mean by position? What output? Like, what is it going to be? Yeah. What is it going to be? Like, what coordinate system?
Yo, this dude's a fucking moron.
No. What? No. I need you to say it. The coordinate system, because that determines the technique.
Bro, ground position.
Because coordinate systems are arbitrary.
GP. Bro.
And what coordinate system? How do you know I have the position? What if I use Earth Center, Earth fixed coordinates? Or what if I use ECE, or what's the other one? Universal Transverse Mercator coordinates. Is that good enough? Or do you need latitude and longitude? You don't even know the difference between these two. You're not even capable of judging whether you have a fucking position. You're fucking dumb, dude. You're the dumbest fucker in here right now.
You guys
he shouted out GP. Like, he doesn't even know what he's talking about yet.
He said what position, bro? Ground position. Fucking morons, bro.
So how do you do this? So how do you do this so we can make sure we get it right?
How do you do it, bro?
I need an angle to 3 stars, right? Gotta Google that.
It was at this moment he knew. He fucked up.
Yeah, so you guys do know we can calculate the Earth spinning, right?
Holy crap.
Calculate it?
Right, we can measure. We pick up the Earth spinning. Right.
Doing what? How do we do that?
Ask Bob Nodell, the dude that proved it himself, boy.
So it took a flat earther to prove the globe?
I mean, he was trying to do the opposite.
So when Einstein says that there's no optical experiment that can prove the motion of the Earth, he's wrong?
I'm glad you brought that up. Did you see the full quote?
Yeah, so what? Even though he thinks the Earth is in motion, but still, the experiment Bob did is an optical experiment. So he proved the Earth is in motion despite Einstein saying you can't use that type of experiment to demonstrate it?
44.
That's fine. And what's that matter?
Bro, and did you see the full quote?
Yeah, so what?
Yeah, what did the full quote say, Indio?
Yeah.
Or do you want to
despite that the Earth orbits the sun. So what? That doesn't cure that Bob did an optical experiment, right? Did Bob do an optical experiment, yes or no?
He picked up the drift of the Earth, bro.
Really? 15 degrees per hour?
Yep.
Which pole?
It doesn't matter.
No, so it only drifts 15 degrees per hour at the pole. So which pole was he at?
Doesn't matter.
Which pole was he at? So was Bob at Nodell at the North or South Pole? It's 15 degrees per hour at the pole, because if you're anywhere else, you're tilted relative to the axis of spin, and you won't pick up 15 degrees per hour. So, which pole was he at?
Citation.
Citation? Really?
Nothing you're saying, like all that axis, bro. That shit doesn't matter, bro.
Dude, this is fucking class. I can't.
He gave up.
There's another. Please tell me there's another bot in here. A YouTube bot. Yes. Awesome.
Yo, you're quitting.
Oh, I'm not quitting. I'm posting my citation.
Citations for what, moron?
Wait, what did you just say? You wanted a citation that is 15 degrees per hour at the poles and nowhere else.
You wanted a citation, dummy.
Motherfucker told me level doesn't mean curved. You guys are.
I'll give you the formula. It's 15 degrees times the size of latitude. It's times the sine of the latitude.
What?
Do you know what a sine function is?
No, give me the citation, bro. Stop with the meta.
What do you mean? There's no. Do you know what that word means?
Yeah.
Holy shit! We're not having a meta conversation. I gave you the mathematical formula for calculating. the drift depending on latitude.
This is why, why do you guys y'all get surprised when people call y'all idiots? Like, look what y'all doing right now, man.
Going you?
Yeah, shut your whole ass up.
And y'all proud. You see, look at the insults, man. This is shit is insane.
Yeah,
Acting
you
is
have
terrible,
no
by the way.
self-awareness.
No self-awareness. Indio. I mean, I will cook you in any fucking 1v1 debate you want to have, man.
Your
Yeah,
acting
you're
is
doing a
trash, man.
great job right now.
Just from like homie to homie, like at least take some
There's
acting
literally
skills.
nobody else talking, bro. This is a 1v1 debate.
So where's the citation?
Hey, buddy, in a debate, the moderator would hold your feet to the fire to demonstrate what a 3-star fix is, and you'd be stuck on that point, and the debate would be over.
That's correct.
So where is who just
Hold on a second. Hold on a second, man.
So Indio didn't post it. Indio's a goddamn moron.
Yeah, listen. You're too dumb to even know you're getting fucked up.
You didn't post the citation, bro. Like you're a moron.
Yeah, I listen.
Well, what you're looking for?
Listen, bro. If
You're
I
looking
post no more citations, I posted 10 more than you.
UAV entering the AO.
Yeah, that's right, dude. If I posted 0 more citations, I posted 10 more than you. Because you posted 0.
You know what? Citations exist. Even fallacies exist that are named after assuming that models mean your position is correct. Did you know that?
Another straw man fallacy. Where's the citation?
How's that a straw man fallacy?
You have to find one you'll understand because you're dumb.
India, are you still looking for the citation? Why is it taking so?
No, I have it, but I have to find one that you'll understand because you're fucking dumb. Do you understand?
You don't have the citation, buddy.
I mean, I could just take a screenshot of all the citations that I have, and there's probably like 50 sitting here, but I need one that you understand. Because that's the goal, is to make you understand. Doesn't matter what I think.
A flat earther just told me I need to understand.
Yeah, that's right.
As if this day can't get any more crazy, man.
Oh, how is that crazy? You haven't made one factual fucking claim in 2 hours.
Oh, I'm gonna say last time. It's so much measurements. If you just give me image permission.
Yeah. Okay. Measurements how? With what device?
Bro, you can clearly see it's. Fuck, man. You're a moron.
Clearly
man.
see what? We can clearly see what?
Bro. You're a moron.
Yeah, we heard you say that already.
Yeah, dog.
You have no credibility.
Let me find this. Like.
Would professional pilots be good enough? Would professional pilots be good enough? Is that a high enough authority?
Sure, let's say yeah.
There's one.
So listen, this is this is a measurement, right? Because and this is a measurement you can clearly see it's a huge drop. I just can't wait. Like you guys are probably about to say the dumbest rebuttal. Yeah, I might not even give a rebuttal.
Measurement of what? Where'd you post it?
I'm gonna tell you. I'm about to post it right now. But since I don't have image link, I'm gonna have to send it through link.
You don't have VC verified? Yeah,
I do. I don't have.
Post in the chat. Man. So what? It won't embed. Just post it. We don't fucking trust you. You're a liar.
I'm posting it. Hold on. Because morons like you like to deny, so I'm gonna post all the evidence.
Dude,
I haven't posted anything yet.
You
you
guys
haven't
still don't
given
have a
us anything to deny in the first place. You're just all gums, dude.
You said other people basically came in and said other people. And we those people are done and gone, passed through all the servers, got shot down everywhere. They're done.
Do y'all really like not notice that like the shit y'all say is like retarded?
That's really not an argument, and it's not a refutation of the shit we say. All you're telling us is that you don't understand what we say because you're dumb.
Bro, saying
So
the earth
instead of acknowledging, I dare you to say it. Say what? Saying the earth is flat is dumb?
No, saying the earth is flat is dumb itself, bro. What are you
Why?
talking
Why is that? Why would that be dumb?
Well, it's not, bro. I don't know.
Why would that be dumb?
Because it's not flat, bro.
Okay, so what evidence do you have that it's not flat?
Bro, satellite pictures, bro, but y'all gonna deny because
Okay,
you're a
but
moron.
say you don't own a TV and you're in the Amazon rainforest, you think the earth is flat. Are they dumb?
What is that?
Say you're you live in Tonga, right? So you're in an island in the Pacific, and you look around you, everything looks flat. Are they dumb?
No, I don't know what relevancy
Yeah,
that
your
has.
argument is stupid. Okay, you're stupid. It's like arguing with a child, dude. It's just basic Billy bullshit.
Can I send a link here? Let me see. Oh, there you go.
Yeah. So what's this show?
Yeah, it shows a drop, moron.
A drop from what?
Bro, 15-story building, bro. The distance 14.4 miles, bro. Ocean elevation, bro. 11 feet, bro.
Yeah. What should we see on a flat Earth?
Well, first of all, if the Earth is flat, bro, it's like it'll be zero, bro. Like zero height reference, right? Like, we should.
Well, shouldn't it at least be like 11 foot 3 inches? You don't even know, do you? You're fucking so dumb. Holy shit, you're fucking so dude. This is actually painful, man. I'm actually sorry for insulting you because it's pointless to insult you. It's not like you're gonna get smarter from me insulting you. You don't even know you're this dumb.
Okay, so let's see this, right? Because Indio is
So
like
what? No. So what? What? This crosshair. Where would it intersect on a flat Earth on this building? How high would that be above the bottom of the building? Jesus Christ, dude! You can't just look from your own picture.
And knowing that of that time lapse that I showed you, are those buildings squashed or are they elongated in this picture? Tell me so that we understand where this is really happening.
Bro, it's atmospheric refraction, bro. It's obviously lifting it up, bro. It's like it's being bent. Right?
It's obviously lifting it up.
So listen.
What's the obvious part that's being obviously lifted up? Where do I look? What feature am I looking for that's obviously lifting it up? Where?
Indio, let's see you deny that.
There's nothing to deny. You haven't presented any evidence for your claim, dude. You're just saying, look at this. And I'm asking you, what is it telling me? What am I supposed to discern from this shit? Are you saying that you can't get a visual effect like this on a flat Earth? That's why I asked you. Why is this not possible on a flat Earth?
Wait, is curve possible on a flat Earth?
No, how is this curved, dude?
What do you mean? How is it?
You're not seeing curve, right? You think the building should be picked up or you should see something else, right? But because you don't see the bottom of the buildings, you think you should see the bottom of the buildings. And you think because on a flat Earth, you believe that if the Earth was flat, you'd see the bottom of the buildings. And if the Earth is curved, you won't see the bottom of the buildings. Well, what if you're wrong that on a flat Earth, you also won't see the bottom of the buildings? See, because that's the problem. Think that pictures like this are impossible on a flat Earth. That's wrong. Incorrect. Provably wrong by demonstration. I don't have to know why. I know we can replicate this visual effect on a surface that we know is flat.
Okay, look at the second. Look at the second image I sent.
You can't see it curved from an airplane.
What?
Well, what are we seeing right there, idiot? Shut up. As we can't curve from an airplane while looking at butter from an airplane.
An airplane is nowhere high enough to see curve, dude.
Why do we see it and you fucking?
That stuff is not.
I already explained that to you when you said shit about the balloons. Okay? What is the temperature outside of the window? What's the temperature inside the airplane? What causes refraction? Changes in temperature. So if it's negative 40 degrees outside of the fucking airplane, and the airplane window has 3 panes of fucking glass, and it's 70 degrees inside the airplane, you are not going to get a true image of what's outside the airplane. Right? You ever put on a pair of Coke Battle lenses, eyeglasses? You don't need corrective lenses? The world looks all fucked up?
Uh-oh.
So temperature could affect the curvature of the Earth. You guys are more.
No. There is no curvature of the Earth to affect.
Right. See, now you have to prove that. You know what I mean? Like.
Yeah, we did with the laser test, bro.
FE core, that's what you get.
Bro, that laser test that you showed, bro. We can literally show measurements of curvature, bro.
Where?
Can you trace them out for us on the wall? Or would that be too complicated to make something physical, or is it just imaginary?
No, so far it looks like. It looks like I think a flat Earth should not look, therefore it's not flat.
So is that rainbow horizontal? The rainbow should be horizontal too by their calculation, right?
Why? You know what I mean? You guys just throw words that I fucking said.
We're looking for the curve, the Earth curve. Like how do you as a human draw it on the wall so all the kids know what that looks like, and the construction workers and the surveyors and the engineers? They gotta know, right? One of you guys got to be able to draw that shit out.
Oh yeah. So everything I said, I posted a citation, and you just been blathering.
God, where's the citation?
Dude, which one? Scroll up, brother. So the one we were talking about, because that's the thing we're on, right? The airplane window. So at 8, what is it?
So watch this. I'm going to show you guys this. Watch this.
God, just get out. There's something else. So at 8:18, I posted design steps to temperature and pressure insensitive optical systems for digital aerial imaging. And I took a screenshot, and it tells you the things you have to take into account in order to properly collect images that preserve the geometry of the things you're taking photographs of. Otherwise, this wouldn't.
Send me the link. How do I know this is like not edited from something else, bro? Send me the link so I can read it myself.
Fuck you, dude.
No.
I'll give you a link. It's called Google Scholar. Go on Google Scholar. It's scholar.google.com. It has all sorts of peer-reviewed published papers. Type in design steps to temperature and air and pressure insensitive optical systems for digital aerial imaging. Hit enter, and a bunch of them will come up. Copies of the same exact thing.
Look at that right there, buddy.
And then you can come back. If this isn't exactly what I said, you can come back and expose me as a liar. Isn't that tempting?
Look at that right there, bro. What's up with you?
What is that? Who cares?
Flat Earth, you show them flat Earth pictures.
Not a hill of water.
Farther back, bro. It's going more over the curve, bro.
Not a hill of
You
water.
don't even. Did you really? After all the time, you don't even understand the Black Swan? Really? Holy fucking Jesus Christ Almighty! Dude.
Hey pal.
Somebody said less refraction. You guys are
Okay,
more.
so let me tell you what the black swan argument is. It's the distance to the horizon. It's not about whether the oil rigs are not in or behind the curb or not, or cut off by the horizon, or too low or too high. So the oil rigs are a known distance from the camera. The horizon is farther than the oil rig's distance that we know, the known distance from the camera. But the horizon's only supposed to be a mile away, according to the globe math. But it's beyond 10 miles. So you have a problem that the horizon is 10 times too far and only fits a globe whose radius is as large as the lunar orbit.
Allegedly.
Alleged lunar orbit. Yes. After all
Boom,
this time, you
checkmate.
still don't even understand the fucking argument. Dude, seriously. Whoever's training you, man, you need a new sensei, man. Your globe master sucks.
This is about to be terrible for you guys. Look at that. Now
I'm
what?
not a hill of water.
Really?
So
Now
in
what?
response to that is the actual video that's clipped from. You can see that's actually just a flat, straight horizon out there. You lost again. Let's try something new.
Where's
Boom,
that?
checkmate.
Let's see that. How about that?
Bro, I'm
Come on,
gonna
you
start
gotta be
your
able
phone
to
here.
find something.
Why don't you use your brain? If you go to like Pontchartrain and see Earth curve, wouldn't it be a tourist attraction? Wouldn't they just set up like a little shack at the end of the frickin' bridge or these power lines? Like, come to like Pontchartrain, see Earth curve.
Yeah, they'd have a wall up so you couldn't really get a good view unless you went down to the shack and paid them like $20 to stand
That's
on
right,
there.
man.
Here.
You can even fence it off, right? Fence up the side of the lake so no one can get a free view.
So the response to the Earth drop, Earth is a spear thing.
It's not Earth curve, dude.
That's not even from. This dude is a moron, bro. Starting the video off, bro. Like you can't even see the actual angle that it's at to see the curve, bro. Like you guys are morons.
There's no curve to see.
You clipped yours from that.
No, we didn't, bro. That's like, what are you talking about? You can clearly see it's going over the curve, bro, and the lines go off, bro.
We showed you it's not. Oh, sorry.
How do you show me it's not?
The power lines curve down, but you can still hold on. You can see the power lines, quote unquote, what you think is going over the Earth curve, but you can see the fucking shore on the other beyond them. So how is it going down over a curve before the fucking horizon? How do you go over the curve, which is the horizon, before you reach the horizon?
The photo I sent, you can't see, bro.
I'm talking about the GIF. The GIF, and your photo comes from that GIF. Not probably specifically from the GIF, but the video from which this GIF was taken. I got the same video. This video is old. This was taken by who took this? What was his name? Anybody remember his name, dude? I can't.
He was in here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't remember. He's the one that lived out there, and he took that video. Oh, I remember.
He always used to ask Rick and Kiwi what is light, right? Is that him?
I'm not
Rakia.
sure. Yeah,
Rakia.
yeah, that's
Yeah,
right.
light.
Yeah,
Wait, is
he
he
took
wait
the
like
photo.
he like
So look at the end of this GIF, right? Right at the end, when he's zoomed max out, you can see the other shoreline. How is the horizon going around? How's the power lines going over the curve when it hasn't reached the horizon yet, which is the curve, according to you guys?
Hey, you can clearly see the other side. I'm watching it again.
I'm not denying that, bro. It's just
So it's not curved then.
no, it is curved. It's still curved, bro.
So you're zooming in around the curve then? That's when he had a P900. That's when I got my P900, like about a
Action,
few
bro.
months after that. And I didn't do any, I don't have that kind of
Fraction, bro.
traveling there. What now? It's refraction bending shit up in the air like that.
Refraction.
I posted a picture. I posted a picture, and I want you to tell me if my table that the stuff is on is a globe or not.
That's not your table, bro. Fuck off. Is this table a sphere? No.
How do you know it's not his table?
Because I seen the video, bro. This isn't his fucking table.
Stop the cap.
See half of the cars.
I didn't know tables did all that stuff either. I thought they just sat there. But
Okay, so from that table, you can tell it's not mine, but you can't tell me whether it's a sphere or not.
The table, bro. The table is that's a straw man fallacy, bro.
is it a
Ron, he
sphere
works at
table
a
or?
furniture store. He sold the table to the person that made the video, man. He knows it's not you, AI.
Do you not even know what a straw man fallacy is, dude?
I do, bro.
Yeah, what is it?
I don't have to say. You just did it right in front of everyone in this fucking chat.
I want you to explain it to me because I'm clearly inferior to your intellect, and I need to learn from the master. So could you please teach me?
But you really don't know what the fuck a straw man fallacy.
Yeah, you really don't know. You need to send him Bitcoin to teach him.
Can you drink out of one?
You obviously know, bro. It's like, bro, when you misrepresent.
Hey, did you know that humans are actually adept at coming up with the meanings of word if they listen to it in the consistent context repeatedly? But you haven't been able to use it in a consistent context, so I still can't understand it.
No, that GIF with somebody screaming refraction, that's funny as fuck. I'm gonna definitely say that. But other than that, bro, obviously you know what refraction. I mean, not refraction. You know what straw man means, right? Like,
Okay, let's assume I do. Why don't you tell me how posting an image and asking you if the table's a sphere is a straw man in any way?
bro, it's like when you're misrepresenting my argument, right? Like,
I'm asking you a question. I'm not actually attacking your argument whatsoever. So, is the table a sphere or not?
straw man fallacy, bro.
Yeah, brother. We understand, dude, that you're coping, right? We get it. Now, if you wanna succeed here, feel free to submit your IEP, and we'll accommodate your disability. No problem.
That's what morons. Not like so. I still
again.
Still no model, bro. Come on.
Model of what?
The globe, we know.
No, it's no model flat Earth, bro.
Yeah, but
what's that
Well,
mean?
you have to measure something to make a model of it, right?
What are you talking about, dude? I just modeled your Pontchartrain observation on a flat table, dude. So you just proved flat Earth. Good job.
Yes, sir. That looked like a Lake Pontchartrain flat table to me. Horizontal as heck.
So you guys just deny all the evidence I
So
said.
you deny the flat table was curved? Do you not?
No, we don't deny the evidence you sent. You sent evidence, but it's not evidence of what you think it is.
Right, it's evidence for flat Earth. You just didn't know it.
Terrestrial refraction model.
How dumb are you that all you can send is flat Earth proof, but you think you did what with a globe?
You guys do know. So you guys said we never measured any curvature, correct?
Yeah, I asked us that already. Like, dude, like your script is busted, bro. You literally already asked that. So 2 times now, you said the exact same thing you had previously said.
If 5 and 7 fail, refer back to 3.
You guys,
you working like tech support? Like you gonna tell me to unplug my modem next?
So you guys are basically saying y'all debunked so correctly if I'm wrong. Let's go.
You didn't even understand your own arguments, bro. You didn't
It
understand.
debunks
You
itself.
posted the Black Swan and didn't understand what the Black Swan even is.
Let's do
the Earth debunks your claim, brother. Nobody else has to do that. It does it itself with water.
So let's do a summary of this entire thing, right?
Yeah, go swim around in the stars. Tell us all about
Let's do a
celestial.
summary of the entire thing. I'll post the link to the YouTube stream so anybody can just watch it. It doesn't have to have you try to spin it.
So number one, you guys debunked Jesse, right?
Yeah, and we posted the audio, the text,
Us
the
did.
evidence. Yeah,
A bunch
yeah.
of us did, not just one person. A whole bunch of us.
Yeah, the guy that looks 800 miles away with at the ad light. Yeah, we debunked that goofball.
Number 2, y'all debunked celestial navigation.
Earth did. Water
Wait.
did, stupid.
Hold on, bro.
Water.
But
It's
y'all
water
debunked-
that does it. Water debunks all your dumbass claims that aren't real because it's real and physical. Why is it so hard for you, brother?
Can this dude shut up? Jesus.
No, can you write something down? Water,
Hey, y'all-
write that word down.
Could somebody please tell this dude shut up? Number 2, y'all debunked celestial navigation expert Protothad.
Water did.
What makes you think he's an expert?
Expert?
Hold on. What makes you think he's an expert?
What do you mean an expert, bro? He's a sailor, bro. He has a literal ship.
Wait, what? Listen, that doesn't make him an expert.
He knows, bro.
Debunking cartoons doesn't make anybody an expert. Your guys show cartoons and say they debunked reality with a fucking cartoon. How
Okay.
sad do you got to be? All you need to do is get the aquarium with curved water.
Okay, I'm on trial, and I want to hire somebody to testify as an expert. Do I call Protothad?
For celestial navigation, yes.
Yes, sir. Okay, what was his credentials be?
He's a sailor, bro. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, so when I tell the court he's a sailor in the opposition, right, the other party, right, they're not going to protest that this guy's not an expert. But I'm going to say, but he's a sailor, and they're going to go, okay, let him testify as an expert because he's a sailor.
Because he owns a boat. Yeah, because he owns a boat.
Bro, he does.
I want a boat.
And he debates celestial navigation, bro.
Yeah, he gets fucking cooked.
It was posted in here already for you.
Dude, why don't you go in the search tab, type in Protothad, and look all the times he's been fucking destroyed in this fucking server, dude. He's been around for years.
He's a pretty cool cartoon guy.
He might even have been on the old server.
How about I get Protothad in here right in the fuck now?
Yeah, get him in here so he can prove flat
Because
Earth
he's
to you.
banned for not answering questions. He won't actually answer questions. You ask him to clarify or specify with anything, he just repeats himself like a broken record, right?
Oh, so he's
if you
banned.
say, he'll make so if he'll make a claim, and then you go, okay, what's the evidence for that claim? He just repeats the claim as if it's true. Such as, I'll give you an example. 60 nautical miles. I actually did this already today with somebody else. The stars drop 60 nautical miles per degree. I said, okay, what's the evidence for that? Everybody knows that. Oh, you don't believe that? No, asking me questions is not evidence, right? The measurements that verified that it's 60 nautical miles per degree.
Belief isn't either.
So y'all banned Jesse and Protothad, the two biggest debunkers of y'all. Fuck off, man.
They are?
Stop the cap.
Really? They are. They're the two biggest debunkers, those two.
Wait, let's go over to Jesse thing again. So you guys say that Jesse was debunked because he lied about the distance at what he measured, right? Correct?
Jesse gets medicine. He's ADD, bro.
He's using his equipment beyond the specifications of the equipment.
So?
That means they are not accurate.
How?
Yeah, let me ask you this question, friend. Let me ask you this question. You understand Call of Duty, right? That's fake. In the real army, you don't use a red dot sight to take on a target, 2K away, dude.
Guess what?
You use a scope that has proper magnification, right?
Guess what, moron? He wasn't measuring in a video game.
Right. Exactly. So in reality, when you're shooting short range,
Ron,
you use one type of scope, and when you're shooting long range, you use an entirely different scope setup, right?
is that relevant to the conversation, dog?
Yes, it's 100% relevant, okay? It's called target engagement range. You don't use a scope that's used for engaging 150 to 300 meters to engage somebody 2,000 meters.
That's who?
Holy crap, dude.
Oh, that's
Dude, A question like that doesn't even need an answer, dude.
Show
Your
me a science.
stupidity is unveiled for itself, dude. Anybody with a rational brain understands that a sniper doesn't use, a red dot scope. He uses a long-range magnification scope, right?
Yo, yeah,
Goodness sake.
imagine him in combat, right? He has to engage a target at freaking 1,000 yards, and he's got the red dot, and they're like, man, that loadout ain't gonna work, and he's like, says who?
Yeah, dude, you realize
Whatever's being
You realize-
reflected should be shot at.
you realize you could submit this to the United States government and save millions of dollars. Just tell the government, hey, you know all those long-range optics you keep buying? Oh, you don't need them. Just buy short-range optics. They work at an infinite distance.
That was my joke. That was my joke. I said you take the Planters
Theodolite
Peanut
sniper
Guy's
scope.
monocle. No, you take the Planters Peanut Guy's monocle, the
Yes.
monocle, and then you replace the A1, the Abrams A1 tank. You replace the sight on the tank with the monocle from the Mr.
Yes.
Peanut Guy.
Yeah, they're all the
You
same.
save millions. It's all the same, right?
Left shot. Bro, what?
You don't even understand, man.
He doesn't even know who Mr. Peanuts is.
Hey, pal.
No, I'm
Hey.
gonna tell
Just blowing
He doesn't know what a monocle is.
I'm gonna tell
Hey,
you
at
this.
home, when you go to Home Depot to buy a laser rangefinder, right? There's different ones. Some are cheap and some are expensive. What's different about the ones that cost more money than the ones that are cheap? I wonder.
Is this relevant?
Yeah.
Oh God. Yes, it's relevant.
Okay, so in Home Depot, when you go there and you buy a level, you can look down the aisle. They have levels that are 2 inches long, 6 inches long, 8 inches long, 2 feet long, 3 feet long, 4 feet long, 6 feet long, 78 inches long, 8 feet long, dude. Why do they have different length levels?
What does the fuck this has to do with curvature? But I'm out, man. You guys are morons.
The curve's never different than itself.
Theodolites don't work for an infinite distance. They have a specification based upon the model, and then you can go up to the most expensive long distance model. In fact, the ones that are the most long distance models ones, they don't even make anymore. You can't even buy them. Okay, that would be the T2 Wild theodolite, right?
Well, he
Which was
didn't
made like
measure-
back in the 1970s.
He didn't measure from an infinite.
He puts them on his sniper rifle. He's got one on his 9mm. He's got a theodolite hooked up. Jesse told him, he said, put that theodolite. And then,
So you guys hate Jesse
No,
because
I mean he's a weasel, but other than that, he's fine. He's a disingenuous weasel.
how's he
yeah, he does have a weaselous laugh. When he tells you to use the theodolite for your sniper rifle, that's pretty weird, don't you think?
Bro, Indio
Because Jesse talks in a soft voice and tries to sound reasonable. That's not really what he thinks. He's a phony.
Indio just told me that Jesse's measurement is falsified because he measured past the distance of the maximum.
Where'd he measure at? Where'd he put the flag at?
Now
that
hold
can
on.
go?
You wanted to know what a straw man is? You just did it.
How?
I didn't
Exactly.
say anything you just said. Not a fucking
You're a
word
liar.
of it.
Oh, you're actually a liar. We're gonna be able to rewind this back. You're a liar.
Yeah. So I said Jesse's measurement is falsified because he used the equipment beyond the distance. That's bullshit. I didn't say that.
Faulty
I
use
said
of the
that. Listen,
equipment.
I said that his instrument, he's using it beyond the specification of the instrument. That means his quote unquote measurement is fucking useless.
Correct.
How?
For the 10th time tonight that we
Because
told
you can't draw conclusions when you use something beyond the specification of the instrument, according
did
not
it.
to me, but to the manufacturer of the fucking instrument.
What does that have to do with
He said
measurement?
he didn't. He didn't.
Why is there a distance? Why is there a distance limit? Why did they print that in the spec sheet?
Measure the drop.
Jesse's right, not the guys who made the theodolite.
Because
Let's
there's
just
a
go with
drop.
fucking Jesse.
So at 1,500 meters, there's a drop that they can't see past. At 1,500 meters, that's only
Still
1.5. That's only 1.5 kilometers, dude. There's no drop. in 1.5 kilometers.
At all.
What's the drop? Fucking 3 inches?
3 inches of vision.
No. They know that the further you look, the thing that you invoked, refraction, which don't exist in the way you think it exists, they know that that is going to confound the measurements, right? You already
Correct.
have problems with wind, sun, things like that. They take lots of measurements and they use a weighted mean to write down a measurement, right? They take several of them and they try to use short distances because the shorter the distance, the more accurate it is. Not because there's more earth curve, it's because the confounding variable of things like Skunk Bay that was already posted, those are eliminated.
And looking forward isn't measuring, especially that far away with a theodolite. You're not met. You're just staring at shit.
So who was the moron that said level means curve? I mean, level doesn't mean curved.
It doesn't mean curved.
Get your
If level meant
protractor level
curved,
out and
you
show
would
it.
like listen. If level meant curved, that means if you leveled a floor, it would curve.
Correct. And you'd be able to draw that on the wall, dumbass. It would match the
But
top
nobody
of the
in
protractor.
the nobody in the history of man used a level to curve a floor.
Talking about
Ever.
water. We're talking about
No.
water.
Yeah, how do you
Water
think a
horizontal.
level, a physical level works?
We're talking about water, bro. Water.
How
in the
does a
Yeah,
physical?
horizontal.
What's inside a physical level?
That's irrelevant to the discussion. So
No,
listen.
there's water inside of it, and there's a bubble. And when the water's
Bro,
level, the bubble
water-
goes to the top, and it goes between two lines. That's how you know
Bro.
the level is level.
When it comes to
Water.
the ocean, level means curved, bro. Every surveyor can tell you that.
No,
Every
it doesn't when
surveyor.
you're slow.
Yeah, give me one surveyor that says the opposite.
Not a
in
hill
DM.
of water.
Okay, Chris
Tell me
Lemaitre.
nobody's leveled the fucking ocean or measured the
Give you
ocean
one,
like that
Chris
as a surveyor.
Lemaitre.
That's just a name, bro. Where's the
Every frickin'
He's
surveyor
he's a flat
that
earther.
works. An actual surveyor.
Mike Battlemon.
So a flat Earth surveyor.
Oh, so now it's a qualifier. Give me a globe Earth surveyor that says level's not correct.
Where's the
so
evidence?
dishonest?
You just said a name. Where's the evidence?
Okay,
I wanna
hold
know
on. I'll post
survey
a
in
video
the
with his
ocean.
face in it.
The Gobers. How do they survey curves in the ocean? Don't they need a marking on the wall to match? Don't they curve effort to match a curve of Earth, the imaginary thing that you're supposed to be trying to match up to? Are you supposed to have a physical fucking reference which you cannot put on the wall? Go get your fucking globe buddies. Tell them to draw you out the Earth curve on the wall. Start it out from one end to the next. I bet you none of them do it. They're going to look at you like you're fucking dumb. Doesn't exist.
So, unlike you, I posted my evidence again in the chat where you're just gabbing. Dude's been a surveyor for over 30 years now.
All are just morons.
Fucking level is correct. This is like amateur night at the Apollo, man.
Holy shit, my phone is about.
Yeah, I bet you it is.
Like not connecting to the satellite correctly.
Hey,
Gonna die.
Jesse and Peter are on the politics. They're wondering where everyone's at. And I was like, yeah, we're over on the Prime server, the main server. And they wanted to partake, but I told them that it's not up to me.
Fuck Jesse.
What about Peter?
Yeah,
I mean, I don't know. I don't even know Peter's band, quite honestly.
he's server banned. But the server banned role.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Let me.
Peter's actually developed as an individual over the past months.
I posted both their user
know,
IDs. in
AA
Locker
does
Room.
wonders, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can probably let them step in for a minute, Indio, so that this clown here can hear what it's like to get the real guy smoked live.
I posted both their IDs in locker room.
Let's just all be clear.
Oh, okay,
Jesse thinks that he used the theodolite to watch a boat go out into the ocean, and it actually rose in altitude and then sank in altitude.
Oh,
Like
so
you
kind
went
of
over.
kind of like that time.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
Oh, okay. Yeah, things go up and down. That's why I was wondering. In the building one, was the building tall? Was it short at that time? We don't know yet.
But that's called bumpy Earth. That's like the ocean has bumps in it, like a dog's chew toy. Tried to help him realize how dumb that was, but he couldn't get it. Okay, so for the slow kids in the back, if you level your device and it's level, and you believe that level constantly changes from your position, that means as the boat goes away from you, it would constantly be reducing in altitude from the level that's created by your device. So for it to raise in altitude would be an anomaly. So his entire methodology is incoherent.
It not only raises, it goes farther out than itself, down below itself, backward, back around and under your feet. That's what your horizontal level is supposed to do on a globe in your imagination. But when you build stuff, that's not what it does. It makes cubes, rectangles. What the fuck? I mean, shit, go get your horizontal rulers and levels and go build us a sphere with them.
Can we just do like an instant arena?
More on.
Dude, who named him Petard, man? That's fucking funny as fuck, bro.
You moron
think
still don't have any.
I'm going for that nickname, Master King.
Yo, are you ready to actually answer my question, India?
Which one? Why are you gay?
Yeah. So because good at so because he was beyond because he was beyond the exceeding limit. How does that falsify him measuring drop?
It's not a falsification. It means his data is junk.
How? He's measured the drop. Retard.
He's not measuring the drop. He's not measuring drop because what he's seeing out there beyond the specification, he doesn't know if it's drop or not. Okay, so I'll give you an example. The sun. You ever hear of the flattening of the sun on the horizon? You ever hear of this?
The flattening
When
of
the sun sets, it looks like it gets flat.
Feels like something a flat earther would say.
No, it's mainstream fucking goddamn physics, dude, or astronomy. It's mainstream astronomy. It's not flat Earth stuff. It's called the flattening of the sun. It's well fucking known, dude. I'm sure you've seen it. At least a picture of it. The flattening of the sun. So as the sun approaches the horizon, it gets distorted and crushed, right?
Yeah. I seen that. Yeah.
Okay, why does that happen?
Refraction.
Okay. Now, if you're looking, the further the distance you look, the more this variable, quote unquote, refraction, which really ain't refraction, but let's call it that, just to avoid the argument. It's a refraction. Things get compressed and crushed in the distance. So they say don't use it past this distance because your measurements will not be accurate.
Yeah, but does it say your measurements will come out to curve if you go beyond the succeeding
It's
limit?
not coming out to curve. They're measuring a displacement of an angle.
Oh, this dude is a fucking idiot, man. Like you can clearly see in the document, it says curve.
What document is that?
Oh fuck, you're blind. So
What
I
document?
knew, I knew
What
you wasn't
document?
reading my document.
What document? So how do I get curve from an angle? Theodolites measure angles. They don't measure curve.
Look at you going off the rails again, man.
No. Theodolites, which you said Jesse uses, measures angles, not a curve. So if I set up a theodolite, right, and I level it, this is the first thing you do, you level it. And then you set the theodolite at 0, 0, 0, 0 degrees. Now you have a horizontal line, right? That's the first thing you do. And then you measure, you move it, and put the crosshair on something. Then you look down at the little readout, and it says an angle. That means that the light from that thing is coming in as from some direction. And when you put the crosshair on it, you're aligning the crosshair with the direction it's coming in at. Then it's entering the theodolite.
So
Stop measuring curve, dude.
He measured a drop, moron.
No, he's not measuring a drop.
Here you go,
He's
right there.
measuring an angle of arrival of a light.
The document is right there, bro.
Yeah, it doesn't care. I don't care what the document says because I know what it does.
And this, I knew this. I knew.
Okay, so tell me. I set up my theodolite. Something's up in the distance. I measure it has a depression angle of 1/10 of a degree. What's the drop?
Measured a huge drop, bro.
Yeah, what is the drop of 1 degree? How much is that in feet?
Bro, is that like relevant to the
What is the drop of 1 degree in feet?
Is that relevant to the conversation?
Yes, it is exactly relevant.
Listen, bro, because if we're talking drop, then that means you're admitting that he measured
The drop of what? The drop of what?
Bro.
That's what we're talking about. The drop of what? How do you get the drop from an angle? You don't even know what you're talking about. This is so fucking sad, bro.
Did you not like watch the video, bro? You're a fucking moron.
Don't need to watch.
You
First of all, I
dumbass.
probably already saw it. If it's Jesse's video, I probably already saw it.
It is Jesse's video.
And I probably already saw it.
And he showed how the fuck he did it, man.
He comes in here every
Oh,
other
yeah?
night, buddy.
How'd he do it? He measured an angle, right?
The missing height, the calculated delta,
The
bro.
missing height. Missing from what? What do you mean missing? What do you mean missing? So why does the sun flatten? You already admitted that the sun flattens. That means that the sun appears lower than it actually is.
You don't have a
Is
model, bro.
that because of Earth curve? So does the sun get flat because of Earth curve? Nope. So all this shit that you're talking about, that you're saying this is Earth curve, we have demonstrated this shit on known flat surfaces. All of it.
He accounted for refraction, though, bro.
It doesn't matter what the reason is. We know it's not Earth curve.
Why is it not Earth curve, bro?
Because it's a known flat surface. So
Earth
you
is a-
eliminate that variable. You say, hey, we're going to do this observation. What's the
Earth
variable that we want to get rid of? We'll get rid of Earth curve as a variable. So that means that whatever observation we make, we know it can't be Earth curve because when we set up the experiment, we eliminated that variable.
And
Can we get the same visual effect? Yes, we can.
Let this dumb motherfucker
Yeah,
say
that's
that-
really an argument.
say that Earth is, what did you say, a planar surface? Yeah, you're a fucking moron, man. Like, what is the point?
That's a great argument. It's an awesome argument. I'm so super convinced, man. You changed my mind.
Prove that Earth's surface is a plane, bro. First, you have to do it.
Did already the laser test. You want more? I can give you more. Okay, so the Knickerbein radars, 10,000 mile radio transmissions, 300 mile site observations from sea level in Southern Ocean. I mean, I
Hear
can go
that?
on and on. Canagoo,
Did you hear the explanation, bro?
Bolivian salt flats. The explanation for what?
Bro,
For which
for
one?
For the radio.
What's the explanation?
Bro, it bounces off. I forgot specifically what it was, but it bounces off something to
That's
make
an
it.
yeah, but what's the evidence for that? Who cares what the story is? We want the evidence. So a 10,000-mile radio transmission, UK to Australia, ionospheric bounce doesn't work because the number of times it would have to bounce, it would have to be flat. Plus, the ionospheric theory, so the main thing you don't know about is anything about the ionospheric theory, hypothesis, is that it only goes far at night. It doesn't go far during the day. But they did these radio transmissions during the day, not at night. So during the day, they're only supposed to go a few hundred miles, several hundred miles. It's at night they go thousands of miles. But they did these transmissions during the day.
Indio, notice how you're talking all this, and you never did a 1v1 debate against any true Glober, bro.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah,
like,
sure. There's
we
fucking
got two
hundreds
people.
of hours of me smashing people. So yeah.
Yeah. Oh my God. I don't even know how many hundreds of videos probably.
Wait, did we not just watch that happen live?
Yeah, Peter's here now, but Jesse can't make it because he can't figure out how
Is
to use
Peter?
the vanity invite.
Well, hold on. Is Peter a true Glober? Because I've smashed him a bunch of times.
Oh yeah, Peter.
I'm the truest of all
He
Globers.
loves Jesse. He loves Jesse too.
Yeah, but Peter has also advanced his palate to deconstructing retarded Globers for public consumption, which is rather entertaining.
I mean, you got to get your jolly somewhere.
I mean, you guys cannot have a monopoly on dunking on dumb Globers. I mean, it's fun, right?
I mean, to a degree. Dunking on this guy ain't fun. It's frustrating.
He's dunking on himself.
Yeah, true. I mean,
Hey, I got a challenge for you. I want you to do a 3 fixed position. Yeah, no problem. What is that? Well, I'm going to tell you.
Because
Yeah, Peter. How come this guy won't tell us what he means by that?
A 3
I
star.
said asking for a friend, and he still ignored me. Like, harsh, man.
Most Globers don't explain the globe model very well, so statistically, he's probably one of those.
Maybe you can get Peter. Maybe you can get Mr. Cosmic to answer that question.
Well, it's a 3-star fix. Well, he said he'd give us $500 if we could do a 3-star fix. So we asked him, "What's a 3-star fix?" And he said, "You don't know what a 3-star fix is."
On topic.
He won't tell us, so we don't know how to win the money.
I don't know. I'm not an expert on celestial navigation, so I wouldn't know either.
Who is an expert in navigation? Prototad, bro.
Yeah, and I asked you what made you say that, and you said he's a sailor. So what? That don't make him an expert on celestial navigation.
Two people on my screen episode. Does that mean they're experts on celestial navigation?
Popeye's a fucking sailor. So what? He's an expert on celestial navigation.
Indio, are you a flat Earth expert?
I don't know what that even means, quite honestly.
You're a moron, bro. That's why you don't know what the fuck it means, man.
Well,
we're experts at
you're asking me.
the globe.
You're asking me if I'm something that I don't know really what it is, and you're saying I'm a moron if I don't know some fucking shit you made up in your head.
That
Yeah,
laser.
okay. I'm sorry, I don't read minds.
He doesn't even know what he's saying, so how are you going to know what he's saying?
That laser measure thing that you just sent, Secret Asian Man. Number one, that's just refraction, right? Like that has all 3 of those has been debunked 3 times. So
Which one is refraction? Because there's like 8 in there.
let's try it. All 3.
Which one is refraction of those? Because there's a bunch in there.
All of them, bro.
Are they? They're all refraction. So even the 21-mile one at the Salt Lake, that's also refraction.
That's the biggest refraction.
Oh, so how do you explain the reflection off the water then? Yeah, so there's a reflection on the water of the laser. So how do you see that? So the angle of incidence equals the angle of reflection. So how is the laser on the other side of the curve and bouncing off the water on your side of the hump and reflecting to your eye? How does that work? Explain it to us. how refraction can do those things, because you can't. The reflection of the laser has to hit a real surface. It can't hit a refracted surface. It can't hit an imaginary optical illusion surface. It has to hit an actual physical surface to reflect off of it. So maybe you can tell us that one right there. So maybe you can tell us how it's reflecting off the water that's on the other side of the hump. So think about it like this. You have a hill. You have a laser on one side of the hill. Somehow you reflect the laser
Think
up
about
the
this.
other side of the hill, and somebody sees the reflection. Maybe you can explain how that works in physical reality. Not a single fucking Glober has ever even remotely come close to an answer for this. Because there is no
I may
answer.
be
It's
the
not
first one.
possible. Oh yeah, let's hear this one, Peter.
Number 1, right?
I'll take a photo of a page I was reading earlier today from a book that has the answer to the question.
Oh yeah. Go ahead.
Great. What's the name of the book? How to win friends and influence people?
The name of the book? It's called, here it is, QED, The Strange Theory of Light and Matter.
Oh boy.
I know, right?
Yeah, I don't think it's going to have anything to do with what I just said.
It has exactly to do with what you said.
Yeah, sure it does.
Mhm.
We'll see, won't we?
Okay, just give me a second.
Indio's the king of straw men, so just take your time.
You don't even know what that is, as it was already established by AI. You don't know what even a straw man argument is.
I told you what it was. What are you talking about?
What is it? I missed that part. I heard you deflect.
You're misrepresenting my argument, bro.
What was your argument? Your argument was all this shit's caused by refraction. And if that was true, then this reflection would not be possible.
Why not?
Because it wouldn't be hitting the water. There's no path.
I don't think I'm allowed to post images in the text chat. That's unfortunate.
Just send it as a link. Just send it as a link and it'll pop up.
I don't have a link. I have a photo that I just took on my phone.
Yeah, go ahead, Peter.
Yeah, I'm saying copy the link of the photo, the message link.
He's good now.
Peter, go ahead. You're good.
There you go.
What do you guys say about that, Indio? I dare you.
Nothing is reflecting of any surface in that picture. Just a demonstration of the principle of the path of shortest time.
Yeah, that
The
doesn't
path of
address anything.
shortest time is a rule in optics and in quantum electrodynamics.
Okay, so that doesn't address this, dude. Because we see the source and a reflection of the source. This just shows the source going from cooler air to warmer air and bending up, right? So that's one light. We need two lights. We need two lights.
Good. So in the diagram that I shared, he's showing how you can see sky, which is the source of the light, both up and below what appears to be reflected of the road, but it's not reflected. So you see two skies. Did you read the text underneath that says you can see two skies, one above you and one below you, and they're the same sky? It's just that the photons are following different paths?
Okay, so that would be an inferior mirage.
You're welcome.
Yeah, so that would be an inferior mirage, and that's not what this is, because then the other lights, besides those lights, you would see. And this is a screenshot from the video, and at no point, and you can tell from the video that this is a reflection off of water and not an inferior mirage.
I cannot tell, but maybe
Good try. You can tell from the video, which I'll now post, because you can tell from the video it's not an inferior mirage.
Oh, how can you?
Okay.
How can you tell?
Because nothing else is reflecting, Peter. Your fear mirage is not limited to
Well, there
one
isn't much to look at in the darkness. It's just a source of light. If the sky was the only object during daytime emitting light, maybe we would only see the sky up and sky reflected in quotes off the road.
Okay.
Huh?
They also
Oh, there you go.
Peter. Part of the video is during dusk,
Welcome to the globe.
and you can see the lights reflecting off the water. You can clearly see it's water. You can see the edge of the freaking water, ending at Salt Lake. You can see the lights at the Salt Lake reflecting off of clear water. Dude. And then when it becomes dark,
Do you have any
all the
measurements
lights
there?
are all in the same. I don't care. I'm not care about convincing you. You're a fucking troll. So all the lights are in the same positions. They don't change. So it's dusk, it's daylight. You can see the lights reflecting off the light quantity. You can clearly see in daylight. Then it gets dark, and the lights are all in the same positions. They don't change. So that eliminates your thesis.
That's an interesting claim you're making.
Do you want a timestamp?
No.
Yeah, I'll get you one.
But I don't want one.
It's even addressed in the video.
Did you make the video?
No, and I don't need to.
Do you know the person who did?
No, and I don't need to.
Oh, okay. Just some computer generated images.
Possibly. But
I mean, it's digital, I guess, right?
Listen, even if it's computer generated images, do you know what it's not? Refraction.
Yeah, doesn't have to be. Path of least time.
That is refraction, you dumb buck. It's
One
called
of the
Fermat's
things.
principle. Peter, it's awesome that you're just discovering these things now. Okay, that's awesome. I'm good on you for learning something. But you're not teaching anybody anything. I knew this shit 2 decades ago.
Me too.
Peter, 2 decades ago, you were like 5 fucking years old.
2 decades ago, I was 26.
I doubt it.
I don't.
Did you say you were in your
Hold on a second. No, hold on a second, Indio. I see the problem. Okay, Indio. He is not a young Indian boy, okay?
Not that I know of, no.
When you first came on the scene, you sounded like an Indian from a call center.
True.
Well, we all learn and grow.
So
Indio has been doing this flat Earth thing for at least 2 decades. Go figure.
Turns out he's a pole.
No. See that? No. It has nothing to do with flat Earth. So, Peter, you just got unbanned, dude. Give yourself a break and try not to be disingenuous. Okay. Nobody said I've been doing this for 2 decades. The
How long have
concept
you been
that
a
you're
flat Earth
invoking?
believer, Indio?
I don't know. December 2017. It's not important.
What
The
happened in
concepts, the
2017?
physics concepts that you're just running into now, I knew about decades ago. Decades.
Okay. Good on you.
You're just finding out about it, saying the principle of waste time, like you just discovered something. Okay.
I didn't discover. I had to pass an exam on that in 1999.
So I passed an exam on that in it's probably 92.
Good. I wish I had met you back then. Maybe you would have helped me pass the exam.
I doubt it.
Me too.
I don't do charity. But I'm not gonna say that.
We all want you to say it.
No, we don't, because then, like, you know, I've been paid by people. I will say it. So I've been paid by people to take their college courses. Okay,
Did they want their money back?
No. They didn't
Good.
want their money back, Peter. And Peter, that's without seeing their textbook. So that should tell you something. I could actually post fucking emails in the chat of the interaction between me and them. Okay. I did
Why
this
don't
like
you?
over a decade ago. Because
Let us have a look.
yeah, let you have a look. You're a fucking weird dude, man.
Yeah, he's always looking for information, and it's one of his unique features.
Yeah, and he never took the class. He was just trying to get out of me when I took mine. But I didn't give him the correct date, so good try.
You really a liar. And you don't stop lying.
So anyway, your little diagram doesn't apply to this. So I posted an image showing when it was light enough to see the water that the city lights are reflecting off water and that this is not an inferior mirage. So, since that's been disposed of, maybe you can tell me why you can see the reflection of a light that's on the other side of the hump from the laser. You know, this is also in the Black Swan. You have the same problem, right? So the 10-mile one, you can see the reflection of the oil rig lights off the water. But that water is supposed to be on the other side of the curb, so how do you see that reflection? So no one's got an answer to any of this shit. When it comes to reflections, Globers have no answers. Zero.
I do have questions, though, Indio. Maybe you can help me. I have some questions about refraction.
Yeah.
So, in the chat, I posted an image of a ship. Do you see it?
Yeah, that's a Fata Morgana.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I figured.
But the names of mirages is purely descriptive. Right?
Okay, but
So-
can I ask my question, or you're going to tell us about the names of
Yeah, go
mirages?
ahead. Yeah.
Oh,
go
okay.
ahead.
So in that photo, I see at least 4 instances of the letter M and at least 3 bits of the letter C. Where, in your opinion, as an expert, where's the geometric letter M in that image?
Oh, you can't tell. It's indeterminate.
Oh, I see. Thanks.
I mean, you could take a guess. I would say stretch, double image. Yeah, I mean, you can't really say. You could guess, but most likely it's the low somewhere in the midline of the lower M, because the lower M is stretched, the top one's compressed. The letters are actually closer to the frickin' bottom. So then again,
So which one are you going with?
there's other problems in this image. So if you look at the front of the bow, right, it looks like the thing is floating in the sky because it looks like it's on blue water, quote unquote, over the horizon. But on the backside, you can see on the stern, you can see that the water extends beyond the stern. So I don't know. Either horizon doesn't even actually look even at all.
So which one are you going with?
I'm going with indeterminate. That's what I'm going with.
Okay, good answer.
Yeah, Peter, in the refraction GIF I show over and over and over and over again, which refraction was used in the image I was using? Which snapshot should I use to replicate that boat?
I don't know.
This time, let's stop that GIF in that spot and see if we can get things to stretch and squash and stuff like that.
No, I was just wondering where the geometric letter M might be hiding.
So you just proved that you can't be taking theodolites and taking long distance photos with them. So thank you.
Yeah.
Certainly, you wouldn't perform measurements through an atmospheric duct like that. Yeah, that'd be kind of silly.
Oh,
I mean,
so what time of
am-
day was the picture across the lake or the bay or whatever that was taken? And what was the rest of the other pictures looking like?
Oh, I wouldn't know. That's your evidence. I didn't look into it.
No, you posted that picture. That's how you got called out and had to give up the theodolite specs and all that.
The picture of the ship?
No, the other one you tried to present.
Oh, Jesse's measurement of the zenith angle?
Zenith angle? I don't know what that is, but
swear to
the
God,
picture of a
tossing
building.
each other's salad.
A zenith angle is an angle from the zenith.
Which is never used, okay?
It's always used.
Yeah. Anyway, sure it is, Peter. If you were gonna say, if this boat had like guns on it, and you were like in a naval vessel, and you had to shoot it, and you had no choice, you're gonna die, and you couldn't be like, well, we're gonna wait for the mirage to go away. You got to shoot it. Where are you gonna aim at, Peter?
I always aim at center of mass, Indio.
You fucking missed, dude. Dude, why would you aim at center mass? You'd aim
Just
at
out of I've been trained
the
to do
red.
so.
You'd aim at the red, right? You'd aim at the red, and you try to hit it at the water line to sink the ship. Right? You wouldn't aim at the mirage. Mr. Cosmic, man. He's like your cheerleader. Well, not yours. I don't know why everybody's tossing Jesse salad already. All of a sudden.
It's gay. It's super gay.
Now, Peter, do you think that this is like this is evidence that like shit gets picked up over the curve or something? This mirage shit.
Which one?
The boat you posted.
No, it's just a cool picture.
Oh, okay.
Cool because it has these what are clearly geometric shapes. And so one doesn't have to argue about this or that. It's clear, you know. We assume that the ship actually has letters N, S, and C painted on it. One instance of each. And then it's just kind of cool to think about where the geometric letter might be as perceived from distance over what's probably an atmospheric duct. Kind of cool to imagine, you know, the relationship between physical geometry of objects and their perception over distance and the paths that photons might be taking through the medium.
The word salad that puts it all together.
Yeah. As we know, an object emits photons in all directions, so it's not unthinkable that you might receive multiple photons from the same geometric area, but they started on different paths, but then converged because the path of least time for them was such.
I'm glad you brought that up. But hey, I think there's more than 3 letters, dude.
Yeah, I think there are 3.
I think there's 4 M's, 2.5 S's, and like 3 C's.
Yeah, that's what I see. Yeah, 3 C's, like 3 bottoms of the C. I see 3 times the bottom of the C. M, I think it's at least 4 or 5. They're kind of overlapping too, so that's cool. You can even see how M is more distorted than C, so there must be a difference horizontally speaking, like to the left, there's more going on than there is on the right. Kind of cool.
You think you can get an angle to that ship using a theodolite then?
I wouldn't do it from such a low elevation that's subject to distortion because of atmospheric ducting. I would try to have a higher elevation.
Ducting is not a common phenomenon.
It's very common over low elevations over water.
What makes you say that?
Very well understood.
Yeah.
Very well
what makes-
studied.
yeah, cool story. That's just saying it. It doesn't mean anything. Has it ever been quantified?
Oh, I'm sure it has.
So you don't know if it has. You just believe it has, and therefore you believe.
I've never looked into the quantification of it now, but I read a little bit about the conclusions from such quantification.
You've never looked at the quantification, but you looked at the conclusions for the quantification. So you're sure the quantifications exist?
Oh, I'm not sure in the sense that you would use the word no.
Well, in the sense I would use the word is you would do a random amount of observations and then count the number of times you observe ducting. That's how you would quantify it.
Yeah, I haven't done that, no.
Has anybody done that?
Oh, yeah.
Go ahead and
Makes
post
you
your.
say, oh, yeah.
citation.
Why are you saying, oh, yeah? Do you have any evidence of this? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I've seen the
People.
conclusions. I've seen
No,
the
the
conclusions.
conclusion is not the evidence. Like,
Oh, no, I don't have an
they
evidence
can
that
write
it
down
actually
that
is.
I believe this. They're just like, you're just saying that they're saying they believe something, but I want to know what the basis for the belief is, right? The
I don't know.
empirical evidence for the basis of the belief that it's common. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
What would you consider
Absolutely.
common? 20%, 30%, 50% of the time, 10%, 1%, 3 times a year?
Like it's not. No. You just need to go somewhere that has certain temperature gradients, and you're good.
You're such a snake, dude. Yeah, but what makes it common?
What makes it common? The fact that it occurs in nature.
Yeah, but you said it's a common observation. So if it's observed once a year, would you consider that common?
Not really, no.
Stupid. What if it occurred only in the summer, but no other season?
On a regular basis, yeah, I would consider that common.
No, I say once a week during the summer. So 12 times in a period of fucking 3 months.
Oh, okay. You know what I consider common? Summer solstice. Common occurrence.
Dude, you're making my fucking brain. Dude, like, bring back the Cosmic Guy. He was like. So, Peter, I know you're hurting my brain because I know you know better.
I know very well. You're right about that.
I know you know better, and you're fucking playing games because you know what's gonna happen.
No, I'm just treating you seriously. That's all I'm doing.
You know you're playing games. What's common the summer solstice? What does that even mean?
That it occurs on a regular basis, like in a clockwork. I can even tell you when it's going to be.
Yeah, but that's not really.
It has never not happened. It has never not happened.
That's debatable. It's never not. First of all,
you made me choke on my water.
What is the summer solstice?
It's just we observe a day during the year when the day is the longest. After that, it gets shorter.
Yeah, so there's the longest day of the year. Congratulations. What the fucking?
Thank you. It's a common occurrence.
Yeah, I guess you're not using the word common, right? But whatever. We don't use the word common in the concept of regularities. We use the word common in the concept of irregularities. So if we have irregularities, the things that are regular within the irregularities are what we call common. So
yeah, that one has zero irregularities.
The length of days aren't very irregular, right? Those aren't irregular things.
They're extremely irregular. There are never 2 days with exactly the same duration.
Yes, but the duration always goes in the same direction. It's either going up or down. So they're regular in that sense. On a whole, right? So the days are getting shorter or longer. So they are regular. Okay, they're not identical to the other day. But we don't have. You couldn't say like today's a Fata Morgana, tomorrow's a Superior Mirage, the next day's an Inferior Mirage. Right? They're not regular like that. So the occurrence of these mirages is random, right? But you said that ducting
It's not random. It has very
mirage.
It's not random.
Not random. It is random.
No.
Are they caused by the meteorological conditions?
You know what's random?
Are they caused by the meteorological conditions? Are they caused by the meteorological conditions?
Yes.
Okay. Is the weather random?
Depends on the sense of random. In some way, it's not random. It's hard to predict, but it doesn't make that random.
Why can't we predict things?
There are only few things that we cannot predict, and they all exist at the level of subatomic particles. Those are truly random, yes.
We can't predict the weather because the weather's random.
No, it's too complex. It's too complex. It's not random.
No, it is random because the systems are nonlinear, and because they're nonlinear systems, they're chaotic. Which
Yeah,
is
but that's
random.
not random. No.
It is random.
No, random is radioactive decay is random. It has no cause.
It's not random.
When you look at an individual nuclei of an atom, you cannot predict in any way when it will decay.
Indio just strawmans.
Yeah, that's
It's purely random. You could actually use it for encryption and it is used for encryption because it can generate a random key because it's purely random.
Okay, that's the claim. I don't.
When
know
you have
if
a
that's
Geiger counter, the clicks that you hear are pure random noise from radioactive decay.
Yeah, that's the claim. I don't know if there's evidence for that. I don't care.
Hey, we don't have to argue about that. I'm just telling you what random means.
Yeah, no. Well, random has a mathematical context, and in the context of nature, in the sciences, in the natural sciences, random means that it's what would you call it? There's no deterministic model which predicts the next event. So, as far as the weather is concerned, there is no deterministic model.
We don't have a model that can predict weather very well. We don't.
Okay, no, it's not there's no deterministic model, period. And there's no deterministic model for refraction. And I can give you citations.
Oh, that's very deterministic.
No, I'm talking about terrestrial refraction. As far as terrestrial
if you can measure, all you need to measure is like 4 parameters, and you know what refractive index you're going to get.
No,
Yeah.
Peter.
But yes.
No, Peter. Where do you get this from?
From logic.
From logic. Well, give me the syllogism.
Yeah. Oh, I don't have a syllogism.
Then give the 4 parts.
What he just said. He got it from logic, but he has no syllogism. Just want you. Everybody heard their shit. The stupidest fucking shit I've ever heard.
Yep.
Dumbass.
I'm willing to throw him a bone, though, if he can give us the 4 parts.
Yeah, I gotta run to the store so somebody else take over. This is fucking like painful pulling teeth, so I'll be back in like 20 minutes.
I'll take the 4 parts, though. Oh, 4 parts, anyone? I'm actually shopping myself, but I'd love to hear about the 4 parts.
What are you buying?
Let's see. Milk, ice cream, ice. Make sense?
It's a lot of dairy.
We do not. I tricked you. Ice is made out of water.
It is.
So what are the 4 parts, man?
Well, I don't know
Actually, you
what
should
you're
wait to
talking
tell it to you. You said if there's 4 parts to knowing what refraction is present.
I think I said parameters, didn't I?
Maybe. All right, what's the 4 parameters?
Let me see. One of them would be the temperature gradient. Okay, here it is. The distance between the 2 points in a straight line, the pressure, the temperature, and the gradient of temperature. I'm reading from the equation, so I'm kind of interpreting it myself as I'm looking at the equation. Here, I'll put it in the chat so you can have a gander.
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
Exactly.
So what's the result of this equation look like? A single number?
Under usual, yeah, that's the angle. The omega is the angle.
Angle of what?
By how much the light ray gets refracted.
What?
Yeah.
That's not what it looks like to me.
Well, that's what it is. It literally says in the text that I shared with you, so you don't have to scratch your head. It says, and omega is the refraction at the observer measured in arc seconds, which is a unit of angle.
So what does that mean?
It means when you input the parameters into this equation, it's going to predict by how many degrees the light will be refracted between you and the object. In real practical...
That doesn't even make sense.
Yeah, and it actually even says here there's a rule of thumb you can use.
Are you talking about the angle of arrival?
The angle of refraction from a straight line from the source.
Yeah, but what does that mean? Like, does that just mean the deflection angle? Like, if you imagine it was a straight line, and then you had a diagonal line, that would be the off angle of the diagonal line?
No, it means that what you're measuring as an angle from you to the target should be lifted by this many degrees. Is lifted, so you should subtract it from it if you are curious about the geometric.
Oh, that's cool. Then it's not. Then that wouldn't be a measurement of refraction. That would be a measurement of displacement of an expectation.
I'm not going to tell you what words to use in the English language, but we would call it refraction measured in arc seconds.
You can call it whatever you want, dude.
That's the effect of refraction on your observation.
Nah.
No.
Okay, so between point A and point B, how many transitions did the light pass through?
Oh, infinite per quantum electrodynamics.
Okay, so then the refraction would actually occur at each infinite boundary, right?
If we apply quantum electrodynamics, then yeah, we would have to take all the possibilities into the account. But what we're going to get is a result that converges onto this equation.
So the actual degrees is just a displacement of the thing you're citing. It's not an actual degree measurement of refraction.
I'm not going to nitpick on your use of the word displacement, but okay.
Yeah, I mean, you're using refraction to begin, and then you're changing the definition of refraction halfway through.
No, certainly I'm not doing that. That'd be silly.
Well, you are doing that, dude.
No, you're just shopping for dairy, and you're listening with one ear and not processing the words that you're hearing.
You said if there's an infinite amount of transitions, then at each transition the light's going to refract, correct?
Yeah, it might.
Okay, so according to refraction, what it is, and the law of refraction, that's going to occur along the path, right?
Yep.
So the thing at the end that you're saying 3 arc seconds of refraction, that's a misnomer. Because what you told me is it's 3 arc
when
seconds.
Did I say 3 arc seconds? When did I even use the word 3? Are you tripping? Are you tripping, buddy?
Holy crap, dude.
The equation gives you value, and that value...
What's the end value measured in?
In units of angle.
Okay, so let's say arc seconds.
Seconds. Yes.
Sure. So the result that you get is the expectation of the displacement of the object in your field of view, right?
No. What you get is by how many degrees the object appears off of its actual geometric location.
Okay, which is a displacement in your field of view, correct?
My understanding of the word displacement is something displaces something. What is displacement? Displacements.
I'm using it in the term of you expect it to be, let's just say, the midline of your vision, but it's actually angularly 3 degrees up from the midline.
Yeah. So that's what it is. Yes. Yeah. It's the shift by.
Sure. So basically, that would be talking about what you see from your vantage point or the angle of arrival of the light. That wouldn't be a measurement of refraction at all.
That is a measurement of the impact the refraction has on the apparent position of the object.
Okay, let's say that's true, but then you need to get rid of the word refraction at the end. Otherwise,
if you would allow me 15 seconds, maybe you're checking out or looking at the expiration date on the iScreen. If you allow me 15 seconds, I will explain. So, if there were no medium between you and the object, the light would follow the path of least time, which would be a geometric straight line, and then the apparent position would be identical to the geometric position. When light travels through a medium, it also follows the path of least time, which means it does not go in a straight geometric line. Under usual atmospheric conditions, that results in a lift of the object by a certain number of degrees. And if you know the exact parameters of the medium between you and the object, you can punch them into this equation, and it will tell you by exactly what number of degrees or arc seconds the object is shifted from its geometric position.
Okay, let's say that's true. Still could call that refraction.
The refraction is the mechanism that is causing for light to travel in that way through a cloud of gas.
Okay, so then you should say something like 3 arc seconds of displacement in your field of view caused by refraction. Cumulative effects.
Yes.
Not refraction.
Yes. I guess the people who wrote that text were fast thinkers, and they just, for brevity, worded their sentence that way. But I agree with you. Yes. When I read that text, I didn't struggle with its interpretation, but I immediately adopted the interpretation you and I currently agreed on.
Cool.
Very cool.
And I was fixing my brakes, and I found out my sway bar link popped. Now I got to do sway bar links in the morning. That's the thing on, like, if you don't know it, it's like connects the two front wheels together so that they shift like you're turning, your weight shifting. Helps your vehicle not roll. So then if you had an image and you knew where it was supposed to be relative to the observer based on their altitude, then you could reverse engineer the ambient conditions for the day based on a photo?
I guess not necessarily, because as you see, there are multiple values in that equation. So there's probably infinite combination of those values that would result in the same angle.
Okay. Doesn't sound too convincing.
Very convincing. When you look at the equation like this, you can imagine different values for L, P, T, and dt over dh that would still, in the end, result in the same value of omega.
All right, so then how would I know what I'm looking at being affected by this or not if I can't double check it after the fact?
Because you would have done multiple measurements over time of L is easy to measure, P and T also, and you would conclude that under certain atmospheric conditions, P and T and dt over dh have predictable values in a given geographic area. Of course, there are days on which they are completely different, or times of the day, but that's very apparent. For example, the photo of the ship that I shared, it's an unusual photo taken from a specific vantage point low to the ground. Most of the time when we look at the same ship as it, hauls goods from China to the United States, we see letters M, S, and C without any distortion. So these outliers are very interesting to study, and people can measure the values of those parameters during that time. That'd be kind of cool. But as you can see on that ship, there isn't just one omega. That's why that photo is so cool. You have an omega that's different over the... you're receiving the same photon like several times over different paths.
What? You mean photons emitting from the same area? Several paths?
A photon emitted from the same geometric area of the letter M, but emitted in slightly different angles to start with, they all converge at the end into your eyeball. That's why you see 5 letters M. Why is that? Because the medium between you and the ship was so messy that there were multiple paths of least time that had the same time of travel for those, let's say, 5 different photons. So they all found the path of least time, whatever value, x, and those 5 paths had the time value of x. That's why they found your eyeball.
How'd they find the least time?
How do they find the least time?
Do they phone
We
ahead
don't
and
know.
ask?
They just do. Well, the question you're asking right now revolutionized physics over 100 years ago, so it's not a silly question. People have been asking it for over 100 years. How do they know? And no one has provided an answer yet.
I know the answer. It's a very
Okay,
simple
go
answer.
ahead.
It's actually elegant. They're from the future. That's how.
That is actually one of the suggested answers, yes. Proposed answers.
Do you remember emission theory or ever studied that?
No.
Okay, so long time ago, there was emission theory, which is essentially that light, or the ability to see, not light itself, but the ability to see, was somehow
emission theory,
emitted,
yes.
emitted from the agent that needed to see, and then it went out into the world and then got some information and brought it back.
Yeah.
But of course, there's problems with that when it comes to certain types of photography, and obviously, what about nighttime, and what about when you close your eyes, and all that stuff.
Yeah, that's actually one of the Greeks. This is one of the ancient Greek theories about the mechanism behind seeing, and it was used by one of the philosophers to propose that light needs to have infinite speed. He was wrong, but he was logically consistent because he said,
No, he's not wrong at all.
If my eyeball emits light to see and I open my eyes and I immediately see stars, that means it took 0 time to travel to the stars and bounce back. Otherwise, stars would be lagging. He didn't know that word, but what he meant to say was otherwise there would be a lag between me opening my eyes and seeing stars. But there isn't any lag, therefore infinite speed. Yeah.
Well, there was another theory back in the day, and I don't know the official name of it, so I'm just, for lack of a better term, I'm just going to call it conduit theory. And it was essentially that the paths of light are set in essentially a near infinite interwoven paths of string or conduits or fiber optics, even, you could imagine, like an invisible spaghetti nonsense pile of fiber optics, right? And so when there is an effect, like a heat or whatever, it warps the conduits. And so when they take the path of least time, they're just traveling a conduit that's already been warped. Much akin to the concepts of space-time being warped, and then the matter just travels in the new conduit that's created by the space-time, like a train on the tracks. If the tracks are bent, the train's going to take the bent track.
Yeah, you're mixing quite a lot of things there. You know what is good news to us all? It's that the theory or the area of physics that explains electromagnetism and therefore the behavior of light and optics is the most developed and the most accurate of all theories in physics. So there's very little soul searching that we're doing in that area of human knowledge. So as interesting as your theories from Day Yonder sound, there's little need for that kind of speculation because one thing that we are as certain as we can be about is the behavior of light.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Why do good girls like bad boys? So, Peter, you know how you see like a bunch of M's and a bunch of S's and a bunch of C's?
Yeah.
How do you know one of those rows is not a reflection? How do you know two of those rows are not a reflection? You're
I
just
don't
looking
know.
down the center. Yeah, you
Could be
can't
actually.
tell, right?
Actually,
Yeah, it could
in QED, we would in quantum electrodynamics, a photon can travel in any direction with any speed. So yeah, it could have gone into the water and bounced off 6 times, for what we know.
No, that's say you're looking down a duct like a fiber optic cable, and the camera is in the center duct, right? And you have a layer of cold air, hot air, cold air, right? So when the light's inside that duct, it's going to reflect off the bottom duct and the top duct, and it's going to make 2 reflections above and below, and it's going to make 3. What appears to be 3 letters. And so in 2 of the cases, the principle of Weisstein doesn't even apply, and it wasn't 100 years ago that it was discovered. It was discovered by Fermat, which was quite a long time ago, which is way before Einstein. So
yeah,
a lot of what you said,
didn't get it
just
right. His theory was not complete. His was just an observation.
So
So
Einstein's story's right because he had a different story that gives the same mathematical result. So we have
no, it wasn't Einstein who explained how light works.
Well, who was? Who was it?
The co-creators of quantum electrodynamics are Feynman and one Japanese guy and
Joey Schwinger.
what's his face?
Joey Schwinger, dude.
Yes, there you go.
Yeah, but that entire theory hinges on the anomalous magnetic precession of the electron, the G factor. Yes, it's the foundation for the entire theory.
Mm-mm.
Yes, it is here. Yes,
No,
it
it's
is.
not. No.
Yeah. So tell it. Okay. Jesus Christ. Okay, so no is your answer. So when I post
no
a
is
bunch
my
of
answer.
citations, including from Freeman Dyson, that says this G factor, if it's wrong, quantum electrodynamics is wrong. When I post that shit, you're gonna say I'm wrong.
No.
Of course you're not.
Only a child would say a theory is wrong. Only a person who does not understand what theory is would say it's wrong.
Okay. The model.
I'm not going to say
not
that.
even a theory. It's a model. It's not even a theory.
I don't give a shit. Theories or models are not wrong or right.
Yes, because if you have a model that makes the incorrect predictions, it's wrong.
All of them make incorrect predictions.
So all models are wrong, but some are useful?
All models are wrong. Some are useful, yes. This one is extremely useful because it explains all of the observable behavior of light, all of chemistry. So it's pretty useful.
Models don't explain things here.
No. They explain why certain things work. They make predictions about certain things.
Dude, you're all over.
For example, this one explains why chemicals bind in certain ways, something that chemists never explained. They just said, hey, certain things happen. You put 2 hydrogens together next to an oxygen, they're going to snap together. They didn't know why. Now we know why.
We don't know why.
We don't know the why below that why, but we have a very good why below the original why. There you go.
Where's the why? Where's the why in the mathematics? Can I find the explanation? If I look at the model, the mathematical formulas, the variables. If I look at that, is the explanation in there? Is that the explanation?
To a certain degree, yes.
The mathematics, we're going to just go on a loop, right? Do models explain or describe?
They describe and predict.
Yes. So the model is the mathematics. So nowhere in the mathematics could the explanation possibly be, because the model can only describe things.
Absolutely.
The explanation is the human bullshit that we tell afterwards.
But not in the sense that you mock it in your strawmans. No, that's not true. Nobody does that.
Yeah, what straw man?
A strawman of what you think a scientific explanation is.
What do I think it is?
You think it makes a claim on some philosophical why. It never does.
Okay, so tell me what a science. That's not what I think, but maybe you can tell me what a scientific explanation is. What it is, so we can know it if we see it.
Okay. Every scientific theory should be understood as follows. The world behaves, or nature behaves, as if the following things were true. And the key words are as if. For example, quantum electrodynamics says the world behaves as if there were tiny particles, some massive, such as electron, some massless, such as photon, and as if they moved around based on their probabilities, the wave of probability that spreads through space. That's it. That's all it says. It doesn't say, the first thing they teach you in college, they say they're not really particles, they don't really spin, they don't really move in the sense of like moving as we think of as humans. We just use those words because we don't have any better words to describe that low level of nature. They say students don't walk around saying photon is a little ball. It's not a ball. But we will treat it as such because nature behaves as if they were tiny balls fluctuating in space. So it's not an explanation of the underlying why or how. It's just a model that you compare against observations, measurements, and experiments, and it works to a ridiculously accurate degree.
Well, that's debatable.
That's the only claim that a real physicist will make, that this model works to this and that level of degree of precision. He will never say this is the final model. He will never say it explains everything. He will never say it won't be replaced by something better. He will say it's the best one that we've had so far, and I can prove it because all the other models make predictions that are the same or worse. And then there's an aesthetic. There is an aesthetic judgment call also. If there are two models and they're equally precise, but one is simpler, meaning it introduces less complexity, then this one is better because it's simpler. You know, Occam's razor type of thing. Simplest explanation is best. So keep it simple as long as you're getting the same precision. That's all there is to science.
It's actually the one with the least amount of assumptions is best.
Sure, concepts.
Yeah, so
assumptions are not the thing. I know you like that word, but you know, I can introduce 4 additional types of spin on a photon, and they wouldn't add to the predictive value of the theory. So people would say, "Why did you introduce them? They do nothing." So your model is worse. It's overly complicated for no gain in precision. Get rid of it.
Well, I would say a physicist would say for a particular experiment, our model reproduces or predicts like within the so if we do a measurement and we get some value, the model will make a prediction, and they would say the prediction of this particular experiment, the model is accurate, is to that particular experiment, right? They wouldn't make a blanket statement about the model overall because quantum electrodynamics predicted that the vacuum energy of the universe was 127 orders of magnitude off of what it was actually observed. So it's simultaneously the worst and best model at the same time.
Yeah. It also doesn't explain anything that's going on in the nucleus, right? So there you go. It just doesn't do well in that space. It doesn't explain why protons are formed out of quarks. It does not. So what? We have a different theory for that.
Yeah, a different model.
A different model, yes. Now,
so,
the kicker is that as we have accumulated those models, there are beautiful synergies between them. They predict some of the things that are the same related to masses of certain particles and so on. So they're all cousins and brothers and sisters of the same underlying theory. Beautiful thing. Makes me want to weep. When I think about the beautiful things that my fellow brothers and sisters are capable of in their discovery of the laws of nature, I feel one with the rest of humanity.
Yeah, that's cool, but everything you just said is not true.
All of it is true.
No, none of it's true. And they say this in mainstream physics. Dude, they say this in mainstream physics, dude. Peter, you sound like a religious nut to me. Because you're not actually listening to physicists talk about it themselves. You're like just making shit up in your head about what you think. Okay, I can't get quantum electrodynamics right and get to biology. I can't get in the functioning of a cell. To some degree I can, but there's a limit. And I also can't use quantum electrodynamics to get the chemical reaction of vinegar and frickin' baking soda. Okay? We can't bridge
that's
those
not what we need. That's you just made it up in your head and you think that you're dunking on somebody.
No, I'm saying no. You said there's some synergy there, and I'm saying there isn't. And whatever synergy you see,
other theories of quantum mechanics. You misunderstood. I meant quantum electrodynamics has synergies with quantum chromodynamics.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Well, let's get this out more real, though. The model you posted for refraction, the one you took off of Wikipedia, you realize that doesn't make any accurate prediction.
It makes beautiful predictions.
No, yeah, it makes great predictions that don't match reality. Fantastic.
Of course they do.
Oh, yeah, of course they don't. Did you ever read the literature?
Not that much, no.
Yeah, so if you read the literature, it'll say, because they're currently trying to make models, still now, because if there was a model that worked, why would they still be trying to develop models?
Because it's hard in practical circumstances to measure those parameters over a long distance.
Okay, but that proves my point. The model isn't even useful, and it doesn't make accurate predictions because the variables needed to make those predictions can't be actually quantified in reality. So the model is functionally useless.
Yeah, practical problems like that exist everywhere.
Fantastic. So the model is useless. There's no way to even test if it's accurate.
It's absolutely useful. It's used all the time.
By whom?
By people who depend on it.
Like who?
Like people who measure geometric and spatial relationship between objects on Earth.
Yeah, like who?
Like me.
What profession is using that formula?
Like me, a professional glober.
Oh, God. You know, you really should go on the Flat Earth Wiki and read the article on terrestrial refraction. I have something like 15 citations, at least 15, that support what I'm saying about there is no deterministic model for refraction, period. That exists. Period.
Have you published any literature related to that?
I don't have to publish it because it's already published. It's already in the literature. It's only fucktard anti-flat earthers on the internet that say it's not.
Maybe you could add to the body of knowledge in that space and make a stronger case for what you're trying
The
to
only
push
thing
for.
I don't need to make a case. They've already made the case. You guys don't read the literature. You read ninth grade textbooks.
You're a very you're a procrastinator, aren't you?
What does that mean?
It means that I still have the $100,000 GoFundMe post for you to write the paper on why neutrinos don't exist, and you weren't interested in writing it.
You don't have $100,000 here, and I can't
No, I
remember
don't
what I
have.
told you was the condition.
I don't have it, but I have the GoFundMe that I created for you.
You're broke!
And Peter, you can't prove non-existence. That's stupid.
Why would you be saying that?
You can't prove non-existence.
I'm not trying to prove non-existence.
No, you want me to prove non-existence. You can't actually prove that.
What kind of script has just kicked in your head?
Can I prove the non-existence of unicorns, Peter?
I'm not asking you to.
Okay, so can I prove the non-existence of neutrinos, Peter?
No.
Is it possible? Okay,
That's
so
not
why are
what
you
we.
asking
That's
me
not
to
what we were discussing. Because you are going to author a paper that was going to expose the pseudoscientific methods employed in convincing us that neutrinos exist.
No, that was your fucking LARP, dude. That wasn't my LARP. Don't try to pawn your shit off onto me. And I notice how you changed the subject from your bullshit about refraction, just parroting stupidity, which doesn't even appear in the scientific literature itself. But you guys claim, you try to pretend that somehow science supports what I'm saying. It fucking don't. You're just making shit up. Bamboozling people like Mr. fucking Cosmic in here, who comes in here with a bunch of bullshit because he heard it from you guys. And he goes, oh, these guys believe the globe. I believe the globe, so they must be telling the truth. The flat earthers got to be lying. But they believe you and you're wrong. And it irritates me. Sorry. It irritates the shit out of me.
Let me make sure I understood. It irritates you that we make other people believe that the Earth is a globe?
No, that you trick people into believing your rendition of what so-called science says is the correct rendition, but you have no actual scientific support for that. You don't have any peer-reviewed papers. You don't have any research. You don't have any data. You don't have any fucking experiments. You don't have anything.
I'm going to take everything that you're saying right now as a compliment.
Bruh. That you don't have anything? Jesus Christ. But hey, hold that thought.
Your entire explanation for why you're irritated with me and people like me, I will wear that as a badge of honor.
That you trick people? You're going to wear that as a badge of honor?
The fact
that you drag people down into your ignorance?
That's your interpretation, and I wear it as a badge of honor.
Look, Peter, I told you where to go. You could just go on the Flat Earth Wiki. Go to the terrestrial refraction section. There's a whole bunch of citations of peer-reviewed papers on refraction.
I'm afraid to go there. My cognitive dissonance won't let me
And then
do
when
it.
you go in those papers, right, they also have references, which you can also go look at. That will also say the same thing that they say. Okay? It's going back 150 years. Nobody's saying the shit anti-flat earthers on the internet says that study this in the scientific field, and the data does not support the shit you're saying. But you guys just keep saying it anyway and trick people into your own ignorance. That's irritating. It's like, I'm dumb. I want people to be dumb with me. Please come with me.
Yep.
Yeah, yup. I'm running the store real quick. Be right back.
You do that.
Peter, I don't know if you're like having trouble understanding what he just said, that you're tricking people by having this, baseless assertion that the Earth is a globe, and you guys aren't really backing it up. And a majority of what the anti-flat earthers say is not from the record of scientific endeavors. It's from ad hoc explanation to try to explain away the observations that don't fit the model, like dark matter and this whole refraction.
I was counting seconds until you were going to say dark matter, Larry.
Well, what did I get? 13?
Yeah, about.
Yeah. So, yeah, there's also this whole refraction thing, which actually does happen. Anybody with glasses observes refraction, right? Like
Nice.
18 hours.
They
a
observe
day.
the path of least time.
Right. But does that mean that everything that any flat earther has ever said about refraction is automatically true?
No, almost everything that any flat earther said about anything related to physics is almost everything is not true.
Really?
Yeah.
Is that what you believe?
It's actually a syndrome, folks.
So, yes.
No, that's
one
what
of
he
the
wants other
syndromes.
people to believe. So Hank. That's what he wants other people to believe. That's his shtick. That really,
Hey, I
literally,
said
that's a literal
almost.
shtick. No, that's what you want other people to believe, and that's
You
what
guys say
irritating.
some
Because you
things
actually,
that are correct.
Yeah, he
You, for
has
example,
everything a
say
flat earther says is wrong syndrome, folks.
things
It's a common
things
occurrence.
fall. Things fall. Yeah, they do fall.
This is everything a flat earther says is wrong syndrome, folks. Just identify that for you.
so Peter, tell me, is this a correct statement about physics? The causal mechanism for things falling it has not been determined by experiment.
That's correct.
Oh, okay. So flat earthers do say correct things.
If that's what you say, if you were to say that, I would agree with you. I always do. But I have bad news for you. That is true for every single theory in physics. That statement.
So when a globe earther says the cause of a falling object is mass attracts mass, and that's why the Earth's a ball, that is in fact an incorrect statement, right?
Yes.
Well,
now, give me one theory. Okay, India, give me one theory in physics that you like, that you think is a good, solid theory. No shenanigans. Give me one. But make it simple, please, so it doesn't take long.
I don't know, man. I'm like trying to think of the last
Second law of
theory I actually
thermodynamics.
heard.
Just give me one.
That's a law. That's not really a theory. An actual scientific theory.
Just one.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of one that are actual theories.
Yeah.
I have to think back in time.
Germ theory.
I guess.
Okay, how about I'll make it easy for
I mean,
you.
the
Second law
Maxwell
of
theory of
thermodynamics.
electricity and magnetism, that's pretty close to a pretty good theory.
Okay, can we use the second law of thermodynamics?
Yeah, it's not got to do with anything.
I want to make a point.
Yeah,
so
the
give me
second law
one.
of thermodynamics is useful. Yeah, it's useful.
Does it explain the causal effect?
I'd say the kinetic theory of gases would explain the causal effect. Yes.
Okay, so give me one that we can work with.
The
Give me
kinetic
one.
theory of gases.
Okay, but just one law from it. Cite it.
Well, the second law of thermodynamics is within it. So there's lots of formulations of the second law of thermodynamics. Percy Bridgman, who has a Nobel Prize for the second law of thermodynamics,
Jesus. I said keep it simple.
No, listen. Yeah, I am keeping it simple because you're trying. It isn't simple. So the second law of thermodynamics is not just something that's simple because there's lots of iterations of it, and they're actually all correct.
Okay, so just give me one that you like.
Kinetic theory of gases.
Jesus Christ. Give me one rule, like when something happens, then this happens. Gas goes from high pressure to area of lower pressure, yes?
Yeah,
You
generally,
use
yeah.
that? Okay.
Yeah, generally.
Why? Why does it do that?
Because it has a kinetic energy.
Why?
Because energy was imparted in it at some point in time.
Okay, what's
to make it
caused it?
move.
What's the causal mechanism behind energy?
I mean, energy itself did. Well, the creation of the
Okay,
universe.
what's the causal mechanism? Okay, what's the causal mechanism? What's the causal mechanism behind
God,
that?
dude. The creation of the universe. God.
Okay, that's the same answer for gravity.
God caused gravity?
Yeah, so
God
mass and
caused
energy
itself?
deform space-time. Why? God made it so.
But that's not what Globe-Earthers say. They say that mass attracts
Because they're
mass.
stupid. You're talking to the elite of Globers right now, so enjoy it and use it as much as you can. I gave you the true answer. You're talking to me. You're talking to me, the elite of the elite, the cream of the crop of the globe. That's the correct answer. God makes it so that the presence of mass and energy creates a distortion in the otherwise flat space-time. Thank you very much.
Yeah, well,
that's another Peter spiral out there, folks.
That's the
Anybody
causal
tuning in,
effect.
that's what it sounds like when he spirals out, folks.
So,
That's
what
the causal effect.
experiment did you do? Well, what experiment did you do to determine that?
Placed mass and energy in different points in space-time.
That's not an experiment.
It's a measurement. It's an observation of nature.
Yeah, great. It's not an experiment, and you can't determine the causal mechanism from observation.
Yes, you can.
You can correlate from observation, but you can't get causal.
Yeah. No, you can, but I use the same cause as yours, which is God made it so. So we're good.
Well, you asked me for the cause of existence, dude. This is a different
No, God
thing.
made it so. God made it so when there is more density of matter underneath, then there's a stronger downward acceleration. God just made it so.
So you asked the cause for existence, right? Which is not the same.
No, I asked you why particles of gas move in a certain way. You said the creation of universe is the cause. That's exactly the same cause as for mind phenomena.
Sorry, it's really loud here. I'll talk in a second. Okay, so Peter, you asked me what caused energy to exist, period. That was your question. You're asking me about why something exists versus why why something happens, which is phenomenological. These are it's totally two different categories.
Okay, let me try differently. Why do gas particles move? Why do they move?
Well, I mean, you want to start from the beginning? Time equals zero?
Gravity.
Where do you want to start?
Yeah.
Gravity makes them move.
Just start by answering my questions. Why do they move?
Because something caused them to move.
Okay, what is that something?
Well, usually we abstract it as something called a force. But that force could be caused by a number of things, right? It could be mechanical. It could be.
Yeah, no, why do they move in general? Why do they have a momentum?
You're asking about existence again.
No, I'm asking why do they have a momentum vector?
Momentum don't exist, dude. Momentum's a human concept.
Okay, why do they move from high pressure to low pressure?
Because they have a kinetic energy, which is a concept. A kinetic energy, right? So they move freely. There's nothing to stop them, right?
Okay. Do they preserve their momentum?
From high pressure to low pressure, they have a smaller area in the high pressure to move around in, and you have like a random walk of the molecule that bounces around, and eventually it's going to bounce in a direction where there's less molecules, and that random walk until they hit another object is going to take a longer period of time, right?
You got
So you
it.
measure
What's
the
the
force.
causal mechanism? What's the causal mechanism behind the behavior you just described so eloquently?
Whatever force was imparted on them at some point in time.
What was that force? What's the causal mechanism
How
behind
do
that
I know?
force?
Well, we have to
Okay,
do
that's
the
the same
experiment
answer
to
for
figure out what the
gravity.
force.
Okay,
We
same
have
answer
to do
for
the
gravity.
experiment to think. No, it's not the same.
I agree with you. I agree with you. Same answer for
Because,
gravity.
listen, in any particular, no, good try though. That's a good try to make a false equivalence, but it ain't going to work because we would do the experiment, right? And we would have our independent variables in the experiment. You don't even have an independent variable to do the experiment with.
Of course I do.
See, I can take a flame, right? And I can say, hey,
Why are you telling me about planes now? Why are you telling me about planes?
The hot flame caused the high pressure.
Why are you telling me about airplanes now? What's going on? Are you
now
okay?
because we're going to abstraction to reality. Okay, which you don't
No,
want
I'm
to do.
just asking for the causal mechanism for what you described. Don't worry about me. Just worry about yourself.
He said hot flame, not airplane.
Why are we talking? I love airplanes. I'm a plane
He
nerd,
said
but
hot
why are we
flame,
talking about
not airplanes.
Flame, dude. Flame.
Claim. Oh, okay. Claim.
No.
Yeah. What claim? Okay.
No
Why
claim,
are we
dude.
talking? No claim. You said
A flamer like you, Peter. A flame. Peter, like you, a flame.
no. You guys are just
Flamer.
yelling over one another. You guys are spazzing out on me here.
No one's spazzing. You're a flamer. That's what we're talking about. Flamers.
A claimer. But we're talking about a gas law that you brought up, and I just asked you a single question. What is the causal mechanism behind that behavior? I didn't even disagree with you about the behavior itself.
Told you.
What is it?
It depends on the experiment, Peter. There could be different
but just the gas law, like the fact that things move from high pressure to lower, the fact that a system will preserve its momentum or energy, like what don't you
understand?
Causal mechanism?
We would do the experiment, right? And that's how we would figure out the cause.
Okay, what is the cause?
Depends on the experiment.
Okay, for the gas law that you quoted, pick any.
So we'll use a laser. Okay. We'll use a laser and heat up a tank of gas with a large cylinder of gas with small opening, and the gas will go from the high pressure to the low pressure. What caused the gas to move? It got excited because when it absorbed energy in the form of heat, right?
It
caused the gas particles to move around. There was a part of that space where there was less of a chance, because this is actually a statistical model, so there was less of a chance for it to impact something, and that was at the opening, right? The open part, and the gas flew out of it.
It's a good one. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, so great. So gravity, I drop something and something falls.
No, before we talk about gravity, can I ask you a question?
No. Fuck your conflation. Fuck your conflation, dude. It's not going to work, Peter. You should know better than to fuck with me like this.
But I have a question
we're
for
going to
you.
do the same experiment with gravity. What independent variable can we use, like we just did in our laser frickin' cylinder experiment, to figure out the cause of gravity?
I'll tell you in a moment, but I want to use exactly the same framework so I don't upset you. So, in your example, when you said we point the laser at the tank and it heats up the tank, can you tell me why a laser heats up the tank?
Yeah, I already did. Were you listening?
No, you just said a laser heats up the tank. Why does it do so?
I told you, the particles, the molecules, the atoms, they absorb the energy of the laser.
What's the causal mechanism behind that?
Who cares? That's a different question.
I mean, it's part of quantum electrodynamics. I would like to know why a photon
just because you learned a
imparts
new
its
word,
energy.
no one cares.
No. You tell me the causal mechanism behind the following phenomenon.
Who cares?
Photon
That's a different
transfers its
phenomenon.
energy to the tank. What's the causal mechanism?
Peter, focus, Peter. Are we talking
I'm
about?
laser focused.
Are we talking about the thermal expansion of gases, or how light energy gets transferred onto a molecule, and what causes that?
That's what I want to talk about right now.
Okay, but that's a different question, right? That's a different topic.
But it's going to perfectly illustrate the point I want to make.
So we can gish. Yeah, no. You're just trying to do an infinite regression, right? So you're going to gish gallop, and I'm going to say, hey, and I'm going to tell you how energy is transferred into an atom, and then we're going to go through that crap, and then you're going to say, how's that happen?
That's what I want to talk about.
What's the cause of that, and what's the cause of that, and what's the cause of that for your infinite regression?
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
Yeah, and we're not doing that.
But that's exactly what we need to do.
It's not even funny.
No, but it's not a game. We need to do exactly this to understand where we disagree. So far, we're in absolute agreement.
No, we can roll it all the way back, right? So we'll roll it all the way back in time and until why does anything exist, matter or energy, right? And so we can just cut to the chase. We can just infinite regress everything.
Let me cut to the chase. I would like to get an example from you of one phenomenon for which we have the answer about the ultimate causal mechanism for it. Please provide one example so I can build on it and be a better glober, or maybe even a flat earther one.
Pregnancy.
Yeah?
Yeah, pregnancy. We know the cause.
Yeah, what about it? What is the cause?
Jesus Christ. I got to teach Peter the birds and the bees. I knew you were an incel.
Tell me the cause.
Beta! Yeah, you fell right in there. You know the cause. Oh, Jesus.
Tell me. No, I actually don't know the cause. Tell me the cause.
The copulation of a man and a woman.
Okay, and that's it? That's the cause?
See, when a man loves a woman very much, what happens is...
But is that it? You don't have an explanation below that?
Yeah, that's the I mean, we can go further. Do you want me to go into some detail about how the orgasm works in human physiology?
Yes, skip to the egg and the sperm.
No, dude. Why? Why not just go in infinite
Because
detail?
I'm asking you for the causal mechanism.
Well, why don't we go to the formation of the sperm? And how sexual gametes are made inside the testicles. Why don't we go there, too?
Yeah.
We can keep playing this game.
Let's go there.
Yeah,
let's go there. And then let's go level below that. Also.
Where you eat the food? Yeah, you ate a cow, right? And the cow ate the grass.
What's the causal?
The poop of a wolf.
What is the causal mechanism behind those things? It's okay to say we don't know, but just I want you to say it or give me the causal mechanism and keep going.
No, we know the causal mechanism. See, back in before that,
tell me.
there was two other people that created some human beings, and then before that there were some other people. And then eventually
And why are they successfully? Why is this successfully occurring? What's the causal mechanism between the sperm and the egg combining?
I mean, it depends on the pH balance and the hormonal.
Well, before that, you first need the environment in place. You first need the environment in place. So you need the gas pressure in place, and then you need the container, and you need the designer to put everything in place. Damn, Peter, I didn't. Damn, Peter. Wow, Peter. I never interrupted you, Peter. Peter, I never interrupted you, sir. So yeah, first you need an environment for all of that to happen in the first place. So you need the designer to put the container, put the gas in, and put everything together, the system in place, and then those two people can meet and do that.
I agree. I believe in God. I believe God created the universe, so we're good.
Boom.
So what's the causal mechanism behind the gas needing a container? Go. What's the causal mechanism for gas pressure needs a container?
It's not a listen. It's not a causal mechanism. It's an axiom. You know the difference?
Oh, it's an axiom. Okay, gravity is an axiom then.
No. Gas pressure requiring a container is known to exist in all circumstances. for gas
And
pressure
mass
to
and
exist.
energy,
This is a,
shaping space-time is known
this
to
is a
exist
known thing.
under all
This is a known
circumstances.
thing about gas pressure. It's an axiom. It's known.
History will tell you everything about the universe, right? You're an accident. You're a speck on a universal scale, and you're just a shape-shifting monkey, basically a talking monkey that came here by accident, spinning through space for no reason at all, going nowhere, lost in space, right? So maybe they wanted to keep what they considered divine knowledge to themselves. Who knows? I'm just speculating. But going back on, like, just say the government now turned around and said, oh, well, we've been lying to everyone all this time. We lied about all the moon landings. We lied. All the history books are wrong. Everything we've been telling you is wrong. You know, they're not gonna go down well, right? They'd have to rewrite the entire education system. People would lose faith in them. They would lose their control, their power. It would
So it's
be
just a lie that has to
much-
keep happening now.
Well, it would be much more in their interest to continue the lie, right? You know, and it is the people. You know, when you got places like what Crit said about NASA, they're getting like $70 million, $80 million a day from the taxpayers. So it's not costing them anything to hold up the lie. We're the one paying for them to lie to us. You know, and they're just showing us a bunch of CGI images. You know, you got the moon landings, the Elon Musk, SpaceX stuff. But when you actually look into that stuff, there's a lot of fakery behind it. It's obvious fakery. So. Main thing is we have like practical demonstrations or testable, repeatable experiments that anyone can go and validate for themselves to disprove the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, I might have to pull out a telescope because I think this is something I'd have to see to believe. You know.
Oh yeah, sure. You can pull out a
I'll have
telescope.
to do some land surveying for sure.
Where would you go?
Yeah.
From
I've got a
space?
beach.
Yeah, so what we have, like, you can definitely, like, what we encourage is definitely don't believe anything we're telling you. You can actually, go and, buy a Nikon P1000 or something like that, for $500. Go find a large body of water and do your own tests. And what you'll find is that when you go out and do these tests, you won't be able to find any curvature. You won't be able to find a geometric horizon. And, that's why we don't have any of these practical demonstrations from the globe side. And flat earthers have taken it to extreme levels where teams of field engineers have gone out with a $30,000 laser and taken like laser observation, like shot a laser, like they'll set up the laser a few inches or a few feet off the surface of the water and they'll shoot it across huge bodies of water. And they'll set up like an archery style target on the other side of the body of water.
Yeah,
and
the
it's
same
hitting
height.
the water. Yeah, exactly. There should be hundreds of feet of curvature in between, but they're always, you'll see the laser hitting the target, and that could be 10 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles, and the only response from the globe side is, the laser. They'll say the word refraction. That's kind of like their escape word, and they'll claim that the laser is just perfectly bending around.
Yeah, I'm not sure that
curvature of
makes
the
sense.
Earth.
That's very convenient.
Or even in this this GIF that I posted, so their excuse, so their excuse for this is that really geometric horizon is at 3.46 miles, right? But we can't detect it, we can't see it, and everything behind that geometric horizon is just light. It's like an illusion. It's just bending up, light bending up and making it appear as if it's just normal, making it appear as if it's just how it looks. So even if we see 10 miles too far, 20 miles too far, they'll just use the same escape word. They'll just say refraction. So they're basically claiming there's two horizons. So hypothetically, just say you could remove all of the atmospheric conditions. You're going to have that geometric horizon at 3.46 from an 8-foot observer height. It's only going to change if you change the observer height.
Hello?
It's relative. Hello. Only going to change if you change the observer height, right? Following
That
me?
sounds correct, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so you can't get away because it's like a geometric location. But if you actually look up the definition of what a horizon is, it's an apparent location, just like what we're claiming.
Yeah, of course, it's relative.
Yeah, it can change. Like if you look at a time lapse over water, you'll see the horizon jumping around all over the place. Or in this observation that I just showed you, you can go there on a different day that has different weather conditions, and you'll see the horizon in a different location. Because the horizon is the place where the sky and the ground appear to meet. That's the definition. Yeah, this is one example, but there's other examples that show huge discrepancies. Like, I'll just post another one real quick. Okay, so in this next one, the camera is just. This is a lake. As you can see, it's very still. Not a lot of waves or anything like that. And this guy's set up the camera just 3 inches above the water. He's just
Get
holding
him a
it.
tripod, for fuck's sake. Sorry.
Yeah, I know. I wish he had a tripod. I wish he did have a tripod, but obviously he didn't. But you can see the camera. I mean, once again, this is a clip from a long video, so you can see exactly where he's standing. And so let's just say the camera is approximately 3 inches above the surface. And when he zooms in, you'll see a peninsula's on the right, and that second peninsula that you can see is 13.8 miles away. So if you do the math on a globe Earth from 3 inches observer height, the geometric horizon should be 0.6 miles. So yeah, basically a little more than half a mile away. But we can clearly see that 13.8 mile peninsula that should be hidden behind over 120 foot of Earth curvature.
120 feet should be there.
Yeah. So the geometric horizon should be at 0.6 miles, and that 13.8 mile peninsula should be hidden behind 123 foot or something like that of Earth curvature. It's such a huge discrepancy that even when you ask like ChatGPT about this observation, they say that is way too much of a discrepancy for any type of atmospheric effects to account for on a globe.
Yeah, there's got to be something significantly wrong with the model for that to happen.
Yeah, exactly. And there's much more extreme examples than this, but these are good examples because they have like verifiable distance markers, like that peninsula. And just if you have a look at the full video, he shows you on Google Maps exactly where he's standing and how far away that peninsula is, and then you can go validate that on Google Earth or on any map. But yeah, there's a ton of these observations. They just stack up. So when we look to the globe side for who actually went and confirmed curvature in the past, we can only find calculations. We can't find practical demonstrations like this. People will usually say, oh, Aristophanes, the thousands of years ago or whenever he existed or allegedly existed, he measured some shadows, right? And made a bunch of assumptions and did some calculations and came up with the radius of the Earth. But once you look into those things, you'll find out that they make a lot of assumptions. It's not a proper experiment. It's not actually measuring anything.
Wonder how he got the number for the radius of the Earth.
What he did was he already...
sorry.
I'll just tell you, so he already assumed that the Earth was a globe, right? And then he assumed that the sun was an infinite distance away, and that the sun rays come in parallel. So then he did some spherical trigonometry, and he basically worked out, he measured the angle, 7.2 degrees of a shadow in another location that apparently he measured was 800 kilometers away. And he did 360 divided by 360 degrees divided by 7.2 degrees times 800 kilometers, and he came up with something that is what they say is close to the radius of the Earth. He made a bunch of assumptions, basically. Even astrophysicist Neil deGrasse Tyson came out and he said it also works on a flat surface with a local light source. You could have a flat table and a local light source and set up the same experiment and do the same math that he used and work out the radius of your flat table.
I'm not sure how it works with a local light source, though, does it?
Yeah, because a local light source will have divergent rays.
Yeah, exactly.
Like what we experience. Like, just say you have if you're in like a room, you've got a light in the middle of the room.
Yeah, you can change the shadow by walking about.
Yeah, you could set up like a G.I. Joe under the light and a G.I. Joe figurine on the other side of the room, and then you could measure the shadow of the second G.I. Joe. Obviously, the first one's under the light, so it's not going to have a shadow, and then the second one, and then you could do the same math that Eratosthenes used and work out the sphericity, the radius or whatever of your flat floor.
Oh, I see. So you're implying that his measurements could still work on a flat Earth.
Yeah. If you had a flat surface with a closer sun, and you did the same math that he did, then you would
right, and that's how his experiment could be valid on a different type of Earth.
Yeah, so it doesn't prove either. Yeah, it doesn't disprove or prove either. It's just like something that's not really, it shouldn't be used as a proof of a globe, basically.
So what about this, the LEM taking off is so interesting to you?
Oh, well, I mean the sparkles, the fact that it looks ridiculously fake, the fact that somehow they were able to pan the camera up from Earth on a robotic arm in real time, get it right. Obviously, the lunar module
that wasn't the first try. They failed before. They weren't able to capture that shot before. They had to do multiple tries of it, and it's preset path.
Yeah, well, I mean, some of the other footages I've seen of the LEM apparently taking off from the moon that they didn't even try to pan up. You just see it take off.
Yeah,
once again, it looks ridiculously fake.
Yeah, it looks ridiculously fake. Why?
And pan at the same time.
Yeah,
So
I don't know.
it
Yeah, I'll
looks
post it again.
ridiculously fake because sparks from rocket nozzle hitting metallic material. Okay.
I don't know if you've ever seen sparks in reality, but does that look like sparks to you? Or does that look like ridiculous 60s CGI attempt? Something like that.
60 CGI. Wow, I haven't heard of that one before, but
70s,
Come
whatever.
on, Trig. You're arguing moon shit. You know you didn't go to the damn moon. You know we didn't go to the moon. Dude, they couldn't even have fit out of the hole in the LEM with their freaking backpacks on. So how the fuck they get out? Check out that.
Are you just making that up?
No, I'm not. The guy measured the freaking opening at the freaking Goddard Space Museum. And then got kicked out. They kicked him out as soon as he freaking measured it. The guy's like, okay, get out of here. Wow, funny thing happened on the way to the moon. He measures the opening and then asks the guy, is this the one they went to space in? He goes, yeah, this is the same one they went to space in.
Well, that's obviously a lie because none of the LEMs returned to Earth, so it wasn't the one they went to space in. So I know you're lying now.
Oh, the freaking one they landed on the freaking moon with. I mean,
They didn't return it, so yeah, you're lying. I know. You're either lying or horribly quoting something, which further
maybe
invalidates
I'm
what you're saying.
horribly quoting it then. Are you telling me that thing isn't sitting at the freaking Goddard Space Museum?
They didn't bring the ones back that they went to space with, so yeah, you're lying.
Well, then the guy at the fucking thing's lying. He says that, well, maybe it's a freaking exact replica, whatever. He says that it's the exact one they went to space in. I thought. Okay, now I'm going back.
Yeah, so Trig, I'm not posting these to disprove the moon landings, but most people aren't biased, towards believing the moon landing. They'll see this and they'll say, "What? Are you serious? Bullshit! That's actually NASA footage." And they'll say it looks absolutely ridiculous. Are you serious? Can you prove to me that this is actually NASA footage?
Looks ridiculous. That's all you have. It just looks ridiculous. I get it.
Yeah, like I said, I'm not using this as proof that the moon landings didn't happen. I'm saying this is just something to add to the evidence, right? Any logical person that doesn't have a bias or some sort of brainwashing, right, to NASA, they will look at this and they will know that it looks absolutely ridiculous. They will see those red, green, and blue sparks coming out. They'll say, "What the hell is that?" They'll realize that back then, going to the moon, the power of a Game Boy and being able to pan up in real time like that when no one was left on the moon is ridiculous. Yeah, it's not proof.
No,
If
that's
you
just
choose to
you
believe this,
not understanding how that technology works. I get it. I get you don't understand
What don't
the
I
computing
understand?
power required. The computing power required for the Apollo guidance computer wasn't needed to be incredibly advanced. You can use the own software that they used and simulate it, and you'll get the same results, man. That you're not hardware limited for what what is at the time.
I understand they have explanations for all of these things which you lap up, but the amount of fakery from NASA,
It's not just lapping up. It's the
Hold on
fact
a
that I've
second,
actually
hold on.
done orbital simulations, and the amount of computing power
thought all that,
required isn't incredibly
thought all that
complex.
was
It's just
lost.
repetitive.
All the data was lost.
Shut the fuck up.
Don't tell people to shut the fuck up. I'll shut you the fuck up.
Yeah, because he's just ranting and saying random shit that doesn't make any sense.
He didn't say
All of it
random
was lost.
shit. He said, no, I can post the video right now of them saying they have no
Of
idea.
Don Pettit, it's just more.
No.
Yeah. I already know who it is. It's Don Pettit.
Not
Right,
Don Pettit.
Don Pettit.
Okay, I'll post the video. It's not Don Pettit. Don Pettit was the one that said we destroyed the technology, go back to the moon, and it would be a painful process to build it back. That's not what I was talking about when it comes to the telemetry data.
But the bizarre cope of the computational power required is just from you not understanding how it works. I can explain it to you if you like.
You should probably start at the base fundamentals of the requirements of outer space to exist.
Oh yeah, aren't you the guy
We
who
wanna
said
start
that?
with gas.
Remember how we
Gas
were talking with
pressure.
gas pressure next to a vacuum, and you agreed it could exist with my demonstration with that fusion reactor?
No, I
Remember
never
that?
agreed to anything. Actually, someone came in
Oh
and
yeah,
crushed
you just
one.
ran away.
I mean,
They
no,
they
no,
crushed. Really? I have
within it.
I have a clip of Alpha agreeing with me, saying it was possible. Do you want me to send it to you?
I don't really care about that because it's a
I know
false
you don't.
analogy. We're
No, it's
talking
not.
about
Your
air.
priest agreed with it, bro. Alpha agreed
No,
with it.
we're
Your
talking about
daddy,
air.
your daddy
We're talking
Flurf.
about we're talking about like magnets and stuff creating. No, it's absolutely
No,
false
why are you
comparison.
shifting? Yeah, well, you're just shifting the goalpost right now. You asked for a demonstration. I gave you one. Yeah,
but that's
you are
false.
shifting the
You didn't
goalpost. Shifting the
requires a
goalpost.
container, so you didn't requires a container, so you didn't.
I demonstrated gas pressure next to a vacuum without a physical container between
Without
the
a container, you didn't. Not without a container, you didn't.
without a container between the two. Yeah, I did.
You need a container to demonstrate what you're talking about.
There's gas pressure, and then there's no
not
gas
gas.
pressure in
It's not
between
gas,
the two
by
of
the
them.
way.
It is a gas.
It's plasma.
It is a gas.
The Earth is the container, guys.
The plasma demonstration it already showed that when gas can interact with a force, this force itself can contain the pressure. The only difference between plasma and just not ionized gas is that normal gas wouldn't respond to electromagnetism. But that means that if there's a force that just normal gas that isn't ionized could interact with, then that could cause the similar effect.
Okay, so it's gravity containing the gas, is it, in his demonstration?
No, in his demonstration is the electromagnetic field.
Okay, so what's the cause of the gas being what's the cause of the gas being held to Earth in the actual thing that we're discussing?
Gravitational field.
Gravity, right? Yeah, exactly. So it's completely different. It's a false comparison. You should be honest enough to admit that.
It's a false comparison if you want to set a new goalpost for the specific cause for it, but your argument originally was that you cannot have a gas pressure next to a vacuum valve container in general. That is just physically impossible by any means. Like it's a natural law or whatever.
Yeah, look, if that works for you, Embo, then go for it, bro.
Okay, thanks. I think I have an idea of how you can contain just a normal gas without a container in between next to a vacuum, but I don't think it's recorded to be done in practice, because you could use a centrifuge. Centrifuge, like when you spin something, then it pushes everything outward. So that if you spin it enough fast, that could technically cause that gas to accumulate at the outward edge of that centrifuge, and then you could have a vacuum next to it in the center of it.
Good luck with that one.
That would be kind of expensive because you would need a centrifuge and you would need a vacuum chamber to do that.
Need
And
a
I don't
container,
really know.
Need a vacuum chamber, right?
Yeah, but the brutal thing is, as soon as you agree with any of this, then that means that space can exist in your little dome of yours.
No, because you guys are saying gravity is the container.
Do you think, I want to ask the question, do you think that a replication of some phenomenon is the only way to prove that it can happen?
I'm not sure.
Because when you think about it, when you go very high, like to a stratosphere, for example, then already there you have a very low pressure that is dozens of times smaller than on the surface. And if you wanted to create a system with that low pressure without the barrier in between on sea level, then it would immediately equalize. So that's already an example that we can all agree on of a phenomenon that can be proven to happen just by measuring it in its natural environment, even though it's physically impossible to recreate it. So I don't really understand how
I got you, and that's fine. But I mean, like, to have the gas pressure gradient in the first place, you need gas pressure, and you're not able to demonstrate having gas pressure without a container.
Do you have any claims on what is the cause of that pressure not equalizing on a flat plane, even though it would in the horizontal direction?
Yeah, that would be a dynamic system. You would have energy within the system that would, you have all types of gas cycles and temperature cycles and all kinds of energy basically going on within that dynamic system. It wouldn't be nothing like a static system.
I would say that is pretty vague.
Yeah, it's kind of vague.
It's like saying that things move because of dynamics. It's just listing an entire concept.
Do you think that it wouldn't? Okay, but does it not make sense what I said? It would be nothing like a static system, right? It would be a dynamic system. Like, there was what I said incorrect about there being, gas cycles, energy within the system, temperature cycles, all types of different things taking place. Gas constantly being produced, gas constantly being produced at ground level, all kinds of things. It's an extremely complex dynamic system. It's not something that you should be comparing to a balloon or a car tire and saying, okay, we're in a car tire. The pressure is pretty much, equal throughout the tire, so therefore the Earth should be the same way.
But even on the scale of the entire Earth, we can observe that the gas pressure tends to equalize from the high pressure to the low pressure, and this phenomenon is basically what we call wind. But at the same time, we observe that not happening on the vertical scale, so that isn't really a matter of it being like scaled, that I'm trying to compare a tire to an entire atmosphere. I'm trying to compare the atmosphere to the atmosphere. Just this phenomenon happens in the atmosphere vertically, horizontally, but doesn't happen vertically. Vertically, the gradient is constant.
Okay, so obviously there's two primary directions, right? Up and down. And we have relative density.
I got a question.
Hold on a second. One second. I'll just finish my sentence. So up and down primary directions, right? And we have things sorting themselves out due to density, right? So you have different density of gases sorting themselves out. Yeah, what was the question, man?
So if the Earth is flat, where's the ending of the Earth?
So we're definitely not claiming to know the shape of the Earth, and we're not claiming like a disk in space. Flat isn't a shape. So yeah.
So what is what is flat to you?
It's the description of a surface. And
so what is round?
Round is the description. Like, what do you mean? Like the different things can be round. You could have a hula hoop. Have a hula hoop that's round, or a ball that's round.
Why is a spear on the globe round and it's a spear shape? Why is it not flat?
Okay, so there isn't a globe.
So what the fuck do you call it?
Call the Earth a topographical plane? Because we have hills and valleys and mountains and things like that. But when we go and measure large bodies of water, they're flat on the
y'all
surface.
look at the world like it's a Minecraft type of world. That's what I'm hearing.
Well, not really. It's not a very good comparison, but
because if the world was supposed to be flat but has hills and all this other shit, it'd be like Minecraft. Correct or incorrect? That means the roads
pretty much any video game uses a flat map, right? And then you have topography on that.
But I know Minecraft is a flat world.
You're talking, yeah. So most video games will use a flat map, and then you'll have topography on that map.
So, this is my main question: if the Earth is flat, right? Why do we dig underground and nothing happens? So, does that not mean there's a layer of Earth underground?
Yeah, so the deepest hole ever dug was 7.6 miles. It was called the Kola Deep Borehole in Russia.
So that's my question.
Yeah, man, you can dig holes on a globe or you can dig holes on a flat Earth.
So if it's a flat Earth, where would it be flat if we can? How can you dig a hole in the side something that's flat?
You don't need to worry about holes.
Don't you dig
can have. No. You've got bodies of water. No, you wouldn't dig through it because we don't know what the Earth is. We're not claiming a disk in space or anything like that.
This is how they are. They never have any claims. They just say it's not that.
It's weird because there is no way possible to be like,
They never have any claims because every time they have a claim.
No, we have plenty of claims. Plenty of claims, right? We can go to any large body of water. And if the Earth's a globe, it has to have a particular rate of curvature.
If you go to the,
when we go, hold on a second.
Hold up. You hold on.
No.
Why? No. You hold on.
Hold on.
You shut the fuck up and hold on.
I ain't holding on. You hold on.
So then my question: why, when you go under the water, why can't you go to a certain depth without the pressure cracking it? Oh, because if it was flat, guess what? When nothing happened, that this motherfucker kicked me.
No.
Oh, I ain't know what the fuck I just heard.
That's someone leaving.
Oh, somebody leaving? Because they don't want his ass. There's no way
I was trying to figure out which one of you were talking and which one was cackling. The guy who said there was no plane. Yes, the guy who said there was no claims. The guy who said there were no claims wasn't listening.
Bro,
no need to spaz like the other guy.
Shut the fuck up and listen. You just run your motherfucking mouth. Shut the fuck up. God damn. Good bitch.
No need to damn God over this.
You said what? No need to what?
No need to damn God over this.
Man, learn how to speak with Down syndrome. Fuck.
Oh.
The Earth is flat.
All right, bro. Look, man, I tried to have a conversation with you, but you sound like a little child, so I'm just going to check you on mute, all right?
Okay, so back. I wanted to ask, because when you have very heavy gases that are much heavier compared to the air, you can actually see that they are kept at the floor, at the bottom of the room they are in. Like, for example, the sulfur hexafluoride or CO2, carbon dioxide. And in that gases, you can see clearly that they have the downward acceleration that keeps them down.
What do the particles do? What's the motion of the particles in those gases. They move at random in all directions, frequently colliding off each other in the walls of their container.
No, they collide against each other mainly.
Embo,
Also,
this is what you're gonna do. Okay, you're gonna stop what you're doing right now. Go to the grocery store, buy a 2-liter of soda. Open that motherfucker, maybe shake it a little bit, and write down which way the gas goes. But make a prediction first, because you said all carbon dioxide goes down.
Well, it's firstly going to go up because obviously when you open a bottle, it only has one hole from only one direction by which it can escape from that. So it will obviously give it a given direction, which will be up. But then after it really dissipates in the room, it will accumulate low compared to the other gases.
Yeah, because we have layers of density, right? So different gases of different density will sort themselves out due to relative density. It's like a density tower with liquids, but with gases. The actual gas particles themselves will move at random in all directions. They won't have a directional bias.
And they have a very slight acceleration, but it's going to only very little deflect their path, because by the time it's going to deaccelerate and go down, the density of the gas, how quickly it will approach some other particle and collide with it, is so big that these accelerations will be very small. It wouldn't really have time in between the collisions to deaccelerate much.
Do you think gas particles move in parabolas or straight lines?
I think they move in parabolas, but these parabolas are extremely small and very close to straight lines because, again, the time between these collisions is literally like milliseconds.
Okay, so you're not going to be able to find any documentation that says they don't move in straight lines. Everything that you're going to be able to find is going to say they move in straight lines, and then you're more than welcome to look up the definition of a straight line. It's definitely not a parabola.
Isn't that amazing, DJ? I mean, wasn't it just like did Matthew tell you this, Embo? Like, where did you get this?
So if they don't move on parabolas, they don't have any downward acceleration, then what stops particles, like for example in caves where CO2 is famous for accumulating at the bottom of a cave at the floor, what stops a particle that currently goes up from reaching this upper layer? And to go to the upper layer of the cave where the normal air is. Because I think at the same time you're speaking about two contradictory narratives. At the same time you say they don't move in parabolas and they move just completely in random direction, but at the same time you admit that they have a directional bias to this unspecified density, which is pretty weird to me. I think the problem is that you just declare what it is doing, which I agree, it is definitely sorting itself by density, but don't actually think about the implications, the micro mechanisms that would have to occur for that to physically happen. Because you cannot have two things at the same time. If you just had random collisions, then there would be no problem for the gas to completely equalize.
Right, but I did explain the dynamic system in comparison to a static system. And does that not make sense to you?
To be honest, it really doesn't. I don't.
You don't think that we live in a dynamic system. Don't think there's cycles, temperature differentials.
I think we do, but at the same time, I think this phenomena can be observed at such small and controlled scales that these large-scale cycles and large-scale temperature gradients are negligible. For example, these experiments with this dense gas like hexafluoride can be just performed in a room, or CO2, which accumulates at the bottom of caves. It happens in cave systems, which are enclosed and have similar temperature at the top of the cave.
It doesn't really matter. I mean, what you're doing is you're just introducing a heavier gas, right? Of course, it's going to sort itself out beneath a lighter gas.
But why, if it's just random collisions? If it's random collision, it's going to not sort itself out, it's going to equalize.
It's not going to equalize if you have different types of gas. If someone else was just jumping in, go ahead.
Why? You just have a set of bouncing particles. This is what you admitted, that you have particles that go in all directions. So if you have a room of...
Yeah, but the particles are of different densities.
Okay, so how does this different density alter the trajectory of the particle?
I have to look it up. I'm not sure.
Is it a parabola? Or is it not a parabola?
Not according to any definitions that I could find. I mean, I looked up tons. Couldn't find any definitions backing up what you're saying. You would have to admit that the definitions back up more so what I'm saying, as well as the practical demonstrations.
Yeah, I have a hypothesis why it is like that. I think that when you just Google normally this gas dynamics, it will describe a specific model that has a specific use, which is for small-scale containers, like boxes, for example, or whatever, or pistons, where you can relate these different quantities, like temperature to pressure or whatever. This isn't even intended to have an application to a large-scale atmosphere. So then you Google this model.
So that's why we always say you guys begging the question, because your only example of what you're trying to prove is the thing that's in question.
Well, I already gave you examples. Well, if you have very big differential of density between two gases, then you can observe this very strong bias even on a very small scale.
I want to ask Embo or anybody. Is somebody claiming that the gases do sort themselves out according to density? Because I was aware that they became just homogeneous and within. I think there's a centrifuge that people can then put the gases in like real slowly. But are we saying that we observe this happening in a container?
Yeah, like his lungs. He believes his lungs are slowly filling up with carbon dioxide.
Yeah, I can show you an example if you want.
Yeah, I was trying to find what I was reading about that. Exactly what I asked about Tang. Still trying to find it. Yeah, Embo, what's your example?
I'm finding it. Oh, I found the example. Just posted the video. So the example is that the guy has a torch and he is next to a cave, and when he points the torch at the mic is that bad. I didn't know. Yeah, I'm going to get a new one in like this week probably, because I've heard a lot of complaints. But whatever. The torch, when it's pointed at the top of the cave, it still burns, because the fire, it obviously burns in the oxygen. But when he points it at the bottom of the cave, it immediately runs out of fire, because there's the carbon dioxide, and carbon dioxide cannot sustain fire. So we have a drastic barrier in composition of the gas between just this small area of the cave, just relating to one being higher than another. I would say that if you can immediately extinguish that big fire on the torch just by placing it in a different place in the cave, that must be a drastic difference in the composition there of the gases.
I'll have a look at the video. Have you seen No Tanks, that demonstration where they some of the globe earthers used to use it as proof of gas pressure without a container, but they get like a fish tank. They get some type of gas. I don't know what it is, but it's like more dense than the air. And they like fill up a fish tank, like a little paper boat or something on top of it. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. It, in relation to gases sorting themselves out, due to different densities.
Yeah, I can't remember what that was called.
I read something earlier. Sorry.
I was going to say the one when you breathe it in, your voice gets real deep. Can't remember what it's called.
I was reading something interesting earlier that explained this really well.
Something flexor fluoride or something, hexafluoride or something. Sulfur hexafluoride.
Interesting. Makes your voice deeper, does it? Like the opposite of helium.
Yep, yeah, opposite helium.
Yes, because helium is lighter than the air and this is heavier than the air. So it causes your voice to get deeper.
Yeah, I'd have to look again. I don't remember. I think trying to mix gases causes them to explode. Like you have to separate it with a centrifuge device, for and then somehow make a mix differently. Like, isn't that the attribute of like the noble gases that they can't be mixed? Isn't that like one of their attributes?
What do you mean they cannot be mixed? I mean the atmosphere, the air, it has a large portion of oxygen. I think oxygen is a noble gas, if I remember correctly. Nitrogen is also one, I think. I may be wrong, I'm not that good in chemistry. And the atmosphere is obviously a mixture of different gases. Oh, it's not a noble gas.
It's non-reactive. I think I guess I had it back. I guess I didn't have it backwards. I had it wrong. Say noble gases are non-reactive.
Were noble gases like argon, neon, this stuff like that?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I now understand what you mean. My point is that the models, they aren't supposed to be the reality itself. They are supposed to be an approximation of reality for some practical purpose. So when you have some model which isn't suited for some given practical purpose, so it doesn't fit, this doesn't mean that the model is supposed to debunk the physical reality. It just means that the model isn't fit as a good approximation for this particular application. And this model, the ideal gas model, is designed for the most common commercial use of physics or of gases, which is like just a small container or whatever, where you don't have some extreme weight of the gas, you don't have some extreme temperature differentials. So if you want to take some specific use this model for some specific conditions that on purpose it doesn't account for, not because it cannot, but because it's just irrelevant for the purpose it was designed for, then you just have to specify it and look for some other model. You could add gravity to that model, but you usually don't because it's just irrelevant for most of the applications. But if you want to find applications where it doesn't work and say that because of that reality is fake and the model is the one that is right, then it's basically the opposite of what's the intuition behind the model.
We're talking about the very definitions of gas behavior and natural laws.
Yeah, but the natural laws, I mean, some of them are absolute, but the rest of them, they usually have specifications, a set of assumptions that are written for which they work. And in this case, the ideal gas law is one of the second category. But where the people who use that model, they are aware of the limits where it works, but this doesn't mean the cases where it doesn't work are fake. It just means that this model.
Which are the other cases? Which are the other cases that it doesn't work besides the globe Earth model of outer space?
Highly dense gases, for example.
What about them?
Well, they will have a lower pressure than the model would predict. In general.
So not sure exactly what you mean. What models would predict them to have a particular pressure?
The ideal gas law, PV equals nRT.
So you're saying there's some types of gases that break that law?
Yes, technically every gas breaks that law in the meaning that it isn't a perfect approximation. You just have different levels of how wrong it is for different gases, and for some gases it's really noticeable, for other ones it isn't, so we can use it in practice.
What do you think about the definition of gas pressure? You think it's wrong? Should be changed?
I don't think it's wrong, I just think it's a definition that is applicable to this particular model, and that this was the intention behind it. And you don't even need to presuppose the globe to show that this doesn't describe every case of gas pressure. You just can look at the pressure that is exerted on anything inside of the container. That object wouldn't be the container itself, but it still would obviously have a pressure exerted on it. So you have a case of gas pressure for which this definition doesn't account for, because the definition is that the gas pressure is the force exerted by the particles in the walls of its container. So by this logic, if as a person, I'm not the container for the air, I don't have any pressure exerted on me, and that's just absurd. So logically, this definition had a very specific use for it. And its purpose isn't to be a standard for which you deny the existence of other cases of this gas pressure. It was just intended to work for this specific intention. Which is basically this.
It's the general definition. It's like you don't have another definition that you can present.
A more generalized definition would be a force exerted by gas particles over an area. It can be an area of anything. It doesn't specifically have to be a container. And in that case, you could have any object where that pressure is exerted on.
So, I mean, do you have a citation for that particular formula that you're talking about?
There's like general formula for pressure, the most fundamental one, that is a force over an area.
Right, but that talks about a volume, right?
No, it just talks about an area. Area is not the same thing as a volume. For example, I don't know, my hand has some area, it's surface area, and there is some pressure exerted on it. But it isn't a container, it's just something that is submerged in the air, so the particles are hitting it.
Yeah, but that, you're not creating any gas pressure. You're just already within the gas pressure environment. It's not really a help.
Yes, but this is now a completely another issue. The issue is now speaking about what creates the gas pressure, not what the gas pressure is. If you want to talk about what the gas pressure is, then your definition doesn't account for this obvious fact that there are things inside of the gas pressure that aren't the container itself, but still have a pressure exerted on them.
Well, then, would that change the pressure within the system then? Is that what so you're saying if we have a container that has 50 psi inside of it, if we add more solid objects, will that change the psi within the container?
Well, the objects would have to accumulate some volume, which would decrease the volume of the container inside, so it would increase the pressure. Because it would have less space for the gas inside.
Yeah, I mean, I know that's what you're concluding. Is there evidence of that? Is that to that conclusion?
That would be my conclusion. If you reduce a volume, then the pressure will increase logically. So when you put some object inside of a container, this object will take some volume from the gas, so the gas will have to fill in a smaller space, and that would increase the pressure.
Yeah, what if that doesn't happen? I don't know. It seems reasonable. I'm just saying, is it qualified?
Yeah, you can demonstrate it.
Yeah, I mean, that would just dictate that the volume of the container is the antecedent for the pressure again. But that, I mean, even if we added the object, that would go to that end, I think. If you could then restrict the volume by adding solid objects and increase the pressure within the containment, that would then dictate that the pressure is dictated by the volume, which is dictated by the container.
Well, it is in this case. Again, in a case of a small container where the particles would escape if there was no walls, then it would be indeed caused by this.
Right, and in that sense, the container being the volume and the object not being the container because it's not made of the plastic, but then decreasing the volume would just be the same thing as saying the container, if that were the case.
Yes, I see your point. Yeah, then it would fundamentally depend on the size of the container. But I don't. Again, I think I have good reasons to think it isn't the same case with the atmosphere, because I think we can fairly demonstrate that the gas just has a downward acceleration on its own, which would keep it on the ground. So it doesn't have to have some outer barrier that would be keeping it outside. It just needs the barrier down that it could press on, which is the ground itself.
Do you have a practical demonstration of gas pressure having a downward bias, or a citation, or anything?
Yeah, sulfur hexafluoride.
I mean, gas particles, not gas pressures.
Yeah, the sulfur hexafluoride. You can have a container that's only contained from the sides, not from the above, and you can float an aluminum boat on it.
And what evidence do you have that gas has a downward bias?
Because that's the direction which it cannot expand. The up direction can leave the lid open, and it won't
right. So
go up. If
you had a container, okay. So if you only had that particular gas, so in that particular gas, the particles not move at random in all directions?
They roughly would, but again, you will have that negligible parabola in the trajectory.
you have any evidence of the parabola?
Yes, that observation is the evidence. I don't think you could explain it in other way than the particles having a downward acceleration.
What would happen if you left that gas in that container, or that open container? If you just left it in there for a month, what would happen? Stay there?
I think it would be there still. I don't have any proof for that because I've never seen an experiment done for that long. You don't have any proof for contrary too. So it's kind of a pointless conversation. But again, I don't think I need some additional explanation for this observation. I think it's already self-evident. If you see the gas failing to expand up, that means that something is pulling it down. Just as when you throw a ball up and after some time you see it coming down, you don't need to additionally prove that the ball is now coming down and has a down trajectory. This is just self-evident from the observation, because it failed to continue its upward motion.
Yeah. That's not a good comparison to gas.
I mean, that's actually the comparison that would be relevant to your model that you're describing. That the model that you're quoting all the time describes a gas like a set of balls that are bouncing together.
No. But a tennis ball, tennis balls don't move at random in all directions, right? Frequently colliding with each other and bouncing off the walls of their container and not losing kinetic energy, blah, blah, blah. That's not how tennis behave. So just because they're both balls or called balls, whatever, I'll compare them.
If you closed it at some small space and you gave it some high velocity and accumulated many of them in this small space, then you could have a real life model like that, where you would have many balls that are bouncing together at very high pressures.
With tennis balls, yeah, but they're not. They're just going to run out of energy, right? Or sink to the bottom of the container pretty quickly.
After some time, it would depend.
Yeah, but that's not what happens. That's not what happens with gas.
Yes, that's true.
Oh, interesting conversation. Anyway.
What kind of a conclusion did you come up to of this conversation?
Same as when we started.
I was like waiting for him to make a statement or something, but it was just talking about things that we already know about. It's already been established, like buoyancy and stuff. Like everybody knows about it. What was the gist of it?
He's gone. Yeah, I don't know.
I was thinking in my back here, like, maybe he will say, because this can only work in a globe. Come on, say it. Just say it.
Yeah, man. I mean, it always comes down to the same thing. It's like, oh, yeah, sure. This is how gases behave. But when it comes to the globe Earth system, then it's different. We can't prove it, but theoretically it works.
Yeah. I think it's what maybe he was trying to say something alongside with the, quote unquote container of the Atmos. Maybe something along that road he was trying to figure out. I don't know.
They keep trying to keep trying to claim that gas particles move in parabolas. The latest Matthew Learns was talking about that the other day as well. He's like, oh, they move in parabolas. I'm like, oh, can you show me any citation, any evidence. He said, "Here's
Travelers
some
is an arc,
citations."
isn't it?
Yeah, it's
like an arc?
definitely not. Definitely
Well,
not
so
a
he's trying to
straight
say
line.
it's arcing around the Earth, the Atmos, in
And
that
then-
sense, of the gases.
Yeah, that's why they have more gas pressure down close to Earth because of the
Lord.
parabolic arc of gas
my
particles. And even though they defined move in straight lines, really it's a slight arc. He kept changing. Like at first it was like a parabolic arc, then he's like, it's the tiniest arc. You would never even notice it.
Maybe Euclidean boy can confirm. Are they like? Is there some kind of consensus going on at medical mass media with this parabolic arc? No. There's got to be some kind of like collaboration going on with, the main globe guys. They're all coming out with it at the same time. Isn't to say that that's wrong. Like you should talk to your friends about it and see, does this make sense?
So I have a question, right? So let's, for the sake of the argument, even assume that your theory of how gas moves, like without downward acceleration, is true, hypothetically. My theory, it can predict in the future of how a launched particle will move, some object like a projectile, for example. Could your theory or model, whatever you want to call it, explain and predict how this path would look like? If I know the initial conditions, like the velocity, the direction it's launched at, and the density of the medium, obviously, because this is what the acceleration depends on in your theory, is a relative density between the object and the medium. So could I, like, quantitatively, with an actual number, predict of how much it would be going up, how much it would be going down, and stuff like that? Like, let's say, for example, I don't know, a lead ball. I guess I don't need to give a mass because the relative density is the only thing that matters. With in a water, let's say, for example, that is launched horizontally at 5 meters per second.
Launched.
Yes.
Launched. What did you say?
Launched. Like it's
launched into the water.
Yes.
And a lot of things you would have to calculate there. Why don't you just say, like, just dropped into the water?
Because then it would. I mean, okay, if you want, we can start from that. Let's say that I just drop it in the water. So based on these two values that I know, the density of the water and density of the lead, could I be able to calculate how fast it would be going down specifically? Because I already admit, I can give it to you that your theory can explain just in general that more dense things will go down, less dense things will go up. But what I'm asking is, can you get the actual number, the quantity of how fast it would be going?
I don't know how to do that math myself.
Brutal.
Okay. Because obviously we can observe that, right? If you have a greater density differential between the object and the medium, then it will be going down faster, and if you have smaller, then it will be going down slower. So there has to be some math that could relate this rate based on this relative density.
I think what he's trying to say that is he can't predict the paths of objects using his newfound knowledge, which is pretty scary.
It's pretty scary when you think about of how many applications this has in real life.
I agree. Only there was some way we could predict the paths of objects from throwing them in the air at angles. Even we can figure out, where they are.
Euclidean trigonometry. Drop the bitchy tone. But
Why? Because you don't know how to do something? Am I making fun of you?
No. I just said I don't know the particular math behind that, but it would
because
be the
there is
same
none.
math, right? No, it would be
There
the
is none.
same math. It
No,
would
it's
be the
not.
same math. Yes,
Demonstrate
because
it.
things
Demonstrate
drop.
it. With just density, like you said.
Embo, look, you're too annoying. But yeah, Embo, it would be the same thing. I mean, we all experience, the 9.81 meters per second squared average rate of fall in a vacuum, right? Would have to calculate the density of the medium and the density of the object, blah, 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 and then work out how quick it would fall through that particular medium. You would have to work out the type of water. It would fall at a different rate through salty water than it would through fresh water, and you would have to work out the salinity if it was salt and how much there is, and blah, blah, blah. That's why I'm saying I don't know the math. But yeah, you could work it out.
Yeah, if you take that acceleration rate for granted, then it would be the same math. The problem is that I think you even deny that this rate is applicable to things like gas, for example, because that would contradict your claims about no directional bias. So that would already change the fundamentals of the math.
Well, we're not talking about gas here. We're talking about a lead ball and water.
Yeah, but we also do dynamics in air. For example, when launching some ballistics, like in military.
Right, but we're not talking about gas.
Even like weather balloons, they are
if you wanted to talk about gas, then you would have to give an example relating to gas, not relating to objects that aren't gas.
Yeah, for example, balloons. The entire method of propulsion of balloon is buoyancy from the relative density between the gas and the gas inside. So
what about it? I mean, what about it? A balloon isn't gas. Put gas in a balloon.
It is filled with gas. So my question would be:
you can fill it with gas if you have a balloon that's filled with some type of gas. But what do you mean? Like, what's your point?
My point is that if you want to throw away completely this G applies to gas, could you, even without it, calculate how fast this balloon would be rising up if you know the mass of it, if you know the density of the gas that is inside of it, and if you know the density of the gas that is around it, for example?
You can only weigh gas if you have a container, right? Like, just say you have a vacuum chamber and you weigh the vacuum chamber, before you pull a vacuum on it, right? Gas is going to weigh like 36 grams per square foot or something like that. That's how much the air weighs.
Yeah, but the weight was still
if you take away the container, you can't have the gas pressure, and you can't weigh the gas anymore because it moves randomly in all directions. It doesn't have a downward bias. It just moves randomly in all directions. You can't weigh it. The only way that you can weigh it is if you have a container. The only way you can have it is if you have a container.
Yeah, but I kind of don't understand what you're saying. You said that you can only weigh them when you have a container, but weight from definition is the downward force. But in the same sentence, you say that you can measure the downward force of a gas, and in the same sentence, you said that they don't have any downward bias.
No, I'm saying that the gas inside the container is moving at random in all directions. You can't have that gas without a container in the first place.
I mean,
you're weighing the volume of the container, right? Not weighing the gas. You're weighing the volume of the container that has the gas inside of it. The whole.
You measuring the pressure?
Measuring the pressure?
Yeah.
Measure the pressure if you want.
Right. You don't need a container to do that.
You need a container to have the gas pressure in the first place.
You mean like an atmosphere?
You have gas pressure. The gas pressure is the atmosphere is gas pressure, right? It is pressurized gas. It's 14.7 psi level. Right? So in any practical demonstration, you have gas pressure, you need a container, and in the actual definition of gas pressure, a container is required as a natural antecedent to gas pressure. You can beg the question and say the thing in question is the proof of the thing in question, which is gas in the atmosphere. That's begging the question.
But I think we kind of diverted from the original point. The original point was if you can, okay, in liquids we acknowledge that the mass would be the same because you acknowledge that there's G exerted on the water and on the ball. But in the gases we disagree on that. So then the mass would have to be fundamentally the same. So then, if we give up on the current map that requires G, how would you be able to calculate how fast a balloon would be going up, for example, in the air? Because in my model, it's just the same principle as there's in liquids like water, just applicable to the gas. In your model, these two have fundamentally different properties in this case. Why one has downward acceleration and another doesn't have?
Right, because we live in a very light medium, right? So most things are going to fall. What are you saying that why can't we measure and standard speed why things go up?
No, not measure, predict it before it actually happens. If you have these different values already known, like the density of the gas that is inside, the mass of the balloon itself, and the density of the atmosphere that surrounds it, for example.
You're measuring that in a vacuum chamber, right? It's like it's just basically a really, really light medium. They take almost all of the gas out, and you're left with almost no resistance. So obviously, almost all matter is going to fall, right? But gases don't behave that way. Even though gas has weight, it doesn't behave that way. It doesn't seem to be affected by so-called gravity.
Exactly. At any point, there's no greater pressure measured downwards than there is upwards. Sideways, diagonally.
I think we have either a different definition of weight or you're kind of not consistent with what you're saying. Because in my definition, weight is a downward force. In other words, it's a downward bias. And you say that gases don't have downward bias.
There's no greater pressure measured downwards within a gas at any point than there is going upwards. There's no difference.
Well, I mean, there would be that the difference would manifest itself in a...
But there isn't. So you can say there would be if my thing was true. Well, I guess it's not true then because that's not what they measure.
There is in reality. For example, a balloon that is filled with an air inside will be heavier than a balloon that is just empty.
I don't care if you measure the pressure at any point within a pressurized system. Measure equal in all directions. Not greater downwards, upwards.
So it would be absolutely greater downwards because to add to a weight of a balloon, there has to be some additional weight.
It's not. It's not though.
I can show you literal simple video where there's a balance. On one side you have a balloon without air and on the other side you have a balloon with air, and the balloon with air drags the balance down to its side. So how does that
but if you put helium, if you fill that balloon with helium, you're going to have the opposite.
Yes, that's true, but that's still based on the G. The math behind that is still based on the G if you want to quantify how much it would rise that balance.
Right, but if you put that gas into a vacuum chamber without the balloon, you're still going to have the gas particles moving at random in all directions. You're going to have a downward bias. You're not going to be able to put a scale or measure it in any way.
You would be able to measure it. The reason why you don't measure it if you just set up a scale without anything on it except the gas is because the scale is already calibrated inside of the gas. But if you calibrated a scale in a vacuum, for example, and then put it in the air, it will absolutely read the weight of the air.
You're trying to use containers in order to prove that you don't need a container. That's just crazy. The heck?
So what do you actually understand as weight? If it's something that you think gases have, but at the same time they don't have a downward bias. So if weight isn't a downward bias, then what is it in your paradigm?
What seems to be the issue?
We are in disagreement if gases have weight. I mean, he already agreed they have weight, but we have to define weight differently because he at the same time he says that gases don't have downward bias. I do care. I do care about meanings of words because that's what the conversation is built upon.
But how does that prove a ball?
It just proves that gases are held down. It doesn't prove a ball. It just proves a lack of a need for a container. You could have a ball with a container, a ball without a container.
How are you demonstrating
with a
that
container,
again? By
without
using
a container.
containers?
But how is
That's
that
how
important?
you're demonstrating the lack of requirement for a container by using a container, right?
Again, by the fact that I can measure that the gases have downward bias.
But how is that important?
It's fascinating.
It's important because it means there's no need for a container because gases will be pulled down if they want to escape.
There's a downward bias, then the pressure at any point wouldn't be equal in all directions.
But how is that important for a globe?
Because the globe doesn't have a container, and that's kind of false that it wouldn't be equal at all in all directions, because pressure it's counted in like a infinitely small point. So a change in pressure, a gradient in pressure, it will be logically distributed over some area. If you go lower, then you have higher pressure. If you go higher, then you have lower pressure.
Yeah.
But
So just pick any point. Just pick a point. Just pick a point. Just pick any point, right? You're not going to be measuring any other point but that point.
Yeah, then you will have the same pressure in all directions because you measure it in an infinitely small point, so you don't have any room, any space for a gradient.
So not greater downwards then, right? At that point, you're not measuring a greater pressure downwards direction.
Yeah, because it's at an infinitely small point.
I don't care why. You're not measuring different. You're not measuring it to be greater downwards than in any other direction. That single point.
Yes, that's true, because in reality the pressure changes with height. So with some finite dimensions, not infinitely small dimensions.
So there's no greater force being exerted downwards by gas on an object than it would be than any other direction, right?
There will be, because if you take multiple points, one higher and another lower, then you will have higher pressure always in the one that is lower than the one that is higher. You just need some area that you measure the pressure throughout. You need some delta, some change in the height.
It sounds like something very unnecessary.
Why? Why is that unnecessary?
It doesn't prove the ball.
It
I
isn't
mean, what you're
supposed.
claiming, Embo. I mean, you agreed that gas particles have weight, and they're not they're not affected by gravity because they move at random in all directions. You're just claiming that within your paradigm they should have a downward bias. You were claiming before they have a parabolic arc, and you're not able to demonstrate your claim. You're just saying in theory it should be like that, but when we actually test it, when we look up the definitions of how gas particles move, right, it backs up exactly what we're claiming, but it debunks what you're claiming. So, I mean, I don't know what your point is. What you're saying goes against your own model. Gas particles should have a downward bias, but they do not. You're claiming they do, and then we're asking you to prove it, but you're not going to be able to.
Yeah, I already told you why it isn't like that in the definition. I made an entire paragraph on that when I talk about the usefulness of models. But in reality, not talking about the definition, but in actual reality, it's perfectly consistent with them having a parabolic arc. Because again, very heavy gases, they will always accumulate at the bottom. So that means that when some of these particles in that gas have an upward velocity, they try to go up, something has to drag them down again after some time, because if that didn't happen, then this gas would just escape up. That's just
once again, you're going back to your parabolic arc gas theory that doesn't have anything to back it up.
I'm curious, right? Hypothetically, Embo, right? They got a gas molecule. Just so happens, right, that it's left the surface of the Earth perfectly vertical. It's going straight up, right? Which direction is it going to arc? Going to decide which direction it begins to arc.
Is it not bouncing off any other particles?
No, just hypothetically, it's going straight up. It's not, and there's nothing in its way, right? It's going perfectly vertical from the surface, right?
Okay.
The center, straight up, right? What's going to decide which way is it going to arc, and what's going to decide which way it's going to arc?
It's not going to arc, it's going to deaccelerate over time. It will be still going up, but it will be going slower and slower and slower the higher it goes, just as when you throw a ball up.
Stops till it stops.
Yeah, there are two possibilities. Either it has a velocity smaller than the escape velocity, then it will stop after some time and fall back, like a ball. Or if it has enough high velocity, so-called escape velocity, then it will
What
just
distinguishes
escape the Earth.
gases from other forms of matter? They don't do that. They don't act like a solid or a liquid.
They do, but the difference is that gas is composed of millions, like billions of these small particles. So in order to actually observe these effects, you cannot just research a single particle and track its trajectory. You have to employ statistical methods.
See, you're unable to demonstrate this then. Is that what you're saying?
I am, because again, this behavior that you observe when very heavy gases accumulate at the bottom and refuse to equalize, that is only consistent with this behavior. This is what you would expect if these gases, if you zoomed in, the single molecules had that parabolic arc. You obviously cannot observe that because you cannot trace a single molecule, but this is the effect that's exclusive to this explanation, to this hypothesis on a large scale. I'm going to go because another great glober, Euclidean trigonometry man, also left. So bye.
Okay.
Wah, wah.
Why do certain globers hide in the chat instead of using their voice?
Many Globers prefer to stay in the chat rather than use their voice because they lack confidence in their arguments or fear being called out directly. In a voice chat, they can't hide behind cherry-picked information, pre-rehearsed responses. They know that flat earthers will challenge them with direct observations and questions about real-world experiences that don't align with the globe model. Typing in chat gives them more time to Google, sift through NASA stories, or copy-paste evidence rather than addressing the core of our arguments about direct measurement, the absence of observable curvature, and the lack of proof for a spinning Earth. They prefer the safety of text because they don't want to face the undeniable fact that they haven't actually experienced
Yeah, who needs text if you can just talk shit, right?
or seen curvature without distortion.
What, Grim?
Hey, what's up, man? How you doing, buddy?
No, I said, what did you say?
I just greeted you, but it seems something unfamiliar to you, so let's just skip that. I said you're full of shit, basically. Oh, that's like a language you understand, right? Yeah. So what's up?
I'm just amazed that your name is your program, it seems.
Yeah, well, man, come on, buddy.
And I always, when I see your profile picture, I gotta laugh because I personally think you're the best troll that exists in this whole, anti-flat earth movement.
I am, man, and you are a wise man for acknowledging that, so respect to you, brother.
Yeah, I know. I figured it out a long time ago.
Yep. Come on, bro. Do you guys have like something, like new information you could share or something? Like a new discovery? I'm always asking that for like months. I always join, and I'm like, yeah, do you guys have new info?
But yeah, on a human surface level, such as Earth, I just hope you're doing good, man. All the best to you.
See.
What's like a hypothetical of some new information that we provide that would impress you?
Or just any new information. That's what I'm asking people, who are like, they have like strong beliefs in their field. That's what I ask, like theists, Christians, Muslims, flat earthers. I even ask atheists. I go to them and ask them, do you have like some new discovery in your field? And it's always like, I mean,
what's like a hypothetical example? I know, that's what I'm saying. Like, can you give a hypothetical example of something that we could provide that could impress you?
Like some new piece of information. For example,
like what?
Like in science, we have like new scientific discoveries, for example. They know how to create like a rocket, or they know how to create split electrons, whatever.
So if we were like, oh, bro, on exoplanet X18647, it's raining sideways glass. You would be like, and it would be like scientists confirm it. Flat Earth scientists, you'd be like, whoa, bro.
Yes.
That's amazing.
Like that,
amazing
Grim,
information.
Listen, you found this new planet or whatever, you found this new thing, and if you look at that thing, it will actually confirm what we believe. So look into that, and I will look into that.
Look at this pixel. If we like run this pixel for a whole bunch of software and turn it into something else, and then show it to the sheeple will be like, whoa, that's amazing.
Yeah, something like that. Man, this is not
something
even a
like
troll,
that, bro. Yeah. That's what they do with the sheeple, right? They, NASA, they'll come out, they'll be like, look, scientists discover blah, 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 orbiting this, it's giving birth to an exo freaking blah, 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 and then you'll be like, ooh, space. Impressive. And you clap and you just like air it and be impressed. You want that from us?
Well, I don't want to be impressed. I just want to know if there is like, what I want to know is that, is the Flat Earth Society, is that like a dead field, or is there any research going on? Because I've heard some people actually try to research that, new research. It's not a dead field, right? You guys are doing something, right?
We're increasing like crazy in numbers. I mean, That's something.
Yep.
Don't really lose people. Cool. Polls are showing big changes in how many people question the globe. Our arguments are being refined constantly. Globers get destroyed in debates, most of the time.
Yep.
But yeah, I mean, you have a jiu-jitsu school or something like that. I mean, you have a whole bunch of high-level black belts. They're not just like inventing new moves and stuff like that. They're just getting really, really good at their method, right?
Okay, yeah.
Maybe a bad analogy.
Yeah. You've learned new arguments, or new ways of reasoning. But
yeah, there's definitely
like, you have new information, or do you have like information that's old?
I mean, there's a lot of people that have new speculations, but like when you're talking about empiricists, like people that only want to talk about things they can validate, because if we make speculations and stuff, our feet are going to be held to the fire, just like we hold the globe Earth to the fire, basically, when it comes to claims. So, I mean, we want to be able to back up our points. We don't want to speculate too much.
Do you guys want to like meet each other? Like a meet and greet thing?
I don't really care about that.
Would be great, man.
Yeah, I mean, people do that, but
they have conventions like that, right?
I would do that if you are you coming around?
Yeah, sure. Of course, man. I think it would be fun to just talk about that and drink some beer.
Oh yeah.
At the end of the day, whatever the Earth looks like, we live on the same Earth.
Exactly, bro. And we don't even claim. Yeah, I mean, we don't even claim to know the shape of the Earth. Nothing like that. You guys are the ones with all those claims.
Not us. Grim, you gotta understand where my amusement and joy most of the time comes from. And it is mostly because of stuff like this. Because of Globus and the dissonance, in logical
dissidents. That's what you call them.
Like, I mean, you don't get these outbursts with flat earthers, or like people randomly joining, saying like, "The Earth is a ball, you stupid, blah blah blah, flat earthers, you," and such, words that you don't want to say. But it's just, for me, it's just entertainment, because I know people are triggered due to the fact that they're suppressing their own will towards understanding what the Earth is. See, that's why I yeah.
Look, I don't know if you can see that. That's Japanese. I get it on my web. Yeah, it says maybe you can read it. Kyokushinkai. Can you read it?
Of course, bro. Yeah, clearly that's what it says.
Are you?
The reason why I'm showing this is because it stands for Ultimate Truth Society. Kyokushin. Right.
Are you from Japan?
No, I'm from Germany, man. Germany.
Is that a gi or like a bathrobe?
Society. Like a full contact style of karate, and I'll tell you why I'm telling you guys this. It's because the guy who invented this style of karate, this like full contact, there is no jumping around, whatever, just breaking stuff and hurting people. And he's like, without proof, there is no trust, and without trust, there is no respect. So if you're saying something, prove it, or people will not trust you, will not respect you. And you can apply this to your philosophy, to your flat Earth philosophy. Maybe he would say. So,
okay, Grim, if
my master would say, if you don't prove it, I don't respect you.
Grim, if I say that Globe spiral out and the outcome of it is something we see in here every day, do you think I need to prove that, or would you say that that is correct?
You have to prove everything, man. You have to prove everything. You can talk. That's what he's saying. You can talk. Yeah, talk. You can talk, and maybe you're right. But if you don't prove it,
by the way, you're German, but you live in Japan.
No, I'm just a German doing karate. That's all, man. That's a Japanese martial art.
Oh, it's
I live
look
also
like
well, man.
what is
I
that?
live.
What was that? All that stuff in the background. It looked like almost like that Germany.
Yeah, that's the port of Hamburg.
Oh, crazy!
Look, we
You
have
live in
train.
Hamburg. Yeah, I've been there, man. I've been there in the beginning of this year, actually. Hamburg is one of my favorite cities. But wait, you
Yeah,
live
back there.
wait, where?
All right. I don't want to bore you guys with my shit. So okay. I have to go. I have to take a shower. I have to
Now
eat
I
something.
know where
It was
you
nice.
live.
Well, it's okay, man. It's just temporary. So
I'm
all
just
right.
joking.
Hey, guys.
I'm not. From the position of these cranes, I could literally figure out where he lives. I've been there.
Therefore, he knows karate.
Crazy! I thought he's in Japan. It looked for a second in the background looked like Tokyo or something. But he lives in a lefty area in Hamburg. That's like the lefty area right there. The good humans area. The I don't want to offend anybody area.
The worst humans.
Well, that's true, yeah. They rather lie to you to make you feel good instead of telling
Yeah,
you
it's
what is
so
truly going on.
crazy. It's so crazy because like even before this whole paradigm shifted, I was always telling that to people like that if everyone would just be honest and say how they really felt about things and other people, that like yeah, people would get upset for a minute, but eventually everyone would get used to it and we would stop having to live like wearing metaphorical mask every single day.
Mm-hmm.
But now they've just like doubled down on it over there where it's just like it's so wild.
Yeah, people will literally lie to you and tell you it's okay to be this and that. The strangest versions of it.
It's like and even like the most common sense things like that, I mean, think about like, 10 years ago asking if there was a difference between like if there was only a man and a woman, like how now like they've what's the word for that? Like
Yeah,
not
I know what you mean. We're on the
like
same
they've muddied
level.
they've got them so confused that like even the most basic things they're like willing to do mental gymnastics to try to complicate yeah, it's a nightmare.
When you live when you constantly suppress the truth, then you're gonna be given over into a mindset where
Right.
you no longer do it in the inside, but your whole outside will change to that very mindset too. So if you constantly lie to yourself, you constantly lie to others, you're gonna no longer be the natural human you have been born to be, but you're gonna be like some weird you know, self-identifying whatever bunch of attention-seeking crap because you're not a true human anymore. You're just
Straight up.
you gotta lost everything that was once you. That's why you gotta create a fake persona to hopefully somehow get that feeling back to be someone or something. Because you completely detached yourself from who you actually truly are to begin with. So yeah, it's the inside coming to the outside is what we now see in today's society with all this craziness going on with people don't knowing who they actually are. Because this is how they formed themselves from inside out.
And what's
It's
wild
literally
about
what it is.
dude, that's such a good way to put it, man. And like what's wild about that to me that now that you just said that is like it feels to me like none of like that would it would I'm not gonna say be impossible without, but doing that to everyone's minds and everyone's spirits and bodies and souls was made so much easier by just telling them they live on a globe.
Definitely. I mean, it's another comforting lie, right? Because you think there's no one looking over you and no one that is gonna judge your actions and so forth, right? It's just
Right,
all
like you think it's all,
chemical
everything's
reactions.
yeah, everything's just some kind of accident or coincidence.
Well, it feeds again the idea of your fragile persona. As long as there's no responsibility for your action, you can be the most disgusting, deceptive person from the inside to the outside, and people will actually cheer you up to
Right.
further
Yeah,
be
people
that
are over
way.
there going, yeah, 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 yeah.
Yeah. And the crazy thing, it's all predicted in the book that these people also hate, which is the Bible. The Bible talks about this to the absolute most detail.
Wow.
Yeah.
And that's
this is why
that's what's wild too, is like that's what trips me out a big time, is like the people that are, because I know a lot of people like in my family and stuff that are like, they consider themselves to be like, really strong biblical scholars, and they can't put two and two together. Like
True,
they
yeah.
can't. They're like about the earth, about just what's going on around us, about the agendas at play, about like just you know what I mean? Like they're just, I don't know, man.
sunken into the world.
Yeah,
right?
just
Instead of sunken into the word, they sunk into the world.
Right. And then they'll
Conforming
sit
to
there
the
and tell
ways of
you,
this world.
and then they'll sit there and complain about it and act all defeated and be like, "Oh, well, this is the devil's world anyway. This is Satan's earth, is Satan's world." And I'm like, because you let it be.
But at least that's something true, right? I mean, he is the one who's reigning the world. But it doesn't mean that we then now should go in the same shoes as the one
But
who makes the world that way it is.
just because criminals are running the government doesn't mean that we all have to act like criminals and treat each other
No.
like we're just a number and it don't matter. Like if we all change, I mean, if we change the
what
way
you
we
mean.
act, right. I mean, I feel like we do have the power to change that. Like it's only that way because we allow it and we consent to it and we are apathetic to it.
But yeah, we should not only be wise and having a good recollection of the word or what Jesus is saying or what the Creator is saying himself, but it should be actually something lived out. So we should love our neighbor, have compassion for each other. But that's very hard. It's not easy. That's something that
right. Well, yeah, but
needs to be
nobody's
learned.
saying none of us are saying that we have to be perfect at it, but like we could all do better and we could all do massively better.
That is true, yeah.
And like if
I can say that
everyone,
about myself.
right?
I
sure.
sometimes think, why did I get this mad? Why did I think these things in my heart, about someone else? But I then also know that I'm not perfect. But yeah, I'm happy at least that God shows me this, right? What is more scarier if you don't have any voice, nobody looking over what your actions, what your deepest feelings in your side of you are. And furthermore, if there's people who cheer you up when you have like murderous thoughts, or you want that someone else, gets the worst, or you curse someone out and other people cheer you up, like if there's no conviction, I think that's a very scary place, because then there's no change. If there's no conviction, there's no change, and this is a very generation that's growing up right now. They have no conviction. So they cannot change their ways.
Well, it's almost like they have no way to be changed. They have no actual way.
But you can only change if you realize that you're convicted. That there needs to be a conviction happening inside of you, right? You got to realize, okay, something is wrong in my life. But if there's no one to remind you or show you, no voice, no humans to show you, then how would you ever change if you're not convicted?
Yeah, well, and why would you if there's no consequence for your behavior?
Also that, yeah.
Like, we don't typically, as humans, we don't change until things become painful enough to make us want to.
Yeah, and what the good thing about God is, he first convicts you, and that's gonna be sometimes painful, and he first shows you the sin. But the great thing is then once you're convicted, he washes all away if you confess, right? Conviction, sin gets exposed, you understand something is wrong in life, you gotta change it, rethink it, turn away, and then, wow, suddenly you're like, wow, I feel much greater, because not only did he open up the book, but he also burned it, where this bad stuff was in, as a metaphor. It's like a father who tells his son, son, this and that is not good. Please next time don't do it like this. And then you're like, yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. So simple, actually. We all learn it somehow. At least once in life we have learned how conviction can change something to the better. I think that it's almost impossible that someone has never had this happen. Anyways, yeah, truly remarkable times.
Yeah, it's definitely not. It's definitely not going to be boring. That's for sure.
Yep.
And no need to read any dystopian novels. You can just pay attention.
Right. But on the other hand, it's all a decision, right? I think there's always a chance given at some point, at some time in your life, even if it's just someone, maybe convicting you by the stuff he says on a Discord server, right?
Right.
But I think the creator who made you, I think he always give an opportunity. It's just a matter of, do I accept it or do I just move on and be as miserable as before, So, yeah. That's what I think, at least. I think everybody gets a chance. Anyways, I think this feeling when you think about that that most of the world has been deceived about the very place they live on, right? Your day life, where you've been born, where you're gonna die. It's just, I think that is just pure insanity. Like, there's people living their whole life unaware and die, completely living falsehood of information based beliefs.
Fluoride is out. Fluoride is out. Go ahead, whoever that is.
Hello, everyone. Hi, guys.
Welcome.
Shalom.
What's up?
Cheers.
Yo, what's up, Clay? I
How
was
you
wondering
doing?
if you were here. What are you doing, brother?
Playing Minecraft.
I heard
Building-
I heard you last time you were using certain ChatGPT.
Oh yeah.
You
We had
can
some
share
fun
that
today.
version with me.
Oh, you mean FlatGPT? I don't remember. Is Crit here? Crit, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Did you send me FlatGPT?
No, is that
Who did that?
Yeah, was it Orion? I
don't remember.
I think it's Orion, or
Wait,
maybe not.
Is that a real thing?
Is it possible to share it with me?
Well, the thing is, see, I have been shared this like last year or something, or like many months ago at least. Haven't tried in that time, but now it heavily improved. But I remember whoever gave it to me said that I should not share it, right?
Oh,
So
no, no
far.
problem.
But
No problem. No.
yeah, not that I don't want to share it, but I gotta
I
figure out
understand.
who gave the
Totally
access.
understandable. Completely
It could have been
understandable. Don't
Amish.
worry about it.
I think Amish sent it to me, but I never
Oh
clicked it at the
yeah,
time.
yeah,
Yeah, but
Amish.
look,
What
you
happened
just
to
type
him?
FlatGTP into Google. It's like literally the first result.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's a different one. I have a different version than that.
I noticed your one was giving better answers than my one.
Okay, but what about Amish? What happened to him? I haven't seen this guy in a long time.
I think he just got sick of the toxicity in some of these channels, you know, with having anti flat earthers come all the time, circular nonsense and stuff like that. I'm sure he'll come back at some stage.
But he's now kind of off Discord, so to say, or what?
He's still on there. I mean, he replied to a message I sent him, but he's just left all of the servers and stuff like that. I'm sure he'll come back at some stage.
Taking a little break.
Yeah,
Was
taking
it
a little
like
break.
Okay.
Wait, so which
So,
which flat GPT do you have? I want to see it. You send it to
I
me.
just typed in FlatGPT into the chat. Are you sure yours is a different one to mine, Clay?
Yes, I have a different logo. Wait, I can show send a screenshot. Sure, it looks like I can definitely share it. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just check my message history with Amish and see if it's the same one.
Yeah, if somebody
Ich
will
hab
send
meine
that to
auch
me,
schon
that's cool.
voll.
So is that like a
Ja, relativ, aber ich kann mal gucken später. Läuft jetzt nicht weg.
Doch, musst du jetzt, weil ich am Altpapier machen.
so is that
Ja,
is that like an
schlecht.
AI that has been educated, like has been red pilled?
Yeah. Yes, kinda. Wait, let me send a let me send a screenshot of the logo.
That sounds super cool. So like you can ask it questions and it will like.
Yeah, it's
give
very
you-
good. It definitely got better. I mean, I haven't tested it in such a long time. It was actually by accident. Okay, let me post the screenshot. The logo. This is how it the logo looks like a compass.
So how do I get to it?
But I think it's not all public. It's only through invitation.
Okay.
That's why I mean I have no problem with sharing it, but the problem is I'm not the author of it.
Right. You want to you want to make sure that it's okay for you to do that. You want to like get
Yeah. No, because I would be mad if someone would like you know share it and then also I don't know if then people have it and they use it and then they give new information that it somehow screws up the whole thing.
Right. Right. You don't want to ruin it.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, there might be a reason that people are taking their time.
Yeah, I'm wondering. Like, I mean, this is so advanced or it's like so good in responses. I'm wondering why it hasn't been made public. So see, that's also a reason why maybe there's someone still working on it, but I don't know who. It's just I've just looked up my chat in Discord with Amish, but I also haven't see anything. So actually, can't also. Let me go through my friend list and see if I maybe find a conversation where I was whoever sent this to me. See if I see any name that might come. Because I really want to share it actually. No.
I've seen that somebody has that as their username in this channel, and I never really put two and two together that was like actually a real thing. Thought it was just somebody being funny.
I think it was Amish, but I also think he deleted the link after the convo because. But I wrote to him, "Thank you, bro." So he must have
Yeah.
sent me something.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure it'll come back around if it's meant to.
Yeah, it would be like I mean, it would be a bummer if I. You know, I just see this. This is where I feel convicted. If I would just share without permission, I'm gonna write him a message and ask him if it's him and.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to. Yeah, I don't want to like, you know. I mean, if it's if it's meant to show up in my reality, then I think it will. But that's why I just wanted to ask.
So I'm gonna
But
write a
but
message.
I totally get it if somebody shares something with me and they don't like say, spread
Yeah, I
this.
remember that I remember that I shouldn't send it to anybody because they were still working on it so nobody else is putting new or fake information into it.
Right, they probably don't want somebody to hijack it. They want to make sure it's secure, and then things like that.
Yeah. So I wrote a message. No clue if that.
Yeah, if you get that, if he says that's cool, shoot it over to me, man. I'd love to check it out for sure.
Well, what I could also do is theoretically is maybe do a copy of it. So I mean then it can't get messed up if it's a completely different one.
Right, because it'll be like view only or something. You mean?
No, like I would just copy the whole thing, call it FlatGPT version 1 or whatever. The same thing, but a copy, so it doesn't interfere with the original.
Right.
I mean, at least that is something I can do because that wouldn't hurt anyone.
Yeah, that would like timestamp it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me see if that is actually possible. Maybe it is just made by Amish and he just somehow jumped off the boat for some time. But I also had this phase where I also got away from the whole thing.
Yeah, you kind of have to. You have to like detox from it.
Yeah.
Like actually live your life and not just be,
Yeah.
Right. Because otherwise you get burned out, And I mean, I've wondered that. I'm like, man, how are people that have been doing it for years? I mean, I've been, listening to this channel for years, but like the people that are in every day battling these people that refuse to be honest, I mean, like I try to do it when I can, but it's so draining.
Right.
I'm just like, shit, how do you do that? And then you'll notice if you pay attention, you're like, oh man, I haven't seen so and so in forever, and then they pop back up, a few months later.
But I have so much luckily so much free time besides my work.
Yeah.
But sometimes I really wonder how certain people manage their life and
Dude, no joke. I'm not. It's exactly the way that my life is. It's like it's a blessing, but it's also a curse. But then I think like, man, if I had to like slave away, all the time just to like barely get by and still be in debt, I don't really know how I would be able to maintain mentally. This dude in the chat's pretty funny. the person asking these. I love these little baby lovers where I never really believe them anymore that they're actually like new to the topic, but when somebody comes like acts like they're new to the topic, like what would they have to gain by this? You know, like what? I don't know. It's just funny.
Let's wait a day and see if anyone answers. But I just checked out the one that is public. That is also not a bad one. The public flat GPT.
Oh, it's pretty good.
I mean, the answers are not bad.
What'd you ask it?
For example, explain how sunsets work.
It's easy. Just what you see. Don't add anything. Don't take away anything.
Yeah,
just
never
write down exactly
I've
what you
never been
see.
able to get a Glober to actually explain to me why do they think that that's proof of the globe. I don't get it.
I'm AFK for a second.
Crit, I'm sure you've gotten some actual answers, like honest answers from people on that. What did they say?
Well, that was interesting. I mean, this happened just a couple days ago, so that's a nice fresh one. Old boy said, okay, the Earth is spinning and it's rotating as it spins away from the sun. And then the curve of the Earth is blocking the sun. And I'm like, okay, sure. So what's going to happen now with the final experiment? You said the sun won't set. So if the sun setting is caused directly by rotation away from the sun and a geometric physical curve of the Earth blocking the sunlight, and this doesn't happen, the sun stays in the sky the whole time, did you just demonstrate no curve and no rotation? And they're like, yes and no.
Because they don't have a real answer. So it's an ambiguous. But like it's still like how I still don't understand how. I mean, I was doing this with Peter the other day, and I was, that's the worst person to even be trying. But like, I don't even understand how they think that like curvature of the Earth is. So they just assume that's the cause of the sun going away. Is that the whole thing?
Yeah,
because
it's just
because they were told that, so they just assume that's the reason, and it can't be any other reason.
Yeah, there isn't any other reason beyond that. That's all there is.
Okay, case closed. End of discussion. Got it. I mean, I guess to the point, like I guess if I was them and that answer that you just brought up about like the 24-hour sun, I mean, I guess their response to that, if they were even trying, which I'm not convinced they're even trying anymore, would be like, that it's at the bottom, it's at where the Earth spins, right? Because like at the poles, the Earth like isn't really spinning very much. And so that's why it would be possible there. Is that there, I guess? I don't know.
Okay, I'm back. Is there any Globo that wants to have a conversation?
Yeah, that would be awesome.
You gotta...
Betaware is, I don't know, having a long text conversation. Can you go on the voice chat or no?
I could.
Somebody tag him. Tag him.
There you
Tell
go.
him to come in here.
What's up, man? Hope you're doing good. So, what brought you around today?
So I met somebody in the conspiracy room, and we were talking about the flat Earth. And so he was a Glober, and I mean, I was originally a Glober because it's what I learned in school, right? And I'm gonna be honest, it is a bit of like a Truman Show thing, or like the cave theory, like when you only learn what's in the cave, right?
Like Plato, you mean?
Yeah, like Plato,
Yeah.
right? Or the Truman Show, where
Right.
my whole life I've been surrounded by globe, right?
Yeah.
But in reality, your life isn't the Truman Show. You're not in a cave. These are just theories. These are concepts, right? So there is a possibility that the Earth is a globe. We're not including science stuff, right? Just like from what I see around me, like not adding one plus one equals two. If I were to come up with like a new theory, right, that Earth is like a circle without any science, it'd be pretty hard to prove what I have, but it'd still be a theory, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Like a dumb one at that. So, from what I know, the globe theory has the most science, right? And I don't know if the flat Earth theory has better results than the globe Earth theory. If we were to actually talk to someone from NASA, right, and they went to Harvard and all that, I'm be honest, they'd probably school some of y'all. I don't know if all y'all went to Harvard and studied geology and all that Earth shit. With the basically what we've been learning about the Earth since day one. They took tests and shit,
Well, that's interesting. I mean, day one they teach you there's a globe, and then day
Yeah.
two they never mention it again, and they teach you about like rocks and volcanoes and pressure and heat and temperature and everything that's not globe related. Yeah, I mean,
Oh,
when
that
does it?
video that he just sent, it's called warping of perception. So when you see it like a peripheral vision in an airplane, it's something to do with like your vision being warped from the airplane because you're so high up.
You
I think
kind of
that's
have a
what it says.
misconception because you said that the globe has the most science, but that's not a scientific question, the shape of something.
I mean, you can literally just measure the circumference of the Earth using pi.
Circumference will be a circle
Yeah.
of
You
a
can use
circle, but
3.14.
then you will extrapolate into a sphere, which is not the same thing.
What you also
I
gotta
mean-
understand is that mathematics is also just a concept made by man. to,
Exactly,
uh,
just like globe theory. So right, and that's why I don't believe in globe theory, right? Because mathematics and globe theory, right, or not globe theory. That's why I don't believe in flat Earth theory. Flat Earth theory does not, go hand in hand with math like as much as globe theory, right? And
Why do you
I
think so?
I
Who
tend to
taught you
lean
that?
towards math more than
Wait,
flat,
wait,
flat Earth.
wait, who taught
But the
you
globe,
that?
the globe
Who taught
only
me math?
exists in
School taught me math.
No, who taught you that flat Earth is not going hand in hand with mathematics?
Well, I understand from what like a basic understanding, like from like basically videos, there's like something to do with like flat lines and intersecting points and all that junk, right? That kind of math. But when it comes to the other kind of math, it doesn't work. So it's kind of
Interestingly
cherry
enough,
picking.
I mean, just to kind of draw these two things together, geometry is the basis of mathematics, right? Like, so it derives from geometry, which is the study of Earth, right? Like the geo, right? So the math is derived from Earth, and then these mathematics, geometry, Euclidean geometry is straight lines and triangles and pi and circumference and things. So interestingly enough, the math that you're saying, gives validation to a theory is derived from a flat Earth.
Was it Greek?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know the Greeks
Speak-
made
yeah.
pi.
Well, I'm just saying they're derived. Euclidean
That's how
geometry.
they figured
That's
out
straight.
how to figure the circumference
Yeah.
of things.
So that's straight line geometry, right? Two, points and straight lines, distances, or not even angles between 2 points, right? That's
Well, it wasn't
geometry,
all of Greek was flat Earth, was it? It was like
and
only a
that's
certain
how,
part.
and that's how they use. That's how they also created math using the geometry. Yeah. So these two things are tied together intrinsically, which are flat Earth, not globe Earth, but flat Earth. I guess I don't know.
Most ancient Greeks
Yeah.
believed the Earth was round, not flat. Okay.
No, yeah, it doesn't matter what they believe.
Pythagoras
They
in
used
500 BC. I don't even think I'm saying this guy's
You
name
see,
right.
it's a misconception of even the language
Pythagoras.
because flat and round are not mutually exclusive. You can have round, flat things.
Well,
Like,
flat is only a term we use, right? If you use the word flat in a flat Earth, that's not true because nothing can possibly be actually like perfect flat, right?
Correct.
So the
Yeah,
Earth
but
would be more bumpy. So flat Earth is really meant to say, you know, I believe in a bumpy Earth.
Or a topographical plane.
Yeah, plain Earth. I guess you can say that. Yeah. Instead of saying flat Earth, you say plain Earth.
With topography.
Yeah.
Topographical Earth.
Because if you measure the grass, it's going to
Yeah,
be bumpy. It's not going to be perfectly flat. You know, when you think of a piece of paper, even if you look at it with a microscope, it's not going to be perfectly flat.
Yeah, you don't have to believe in mountains.
Yeah, mountains are definitely not flat.
They don't require belief.
Yeah.
They just is.
So do you concede to the earlier point that the derivation of math is from geometry, which is derived from straight lines, horizontal, vertical, parallel, right? So then giving credence to, this flat geometry, as I guess you could say, that being
Yeah, but it's kind
the
of cherry
father of
picking,
math.
isn't it?
Is it? I don't know. That was the.
That's what I'm getting.
That was the. But listen, you said they got the math, right? Well, they can't have the math if they don't have the straight line Euclidean geometry, which math is derived from. And if the Earth is a sphere, right? Geometry, right? Study of Earth, sphere. Then there's no straight lines on a sphere, and you can't have your math.
I'm be honest. I don't really know.
All right.
Like understand. I'm a little
So
lost.
yeah, like geo means Earth, metric means measure. So geometry literally means to measure the Earth.
Yeah. Okay. I can see how that means that. It's like some Greek stuff or something.
Well, it's what is that called? What is that called? Like the actual
Etymology.
etymology, boom. Yeah. And then
But maybe
people,
that isn't what it. Yeah. Listen, math doesn't do everything for me. I mean, like to say what is
it exists mathematically. It doesn't exist in physical, tangible reality in any way.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, math does not. Maybe it does it for you, BetaWare, but like for me, like if you can quantify it, then it's reality, right? But then there's so many things that I can't quantify. Like I can't quantify the reason I'm speaking to you. I can't. I can't.
I'm sure
quantify.
you can. I'm sure
How
some
many?
sort of
How many
philosopher
reasons? How many
has
reasons?
figured that out.
How many?
How many reasons for what?
How many of what do I need? Do I add together to give myself a reason to speak?
I don't know. I'm not a philosopher. So
What would we be adding
that's a
up?
question for a philosopher.
Right, so it's nothing you can point to and count, is what I'm saying. You can't count.
Well, I'm sure
I
there
can't count
is.
love.
I'm
You
sure
can't
there
count.
is. Just like if we can prove that there's a flat Earth, I'm sure that there's something that we can prove to disprove that. Essentially, kind of like a yin yang
You
thing.
can't quantify understanding and say, well, it's this much understanding.
Yes,
This much.
I'm sure you can. If there's a philosopher out there, I'm sure there is a philosopher. I'm not as smart as some of these motherfuckers who go to school and they put their face in the book 24/7. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure these guys can figure it out.
Well, yeah,
Purpose.
if you bury
what the
yourself in
funny-
lies 24/7, you're gonna be pretty well. I mean, you're gonna be pretty good at believing lies.
What was that saying? Something believe nothing or believe half of what you see and nothing you hear and about half of what you read.
Well, the great.
Belief is the enemy of knowing, right? Belief is the enemy. I was just wondering, dude. Do you know who measured the Earth and how they did it?
I don't think it was Christopher Columbus.
So you're not sure, right? I have this idea that the information's out there that somebody must have done it, right?
Yeah.
I haven't looked it up. You don't know.
I'll look it up. All right. Who measured the Earth?
Architoteles.
So yeah, some Eratosthenes. Yeah, what that guy said.
Eratosthenes is how you say it, correct?
Back in, he died at oh my god, 194 BC. Oh my god.
Right. So, anybody since you've been alive has measured the Earth? I don't know how old you are, but like, or since your grandparents have been alive, measured the Earth,
Aristoteles.
or whatever, TW,
No,
however,
I
whatever
don't think
direction you
so.
want to. Okay, so
I don't know my 100 BC family. No.
So back to that saying that you were saying about like believe half or whatever. Do you know who William Cooper is?
No, what is that, like a flat Earth guy?
No, he was an author. He wrote a book called Behold a Pale Horse is kind of his most famous book.
Milton William Cooper?
Yeah.
FBI?
Yeah, he used to do radio shows every like week or every night or whatever. And then he predicted 9/11 before it happened, and then he got killed like right before it happened or something.
So it's a conspiracy. So it can't be confirmed true. So right, it's just a possibility.
Hey, listen, man. Do you know what the
Okay.
definition of a conspiracy is?
A possibility.
It's
right?
it's two or more people working together to commit a crime.
So conspiracies automatically have to be a crime.
What's this whole crime thing about?
Well, hang on. I think you're misconstruing conspiracy with conspiracy theory.
Oh, okay. No, you're right. You're right.
Conspiracy theory was a term coined by the CIA to discredit anyone who questioned the official narrative of the Warren Commission, which was the JFK assassination.
So two different words: conspiracy and conspiracy theory.
Well, conspiracy is a tangible thing. Conspiracy theory is like a
hand in hand with each other, but different. Yeah.
Well, conspiracy theory is like a term that they use to discredit anyone that questions the official narrative, basically.
And now conspiracy theory is the.
But William. Okay, so
it's the suggestion that one or more people are planning or working together.
Your mic is a bit.
But the point of that was one of my favorite quotes from William Cooper ever. I don't think he was a flat earther. He wasn't. He was killed before, But anyway, one of my favorite quotes of his of all time was read everything, listen to everyone, but believe nothing unless you can prove it yourself through your own research.
Yeah.
I don't know. What's the conspiracy? What are we talking about? What conspiracy?
Oh, that the William guy. About the William guy.
Well, we were talking about William Cooper
in the radio show.
Oh, what he actually just was quoted saying was like, don't go just believing things off like its value, like investigation.
Really dig into it, investigate. Investigate it.
That
check
could be
it out.
dangerous, though. Don't you see how it could be?
Yeah. Well, they didn't have fact checkers until the truth started coming out.
Yeah. So it'd be dangerous.
What's the conspiracy in question at the moment?
We're not.
Oh, the Earth
we're all
being flat. Is that the
We're off
conspiracy?
in the weeds right now.
Huh?
What's the conspiracy? What's the conspiracy what do you think's a conspiracy right now that we're talking about?
About William Cooper?
No, we brought up the Earth being flat. That's the conspiracy, or the globe is a conspiracy.
Yeah, the globe is definitely the conspiracy.
I mean, if NASA did lie to us, I'm pretty sure it would be a crime, and I don't know how much money I'd get in rebate for all the schooling and all these tests I took.
Like what
would
test?
they be lying about?
Which one? Which test? Can we start with just one?
I don't remember. Something in I took geology in high school, so probably that whole class. I want I want to get paid a good minimum wage for that whole class.
Okay, what part exactly did you use the globe, the Earth as a globe spinning?
That's true, man. That's a really good question, Chris.
We had a globe in the classroom. I'm trying to figure it out.
Well, they had a flat map.
There is no fucking lesson you're learning about it, but it's everything has to see.
Hold on. I gotta remember the lessons. You're making me remember.
They have no fucking facts.
Johnny, shut up, Johnny.
No facts.
Beta, do you know that anytime you go buy a globe from a store, there's a sticker on the bottom of the base of it that says not for educational use, for decorative purposes only?
Well, I gotta.
do you know that?
One second, but for the defense of the heliocentric model, I gotta say this is probably because there are globes that are more expensive and that they would use because of the way it is crafted for education purposes.
Yeah. We know. We say that. You don't have to say that too.
So where's the actual educational globe?
Okay.
That's what I want.
Natural. I remember there was a section. It was called Natural Hazards. It was about volcanoes and tectonic plates and how the Earth is constantly changing. You know, and we need to research it. You know, because the Earth is going to be. You know, did you ever hear about like Pangea before? And how like all the continents are one. They're kind of like separating.
There's no constant. What's the constant you're talking about?
Well, I had a test about that. That's what I learned. That's what I learned in school. We use the Earth, you know, to figure out that the Earth is constantly changing through hazardous natural disasters like volcanoes, earthquakes, tsunamis.
Has nothing to do with. I know everything about earthquake. Also, I came from Iceland. I know everything about earthquake. I have been inside the volcano.
So you've shifted. You've literally shifted off the ground theoretically.
So it has nothing to do with if you're space around you or something like that. It's just has nothing to do with it.
A couple things come to mind.
A couple things and something, and then in the same time you're talking about the space and orbiting.
A couple things come to mind, Beta, where was that you had mentioned plates, like tectonic plates, right? So now our plates are these plates? I don't know.
Crust. I remember I had to learn about
so these are.
How can you have a plate on a globe?
Are they upside down bowls or are they plates? Because plates are flat.
All right, so we got plates, and then you had mentioned this idea that all of the continents, which are made of earth, right? They're made of like dirt and earth. They were once one, but now they are not one. So are the continents, in your mind, floating, or are they part of Earth?
I think they're just moving around. Like,
are they floating, or are they attached to the Earth?
I'm gonna be honest. I think it's all kind of like an amalgamation of like water and rock and
right. So the things that you're saying, like if I were to, I don't know, you're saying the Earth.
No. I have the solution. Okay, I remember because this is what I had to learn in school. It was the crust, and there's all these different layers to the Earth. Hold on.
Right.
Earth,
yeah, right. So, but yeah, I just want to know how you're imagining it, right?
Right.
So, like,
can we get to the core?
Okay, so there's the crust, the upper mantle.
Yes, there is a
lower mantle, outer core.
There is a layer on
liquid.
a flat Earth also. It cannot work on a globe.
So the inner core is made of iron, right?
Molten metals, yes.
So if it's iron, but they say it's magnetic, do you know that iron loses its magnetic properties whenever it's heated up to a liquid state? So that literally makes no sense and is impossible.
Hold on, I gotta figure this out. So I gotta look up the yin yang of what you're saying. I'm sure what you said has been said to someone else, and someone has already made like the combatant for it. You know what I'm saying? So wait,
I mean, it doesn't matter if there's
the question.
It doesn't. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so much. But if it's on a globe and everything is moving.
No, he had made the comment about the magnetic core.
Strategies, just in some area that you have activities like volcano activities and so on and so on. But it's very, very easy to understand how you have activities in some areas if the Earth is flat.
They say we have a molten magnetic core that gives us our field, our magnetic field around the Earth, right?
It will be even.
Johnny, you're all over, dude. You're not even on
Yeah,
topic,
Johnny, you're being crazy,
but
Johnny.
you have to listen to what I'm saying.
I'm listening to you, Johnny. Don't worry, Johnny.
Yeah.
Okay. So I looked it up. Okay, it says how you're saying how the molten iron and all these other metals, right? These kinetic energy and all that, right? So the reason it doesn't lose its magnetivity is because the movement, because it's constantly moving and it builds up kinetic energy, kind of like when you have friction on a carpet, like when you're shifting your feet on the carpet and you zap somebody.
Yeah, but the kinetic energy it doesn't working like that. If you have magma or something like that, then you don't have kinetic energy.
It's not a still magma; it's moving.
Right. So you're saying static, basically.
Yes.
Okay. So if
that's how it
the
gets its electric magnetic pole.
How is it
Okay,
moving?
so
How is it
so then
moving?
really it could not be magneticism at all. It could just be electrostatics.
How about but
Saying
the
the Earth
question
isn't
is
a
how is
sphere
it
for this
moving?
core to exist.
It says the kinetic energy is converted to electrical magnetic energy.
But how is it moving? How is the lava?
How is it moving? Okay, well,
Yeah,
let
how
me
is
let me look that up.
core
Okay, hold
Lava
on.
is not following the kinetic
Oh my God.
energy. Lava has
This
absolutely
is awesome.
It cannot follow.
Even though
the
normally
kinetic
we
energy.
don't entertain or should not entertain the burden that is on the globe, we now just do because why not?
Okay,
I
so
actually
the
never
Yeah, this
asked
is
myself.
derivative. We have to confirm that the surface is curving into the form of a sphere
That's true.
first.
I know we got
That's
off in the
true.
weeds.
But
You
I
wanna
want
bring
to
us
I want to
back?
hear the one second. I want to hear the absurd explanation to why the lava in the core
Is
in
moving.
the belief system is keeping on moving.
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
but we know we have lava underneath because of the pressure underneath and so on.
Mhm.
What's happening, and we have channels that the power is going through, and it's going through the same channels again and again. Sometimes it's just go there 100 years between, or sometimes it's 10
And I hope you
years.
realize that it's not even claimed that the magma that's excreted from the surface of the Earth comes from the core. Hope you don't
It
think
has nothing
that,
to do
because
with the
that's not
core. It's
that's not
just
what
Okay.
underneath.
what's taught.
It's just because of pressure that's happening. And
Not
yes,
you, Johnny.
there is.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to ask Beta, like, what was his, like, in his imagination? Like, what is he imagining? Like, all these continents that are made of Earth or detached from the Earth, or they are made of Earth with tectonic plates. When
Yes.
plates are, with plates that are curved, right? Now they're going up and down at the same time. So now you're imagining these
Which they do.
continents that are the Earth are moving, right? Where there used to be just one. So is there more water, less water? And then are you imagining they're all coming, all this pressure is coming from the core? Like, is that what you're imagining? That pressure due to weight on top of the Earth, which is Earth, is moving the Earth due to the center?
Yes, there is
I'm not
moving.
sure, but
It's
okay.
because
So what I
there's a
do
split
know.
because of
Oh,
the
go ahead,
heat,
Johnny.
just like it's happening in the volcanoes and so on. There's a split
One at a
through
time.
the
One at a
fucking
time.
country can be, and that will make a pressure in other places, and therefore you could get this tsunami or whatsoever because of that if it is in the ocean. Yes, the Earth is a living thing and it's moving all the time. It is not stationary inside itself, but it's stationary against everything around it.
All right, Beta, do you remember the question you were answering?
I'm a little off track right now. Listen,
Mhm.
Johnny. It was about how the core moves. Okay, that's what we're getting to. The Earth's magnetic field yanks at the solid ball of hot metal, making it spin at the same time of the gravity and flow of the fluid to the outer core, and the mantle drags at the core, which makes it build up its kinetic energy, and the whole shebang works. That's how it works.
Golly.
All right,
Amazing.
so
You believe you're all in, huh?
yeah, he's all in on that.
I can
So
give you a kinetic formula and from the static energy from the Earth up to the sky, but you always need a reference to a plane to get up and down in the first place. If you understand that, then you
Do you fo-
you're not on a spinning.
do you follow what he's saying, Beta?
A little
I'm not
bit.
following.
Something about a plane, and you need a
Yeah,
plane for
so like
reference.
in order to have that transference of kinetic energy, you need to have a plane. You need to have like the
Which we do. We have continents, right?
right, but a plane meaning like
What?
like a level surface, like a
What?
baseline.
Which we would have, I guess. I don't know.
Well, we do.
What's
I mean,
wrong
we
with
do
it?
have in reality. So yeah,
What do
I
you
feel like
mean?
that's a really good segue into TW. Are you still? Did TW leave? Yeah, he left. All right. I feel like this would be a good segue to bring it back to the surface, if you will.
Okay, so we're moving from the core. Okay.
Yeah, I can bring it back to the surface here quickly. Ada, now have a look in the side chat there.
Yeah.
You see the oil platforms in the GIF?
Yes.
Right, so the globe model is basically a mathematical, theoretical model that everyone was taught from a young age. Right? So what we're doing a lot of the time is actually putting the fundamentals of that model to the test in reality. So it's a mathematical model that's based around the radius value of the Earth, right? It's 3,959 miles. That's the radius. That means the Earth has to curve at a specific rate over distance. Because the land has topography, it's not the best place to conduct tests, but we have large bodies of water. We claim that like 72% of the surface of the Earth is water, right? We can go to large bodies of water and there should be a specific rate of drop over distance. Following? Following?
What?
Is it following? Are you following?
Yes, I'm. Oh yeah,
Yeah,
I was like, yep, yep.
Yeah. I was just checking. I didn't want to like if you were confused about what I was saying, I didn't want to keep going. Okay,
I'm kind of catching up. Yeah, about and I heard this is someone was talking to me in the last chat about something like a P100 camera, and then so the thing was about the camera is it has to do with like the lens and warping and all this other factors that apparently they're living.
Yeah, so don't worry about the camera. The camera's just zooming in on things, right? So you could use a telescope. You could use any. There are other types of cameras as well that have really good zoom capabilities. But that's not the point of these observations, right? So we're talking about the geometric claim of the globe Earth. So there's a 3,959 mile radius, and there's a formula. So basically, you should be able to work out how much curve there is over distance if the Earth's a globe, right? So if you have like a 10-mile lake, for example, it should be a geometric horizon at a specific distance, depending on how high you are viewing. You know what I mean? So if you're like, if you set up a camera at 1 foot off the surface, it should be a geometric horizon at 1.2 miles. Like, do you know what I mean by a geometric horizon?
Like, well, yeah, when the sun comes up, you can see it from the horizon, right? Yeah.
A geometric horizon.
You shouldn't be able to see further than.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like if you have like a curved hallway or something like that, you're looking down the hallway, and you just see your friends walking off down the hallway. They go like around like the curve of the hallway. You can't see them anymore because there's physical, obstruction in the way. It's like a geometric horizon.
Yeah, you can't see through a hill.
Yeah, so on the globe Earth, it's horizontal, right? And they're claiming that's the place they claim they see like boats going over the curvature, right? It's like a physical location. It's at a specific distance. So depending on what height the camera is, you have to have a geometric horizon at a specific distance. So
just so you know, it's using something that you trust. I was going to say it's using something that Beta trusts. Is the Pythagorean theorem, the triangle a squared b squared c squared.
So I know about Pythagorean theorem.
Yeah, Beta, you started out with
Teacher made me
math,
learn that.
and so this is the whole point of the math.
Yeah, but I don't know. I still feel like it cherry picks with it. I don't know why. That's just
this observation. I haven't gone over the observation yet, so I'm just trying to explain whether you're understanding what it
foundation
about the horizon theory. Okay.
Yeah, like
using all these maths to kind of
so
calculate with it.
Okay, so what we're claiming is that the horizon isn't a geometric location. That the horizon's an apparent location. Okay, so if you look up the actual definition of horizon, it's the place where the sky and the ground appear to me. Appear as being like it's like the key word there. If you have different weather conditions, different viewing distances, the horizon can move all over the place. Like if you look at a time lapse, you'll see the horizon jumping around all over the place, right? It's an apparent location. But on the globe, it has to be an actual geometric location. Following?
Yeah, like when the sun sets and it comes up and it goes down and we see the moon.
Yeah,
Well,
people
yeah,
would
like when
claim
the
that's
sun sets and you can't see the sun anymore, and you think it's because it's gone behind a hill of earth.
Behind
yeah.
what?
So according to the globe model, if you're like a 6-foot person and you're standing at the shoreline of the beach, you should have a geometric horizon at 3 miles away from you, and that's when you see say a ship going out over the horizon, it would start
said
to
behind
disappear
the hill
bottom
of
up.
earth.
Yep. Same sort of thing behind the hill of Earth, right? So
Okay.
depending on the observer height is how far away the geometric horizon would be. You can calculate that using globe Earth horizon calculators, Earth curve calculators. There's heaps of them. They all come up with the same results. You can check the math that I'm going to give you. But okay, so you can see the observation with the oil platforms.
Yeah, I mean they're far enough away where I can still see them. Yeah.
Right. So okay. So the observer height is 8 foot off the surface of the water. If you do the math based on the radius value of the globe, geometric horizon should be at 3.46 miles.
Okay.
Okay. So if those oil platforms weren't there, you wouldn't know how far away that horizon was. Right? But because we have distance markers, which are the oil platforms, we can confirm how far away those oil platforms are from the shoreline. So that second furthest oil platform on the right, that's 10.1 miles away from the shoreline.
The one with the little crane thingies sticking out of it.
Yeah, there's a second one on the right. You can see it's further away.
The little shack looking thing.
Platform habitat or hill house or something. Yeah, I forget the name of
Yeah.
it. But yeah, so that's 10.1 miles away. If the Earth's a globe, geometric horizon has to be at 3.46 miles, right? We can clearly see the horizon is way beyond the second oil platform, miles away.
So you're saying it should already be starting to curve?
Yeah, literally like 6 miles, 5.5 miles in front of that is where the horizon should be, horizon line. And then that second oil platform should be hidden by about 30 foot physical Earth curvature. You can see the horizon like past the platform. You can see birds landing on the platforms in the video, and you can see the lights glistening off the water. And you 100% you can see that there isn't a horizon at 3.46 miles where it has to be on a globe.
So what's over there? The edge of the Earth, or like what are you trying to say?
No. So a horizon is just an apparent location. Like I read the definition before. So, but the globe earthers are going to say the horizon's a physical location, you know, where the ships go over, blah blah blah. But on a globe, it has to be at a specific. Yeah.
Like,
so what are they disappearing behind? The globe Earth geometric horizon?
curve.
Because this, right? So okay, so the curve. Okay, so the geometric horizon should be at 3.4 miles away. We can see the horizon way past 10 miles away. How does that work?
I mean, the video's off. Then I don't know, man. I don't know.
No. The thing is, this is just a small clip out of the full video.
Yeah.
You can watch the whole observation, but we have countless amounts of these observations. Like this is a mild one. We have ones where we can see 20, 30 times further, and you should be able to see on a globe. Like we have countless amounts of these like observations that anyone can go and repeat themselves.
Yeah, all
It's
over
got to,
further.
and we've taken it to extreme levels where we've had like teams of field engineers go out with a $30,000 laser, and they're setting the laser up a few feet off the surface of the water, setting up an archery target on the other side of the body of water, and they're shooting the laser right across the surface of the water 10, 20, 30, even more like miles, and it's always hitting the target where it should be hidden by hundreds of feet of Earth curvature over that
math
distance.
too. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah,
you
this is
gotta,
the
you
math
gotta
that
aim
I'm
a little
giving
bit
you.
more up than what you're aiming.
Oh,
Like,
that's the thing.
If you shoot a sniper bullet like 100 million miles away, you're not going to shoot exactly on the target. You gotta register the scope, and you gotta kind of like fiddle with it to get it on these
Yeah, but
different
these-
meters to make
These
it
are lasers.
go there.
These are lasers. The laser doesn't act like a projectile.
Not to mention, no sniper bullet has ever gone 100 million miles.
Yeah, the world record sniper
Yeah,
shot
like
was
3
just
miles, maybe.
4 miles. 4 miles is the world record sniper shot.
But still, if they're hitting their targets, doesn't that prove the other theory too? Using
No.
these
So
scopes as
okay,
projectiles?
so right, look at it this way. If you have a 10-mile lake, right? And over 10 miles, if the Earth's a globe, it should drop 66 foot over 10 miles.
Mm-hmm.
And you can check that math. That's the correct math, I promise.
Guys,
Okay.
this is my opinion. If you take the spot, you're retarded. And you need help.
Yeah, Beta, you might be getting like confused, thinking that like they tell us that the Earth is huge. It's like so big that we wouldn't see the curve, but they say it's 8 inches per mile squared as a parabola. You can use whatever formula you want. That's 1 mile. So you remember high school, right? So they had that track in the for the race, to go around the track. That's a quarter mile. Yeah, so 4 times around that would be a mile. What they want you to believe is that you live on a sphere. That if you run around that track 4 times,
You're going to be
you're
a
8 inches
6-story
lower.
building lower.
Then you're 8 inches lower on one end than where you started.
Oh wait.
I mean, yeah, because the Earth has already moved like that, I think. I mean, I wouldn't feel it, right? Because, it's
That's
happening
not about
so
movement.
slow.
This is on pretend stationary. Like we're just pretending that it's stationary at the moment.
Well, doesn't that conflict with other math with the globe theory, right?
This is
The
just a
globe
station.
theory, globe model is giving us math, and we're testing that math to see if it matches reality, right? So that's like what I was talking about with the 10-mile lake. The 10-mile lake should drop 66 foot over 10 miles. Think about 66 foot.
Just to
That's a
think
high
about that,
distance.
man, that's a 6-story building.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's huge. All right. So if you can set up a camera, hold on a second. If you can set up a camera, say 1 foot off the surface of the water on that 10-mile lake, and you can zoom in with that camera and see the shoreline of the other side of the lake, what's going on? How is the Earth